Chapter 1 The Top Beauty Wants to Marry Me. Haya City. Number 56 Xingfu Road, Haicheng District. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Pan Jun was wearing a neat suit and was in a good mood. Today is the day he and his girlfriend Feng Shengmei get their marriage certificate. The two have been in love for 5 years. Although the mother-in-law made things difficult for him during this period, Pan Jun never gave up. To outsiders, he looks harmonious, but only he knows the sadness in his heart. Laugh. A white Hyundai stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. 2 men and 2 women got out of the car. They were my girlfriend Feng Shengmei's family. The moment he saw his girlfriend, Pan Jun smiled even more happily and walked quickly towards her. Nini, you're here. The slender, frail beauty nodded slightly. Feng Shengmei is beautiful and quiet, and is also a little famous in school. She is pursued by Pan Jun. Different from those slutty bitches, Feng Shengmei is particularly self-disciplined. During the 4 years of college, I only held hands with Pan Jun, had meals with him, and watched movies with him, and never crossed the line. Pan Jun was not angry about this. Instead, he felt that this girlfriend was hard to find even with a lantern, so he cherished her especially. Nini, after we get the certificate we will be husband and wife. I am really looking forward to this day. Pan Jun still smiled brightly. Wait a minute. What are you in such a hurry for? I still have something to say. But a slightly plump middle-aged woman took a big step forward from behind and forcibly pulled the two apart. Pan Jun frowned, but remembering that today was an important day, he quickly put on a smile. If you want to get a marriage certificate, you need another 500,000. Pan Jun was stunned for a moment. What is this operation? Isn't it clear bullying to demand a huge sum of money on the day of getting the certificate? At this critical juncture, any solution that can be proposed will not be rejected. However, let alone 500,000, he couldn't even come up with 50,000 now. Because all the money I earned from work in the past 2 years, and even from part-time jobs in school, was spent on their family. Mom, you. If you can't get the money, don't call me Mom. Don't forget, you haven't got the marriage certificate yet. Mother-in-law Kang Jimei looked very proud and spit back at him. Pan Jun was speechless. He turned his head helplessly to look at his girlfriend Feng Shengmei, but saw that she was keeping her head down and keeping silent. He understood instantly and his heart sank. It seems that Feng Shengmei knew about Kang Jimei's move a long time ago. Forget it, let us make a final effort, maybe we can still save it. Aunt Kang, didn't I already give 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? Why do you want more money? What can you do with your 200,000 yuan? Don't you see that when people get married, the engagement fee starts at 880,000 yuan, not to mention the gold and diamonds they wear? Do you have the nerve to bring out your 200,000 yuan? Kang Jimei pulled Feng Shengmei over and began to talk non-stop. Look at our Shengmei. Judging from her looks, education and work, it would be easy for her to find a rich man, right? She is the most beautiful teacher in Haya City's noble school. There are many people vying for her. You, a poor loser, got the advantage. Your ancestors must be very lucky. You don't know how to be grateful, and you still want to bargain with me? Do you have the nerve to do that? Originally, it was agreed that if they paid 200,000 yuan, the mother-in-law would allow the two of them to get their marriage certificate. But after the father-in-law and his wife discussed it, they said that their son Feng Xingqiang did not have a wedding house for his marriage, and he had his eyes on a 100 square meter house, but he was still short of 500,000 yuan for the down payment. The couple had bad character and could not borrow money, so they had no choice but to turn to Pan Jun, the sucker. Pan Jun was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Damn, is this even human language? Aunt Kang, the last few times you talked about this and that at home, I paid a lot of money. My uncle was hospitalized for a car accident and the fee was 50,000 yuan. I added 120,000 yuan when the family didn't have enough money to buy a car. Even a distant cousin borrowed money, but you asked me to pay for it just to save face. I spent more than 200,000 yuan and never said anything. Now you're doing this to me. Isn't that too much? Kang Jimei sneered, not feeling guilty at all. Yo. Are you settling old scores with me now? What's wrong? You and Shengmei are together, and the money you earn belongs to both of you. Shengmei has some problems, shouldn't you pay a little? Pan Jun was completely speechless. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. He gave the money in the first place because he wanted to help them out of the relationship between him and Feng Shangmei. But now I've been bitten back, and I'm really angry. Well, do your best. Pan Jun smiled instead of getting angry. "And Kong, I'm telling you the truth now. I've spent all my money in your house. I can't take out a penny. If you don't believe me, you can check my bank card." Kong Jimei sneered, "Humph. You don't have money to follow others to marry a wife? You are dreaming, it's a waste of feelings." Pan Jun was no longer prepared to waste time talking to her. He smiled gently and said, "There are some things I didn't want to say, but now, I must sincerely tell you that you are a weirdo. You are greedy and insatiable." He was used to suppressing himself normally, so Kang Jimei didn't expect that he would dare to resist. She was stunned for a moment, then burst into cursing. Pan Jun ignored her and directly took Feng Shengmei's hand, with deep affection in his eyes. "Mimi, are you willing to get the marriage certificate with me?" He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But Feng Shengmei raised her head, her almond eyes filled with tears, and her face was full of helplessness. "Pan Jun, I know that you have helped our family a lot. This is the last time, just this time. Will you agree? I promise, I will never do this again." The affection in Pan Jun's eyes turned into disappointment, and he gently let go of his girlfriend whom he had been in love with for 5 years. 200,000 was given this time, how much will it be next time? He was tired of this bottomless feeling. Kang Jimei on the side was still pressing. "Pan Jun, hurry up, if you get the money today, you can be husband and wife. If you don't have money, just go back." Pan Jun chuckled. "Got it, goodbye. Pan Jun. You." Feng Shengmei's family were not expecting Pan Jun to behave so calmly and were shocked. "Pan Jun, if you leave today, don't come back to look for Mimi. Mimi will marry someone else." Faced with Kang Jimei's threat, Kang Jun finally stopped, and his girlfriend's family looked happy. "It's up to you. Marry whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me." Kang Jimei's face was ashen. This time, she miscalculated. Pan Jun always hoped to have a happy family, so he endured all the unreasonable behavior of Feng Shengmei's family. But Feng Shengmei's original family is like a bottomless pit. He always says that every time he does something like this is the last time. However, he is not a fool, and it is time to stop using this old trick. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rejecting Feng Shengmei's family. The system is starting. It is detected that the host is at the Civil Affairs Bureau on Xingfu Road, Haya City. Please choose whether to sign in. System? As a young man who reads online articles all year round, Pan Jun naturally knew what it meant to activate this system, and his face immediately lit up with joy. "Ha! Go get your marriage certificate. My brother is about to reach the peak of his life. Sign in." Pan Jun didn't hesitate at all. Ding! The host has signed in successfully. Check-in location, Civil Affairs Bureau, Xingfu Road, Haya City. The system detected that the host signed in for the first time and obtained 10 system points. Reward: Haya City's top beauty Wei Man will marry the host. Pan Jun raised his eyebrows. This familiar yet unfamiliar name. Could it be her? Memories flooded in like a flood, and a chubby, round-faced, cute little girl appeared in Pan Jun's mind. The two were childhood sweethearts. They played in the mud together naked when they were young, and they were not shy about saying that they would become husband and wife in the future. But later Pan Jun's family moved and the two lost contact. Is this a coincidence? Chapter 2, The Beautiful Woman Driving a Supercar is My Wife? Pan Jun. Can you really bear it? When Pan Jun was immersed in the surprise of obtaining the system, a sad and gentle voice came into his ears. His girlfriend Feng Shengmei couldn't help but have red eyes. She held his hand pitifully and said, "We have been together for 5 years. Are you going to give up like this?" Feng Shengmei still likes Pan Jun very much. After all, Pan Jun is a handsome man and devotes all his attention to her. There are very few men like him nowadays. But she also cannot abandon her original family. Family is more important than anything else to her. As long as her parents say a word, she can do anything. But Pan Jun didn't want to be implicated like this. She sighed. "Mimi, you know how I have treated you over the years. I have helped your family a lot, and I haven't fulfilled my filial duties to my parents yet. I will take care of your family first, but you are a bottomless pit. I really can't keep you company. I'm sorry. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one." Since it is a vicious cycle, let us cut the Gordian knot and solve the problem. Pan Jun was a very straightforward person and he just turned around and left. Feng Shangmei felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Kang Jimei was shocked. She quickly walked to her daughter, glared at Pan Jun and said, "Mimi, don't worry. With your conditions, you can find someone you like. I'll ask someone to introduce you to someone better than him. He won't even give you $500,000. He has no sincerity towards you. You won't be happy if you marry him." His younger brother Feng Xingxiang also chimed in, "That's right, sister. Look at how he was just now. He looked like a creditor, as if our family owed him a lot of money. It was so infuriating just to look at him." With the comfort of her family, Feng Xingmei's emotions gradually calmed down. She thought about waiting for a few days until Pan Jun's anger subsided and then reconciling with him. After all, they had been together for so many years, and she didn't believe that Pan Jun would not look back. Boom! Buzz! At this moment, a red Maserati came rushing towards the side. The unique sound made Feng Shengmei's family look envious. Wow! Look, it's a supercar. Find me a brother-in-law who has a luxury car in the future. When he went to school on weekdays, he would see those rich second generations driving around in supercars all day long, and he felt extremely envious. Kang Jimei also became interested and turned to ask, "Xiao Chang, how much does this car cost?" Feng Xingxiang was very excited and talked endlessly about the luxury car. "This supercar must be worth at least several million. Wow, it must be very cool to drive." Millions? Kang Jimei was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of regret. "Tsk tisk, with these millions, there are so many things you can do, can't you buy a car to show off?" Feng Xingxiang immediately looked contemptuous. "Oh my god, if you don't understand, then stop talking. People who can afford luxury cars are worth at least hundreds of millions. What can't they afford? Don't worry about it." When Kang Jimei heard this, her eyes widened and her mind started working rapidly. "My daughter is so beautiful. If she can find a rich husband like this, would I still worry about not having enough money to buy a house? For rich people like them, that 500,000 is like plucking a hair from a cow." As he spoke, the Maserati stopped in front of them with a hissing sound. Feng Xingxiang's eyes lit up as he looked at the smooth lines, and Feng Shengmei also stared at them without blinking. Brush! The door of the Maserati opened, and a pair of snow-white, slender legs landed on the ground first, with an elegant and capable posture. Not to mention her looks, just these legs are enough to keep people entertained for a month. Then a slender woman with big wavy black hair got out of the car. She was slim and well-proportioned, with a body that was simply perfect. Feng Shengxiang's gaze moved to the woman's face and he was immediately stunned. So stunning! Even Pan Jun was slightly stunned. How to put it, this woman is like a combination of Fan Bingbing and Chen Xiuxiu, both weak and capable, with a good temperament. Wei Manman got out of the car, glanced around and her eyes fell on Pan Jun's face. When she saw him, the woman's face turned slightly red. It was this shy look that made Feng Xingxiang drool. "Oh my god! If I had a girlfriend like this, I wouldn't mind being cuckolded." Kang Jimei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Look at how useless you are." But isn't that what she thinks in her heart? Wei Manman looked at Feng Shengmei's family with an unfriendly face. It turned out that after Pan Jun's family moved away, the Wei family also left their hometown. After a lifetime of hard work by Wei's father, he finally accumulated an extremely rich family business. In recent years, the Wei family has been a frequent guest on the Forbes rich list. As a rich girl, Wei Manman was trained as a priority since childhood and sent abroad to learn advanced management techniques. After she came back, she opened her own company and her performance has been on the rise. She is truly a beautiful and powerful woman. All the rich young men coveted her, on the one hand because of her beauty and figure, and on the other hand because of the wealth of their Wei family. Wei Manman knew it all clearly. She could choose any type she wanted as long as she opened her mouth. But she was a nostalgic person, and she was always thinking about the naked little boy. He said he would marry her, so why hasn't he come after all these years? So she hired a private detective to look for information about him everywhere, and only recently did she get some clues. But at the same time as being surprised, Wei Manman was also a little disappointed because he already had a girlfriend. Even though she thinks about him in her heart, Wei Manman will never be a mistress. If Pan Jun really loves Feng Shangmei, she will just silently bless him. I even heard that they got their marriage certificate today and that she was planning to give a villa to her beloved brother Pan Jun. But before the person arrived, the subordinate in charge of investigation reported that Kang Jimei was forcing for a dowry. Wei Manman was so angry that she drove over in her Maserati. How could she let this snobbish family make things difficult for her beloved brother whom she herself couldn't bear to hurt? Thinking of this, Wei Manman's lips curled up into a charming arc. Humph, you don't know how to cherish such a good treasure, boy. It's really a bargain for me, but I really have to thank your family, otherwise how would I have the chance? Feng Xingqiang's mouth was half open, his throat was a little dry, and he imagined countless romantic scenes with Wei Manman in his mind, feeling resentful in his heart. She is so beautiful and has a unique temperament, but I don't know which bastard she married. What a hate! While Feng Shengmei's family was in a daze, Wei Manman had already leaned her head on Pan Jun's shoulder, behaving intimately. Handsome guy, I heard that this family just asked you for a dowry of 500,000 yuan? As soon as these words came out, Feng Xingmei's family all looked extremely ugly. Chapter 3, If you can't raise the money within 3 days, we'll see you in court. Pan Jun remained calm. The system had already given him a reminder, so he was not surprised. Alas! Some people just don't know what's good for them. They want to drive away such an excellent person. TSK, they are really out of their minds. Wei Manman smiled sweetly, and looked at Pan Jun with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, but I have to thank them for their kindness, otherwise how could I have the opportunity? Feng Shengmei's family was stunned. How could this beautiful woman fall in love with Pan Jun right away? What was so good about him? When Wei Manman saw their expressions, she felt even more proud and deliberately said in an exaggerated tone, "Handsome guy, I'm still single, and so are you. If you don't mind, can we go in and get the certificate? I don't want a penny of betrothal gift." Get certificate? The Feng family members widened their eyes and could hardly believe their ears. At this time, several other couples who came to get their marriage certificates also stopped to watch the show, feeling very indignant. How could this boy be so lucky? If his mother-in-law was also more powerful, would he be able to have the same good thing today? Feng Xingqiang was even more jealous. Could he have heard it wrong? This beautiful lady is going to marry Pan Jun, a poor loser? Feng Shengmei suddenly panicked. He glanced at Wei Manman for a long time, then looked at Pan Jun with an uneasy look. She originally planned to persuade Pan Jun to come back in a few days, but she didn't expect that such a beautiful and wealthy woman would come and throw herself at him. How could she be at ease? Looking at the family's changeable faces, Wei Manman was full of pride. This is the punishment for their family for daring to offend her beloved brother Pan Jun. Pan Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, "Okay, let's go in and get the certificate now." Although Wei Manman had this idea, after all, the two had not seen each other for many years. She imagined that they should reminisce about the past first and then cultivate their feelings. How could it be done in one step? What? You don't have your ID? Pan Jun was a little confused. Wasn't this the wife given by the system? Why did she seem to be confused? After a long pause, Wei Manman finally responded and nodded like a rattle. "Yes, I brought it. I finally found brother Pan Jun, but I'm really out of my mind if I don't keep him by my side. No matter what, just get to know him slowly. Your man is yours, and you'll feel at ease only when you have him in your hands." "Then let's go in," Pan Jun said in a calm tone. When he pulled Wei Manman in, he didn't even look at Feng Xingmei's family. Feng Xingqiang's eyes almost popped out. Did this poor loser save the galaxy in his previous life? Why would such a rich, charming, and beautiful woman want to marry him? Feng Shengmei was even more desperate to cry. Kang Jimei ruined such a good marriage. 10 minutes later, Pan Jun pulled Wei Manman out. The big red marriage certificate in her hand was so dazzling in the sun that it hurt Feng Shengmei's eyes. Wei Manman had a look of disbelief on her face and smiled brightly towards the sunshine. She couldn't even imagine that she and her beloved brother Pan Jun would become a real couple. It all seemed like a dream. Pan Jun was feeling a little upset just now, but now he finally had the chance to take a closer look at the woman next to him. Upon closer inspection, Pan Jun felt that Wei Manman was very similar to the girl in his childhood memory. Looking at him like this reminded me of something that happened in my childhood. On a rainy day, the two were chasing each other in the yard. Wei Manman accidentally fell, and there was a sharp stone under her butt, which pierced her flesh. Since then, she has had a scar on her buttocks, and only the two of them and Wei Manman's parents knew about it. Thinking of this, Pan Jun's eyes couldn't help but look at the plump and perky buttocks behind Wei Manman. Wei Man noticed Pan Jun's gaze, her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck, and she pinched his waist. "Where are you looking at?" Hiss. Pan Jun grinned and quickly looked away. After this happened, Feng Shangmei and her family didn't leave, and they all looked extremely unhappy. They are the kind of people who have no ability themselves but are jealous of others' good luck. Feng Shangmei was so angry that her body was shaking. She rushed forward, her voice full of resentment. "Pan Jun, I really didn't expect that you would marry another woman for 500,000 yuan. What about the promise to grow old together? You can earn it with a little effort. Why don't you fight for our happiness?" Fight? Hasn't he fought hard enough? But at this point, Pan Jun didn't want to waste words with any of them, and said calmly, "Shangmei, I have done my best for your family. I can support you, but I am limited in my ability to support your whole family. If I have hurt you, I apologize." Then he turned to Kang Jimei and said coldly, "Forget about the money I spent on your family before, but you have to pay me back the 200,000 yuan for the betrothal gift." Kang Jimei was stunned. The money had been used up long ago, so where could she get it from? At this time, Feng Xingxiang spoke in a sarcastic tone. "You wasted 5 years of my sister's youth. How do you calculate the money?" Kang Jimei's eyes lit up, and she even praised her son for being educated and knowing a lot, and followed him up to show off. Judging from the look on his face, he seems to want more. Before Pan Jun could speak, Wei Man came over with a frown on her face. "Let me give you some legal advice. There is no such thing as youth loss compensation in our country's laws. The betrothal gift is the betrothal gift. If the two cannot become a legal couple, the woman must return all the betrothal gifts to the man, not a cent less. If you don't pay me back in 3 days, we'll see you in court." In front of brother Pan Jun, she can be a gentle and lovely little woman. But in front of such a snob, she must show the aura of a domineering female president. After Wei Man finished speaking, she forcefully and domineeringly pulled Pan Jun towards the Maserati. With a roar, the car disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Xingxiang didn't know whether to curse or worry, and his mood was extremely complicated. Kang Jimei's mind went blank. She sat on the ground and muttered, 200,000. Where can I get 200,000? It was extremely difficult for them to get the money in 3 days. Feng Shangmei no longer cared about anything and squatted on the ground crying. What happened today is destined to be unforgettable for the Feng family. Chapter 4, Punishing Evil and Rewarding Good card, making her extremely unlucky. The Maserati is already speeding down the road. Pan Jun was sitting in the passenger seat, laughing in his heart. The action just now seemed to have satisfied the system, and now the system gave him a series of big gift packages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million cash. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was a notification from the bank that the fund he purchased had made a lot of money. Is this true? Before I could react, the system started beeping again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Wei Man's heart and gaining 10 points of favorability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of appearance-changing reagent. After injecting this reagent, the host's skin will become better and his appearance will be improved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a real estate card. With this card, you can purchase a property at any price in any region. Oh my god! Then can I buy a sea view villa? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a card for punishing evil and promoting good. What is this? Using this card, you can judge the target as good or evil. If it is judged as evil, the system will severely punish the target, making the target extremely unlucky for the next month. If it is judged as good, the system will reward the target to varying degrees. Punish evil and promote good? Pan Jun raised the corners of his mouth, showing great interest in this. Then let us try it on Kang Jimei first. It would be a shame not to give her some use to someone like her who is ignorant, snobbish, and ruthless. Ding! The system is judging. Judged as evil, target Kang Jimei. For the next month, she will choke when eating, choke when drinking water, and get hit by a car when going out. Very good. Pan Jun finally got rid of his anger. All the exploitation over the years was now returned to her within a month. After finally finishing the system work, Pan Jun raised his head with a happy mood. Feeling the cool breeze, his eyes involuntarily turned to Wei Man who was driving. If it weren't for Kang Jimei, he would be enjoying a romantic time as a newlywed with Feng Shangmei. But I'm really glad that I had really married Feng Shangmei, because if I had really married Feng Shangmei, I would have had a hard time living a good life. Wei Man was a little absent-minded. After getting the marriage certificate, I will be with brother Pan Jun tonight. She shook her head hard. Wei Man, concentrate on driving. Stop it. Pan Jun spoke calmly, looking at the roadside. Wei Man looked surprised. Huh? Why don't you come home with me to meet my parents? Getting married is not a trivial matter. You should at least inform your parents, hold a half-wedding banquet, invite guests and so on. What does brother Pan Jun mean by that? Pan Jun was also stunned when he saw the girl's reaction. What? Isn't it just to get a marriage certificate, complete the task and then go back to your own homes? Is this girl serious? What? If she wants. So I can say goodbye to my virginity tonight? Oh shit. Well. I'm a little nervous meeting my parents right after meeting them. Let me prepare a little. Wei Man immediately looked disappointed. Well, I was thinking I could sleep with brother Pan Jun tonight. Pan Jun? Is the wife given by the system so fierce? The car stopped and Pan Jun quickly got out. Wei Man leaned over and stared at Pan Jun eagerly. Brother Pan Jun, although I'm not with you, you have to pay attention to your behavior. You can't chat with pretty girls, and you're not allowed to eat with the opposite sex. Also, have a good rest today. I'll pick you up tomorrow. The passers-by around him stared at Pan Jun in surprise, making him feel uncomfortable. Nowadays, it is quite normal to pick up young men in a Maserati, but it is rare for a beautiful woman to be so docile and lingering. What's so good about this guy? He doesn't look particularly handsome. Hush. Maybe he's good in that area. TSK, how enviable, ah. Pan Jun stared at the two men who were whispering with a dark look on his face. Damn it, am I still a virgin? Feng Shangmei and her family finally returned home. Each of them was filled with anger. Feng Shangmei looked even more hopeless, her eyes were swollen from crying, but she still couldn't stop. Kang Jimei looked distressed and impatient. All right, stop crying. That guy is really vicious. He just hooked up with a rich woman and he wants to sue us in court. I think he has a bad conscience. Nini, don't be sad. Mom will find someone to introduce you to some rich second generations. My daughter is so outstanding, are you afraid that no one will want her? But how could Feng Shangmei act as if nothing had happened after losing her lover? She didn't hear a word Kang Jimei said. Forget it, just take a good rest. You'll forget everything when you wake up. Kang Jimei left Feng Shangmei's bedroom, said hello to her husband, and went out to raise money. 3 days, we must make good use of the time. After going downstairs and leaving the community, Kang Jimei walked to the traffic light. Seeing that the light was about to turn red, she rushed out. Laugh. With a sharp brake sound, a Toyota suddenly stopped. The driver was so scared that he was sweating and his face turned pale. Kang Jimei only heard a dull sound, followed by a heart-wrenching pain in her body, and then she lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was already lying on a hospital bed. After examination, Kang Jimei was found to have a comminuted fracture of her right leg, a broken coccyx, and a moderate concussion. Seeing Kang Jimei wake up, the whole family rushed over, looking worried. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why did you run a red light? You said that the car accident was entirely your fault. The traffic police just told you to go to the traffic police brigade when you recover. The doctor was also surprised. The driver just now came here and said that he had slowed down to below first gear when he saw you run a red light. The traffic police also checked the surveillance video, but your injuries are obviously similar to those in a serious car accident. Most of Kang Jimei's body was covered in plaster, and she was like a half vegetable. She felt pain all over when she moved, but she kept talking. If that bastard Pan Jun hadn't forced me to pay back the money, how could I have had a car accident? When I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll have someone take care of him. Ouch. Feng Xingqiang was so angry that his mouth was twisted, with a face full of resentment. Mom, slow down, I think that boy is just lucky, don't worry, wait until that rich woman dumps him, we will find someone to kill him. I don't believe he will always be so lucky. How could he, a young and promising man who graduated from an aristocratic school, not be as good as Pan Jun, that poor loser? Just as the mother and son were venting their anger by cursing Pan Jun, the doctor pushed the door open. The family members should go and pay the surgery fee. Feng Xingqiang took the bill, took a deep breath, and quickly handed it to Feng's father. Dad. Father Feng's health has been failing in the past 2 years, and his physical condition has been deteriorating. All matters at home have gradually been handed over to Kang Jimei, and he no longer cares much about them. Looking at the amount on it, Father Feng frowned and sighed, alas. 100,000 yuan is gone in a car accident. Kang Jimei, who was lying on the bed like a zombie, almost jumped out of bed when she heard this. What? 100,000? Chapter 5, I would be sorry if I didn't cheat them. There was originally a huge sum of 200,000 yuan that had not been settled, and now there is another 100,000 yuan in medical expenses. The Feng family was in a state of panic. Every move costs money. Where can we get the money now? They had no doubt at all about what Wei Man said. After all, they are powerful and it would be a piece of cake to bring them down. They don't want to go to court. Seeing that there was no other way, Kang Jimei sighed and said, Mimi, I think you should give Pan Jun a call and see if he can give us some time. He was cursing just now, but now that Pan Jun was needed, his expression immediately changed. Feng Xingqiang was frowning, and he also chimed in, yes, sister, we don't have any money at home now. Dad is sick and needs money. I just graduated and don't have a job. If this is the case, we can only sell the house. Do you want our family to live on the streets? The whole family's attention now turned to Feng Shengmei, as if she would be the sinner of the whole family if she didn't call. Feng Shengmei was filled with pain, but still took out her cell phone and dialed. Beep, beep. The whole family stared at her eagerly. Feng Shengmei put down her phone and said helplessly, no one answered. Send him a WeChat voice message. Feng Xingqiang was still instigating. Okay, I'll try. Feng Shengmei felt a tightness in her chest and frowned as she sent out the message, but a big red exclamation mark shocked her. He blocked me. Her voice finally choked. On it are all the chat messages between the two of them over the past 5 years, but now, the two have become strangers. Pan Jun, he is another woman's man. Kang Jimei was so angry that she was shaking and she was lying on the hospital bed ordering Feng Xingqiang around. Xiao Chang, lend me your phone so I can talk to him. Feng Xingqiang borrowed a mobile phone from a fellow patient, dialed the number and put it next to Kang Jimei's ear. After a beep sound, Pan Jun answered the call. Hello? Who are you? Kang Jimei forced out a smile instantly. Xiao Jun, I'm Nini's mother. Pan Jun was a little confused. Everything had been made clear and cut off, so why were they still looking for him? After finally getting through on the phone, Kang Jimei seized the opportunity and quickly explained the situation. I will definitely return everything to you in a year, is that okay with you? Pan Jun raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of happiness. Humph. It seems that the card of punishing evil and promoting good is working. But he is not a pushover. This time it is Kang Jimei's turn to get her comeuppance. No. What did you say when you asked me to take the betrothal gift a year ago? You must give me a portion. So I will give you a taste of your own medicine. When Kang Jimei heard this, she burst into tears and sobbed. Pan Jun, my aunt's family really can't afford this much money, so just for Mimi's sake, give us a few more days. Pan Jun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I have given Mimi enough face. If it weren't for her face, I would never spend so much money on your family, and I wouldn't have endured it all the time, but your family is too much. Also, you are not my aunt. You and I are strangers. Don't try to get close to me. If you can't pay the betrothal gift within 3 days, we'll see you in court. Pan Jun showed them no mercy. There was no need to leave any room for them. He never wanted to deal with this family in the future. On the other side, Kang Jimei had already started howling heart-wrenchingly. Oh. Why is my life so miserable? My husband is in poor health, and my daughter is blind in finding a partner. What sin did I commit in my previous life? The quiet ward suddenly became lively, and many patients and their families gathered around to watch the fun. A tall, fat man in the crowd, with a beer belly, took a look inside and a look of joy appeared on his face. Hey, isn't this Sister May? Kang Jimei immediately stopped crying and looked up at the man. Who are you? Do we know each other? The man was dressed in designer clothes and had shiny hair. He looked like a successful man. But she didn't remember knowing such a person. I'm Xiong Hongzhuang, your high school classmate. Kang Jimei's face lit up with joy. Oh, old classmate, it's you. The two used to sit at the same table, but 30 or 40 years have passed since they last met and they haven't had much contact. Just looking at the way Xiong Hongzhuang is dressed now, I'm afraid he has already become an upper-class person. Kang Jimei thought for a moment and felt a little regretful. She should have had a good relationship with him in the first place. But what she didn't know was that although Xiong Hongzhuang looked like a big boss, he was actually just a scammer. This brand-name suit, the Guagua mobile phone in his hand, and the quartz watch on his wrist were all rented, costing several thousand yuan a day, which is not low. Today, I happened to go to the hospital to look for targets, and I ran into Kang Jimei's family. As a liar, how can there be any feelings? Not to mention such a shallow relationship between classmates? Feng Xingxiang quickly welcomed the person in and asked him to sit down, and then served him tea and poured him water. Xiong Hongzhuang chatted with Kang Jimei enthusiastically, with a concerned look on his face. Sister Mei, what happened to your leg? Is it so serious? Kang Jimei sighed, told every detail of her car accident, and scolded Pan Jun at the same time. Finally, she had finished venting her grievances. He originally wanted to ask Xiong Hongzhuang for money, but he didn't know how to ask and was hesitating. Xiong Hongzhuang was a smart man. He saw what Kang Jimei was thinking. He comforted her with a few words and then kept looking at his watch. Sorry, Sister Mei, I have a project to host. I'll come see you another day. Then he stood up and pretended to leave. Feng Xingxiang reacted incredibly quickly and went up to grab the man. Ha, Uncle Xiong, you and my mom are old classmates. We haven't seen each other for such a long time, so we have to have a good chat. Feng Xingxiang has already made his own plan. If he can get along well with Xiong Hongzhuang, he won't have trouble finding a good job in the future. Uncle Xiong, what project are you working on now? Does the company need anyone? I'm looking for a job. Xiong Hongzhuang frowned and said, well, to be honest, my company has not been doing well in the past few years, and I am preparing to lay off some employees. Hearing this, the warmth on Feng Xingxiang's face faded a lot. But Xiong Hongzhuang changed the subject, but if this project is won, the situation will be much better. Feng Xingxiang suddenly became interested again. Uncle Xiong, can you tell me a little about your project? Being able to follow the boss to get some inside information or something, isn't it better to make some money than working for a part-time job? This project will cost at least several hundred million yuan. With your conditions, you'd better not get involved. The more Xiong Hongzhuang refused, the more the Feng family wanted to find out the situation. They needed money now, and who doesn't want to get rich? It must be a money-making project, which is why Xiong Hongzhuang is so hesitant to speak. Feng Xingqiang even grabbed Xiong Hongzhuang's arm and said, Uncle Xiong, look at what has happened to our family. Please help us. I, Feng Xingqiang, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Do you think the money is too little? It doesn't matter. We can get hundreds of thousands of dollars from selling our house. We can mortgage it. Xiong Hongzhuang was secretly happy, but he still had to pretend to be embarrassed on the surface. When Kang Jimei saw Xiong Hongzhuang hesitate, she quickly said, Old classmate, if you don't help me, I'm really going to jump off the building. Xiong Hongzhuang had enough of the drama and finally said, well, Sister Mei, since we sit at the same table, I will take you with me. To tell you the truth, if this project succeeds, the return rate will be at least 20 times. Ha, this family is so stupid. They were fooled without even having to talk. If I don't give them a try, I'd be letting them down. Chapter 6, When renting a car, do you pay by card or cash? Xiong Hongzhuang said a few false polite words and left. The Feng family was very excited and gathered together to discuss the project. After leaving the Feng family alone for a few days, Xiong Hongzhuang felt that the time was right and showed up. Kang Jimei had been waiting anxiously, so as soon as they met, she took her son and took her old classmate to a local high-end hotel and treated him to delicious food and drinks. At the dinner table, Feng Xingxiang kept toasting Uncle Xiong, it was so warm. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xiong Hongzhuang was already a little drunk. Feng Xingxiang saw an opportunity and began to inquire about the project in both open and covert ways. Xiong Hongzhuang mumbled telling everything, and Feng Xingxiang on the side was very excited listening to it. If this project is successful, the profit will not be only 20 times, but 40 or 50 times. Uncle Xiong is still being modest. According to Xiong Hongzhuang, this is a trend that most people don't tell him about. Feng Xingxiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he decided to invest a few million first. Kang Jimei was a little hesitant when she heard this. Son, this house might be worth millions if we sell it, but if we invest all of it, where will our family live? Feng Xingxiang looked anxious and disdainful. Mom, if we can't catch up this time, I'm afraid our family won't have a chance to start. If Uncle Xiong wasn't drunk, could he tell us this? Then Feng Xingxiang analyzed to Kang Jimei how huge the profits were, and he spoke with great confidence. Kang Jimei listened for a long time, and then remembered Pan Jun's aggressive attitude, and gritted her teeth and said, okay, let's invest. Xiong Hongzhuan lay on the table and laughed secretly, then was helped out. A Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the hotel. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car, bowed, opened the back door, and respectfully helped Xiong Hongzhuang into the car. Looking at this style, Feng Xingqiang became more certain that Uncle Xiong would take him flying. As soon as the car left the side of Kang Jimei and her son, Xiong Hongzhuang immediately stood up from the back seat with a smug smile on his face. The idle Feng family members have already believed in his almond eyes, and all they have to do next is wait for the payment. Sir, would you like to pay for the car rental by card or cash? Swipe the card. At Feng's house, Kang Jimei is discussing with Feng Xingqiang. Xiao Chang, do you think this is really reliable? Mom, just trust me. After all, I majored in finance, so there will be no problem with this project. When we make money, our whole family can live in a mansion and be picked up by luxury cars when we go out, just like Uncle Xiong. Okay. Mom will believe you this time. I don't think Fatty Bear is going to lie to us. After all, that luxury car is real. After discussing it, the two went to look for the property certificate. Feng's father felt that it was inappropriate and tried to stop them but failed. The mother and son went straight to the bank to borrow money. After a busy day, I finally got the 3 million. Feng Xingqiang directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Pan Jun, along with a text message. You poor loser, don't you look down on our family? This is your little filthy money, I'm giving it back to you. Don't let me see you again in the future, you're disgusting. Kang Jimei felt relieved now that the betrothal gift had been returned and she didn't have to go to court. But Pan Jun was very curious. The Feng family didn't have any rich relatives, so where did they get so much money? Haya City, in the VIP restaurant on the top floor of Holiday Inn International Hotel. Two beautiful women were sitting in front of a large floor-to-ceiling glass bed and sipping coffee. Wei Manman had a smile on her face, and a ray of sunshine shone across her profile, giving her the image of a happy little woman. Opposite her was a beautiful lady dressed like a sophisticated and capable career woman, and at first glance she was obviously the female president of some group. Man, are you kidding me? Are you getting married already? The lady opposite was surprised. A few days ago, you were still talking to me about being a single noble and growing old with me, but now you are getting married without saying anything? Don't you hate men? Why did you get so carried away? Wan, I didn't expect that things would change so quickly. I didn't want brother Pan Jun to get upset, so I made a temporary decision. Lu Wanwan, whose family has been running restaurants for generations, is a leader in the domestic catering industry with a net worth of over 100 million. She has known Wei Manman since childhood and their friendship is deep, which cannot be compared with those fake sisterhoods. You married a stranger you haven't seen for years? What's wrong with you? You haven't seen him for so many years, do you know what he is like? You are so stupid, Man. Lu Wanwan frowned, feeling that it was very inappropriate, but Wei Manman pouted, obviously unhappy. Oh, Wan, that's brother Pan Jun, not a stranger, you are not allowed to say that about him. Oh, you've only been married for 1 day and you're already protecting your wife? Lu Wanwan crossed her arms over her chest and stared at Wei Manman with a deep look. Do you know what kind of person he is now? It's only been 1 day, and you've put the rest of your life's luck on a man you don't know. Silly sister, you are so naive. Have you forgotten the tragedy of Ning Xian's family? Upon hearing this, Wei Manman's face changed. Ning Xian was also a socialite in their circle. She fell in love with a poor boy and insisted on marrying him despite her family's opposition. Her family had no choice but to agree. But before Ning Xian got what she wanted, her parents died one after another, and the company ran into problems. Ning Xian, the daughter of a wealthy family, had no ability to save the company. At this time, the poor boy stepped forward and turned the tide, and finally saved the Ning family's property. But Ning Xian's happiness did not last long, as she discovered that the series of events at home were secretly planned by the poor boy. She was so sad and angry that she committed suicide. This matter has been circulating in the circle for a long time, and everyone sighs when talking about it. When Lu Wanwan saw that Wei Manman's face was not right, she softened her tone a little. Silly sister, I don't want to see you repeat Ning Xian's mistakes. After a few seconds of silence, Wei Manman raised her pretty face and said, No. My brother Pan Jun is not like that ruthless person. I drove a luxury car to pick him up, but he didn't care much. He even said he would wait a few days before meeting my parents. If he had any intentions towards me, wouldn't he be eager for me to take him to meet my family? If this can be false, then I admit it. After hearing what Wei Man said, Lu Wanwan became interested in Pan Jun. Chapter 7: Dreaming of Being Rich. But these days, Pan Jun has been completely immersed in the system and has no time to contact Wei Man. He found that he could get different rewards by signing in at different places. It's like a child opening a treasure chest. Looking at the various strange and bizarre rewards inside, Pan Jun was excited all day long. Sign in at the bookstore and gain creative insights from the world's top writers. Check in at the gym to gain muscle and strength. When you go out, say hello to people to increase your affinity. Sign in while lying in bed, and you can get in-depth dream experience of any individual, which is equivalent to wandering in other people's dreams, and you can also transform the structure inside. Even going to the bathroom will reap the rewards of gastrointestinal health. Pan Jun was so happy. I wander around the city every day and never get tired of it. On the other hand, Kang Jimei handed a bank card with more than 3 million yuan in it to her old classmate Xiong Hongzhuang. Old classmate, whether our family can live a good life in the future depends entirely on you. If this works, we will follow you in the future. Xiong Hongzhuang took the bank card with secret delight, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface, giving Kang Jimei a reassurance at the same time. Don't worry, Sister Mei. I only accepted you because we are old classmates and deskmates. There are so many people out there who want to invest, but I ignored them. Do you know why? Feng Xingqiang was also puzzled. Uncle Xiong, why? Ha, you don't understand this, right? Xiong Hongzhuang deliberately lowered his voice and said, think about it, did Jack Ma distribute Taba's shares to other investors? There are many twists and turns here, and most people won't know. Kang Jimei and her son didn't understand either, but they thought what Xiong Hongzhuang said was very profound, and they looked at him with admiration. Xiong Hongzhuang took a sip of red wine and continued to brag without thinking, Sister Mei, you can trust me with your money. I will give you at least 60 million in return for the 3 million. If you can't get that amount, I, Xiong, will add more for you. When Kang Jimei heard about that much money, she couldn't stop smiling. Oh, my old classmate is so polite. With our friendship, why should we be polite? As soon as he saw that the money was in hand, Xiong Hongzhuang immediately prepared to withdraw his troops. Then Sister Mei, please wait patiently for the news. I will inform you as soon as I have any news. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xiong. After getting in the car, Xiong Hongzhuang called the bank to check his balance and smiled widely. Ha ha ha. Kang Jimei is so stupid. She believed me after just 2 sentences. And her baby son thought he was an expert after just a few days of study. If it weren't for their IQ, how could I have made a fortune? The car drove straight to the airport. Kang Jimei was happily discussing with Feng Xingqiang how much they could earn in a month. The Maserati convertible appeared in Feng Xingqiang's mind again. A sports car is the standard for men. When I went home and lay down on the bed, I felt like I was already a multi-millionaire. I opened my moments on my phone and casually sent a message. Oh. I'm exhausted after getting off the plane, but it's worth it for financial freedom. Less than 2 minutes after sending the message, the phone started to receive messages one after another. There were all kinds of people coming in, some were curious, some were congratulating, some were flattering, and some were wanting to get information. Even the goddess who usually didn't even look at him began to show her courtesy to him. At this moment, Feng Xingqiang's heart was full of a sense of superiority. Brother Chang, are you free to have dinner together some other day? Hearing the goddess's sweet voice, Feng Xingqiang closed his eyes involuntarily, and his whole body felt numb. When you have time, you must have time. I'll take you to a 5-star hotel for dinner. You can choose whatever you want to eat. A second later, Goddess Tian Tian sent a shy expression with a hint of teasing. Feng Xingqiang was so excited that he quickly replied, Baby, come with me to look at a car in a few days. I'm going to look at a Maserati. Tian Tian's eyes lit up over there. It seems that this guy has really made a fortune. If he wants to buy a luxury car, he must seize this opportunity. Then on the day you pick up the car, should we go for a drive somewhere in the suburbs? Suburbs? Feng Xingqiang suddenly had an evil idea. Is the goddess hinting at something? The other side. Wei Man took her good sister to a coffee shop near Pan Jun's home. The two found a seat by the window and sat down, turning their heads to stare out the window. As long as Pan Jun came out from the opposite community, he would not escape their sight. But they didn't notice that the eyes of everyone else in the coffee shop were focused on these two people. Wow! What a top beauty, with such long legs, such a good figure, and such a pretty face, simply amazing. A young man who looked like a otaku was stunned and didn't even notice that the coffee in the cup spilled on his pants. As soon as she came in, Wei Man stared at the small building opposite, as if she was possessed. To be honest, she was a little annoyed. They were already married, but brother Pan Jun had not shown up in the past few days, leaving her, the bride, aside. It was really wrong. When I see him, I must let off some steam. Lu Wanwan could only sigh helplessly as she watched her best friend being so infatuated. Ah! I don't know who this Pan Jun is, to be able to make a silly little sister so obsessed. At this moment, Wei Man widened her eyes, she was so anxious that she couldn't speak, and pointed out the window frantically. Coming down? I looked out the window and saw nothing. This girl, has she gone crazy missing her husband? At this moment, a young man pushed the door open. Lu Wanwan's eyes happened to fall on him, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, isn't he so handsome? Pan Jun signed in at the coffee shop. Ding! The host is detected to have signed in at the coffee shop. Charm value increased by 10 points. Hey! Pan Jun smiled secretly in his heart, and his every move exuded an unparalleled confidence. Ding! The system panel is open. Charm value, 12. Intelligence value, 11. Appearance, 13. Constitution, 15. Chapter 8 Then Let You Like Me More. Man, there's a handsome young man at the door. He's so handsome. Lu Wanwan excitedly pulled Wei Man and wanted to go up to ask for the contact information. Wei Man followed her best friend's gaze and looked. Isn't this the brother Pan Jun she had been thinking about? He disappeared just now, and I was getting anxious, but I didn't expect him to come up. Brother Pan Jun. Before Lu Wanwan could react, there was no one on the other side. Pan Jun? Could it be this guy? Wei Man ran over happily as if she had met her long-awaited idol. When Pan Jun heard this familiar voice at the door, he was stunned. Wei Man? I looked in the direction of the voice and it was indeed her. Today, Wei Man is wearing a black tight mini skirt and big red lips, she looks gorgeous. Pan Jun was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to address him. Call her beauty, after all, we have obtained the marriage certificate. Call her wife? It's a bit awkward, after all, we only met once. That. While Pan Jun was hesitating, Wei Man ran over and hugged his arm. Hubby, what have you been busy with recently? You don't even come to see me. I miss you. Since a beautiful woman is not reserved, why should a grown man be shy? Ahem, wife, why are you here? Wei Man was a little flattered and looked like an infatuated fan. Brother Pan Jun actually called himself his wife, he was so happy. But the other men in the cafe were full of hostility. Wife? This loser calls the goddess his wife? We have just started a relationship and it's about to end? Wei Man ignored everyone else and buried her head in Pan Jun's chest with a shy look on her face. Brother Pan Jun, I called you but you didn't answer, so I had to come to you in person. The male compatriots were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. What's going on? Did the goddess really marry this loser? How dare a loser not answer the goddess call? Is this burnt? If I had a wife like this, I would definitely think of ways to make her happy 24 hours a day. Dare to let the goddess come to you in person. Do you know that the market is not good now? There are more men than women, so it is difficult to find a wife, and marrying a goddess is something that can only happen in dreams. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself, but when everyone turned around, they saw their wives and girlfriends staring at Pan Jun and drooling. Brother Pan Jun, I also brought a friend with me, you two can meet each other. Pan Jun was brought to Lu Wanwan in this way. Wanwan, this is my husband, Brother Pan Jun. Lu Wanwan took a sip of coffee to hide her inner excitement. She finally understood why Wei Man was so anxious to marry Pan Jun. With such beauty and temperament, it is hard to find someone like her in a million. If I meet such a handsome guy, I will definitely lock him in the room so that other women won't see him. Hello. Pan Jun responded politely and sat down opposite. Lu Wanwan stared at Pan Jun again and again with her pair of almond-shaped eyes. Humph. Wei Man, this bad woman. I was still worried about her, but she quietly took such a handsome young man into her harem. With such beauty, let alone not having seen it for decades, even if you have never seen it before, it's not a loss. Pan Jun sat down confidently and chatted casually with the two beauties. As they were talking, a well-mannered man in a white shirt came over with a smile on his face. "Hello, ladies. Can I sit down next to you?" As he spoke, his eyes fell on the seat next to Lu Wanwan. Who knew that the two beauties' attention was on Pan Jun, so how could they have time to pay attention to him? The two of them continued to chat and laugh with Pan Jun, almost treating him as heir. The smile on the man's face looked a little ugly. He is an executive of a large company and a graduate of a prestigious university, majoring in economics and minoring in literature. He not only looks like a businessman with domineering manner, but also has the elegance of a scholar. His temperament is rare. With his outstanding image and seemingly wealthy demeanor, he has also attracted many beautiful young women. But generally they dump them as soon as they get them. Ever since Lu Wanwan and Wei Manman came in, he had been amazed by the two beauties and had been planning to come over and say hello. But looking at the two women's demeanor, they did not seem like ordinary beauties, so she prepared a few short poems to show her uniqueness. Especially after Pan Jun appeared, the infatuated expressions of the two beauties strongly hurt his self-esteem. He made up his mind to win the hearts of the two beauties. After standing there for a long time without anyone paying attention, Pan Jun turned his head and said with a smile, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Seeing that you guys are having a good time chatting, I want to make friends with you." As he said this, he wanted to sit down next to Lu Wanwan in a familiar manner. Lu Wanwan raised her eyebrows and said, "Sorry, I don't want anyone to sit next to me." Unexpectedly, the man turned around, pulled another stool and sat in the aisle, which stunned everyone. What kind of operation is this? Is there anyone who is so shameless? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, but the man didn't notice it at all and looked excited. I just heard you two ladies discussing the works of the great French writer Alexandre Dumas. Both of you have very unique insights. I happen to be quite knowledgeable about European literature, so I would like to discuss this with you too. Would you be willing to do me the honor of attending? Noticing Lu Wanwan's domineering attitude, the man turned his target to Wei Manman. Wei Manman was very unhappy with his look and rolled her eyes. "I just want to discuss this with my husband, right, husband?" The man looked at Pan Jun in disbelief. This kid? Can he understand foreign literature? He is indeed handsome, but when it comes to professionalism, he is far inferior to me. Putting aside other things, the boring plots and complicated names of foreign works are enough to scare away a lot of people, let alone a deep understanding. The man smiled contemptuously. I'm not bragging in front of the two beauties. My second major in college is literature. I have read famous domestic and foreign literary works. One of my favorite writers is Alexandre Dumas. I read his works word by word, and they are all original English works. He felt very proud of the last sentence he said, and glanced at Pan Jun with disdain. He also saw that the two beauties liked European literature. If he seized this opportunity, he might be able to arrange a literary night talk with them at the hotel. Just thinking about it made him happy. However, Wei Manman said ruthlessly, "This has nothing to do with us, please leave." The man's face changed, but then he smiled aggressively. "Why are you in such a hurry to get me out? Are you afraid that your husband will lose face if I stay here?" Wei Manman did have some such thoughts. After all, Pan Jun didn't look like someone who studied literature. But she doesn't care about these. "I just like Pan Jun as a person, it has nothing to do with my major." Pan Jun smiled warmly and touched Wei Manman's head involuntarily. "Baby, then your husband will let you like me more. Isn't it just literature?" Chapter 9, Little Fairy. The system has given me plenty of rewards these days, comparable to those of a professional literary expert. It's just right that I'll take it out today and try out the effect. Dumas, No problem, let's discuss it. Pan Jun had a smile on his face. The man raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Then let me see the charm of a great writer today." Although Wei Manman didn't want to see Pan Jun make a fool of himself, after all, she had to give face to men when they were out, so she didn't say anything. At worst, he can just walk away. What else can he do? Pan Jun said slowly. Alexandre Dumas, whose original name was Alexandre Dumas, was born in 1802 and died in 1870. In addition to the world-famous The Count of Monte Cristo, he also pioneered the path of French romantic drama. After talking for several minutes, the man was already sweating. It seems that our ancestors were not lying, and it is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. Amid Wei Manman and Lu Wanwan's increasingly admiring looks, Pan Jun looked at the man with a smile. "Well, is what I said comprehensive? Does this gentleman have anything to add?" Sorry, I have something to do and I'll leave first. The man raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and fled. In fact, he was just slacking off in class, either sleeping or skipping classes. He was just a half-baked person. Now after hearing what Pan Jun said, he felt a little uneasy. Ha ha ha. He ran away with his tail between his legs. The two men waited until the man ran away, then they slapped the table and laughed. After Wei Man laughed, she looked at Pan Jun with an even more obsessed look. My husband is a Bhutanese man, he is handsome, educated, and low-key. He is charming no matter how you look at him. You can't find such a man even with a lantern. At this moment, the hostile men in the coffee shop also softened their expressions. After all, they did not have the skills that Pan Jun had. Lu Wanwan couldn't suppress the impulse in her heart, and her saliva was almost flowing out when she looked at Pan Jun. This man is not only good-looking, he also has substance. She suddenly felt a little jealous of Wei Man. Why couldn't she have such a good thing? If Wei Man was not her best friend, could she have made a dinner appointment with Pan Jun, then find a hotel, and talk in bed at night? Lu Wanwan, no, absolutely not. You can't bully your friend's husband. Forget these messed up thoughts. Shaking her head vigorously, Lu Wanwan looked up and saw Pan Jun's handsome and charming face. She fell in love with him again and started asking Pan Jun all kinds of questions. Hey, Pan Jun, don't you know a lot about Alexander Dumas? It is said that he had many lovers. Can you tell me about it in detail? I want to hear it. The slightly aggressive look frightened Pan Jun, and he quickly found an excuse to run to the bathroom and breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Pan Jun's running back, Lu Wanwan came to Wei Man excitedly and said, Man, your husband is really a hidden talent. He is more professional than my university professor. Wei Man said proudly, of course. My vision is not wrong, but don't set your sights on my husband. Wei Man received a phone call at this time and walked aside. When Pan Jun came back, he saw Lu Wanwan's graceful figure sitting there alone, and he wanted to escape. However, Lu Wanwan had already seen him, so he had no choice but to go over. Where's Man? Lu Wanwan raised her eyebrows and said, she's on the phone. Why are you still such a clingy little devil to your wife? Pan Jun was so confused that he had to sit down a little stiffly. Lu Wanwan smiled, then came to Pan Jun and sat down next to him. Pan Jun didn't know what to say, so he moved to the side and pretended to be looking somewhere else. Unexpectedly, Lu Wanwan moved over again and was still standing right next to him. The two of them were pushing each other and almost fell down. Seeing Pan Jun's funny look, Lu Wanwan became even more interested and laughed non-stop. Pan Jun, didn't Man tell you? We have been good sisters since we were young. When we were young, we said that we would marry the same man in the future. We swore it. If we can't do it, we will be struck by lightning. What's wrong with this woman? Why are you holding on to me? This is a public place. Pan Jun had no choice but to stand up awkwardly. Sorry, I have to go first. Tell Man when she comes back. Looking at Pan Jun's fleeing back, Lu Wanwan laughed so hard that she fell on the table. This man is really innocent. He is not moved by my teasing. If he were another man, he might even lie down and not be able to get up. A few minutes later, Wei Man came back from the phone and asked about Pan Jun. Hey! He said he had something to do and left first. Wei Man couldn't help but feel disappointed and muttered quietly, he left again. It's all because of this phone call. Lu Wanwan smiled and told Wei Man about her just now behavior, which made Wei Man look even more helpless. Lying in bed at night, Pan Jun received a WeChat message from Wei Man. Brother Pan Jun, I want to buy a sports car. Please go to the 4S store with me tomorrow. I haven't signed up for this place yet, what kind of rewards will there be? Thinking about it, Pan Jun directly replied, okay. Then I'll pick you up at your doorstep tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Don't be late. Pan Jun replied with an okay gesture, turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, after having breakfast and packing up, Pan Jun stood at the gate of the community waiting. At 10 o'clock, the Maserati stopped in front of Pan Jun with a roar. Good morning, brother Pan Jun. Wei Man took off her sunglasses and got out of the car with a smile. Pan Jun almost had a nosebleed when he saw her curvy figure. Today, Wei Man wore a bright red suspender miniskirt and a pair of bright red high heels, which matched the Maserati very well. A few days ago, Wei Man's outfits were all very low-key, but today she was in a good mood and changed into a bright red dress, which made her look even brighter and more charming, as if she was glowing. Pan Jun stood there in a daze for a moment. Looking at his expression, Wei Man was secretly laughing. She had put a lot of thought into putting this together. Pan Jun didn't seem to be very interested in her these past few days, so she got anxious and boldly prepared to seduce him. It seems that the effect is good. Brother Pan Jun, why don't you get in the car? Pan Jun reacted and quickly got into the passenger seat, his throat dry from nervousness. In order to hide his embarrassment, Pan Jun quickly found a topic. Ahem, it's so hot today. Wei Man blushed and said shyly, Brother Pan Jun, I am your wife, you can look at me if you want, I won't say anything to you. Chapter 10, Ishit, signing in at 4 stores will reward you with a Lamborghini Venetian. With Wei Man's words, Pan Jun became even more unscrupulous, staring at her with his eyes. Wei Man's face gradually became redder and redder, just like the sunset in the sky. Although he seemed to be driving, his mind had already started to wander. Brother Pan Jun stared at me for a long time today. Does he like my clothes? After you buy a car today, will you agree to have dinner with me? Have a candlelight dinner in the evening and then take him home? The bedroom has been tidied and the bed is soft. I wonder if Brother Pan Jun likes it. Seeing that Wei Man's face was getting redder and the car was driving crookedly, Pan Jun hurried over to hold the steering wheel. Be careful. When I touched Wei Man's snow-white and tender hand, I felt her tremble as if she was electrocuted. Brother Pan Jun actually pulled my hand. Call. Pan Jun felt Wei Man getting hot, so he quickly moved away from her. The atmosphere was ambiguous and awkward. On the other side, the Feng family's living room. Kang Jimei started to worry again these past 2 days, alas. Xiong Hongjuan has disappeared since the last time we met. He doesn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. Do you think I've really been cheated? Feng Xingqiang has been immersed in the dream of getting rich these days, with a look of disdain on his face. Oh my god, don't worry about it. I have checked this project online. It is real. As long as it is operated properly, there will be no problem. Don't worry. Although her son graduated with a major in finance, Kang Jimei was still a little worried. Their family can be said to have burned their boats. If they can't get the money back, the whole family will have to live on the street. If you're really in a hurry, just play mahjong with your old friends and wait for a month. I have an appointment to go to the 4S store to look at cars, so I don't have time to accompany you. Let's talk later. Feng Xingqiang opened WeChat and saw the messages sent by the goddess. The goddess had been chatting with him very frequently these past 2 days, and had completely abandoned her usual condescending attitude. There were constant hints and the car couldn't be stopped. Feng Xingqiang felt hot all over and swallowed his saliva. Hurry up and buy a car, so you can take your goddess to the suburbs to relax. Thinking of this, Feng Xingqiang grabbed his cell phone and went out. At this moment, Pan Jun and Wei Man also arrived at the 4S store. Ding! The host is detected to have signed in at the 4S store, and a Lamborghini Veneno is awarded. Oh shit! Is the system so generous? Are all the 3 limited edition Lamborghini Venenos available for free? This is 90 million. This isn't even the full set of rewards. Just as Pan Jun was immersed in excitement, the system made another sound. Ding! Reward supporting equipment, top racing technology. Before he could react, Pan Jun felt as if an electric shock had passed through his brain, and a wave of memories forcefully flooded into his mind. Now he doesn't need to study, he can just drive his Lamborghini Veneno around the streets. Wei Man thought Pan Jun sure was happy that he bought her a new car, so she didn't care and just pulled his arm and went in. The two of them walked in with smiles on their faces, and a sales manager had already come up to greet them with a smile on his face. Miss Wei, would you like to come and see the car today? Well, I came here to hang out when I was bored. Wei Man is a frequent visitor here and enjoys the most favorable prices when buying cars. But Pan Jun seemed uninterested in this. He scanned the entire store and his eyes stopped on a brand new, shiny sports car. The black sports car was parked on a high platform, and it looked pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at it. It can be said that once you see this car, other cars seem too low. Wei Man also turned her head and followed Pan Jun's gaze. Her eyes lit up and she pulled him over there. This car is great. But the salesperson followed closely, saying with a somewhat regretful tone, Miss Wei has a unique vision and is fond of this car, but unfortunately, the car has been reserved and the owner will drive away in a few days. Is that so? Looks like I'm a step late. Wei Man was slightly disappointed. Seeing that Wei Man was not happy, Pan Jun wanted to tease her. After all, he had got the car first. At this moment, a burst of laughter was heard at the door. Ah! Brother Chang, look, that car is so cool and beautiful. Shall we go check out that car? The goddess Mimi looked excited, as if Feng Xingqiang would drive away soon. But Feng Xingqiang does have this confidence. Pan Jun looked back and was immediately surprised. Feng Xingqiang? What is he doing here? Looking at sports cars? Does he have the money? That's not right. The bad luck card hasn't expired yet. How could their family have such good luck? No matter what, it shouldn't be tens of millions. Could it be that a miracle happened in just these few days? Pan Jun was thinking in his heart. At this time Feng Xingqiang had already looked at him, to be precise, at the beautiful Wei Man beside him. Wei Man is radiant and is a beautiful scenery standing in the crowd. It is hard not to notice her. Feng Xingqiang felt angry when he saw her. How could a poor loser like Pan Jun marry such a beautiful woman? Mimi's eyes were full of Lamborghini, and she didn't notice Feng Xingqiang's jealous and crazy look at all. Brother Xingqiang, let's buy this one. The little female beast still stepped forward politely. Excuse me, miss, this car has been reserved. When Feng Xingqiang heard this, his damn self-esteem took over and he became unhappy. It's been reserved? How much does it cost to reserve one, and how long will it take for it to arrive? The salesperson answered very professionally, this car is a new model of Lamborghini. If you want to make an order, you must contact the headquarters. The full payment is about 90 million. Feng Xingqiang was stunned and blurted out like a moron, 90 million? Korean won? Sir, you are so humorous. Of course, we calculate in RMB here. Feng Xingqiang took a breath of cold air. This is too expensive. Even if I get a return on my investment from Uncle Xiong, I still can't afford it. Thinking of this, Feng Xingqiang was filled with envy. Which buyer is so rich that he can afford such an expensive car? Just when the owner wasn't around, he turned around and looked at it again and again. His eyes seemed to be glued to it. Chapter 11 Behind the Scenes. Oh, this car is so beautiful. After hearing the price of the car, Mimi couldn't help but start thinking. If she drove this car out, how many people would be envious to death? She must find a way to get the person in front of her to buy the car, preferably as a gift to her. Yes, this car is so beautiful. Look at the outside and the inside. Feng Xingqiang nodded desperately, his saliva almost dripping from his mouth as he looked at the Lamborghini. It was so beautiful. He really wanted to take the car for himself and let others take a good look at it. Feng Xingqiang was not a useless person, but the price of this car really made him sigh. Brother Xingqiang's car is really beautiful. Why don't we buy it? It's only 90 million. Don't you have enough money to pay for it? At this time, Mimi came to Feng Xingqiang, rubbed her body against him and spoke to him in a coquettish tone. I'm sorry, miss, I'm afraid you didn't hear me clearly. The car I said has already been reserved, so it's not a matter of money. After hearing what Mimi said, the salesperson next to her couldn't help but feel speechless, but still said with a smile. I know, I'm talking to my brother Xingqiang, you have no right to talk like that, you're just a salesperson, you really think you're the owner of this car, and I just said this car is beautiful, and besides, with your ability, you can just talk to the owner and buy it, right? Isn't that right, brother Xingqiang? Mimi's words made Feng Xingqiang feel embarrassed. If he continued to look at it, he might really buy the car. However, this car was so beautiful and it was sent from Lamborghini headquarters. It was probably the only one in the city. But what Mimi said was also right. He has already invested with Uncle Xiong. Even if he suddenly spends so much money at this time, so what? The money can be earned back anyway. But this car is not certain. If he misses this opportunity, he probably won't have a second one. At that time, the worst that could happen is that I would ask Uncle Xiong for some money. If I could buy the car myself in front of such a beauty, I'm afraid he would have a good impression of me. When Feng Xingqiang arrived here, he couldn't help but look at Wei Man beside him. Once he shows off his wealth, the beautiful girl will know that the poor loser he likes is nothing compared to him. Thinking of this, Feng Xingqiang has made up his mind that he will buy the car. Pan Jun kept watching Feng Xingqiang drooling over the Lamborghini and couldn't help feeling disdain in his heart. If it were his old self, he would probably find ways to help him restore his image, but now their two families no longer have any relationship, and even if Feng Xingqiang wanted this car, he would not be able to give it up. But Pan Jun also knew that currently no one knew who the buyer of this car was, so some people still had fantasies about it, including Feng Xingqiang. But the problem was that he didn't have the confidence to want this car. This car was not something that could be easily bought. As far as he knew, there didn't seem to be any signs that the Feng family was going to become wealthy. Even if this person was pretending to be rich, it was impossible for him to become what he is now all of a sudden. Could it be that there was really something about their family that he didn't know about? Thinking so much now has nothing to do with him. Since he has decided to draw a clear line with the Feng family, he will rather out of sight than be bothered. Pan Jun went straight to the salesperson and pointed at the car. "I'm here to pick up the car. This car is mine." As soon as Pan Jun finished speaking, Feng Xingqiang immediately stopped drooling and looked at Pan Jun with suspicion. "Ha ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. I didn't hear clearly what you said just now. You said you came to pick up the car and this Lamborghini is yours. Oh my god, I really heard a huge joke. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter." Feng Xingqiang immediately burst into laughter, and while laughing he looked at Pan Jun with acne-stained eyes, carefully examining him from top to bottom. "Brother-in-law, oh, no, my sister has nothing to do with you now, so we are just strangers now. Just because you still want to buy this car, it really makes me laugh. Don't you see what kind of character you are? You are just a rich man, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense and want to buy such a car. What kind of person are you? Don't I know better than you? You couldn't even take out 200,000 yuan at the beginning, and you still have the nerve to pretend to be a rich man here. I guess your wallet is cleaner than your face now." The salesperson at the side didn't care at first, but after hearing what Feng Xingqiang said, he also looked at Pan Jun carefully. Sure enough, although her clothes were very good, compared with people like them who had seen the world, it was really too bad. In addition, the man just said that he couldn't even take out 200,000 yuan, so how could he buy such an expensive car? Could it be that he was really kept as a gigolo? "Sir, I hope you know that this car is not a joke, and I explained it very clearly to you at the beginning. This car has already been reserved by someone else, so..." After the salesperson said this, he looked at Pan Jun with disdain, coughed and continued speaking. "Besides, sir, I know some of you feel that work is too tiring, so you are willing to let others support you, but the price of this car is 90 million renminbi, not Korean won. So when you said you wanted this car, did you discuss it with the person behind you before making such a decision? I am not looking down on you, but the price of this car is really here. If I don't take a good look at this car, I will be in trouble at that time, right? Besides, even if the person behind you buys this car for you, are you sure you can keep up with the subsequent maintenance costs?" Hearing what the salesperson said, Feng Xingqiang looked at Pan Jun even more proudly. He wanted to see how this guy would continue. After all, this car was really not cheap. He didn't believe that the beautiful woman was really willing to pay so much money to buy him this car. But if that was the case, then don't blame him and continue to discredit him. Chapter 12: Being Deceived. Seeing and hearing the ridicule from the two of them, Pan Jun didn't say anything. They would know when the time came, but seeing how they were so indifferent to him now, it would probably make him very happy. "I told you I was going to take this car away, so why are you trying to stop me here?" Unexpectedly, at this time, Pan Jun still had the audacity to say that he wanted to take the car away. Feng Xingqiang and the salesperson laughed in their hearts. If this person was really so shameless, then don't blame them for being rude to him when the time comes. After all, everyone wants to take the car away, but not everyone has the ability to do it. "Didn't you say my husband couldn't afford this car? Well, today I'll actually buy it for you to see." Swipe the card. Wei Man couldn't bear to watch it anymore. What did those two people mean? Even if Pan Jun really couldn't afford the sports car, they wouldn't humiliate him like this. Could it be that they didn't see that she was still here? Hearing this, the salesperson and Feng Xingqiang were suddenly stunned. They had indeed been humiliating Pan Jun, but they didn't expect that the beautiful woman would be so generous. That was 90 million, not 900 yuan. How could such a wealthy person say that? "Miss, I'm telling you the truth. You must not be fooled by such a person. Don't you see that besides his good looks, he has other abilities? You might as well use the money to plan for yourself, don't you think? I've seen too many people who are like this. They pretend to be poor and hope you can buy things for them, but in fact, I don't know what they are thinking in their hearts. Miss, I hope you can think carefully about it. After all, you knew who this person was from the beginning. How could you just give him money like that? Feng Xingqian was so angry that he said something he shouldn't have said. No, if this car was really given to Pan Jun, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. So he had to try every means to stop that poor loser from having such a big face. This is my business. What does it have to do with you? I know exactly what kind of person you are. Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Wei Manman still had some impression of Feng Xingqian. After all, this man had appeared in front of her at the Civil Affairs Bureau and had even drooled over her sports car. How could you say that, beautiful lady? I'm saying this for your own good. Don't you think about why he follows you when he's broke? He must be after your money. So I'm trying to stop you from getting hurt, and you should be thankful for me. How could I say that? It's so sad. Alas, I know you may have a problem with me, but you can't just look at the surface of what happened back then, don't you agree? Feng Xingqian wanted to continue speaking, but Wei Manman didn't want to pay any attention to him. Hey, I'm very curious. You just said that this car has been reserved, but do you know the name of the person who reserved it? You didn't even ask my name, but you knew that I couldn't afford this car? Or has your salesmanship gone to such lengths? In that case, can I consider how to complain to your manager about you? What's going on? Do you still have to look at a person's clothes when buying a car? Can't I buy a car wearing tattered clothes? Pan Jun really couldn't help it and just said this. After hearing what Pan Jun said, the salesperson's face suddenly changed. If he was really complained by the customer, then his salary for this month would be ruined. Thinking of this situation, he quickly apologized to Pan Jun. I'm so sorry, sir. I was also suddenly confused by someone. I did something wrong. In that case, sir, if you want to pick up the car, you should at least tell me your name first. I will go and verify whether this car is yours. Do you think this is okay? Pan Jun nodded. He had nothing much to say to these people, so he told him his name. Pan Jun, my phone number. This is my information. You can check to see who the buyer of this car is. The salesperson at the side quickly took the tablet and came over to check the accurate information. His attitude became more respectful afterwards. He didn't expect that this plain-looking man was actually the buyer of this limited edition Lamborghini. You know, this car was brought from the headquarters. If he didn't have any background, he would never take such a car. The salesperson was furious when he thought that he almost offended such a person with an unknown background. I'm so sorry, Mr. Pan. I didn't expect that you had already reserved this car. It's all my fault that I didn't recognize the real thing. I almost offended you, Mr. Pan. But congratulations to you for getting our limited edition Lamborghini. This shows that you have a unique vision. This car is really a national limited edition. Seeing the salesperson's attitude suddenly change, Feng Xingqian was shocked. Did he hear it right? The car really belonged to Pan Jun, and it was reserved in advance. But wasn't this a poor loser? How could he have such money to reserve a limited edition Lamborghini? Where did he get so many connections? Could it be that the salesperson was simply deceiving him? Yes, it must be like this. This is definitely fake. But when he saw the salesperson respectfully put the car keys in Pan Jun's hand, the sense of luck in his heart had completely disappeared. This is fake, this is absolutely fake. You guys teamed up to deceive me, right? How is this possible? How could he have so much money to buy a car? Feng Xingqian couldn't help but burst into tears. He absolutely couldn't accept such news. They must be colluding to deceive him, and it must be an act. Seeing Feng Xingqian looking very devastated, Mimi on the side was very disdainful. At first, she really thought that Feng Xingqian was very rich, but after comparing him with Pan Jun, she realized what it meant that there are always people better than you. Look at him, he has been drooling because of this car, but this guy is not only more handsome than him but also richer than him. More importantly, this car was already booked early when the salesperson said that no one would sell it at the beginning. Chapter 13 Investment Master. Mr. Pan, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. This car is actually yours. It's really surprising. I heard that Lamborghini limited editions can only be reserved a long time in advance, and each car is unique. There will never be a second one. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I don't know what to say. Mr. Pan, you are amazing. Mimi's voice suddenly softened and she came to Pan Jun's side, staring at him with eyes wide open and a look of surprise. If other men saw it, they would definitely feel very satisfied in their hearts. After all, being stared at by such a beauty is really enviable. Really? I didn't expect that. Pan Jun was being stared at closely, and suddenly he felt a little elated. After all, this was a treatment he had never enjoyed in the beginning, but now, he suddenly enjoyed it, which made him a little elated for a moment. Didn't Brother Pan Jun expect this? Oh my god, it's really surprising. I didn't expect that Brother Pan Jun, who looks very low-key, is actually a hidden boss. Why didn't I meet you earlier? If I had met you earlier, I would definitely be fascinated by your divine appearance, Brother Pan Jun. It's really amazing. Mimi continued to curry favor with Pan Jun, hoping that he would remember her. She also knew that it was impossible to get the car now, but that didn't mean he had other ideas. After all, people who could buy this car generally didn't have too bad a family background. Even if it was a little worse, so what? Even if he was really kept by that woman, so what? Anyway, what she cared about was money, not other things. Really? But you should have heard what those two people said just now. I used to be a... Pan Jun and Mimi started talking like this, one trying to curry favor, the other trying not to. It made people envy Pan Jun. He didn't expect that he would be liked by two beauties at once. Although the girl who was talking was very different from the previous one, she was still very good when there was nothing to complain about. Feng Xingxiang was so angry when he saw his goddess Mimi start to fawn on Pan Jun. He could feel his blood pressure suddenly rise. At the beginning, this woman was very attentive to him, but she showed her true colors after such a short time. Wasn't it because he didn't buy this car? Don't you think Pan Jun would like her based on her appearance? It's okay to play around, but he must make that woman look at him with new eyes. Even if he can't get the limited edition Lamborghini, can't he get other cars? Oh, even if I can't buy that car, so what? Can I buy other cars? If not, I'll buy a car right away to give myself some confidence. Otherwise, it will really make me sick. Since a poor loser can afford a car like that, why can't I? Feng Xingxiang silently swore in his heart that he must buy a car. Money was not a problem, as long as he had to have face. At this time, Wei Manman was also very surprised. She didn't expect that her husband would be so rich. If she remembered correctly, according to her investigation, it was impossible. She knew Pan Jun's family situation very well. If he really had money, he would not have separated from him because of money. Let us put aside what happened in the Lamborghini store for the moment. At this time, Kang Jimei and Shuexinga were bragging about it to her old sisters. Hey, maybe I'm lucky, otherwise how could I encounter such a good thing, don't you think? If we succeed this time, then at least we can multiply it several times. The people around them were a little confused when they saw this situation. After all, what kind of situation was in their family? Didn't these sisters know it? They had been clinging to the prospective son-in-law, but now that it was done, they kicked him out because of money. Really? Really? Congratulations! I never thought that our old sister could make a fortune at this age. That's because you don't know. This is just the initial investment. I tell you, once I get the money, I will have more than 10 million. This is just the beginning. Imagine how rich I will be in the later stage. So I don't even look down on that poor boy now. Oh my god, is it true? I didn't expect that you, Sister Khan, would have so much money. It's really surprising. No way, there are more than 10 million in the early stage. If we wait until the later stage, the more money we invest, the greater the return, right? I hope Sister Kong, you will not forget us when the time comes. We don't ask for much, we just hope you can give us a hand. You eat the meat and we drink the soup, right? Then please don't forget about us when the time comes. After all, we have always been good sisters. The so-called sisters around were immediately surprised after receiving such news. After all, they knew this person very well. If it was true, it would not be false anyway. To have more than 10 million in one go was something no one could have imagined. It seemed that this person was really lucky. Oh, okay, we are all sisters. I am thinking about it now. Do you think we should change our house into a manor or a villa? Oh, it's really a headache to think about it. After all, if the house is too big, we have to hire other people to work for us. But if the house is too big, we have to hire more people. Kang Jimei has now begun to fantasize about what it would be like to live in a big villa. By then, she will definitely hire 100 or 80 servants to clean and cook for her family. From then on, she will live the life of a rich lady. Just thinking about it makes her happy. Okay, Sister Kang, don't forget us when the time comes. We are still very proud. We will still live together. Don't you think that's great? We can still play mahjong and chat and laugh when we have nothing to do. I heard that your daughter is as beautiful as a flower. How about it? Let me tell you, that poor guy is not worthy of your Shangmei at all. With his persistence, he can definitely marry a rich second-generation man. Sister, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely help you find a son-in-law from a wealthy family when the time comes. Chapter 14. Call the police. Kang Jimei felt like she was on a whim listening to the flattery from people around her. She had already thought about how she should spend the money. Okay, let's talk about it. Then we'll all get rich together. Just when this group of people started to flatter, no one expected that a group of policemen suddenly came. Who among you is Kang Jimei? Stand out. Ordinary people still have a fear of the police, so they quickly took a step back and fully exposed Kang Jimei to the group of police. After all, they all knew that the police generally would not look for him for no reason. Now he decided to directly say the man's name, which meant that he was very likely involved in a crime. They didn't want to play with a guilty person. It would be too embarrassing if this got out. Mr. Policeman, I am Kang Jimei. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? I don't think I can do anything. What do you mean by coming to me all of a sudden? Even if you are policeman, you can't just disturb ordinary people casually, unless you tell me what crime I have committed. If you want to do it, I will definitely sue you. Kang Jimei thought that she would have money in the future, so she would not need to be servile to these policemen. So she held her head high and looked righteous, which made the policeman speechless. Is there something wrong with her brain? She did not think that if there was nothing wrong, would they have to go to such great lengths to find her? Sister Kang, please think carefully about whether you have done something and forgot about it, and now the police are here to find you. That's right, you can't be careless about this matter. If it is discovered, not only you will be affected, but also your son and others will be affected. Sister Kang, you must be more polite when you speak. You must think carefully and don't offend the police. The group of young ladies around were still persuading Kang Jimei not to act on impulse. Okay, don't I know what I did? Do you want them to tell me? Anyway, I have never done anything illegal. What do you want to do by looking for me? Tell me quickly. I don't have time to be with you. Do you know that my time is calculated in terms of money? How are you going to compensate me for wasting so much of my time? The police were speechless when they saw Kang Jimei's attitude of I can make millions every minute. If they hadn't found out that the incident was related to him, they would have been serious. They didn't expect that such a person could still have such wild ideas. But if they thought about it, it made sense. If she really had a little intelligence, she wouldn't have been deceived so badly. It's like this, Ms. Kang Jimei, do you know Xiong Hongzhuang? Kang Jimei nodded when she heard this. He knew the man. If it weren't for him, their family would still be so poor that they couldn't even make ends meet. You say that such a person is his benefactor. But why did the police suddenly find him and ask him why? It's like this, Ms. Kang Jimei, there is something I want to let you know. This Xiong Hongzhuang is a liar, and he specializes in defrauding people of their money by telling them that they can invest. In fact, there is no such thing. I heard that you have been in close contact with them recently, so I want to ask about it. Because as far as we know, it seems that your name is also on the list of people he has deceived. So we came here to investigate and see if you have any other information about her. If you do, please provide us with this matter. Hearing the police's words, Kang Jimei was so frightened that she almost fainted. Wait. The police just said that this person is a liar. If that's true, then. Mr. Policeman, if I understand correctly, you just said that he is a liar. Did he cheat us out of our money? Has the police known about this? Seeing that Kang Jimei was still concerned about her money at this time, the police nodded very kindly. Yes, it was a coincidence. If the amount of money he was suspected of defrauding was not so large and it aroused other people's suspicion, they probably wouldn't know that there was such a person. That's right. He called the police because he was suspected of defrauding too much money. Otherwise, we wouldn't know about it. And the money he defrauded from you is from you so-called relatives and friends. Kang Jimei didn't want to listen to all this nonsense. She was more concerned about one thing now, that is whether her money could be returned by her old friend. That was all her family's wealth and life. If it was defrauded, then they would really have to sleep under a bridge in the future. I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. I only care about one thing, that is whether I can get my money back and whether you have caught him. Those young ladies who used to fawn over Kang Jimei now want to stay away from her and watch the joke from the sidelines. You see, they were not destined to be that rich person at all, but now what happened is that they have probably lost all their family fortunes that were cheated out of them. I'm sorry, Ms. Kang, I'm afraid you can't get back the money you were cheated of. As for that person, the police are now hunting him down, so if you have any clues, please provide them to us. We have almost understood the matter, so we won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. After the police said this, they found that the woman who was standing in front of them suddenly fell down. When they saw them, they immediately called 120. After all, in such an emergency situation, even as police officers, they did not dare to move rashly, right? What a retribution! I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It really makes me laugh. At first he was bragging in front of me about how much money he had, but now he has coughed it all up and got scammed completely. You really don't know how he got the nerve to say such unpleasant things in front of us. Are the treatments we receive much worse than hers? Why does she act so superior in front of us? What's going on in her mind? I don't know about that. It's a rare opportunity for her to show off in front of us, but she's still not doing it. Is she really planning to keep it hidden forever? Do you think she is such a person? Everyone was talking about it, but no one came forward to help. They couldn't even hide from such a person, so how could they really step forward to help? So until the ambulance arrived, the young sisters just stood there watching her. Chapter 15 Go Home. Feng Xingqian here had no idea what his mother's condition was. The only thing on his mind now was to buy a luxury car as soon as possible, so he consciously wandered around the Lamborghini store, looking at one car after another. Either he thought the price was too low, or he thought the color was not good looking. In short, he didn't find a suitable one after looking for a long time. The salesperson next to him was a little anxious. Could this man be deliberately looking for trouble? Excuse me, sir, you've been wandering around for so long. Which car do you like? The salesperson next to him asked with a smile. I don't think the cars here are anything special. Alas, either the colors are too ugly, or the prices are a bit too high. I feel they are too low-end and not worthy of my status. Are there any other benefits? To be honest, I only like those 2 Lamborghini Venoms, but it's a pity that they were bought by someone. Do you think I could have booked them earlier? Feng Xingqian's words made the salesman beside him look a little uneasy. What did he mean? If you dislike the cars here, then don't buy them here, go somewhere else. I'm sorry to give you a bad experience, sir. Can I know what price range you want? Or what you think about the car? I can report it to the higher-ups and let them choose a suitable car for you. Is this okay? No matter how unhappy he was in his heart, they still did a very good job on the surface. So when Feng Xingqian heard the salesperson's words, he couldn't help but hesitate. What price range of car would meet his requirements? Of course, the more expensive the better, but the problem was that he simply didn't have that much financial support right now, so he said such arrogant words. After all, Pan Jun had lived with them for several years, and he knew the situation of their family better than anyone else. Seeing Feng Xingqian trying to be tough here, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't think anything good would happen in this family. Given her previous mother-in-law's mentality, no family would be willing to marry their daughter to them, let alone marry their daughter. I advise you not to act so arrogant here. Don't you think about your family's situation? If you can really choose any car here, do you have the courage to pick the best and most expensive one? Hearing Pan Jun's words, Feng Xingqian immediately got angry. What do you mean? Do you think their family conditions are not good? What a joke. If it was indeed not good before, but now he has nothing to worry about. As long as the funds are in place, then his future money will be easy to get. Why am I looking for you in our family? I know your situation better than you do. I also know very well that I don't know how lucky I am to be able to buy such a car. Why are you allowed to buy such an expensive car but I am not? What is your mentality? I didn't expect that even at this time, Feng Xingqian was still acting stubborn. Listen to my advice. A car is just for transportation. There is no need to choose a good or expensive car. The depreciation of the car is also very serious. It would have been fine if Pan Jun hadn't said this, but as soon as he said this, his brain was burning and he wanted to jump out of his horns. What does that mean? He is only qualified to drive some ordinary cars, right? Then this Lamborghini Veneno is just a means of transportation in front of Pan Jun, right? What does he look like? He is simply a representative of Versailles. Stop, you don't have to show off to me what the situation is like. I have my own reasons for doing things. Hearing what Feng Xingqiang said, Pan Jun couldn't help but frown. Why didn't this kid listen to advice? What was he thinking? What I told you is true. You have to think about your actual life. I know you may not be happy with what I said, but Feng Xingqiang, I have been in your family for so many years. Have I ever said anything bad to you? Don't give me these nonsense. I'm telling you right now. Even if you can buy the car, I'm still an investment master, you know? After all, I studied finance, so I'm more proficient in investment than you. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. This car belongs to you now, but that may not be the case in the future. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I will definitely surpass you. What investment guru? Where do you get the money to invest? I warn you, don't go play those. Warn me. Who do you think you are to warn me? This investor is my mother's classmate. There is no way he can cheat me. Just wait, I will call him and he will tell you his investment plan. Open your eyes wide and listen carefully to see who is stronger, me or you, a weakling. After Feng Xingqiang finished speaking, he confidently began to call Xiong Hongzhuang, but the phone rang for a long time and no one answered, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. My uncle Xiong is really busy, so he must be busy right now so I can continue playing. But after making several calls, no one answered, which made others look at Feng Xingqiang with even more disdain. Could he really be pretending to be a rich man? Feng Xingqiang was also very panicked at this time. This was different from what we had agreed. Didn't they say there was no problem at all? What was the situation now? Why can't the call go through? No, is there really something fishy about this matter? Thinking of this situation, Feng Xingqiang called Kang Jimei. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, Feng Xingqiang immediately angrily questioned the person on the other end of the phone. Mom, why didn't anyone answer Uncle Xiong's phone when I called him? What's going on? I'm planning to buy a car, and now I need Uncle Xiong to ask for money. Well, excuse me, sir. Are you the son of Ms. Kang Jimei? Well, I'm her doctor. Your mother is still in the hospital and it's not convenient for her to answer the phone, so I'll help her. Is there anything you can do for her? You should wait until your mother wakes up before you talk to her. Unexpectedly, the person who answered the phone was a doctor, which made Feng Xingqiang even more confused. Why did his mother end up in the hospital? Chapter 16 Hooking Up. When Feng Xingqiang was confused, he suddenly heard his mother crying on the phone, which scared him. What was going on? It was so loud that people who didn't know would think something had happened to him. Mom, please tell me what happened. Stop howling. I didn't hear what you said from beginning to end. Feng Xingqiang was really getting impatient. The call had lasted for such a long time, but his mother just kept howling from beginning to end and couldn't even make out what she was saying. If it continued like this, he would be wasting his time. Now he wanted to know who to ask for his money. Xiangzi, our money is gone. Kang Jimei was suddenly yelled at by Feng Xingqiang and immediately became guilty and scared. After all, she was the one who introduced Xiong Hongzhuang and she believed that her old classmate was a very capable person, which was why he allowed her to invest. But now, all the money is gone. What? Can you explain to me clearly what it means that the money is gone? Feng Xingqiang had forgotten that his mother was in the hospital. His mind was now filled with thoughts about his money being gone. How could it be gone? Wow. All our money is gone. That guy is a damn liar. He has cheated our family so badly. We have given him all our property. We have been cheated. Kang Jimei told Feng Xingqiang what she knew. After hearing this, Feng Xingqiang was devastated and collapsed. It was all over. Forget about the luxury car, they would not even have a place to live. No, I really don't have a penny now, huh? I was cheated, this is not true, this must be fake, I am dreaming, right, I am dreaming. Feng Shengxiang's mumbling was heard clearly by the people around him, including the conversation between him and Kang Jimei just now, which made everyone start to stay away from him. It was ridiculous that he pretended to be a rich man when he had no money. Now they finally realized that those who could come here to buy cars were not necessarily rich people. Mimi looked at Feng Shengxiang, this poor loser, with contempt. He lied to her at first that he was very rich now, but he didn't expect that he had no money at all, and now he even had no place to live. With his appearance, how could he afford a luxury car? He wasted her time in vain. If she had known earlier, she should have investigated the opportunity to test it. It was really hateful to think about it. But fortunately, he finally found another rich man. Isn't this person in front of her a better example? As long as she can curry favor with him, luxury cars and houses will be easy to get, right? And seeing how handsome he is, she is really excited just thinking about it. Brother Panjun, I'm so sorry that I didn't have a good chat with you just now. I didn't expect that you were so young and have achieved such success. I really admire you. Mimi looked at Panjun with a little bird-like appearance, blinking her beautiful big eyes non-stop, as if they could speak, making the other men present couldn't help but feel excited. She was truly a beauty that no one could resist. However, they also know that such a beauty can only be used for appreciation at most. After all, the truly powerful people are still standing there. They have to see what he has to say. However, some people have other ideas in their minds. If Panjun really likes Mimi, then there must be something wrong with his eyes. His wife is so beautiful, how could he fall in love with a wildflower? Of course, Panjun knew very well what Yanjing wanted. How could he really fall in love with such a person? After all, his legal wife was still here. Thank you, but can you please stay away from me, young lady? You are too close to me. As the saying goes, men and women should not be too close to each other. You. After hearing what Panjun said, the people around couldn't help laughing suddenly. After all, they knew very well what Mimi wanted, but when this man said that, they suddenly felt that the man was really ridiculous. The man in the class at the beginning must be even more furious now. To put it bluntly, he was afraid that he would faint in the next second. Sir, I think you may have misunderstood me. I just want to make friends with you. I can see that we are not very different. I think we should have common topics, right? And since you have already entered society, can I ask you for help if I have any problems in the future? Of course, Mimi understood what Panjun meant, but if she could be defeated by such a small setback, then he really underestimated her. The people around looked at Feng Shengxiang as if they were watching a good show, but they found that he had no time to care about the female companion he brought with him. Instead, he continued to yell and scream on the phone, even crying. So he didn't notice that Mimi had started to pester Panjun at this time. Just because he didn't notice it doesn't mean that the other person didn't see it either. Wei Man couldn't stand it anymore. What on earth did that woman want to do? Was she so shameless? She separated you from a married man in public. Miss, why don't you add me on WeChat? After all, he is my husband. I think as a boy and a girl, it's hard for you to talk to each other. In that case, just add me. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. After all, isn't it more convenient for us girls to communicate? Hearing Wei Man's words, Mimi's face suddenly changed. He didn't want to have much contact with such a woman. What's the matter? Did he keep posting on WeChat moments to show off how rich he is? If that was the case, then this woman had evil intentions. Besides, no matter how handsome he was, as the saying goes, there is no wall that cannot be pried open as long as the hoe is used well. I'm sorry, miss, I'm not particularly familiar with you. I just want to know something about you. You suddenly added me on WeChat, and I'm a little suspicious about what you want to do. What Wei Man didn't expect was that Mimi would turn the tables at this time and look at her with an innocent expression, as if she was the biggest sinner. This made Wei Man so angry that she had a headache. If that was the case, don't blame her for being rude. Chapter 17, Getting Ready to Return. Ha, young lady, if I remember correctly, you should have known from the beginning that this man is my husband, right? What do you mean by pestering my husband all of a sudden? Don't say you don't know. I've already told you that he is my husband. I know you young people want to make money by relying on your own talents and looks, but let me tell you something unpleasant. With your work, what do you think is your strength? Do you think you have the capital to do this compared to me? I can tell you this, if he is with me, I can fulfill all his dreams. If he is with you, I'm afraid he will have to fulfill all your dreams. Wei Manman's arrogant answer made Nini feel ashamed. Yes, she did want to steal other people's money, but she couldn't say it out loud. What would happen if people around her heard it? If other people in the school heard about it, wouldn't she be laughed at by others? Besides, you are so young and don't want to rely on your own efforts to find a job, but instead want to rely on these means. I really don't know what kind of family education you have. Wei Manman continued to say that she was really feeling a little angry. What do you mean by you? Since you still dare to embarrass yourself here, do you want me to say something even more unpleasant? If that's the case, I won't be polite. After hearing these words, Nini knew that if he stayed any longer, the relationship would probably not turn out well. Thinking of how embarrassed he would be when others said this, he left in a hurry. He hoped that this matter would not be heard by his classmates at school, otherwise, he would be extremely embarrassed. The woman she hated had now left Wei Manman and turned her attention to Pan Jun. Honey, should we leave? There's no point in you staying here any longer. Before Wei Manman finished speaking, she noticed that Pan Jun had been keeping his eyes on Feng Xingxiang. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but it couldn't be that he still had feelings for that woman and wanted to use this to help his brother. If that was the case, then she would have to consider how to deal with him when she returned. Seeing Feng Xingxiang crying so miserably, Pan Jun was very curious. What happened to make him cry like this? Simply put, before he took out the 200,000 yuan, wasn't their family fine? Was he crying like this just because he didn't buy the luxury car? System, help me check what's going on, especially whether anything happened to the Feng family recently? Ding. I have found information about the Feng family for you. The Feng family sold their house, and then. The system quickly told Pan Jun about what had happened to the Feng family recently. After listening to what the system said, Pan Jun suddenly couldn't help but sympathize with the Feng family. No way, is their family so miserable now? They were actually cheated by others. This really makes me laugh. Oh, I really sympathize with Feng Shangmei for a second. She deserves it. After all, I don't know where their family got the courage to spend so much money on a stranger. Ding, according to character analysis, this is a type of greedy person. The system quickly analyzed the matter and told Pan Jun. Husband? Wei Manman, but Pan Jun didn't answer her questions, but stared at her in a daze. Oh, nothing. Now that we have settled the matter, let's go. We are just here to get the car today. You can't leave without waiting for a moment. Please, help me with this matter. After hearing that Pan Jun and the others wanted to leave, Feng Xingxiang suddenly rushed to Pan Jun for some reason and spoke to him in a righteous tone. How ridiculous. Does this have anything to do with me? This is your own business, and it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I have nothing to do with your family now. You were the one who said that in the beginning. You might as well think about what to do with the rest of it instead of wasting time on this. Pan Jun now has no sympathy for their family. After all, it was all their own fault that the matter had come to this point. Even if he had more money, he could not continue to fill their bottomless pit. So when Wei Manman saw Pan Jun standing at attention and verbally rejecting Feng Xingxiang, she was very happy in her heart, because she knew that this meant that he had completely severed ties with the Feng family, and she could feel more at ease in the future. The two men came to the door, and the car had already stopped at the door. Looking at the sports car in front of him, Pan Jun suddenly had a bad idea. Man, this is my first time driving a sports car, so there will definitely be some issues with my driving skills. Don't be scared. Wei Manman felt curious when she heard Pan Jun say this, but before she could say anything, he pushed her into the sports car. Pan Jun touched the steering wheel in his hand and looked around at the internal structure of the car. Suddenly, he felt his ambition swell. Let's go, we're going home now. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and sped up, and flew out immediately. Pan Jun felt very happy, but he felt cold all over. At this speed, it couldn't be his first time driving a sports car. How could he drive so fast right away? Just when Wei Manman was trembling with fear, they soon arrived in front of a residential building. Pan Jun parked a beautiful drift car steadily in a parking space nearby. You did it on purpose. You were just trying to scare me. I'm dying. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have worried about you. Do you know that I was almost? Wei Manman had nothing to understand after seeing this. It turned out that this person had been deliberately scaring him from the beginning. He was really mad at him. However, when he saw how fast and how good his driving skills were, he couldn't get angry at all and could only act coquettishly towards him. Okay, it's all my fault, is this okay? Pan Jun smiled and began to comfort her. Humph, brother Kanjun, you are so mean. Do you know that I am really worried about you? Look, I am still scared. Oh, really, if you do this again next time, I will ignore you, humph. Wei Man looked at Pan Jun in a coquettish manner, which made Pan Jun couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Pan Jun still wanted to smile at her at this time, Wei Man couldn't help but bite him deliberately. Chapter 18, Rich Second Generation. The thought that Wei Man would actually bite him made Pan Jun dazed for a moment. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Pan Jun was really a little nervous. After all, she was his wife, so he could be a hooligan, and it was legal and licensed. There is no reason to refuse to eat a duck that is delivered to your door, so Pan Jun looked at Wei Man and kissed her hard. Wei Man was also stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect that Pan Jun would suddenly touch her. You know, from the time they got their marriage certificate until now, the two of them have always behaved like gentlemen and have never done this before. She was really unable to react for a moment. As if noticing Wei Man's inattention, Pan Jun reached out and gently pinched her, which made Wei Man's face flush red. How could he pinch that place? It was so embarrassing. You know, this was in the car. If someone saw it, wouldn't it be? Stop, this is outside in public. Wei Man suppressed her shy expression and began to push Pan Jun to make him pay attention to the occasion, as this was not the time to joke. Pan Junhui was obviously just satisfying his desire, and he also knew that he couldn't do anything in public, so he might as well go home first, since he had already arrived at such a place. Come on, if that's the case, I'll take you back to my home and sit for a while. I guess you'll be satisfied now. Wei Man immediately nodded with a smile. She was of course satisfied. After all, she was able to go to Pan Jun's home, which made her very happy. After the two of them parked the car hand in hand, they began to slowly go upstairs, but what they didn't know was that the entire process from the time they got out of the car to parking and locking the car was seen by one person. Not long after they walked up the stairs, they found a girl dressed in bright and beautiful clothes suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this person, Pan Jun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was really surprising that the landlord would appear here at this time. Miss Landlady, why did you suddenly appear here? I don't think I owe you rent. When the beautiful landlord heard this, her face turned a little unhappy. After all, she didn't think highly of Pan Jun at the beginning. Apart from his good-looking face, she didn't notice anything special about him. But if she was not mistaken, the car that this man was driving just now would not be worth tens of millions. Nothing, I just want to go downstairs. He was not sure what the situation was, so the beautiful landlady just said this and went downstairs. He must go and see what the car was like later. But this person actually drove such a nice car. Could it be that he was lucky? The girl next to him was really well dressed. There were many things that he had always seen but could not afford. Could he be a gigolo? What was the beautiful landlord thinking? Pan Jun had no idea. He had already brought Wei Man back to his home. Looking at the ordinary house in front of him, Wei Man didn't know what to say. Now we can finally do what we were stopped from doing just now. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Pan Jun's sudden words made Wei Man's face turn red instantly. She didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Seeing his wife's shy look in front of him, Pan Jun felt like a fire was burning in his body. He grabbed his stomach and slowly led her into the room. The beautiful landlady came to the place where Pan Jun parked his car and looked at it carefully. In order to prevent any problems in the place she looked at, she checked the price of the car on the official website. After seeing the series of numbers, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. No way, this car is so expensive. Is this car really given to him by that woman? But it's impossible. After all, this car is too expensive. Even if it is to please others, it shouldn't cost so much. There must be something fishy. If it really wasn't given by someone else, then does it mean that the man is actually a rich second generation? Why would he rent a house in her place? It was to experience life there. It must be like this. After all, the rich second generations often written about in novels and TV dramas always pretend to be very poor in order to experience life. If she firmly grasps Pan Jun's heart at this time, then won't she have no worries about food and drink in the future? When the beautiful landlord thought of this, she had some other ideas in her mind. If Pan Jun was really a rich second generation, then everything the woman was wearing must have been bought by Pan Jun. When she thought of this, her heart became even hotter. She had already decided to hook up with her properly. In the future, would she be able to choose all the new clothes and bags of the season? So the beautiful landlord immediately started to run upstairs. At this time, she had to keep calm and not ruin her plan. At this time, Pan Jun and Wei Man were fighting fiercely and were about to reach the most critical moment, but unexpectedly, Wei Man suddenly stopped them. What's wrong? Suddenly being pushed away, Pan Jun didn't quite understand what was going on. No, brother Pan Jun, I know you are upset, but you can't do it now. After hearing this, Pan Jun still didn't give up and he continued to hug Wei Man. I haven't told my parents about our marriage yet, so we absolutely can't do it now. If they find out, you'll be in trouble. So, Mr. Pan Jun, please stay alone. I'll tell my parents about this, and then you can pay them a formal visit. Wei Man broke free from Pan Jun's arms and said to him with a smile. Hearing this, Pan Jun became even more annoyed. He laid down on his back heavily. There was fat meat in his mouth, but he couldn't eat it now. It was really infuriating to think about it. All right, don't be angry, brother Pan Jun. At most I can compensate you later. You have to understand that this matter must be known to my parents, don't you think? Otherwise, you won't be at ease, right? Chapter 19 Meeting the Parents. After the two of them were playing around in the room, they didn't expect that someone knocked on the door at this time. Pan Jun felt a little strange. Why would someone knock on the door at this time? Logically, shouldn't everyone hide very far away? Besides, he didn't get along very well with his neighbors. What's going on? How could someone come to see me at this time? Pan Jun asked curiously. Suddenly Wei Man seemed to think of something and she shook her head. Let me open the door and see if anyone wants to see you. You should get yourself ready first, or it will be too embarrassing to go out like this. Wei Man's suggestive words made Pan Jun's face turn red. Okay, he already knew it. In that case, he would stay in the room for a while. Oh, I'm so sorry to bother you at this time. I just want to see. The beautiful landlord originally spoke in a somewhat shy tone, but when she saw the person who opened the door, her face suddenly fell. Oh, it's the landlady. I'm so sorry. He has other things to do now. What do you want to do with him? If you have any questions, just tell me and I'll help him solve them. If you have nothing to do, I hope the landlady won't disturb us at this time, okay? Wei Man knew very well what was in this woman's eyes. After all, she was too familiar with that kind of look. She had met too many people like this before, so from the first sight she had no good impression of such a woman. Miss, I think you have no relationship with him. It doesn't seem right for you to reject me so openly. Aren't you afraid that he will yell at you when he finds out? The beautiful landlord was also furious. What does this mean? What kind of person is this woman? Why does she say that? It doesn't matter what kind of person I am to him. What matters is that he believes what I say. I've already told you, young lady, that you and he are just tenants. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. Wei Man's face suddenly fell. She didn't want to bother with such a man anymore. If she continued to bother with him, then don't blame him for being rude to the woman in front of him. The beautiful landlord seemed to realize that Wei Man's expression had changed, and she also found an excuse. I'm here to return something. After all, I borrowed something from him and only remembered it now. I feel really embarrassed. I'm here to return it to him now. Wei Man couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard such words. Did he think she was blind or that he knew nothing? This person came to return something, but he didn't have anything in his hands, and he said he was here to return something. He was kidding. Miss Landlady, could you please not lie next time? What did you say you were here to return something? Being pointed out by Wei Man, the beautiful landlord's face was extremely ugly. This was just an excuse. Besides, when had she ever seen that poor guy's things? She didn't even think about it. He didn't have anything at the beginning, so how could she borrow from him? Not taking his things home was already very good, but being told like this made her face extremely ugly. Maybe I accidentally forgot about it. I'll wait until next time. I'll get it next time. I'm going back now. Watching the beautiful landlord walking away, Wei Man closed the door angrily. She saw that Pan Jun had packed up and walked out, looking at her with a puzzled look on his face. Who came just now? Why did I hear you talking to someone? Seeing Pan Jun's question, Wei Man just felt very sour in her heart. She was jealous. She must be jealous, otherwise why would she feel so uncomfortable? Who else could it be? Of course it's your beautiful landlady. Do you think she is interested in you? And she has been coveting you for a long time, otherwise why would she look for you as soon as you come back? Hearing Wei Man's words, Pan Jun just felt it was a little ridiculous. When did he have a good relationship with his landlord? How come he didn't know that the landlord had been coveting him for a long time? This was simply a huge joke. How is that possible? You are overthinking it. How could he covet me? Don't you see how she ignored me before? She didn't think highly of me at all. She looked down on me. At that time, she saw me as if I were a fly. She wanted to stay away from me. Pan Jun shook his head quickly. He had lived here for so long, didn't he know what kind of person his landlord was? She was also a money grubber. Whenever someone defaulted on rent, she would always find someone else's house and stay there until they paid the money. He had been embarrassed by her many times before. Wei Man became even angrier when she heard Pan Jun say this. After all, she knew how good this man was, but she didn't expect that his life would be even more difficult than she had imagined. That's right. They don't know how to appreciate you at all. If I were them, I would have snatched you away long ago. But now I am very glad that they didn't know your worth. Otherwise, if I had met brother Pan Jun now, wouldn't you have been married? Thinking about it this way, I feel very lucky. Pan Jun just smiled when he heard this. Many things were hard to say. After all, money could be obtained from the fact that he was penniless before, but now he suddenly had a system. Okay, wife, we should discuss another matter now. I really plan to visit uncle and aunt in person so that they can leave you to me with confidence, so you have to help me see if there is anything that needs attention. Then I will arrange a time to invite uncle and aunt to have dinner together. After all, you also said that you haven't told uncle and aunt about your affairs yet, so they must be worried. Now I am almost ready, and this time should be put on the agenda. Unexpectedly, Pan Jun actually wanted to meet with her parents for dinner, which meant that he really wanted to treat her as his wife. When Wei Man thought of this situation, she was even more overjoyed. Is this thing that she has been looking forward to for so long finally going to come true? Chapter 20, Sending Home. Brother Pan Jun is so kind. I never thought you would really be willing to accompany me to meet my parents. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to make them have a good impression of you. Brother Pan Jun, don't worry, my parents will be very satisfied with you. Wei Man's happy look made Pan Jun feel a little happy as well. After all, this meant that he had at least gotten the recognition of one of their family members. Although he was not quite sure how their parents would react, he would definitely try his best. He just didn't know what kind of people her parents were. By the way, honey, you haven't told me what your family conditions are like. Mr. Lee should tell me, otherwise I know too little about you now. Wei Man nodded when she heard this. Yes, she almost forgot that she and Pan Jun had been separated for a long time. If it weren't for this incident, they probably wouldn't have met each other. Well, how should I put it? How much do you know about the Wei family? If Wei Man was so cautious, there was nothing that Pan Jun didn't understand. If he guessed correctly, this Wei family should be that Wei Man, who was even a well-known figure ranked on the Forbes. I understand now. I never thought that I would marry a wife, the daughter of the richest man this year. It really surprised me. Oh, I should think carefully about how to spend more time and energy to win the favor of my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Pan Jun's self-deprecating words made Wei Man feel even more distressed. In fact, their two families had similar family circumstances when they were young. It was just that his father left home to make a living and became famous. Brother Pan Jun, don't worry. I love you no matter what. You don't need to worry so much. If my dad and the others are not satisfied with you, I will go to them. Wei Man's words of comfort to Pan Jing only made Pan Jun nod his head, indicating that he understood. After all, they could wait and see what it would be like later. To be frank, his wealth was not enough for the Wei family to look up to, so he had to find a way to get more money, at least to prevent the Wei family from looking down on him. Well, now that I've married such a beautiful wife, I must find a way to continue making money. I can't let her starve, right? Don't worry, I already understand what you mean. Since you might be willing to take that step, do I, a grown man, have to stay where I am? Hearing Pan Jun's ambitious words, Wei Man couldn't help but feel very happy. After all, once he was ambitious, at least he would be able to guarantee himself in this aspect of life. Then she would succeed by saying more good things in front of her parents. Okay, I'm so ambitious now, you should understand. How about this? I'll send you back first. You say it's okay? After all, you've seen this place of mine, you must not be used to living here, so I'll send you back first, and when I buy a house in the future, we can live together. Although Wei Man was a little unhappy, she also understood that it would be inconvenient if she really continued to stay here tonight. After thinking about it, she finally nodded and agreed. The two of them slowly walked downstairs again. When the neighbors saw them, they couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Although they didn't quite know what the situation was, they wondered how lucky this guy was to find such a beautiful woman. When did this kid get so lucky to have such a beautiful girl? Isn't he just a poor loser? How could such a beautiful woman follow him? Is she blind? Wow, didn't you notice the clothes that woman was wearing? This is a limited edition among limited editions, the kind that most people can't afford. Let's not talk about the clothes first. Didn't you see the supercar parked downstairs? Wow, you didn't even see the smooth lines. I tell you, without that 8-digit number, you can't get it. Pan Jun didn't care at all when he heard the neighbors whispering. After all, no matter what the truth was, no matter how much he explained, they would not believe it. As for the female landlord next to him, she was very jealous because she was now 100% sure that the clothes on the woman were bought by Pan Jun. She didn't expect that they had stayed for so long since they entered the door, which showed that Pan Jun's physical strength was so good. If she had known earlier, she should have hooked up with him. Such a good opportunity was wasted. The more landlord you thought about it, the more he regretted it. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, he would probably want to take her away on the spot. After sending Wei Man home, Pan Jun discovered that the place where she lived was extremely valuable, something he had never dreamed of before. On the way back, Pan Jun suddenly thought that although the Wei Man family was powerful, now that he had the system, he would definitely not do very badly. As long as he did not seek death, he would definitely not be much worse than the Wei family in the future, and might even be stronger than them. But when he thought of this, he was also very glad that he did not compromise at the beginning. If he had really been gritting his teeth and trying to find a way to make 200,000 for those Feng Shengmais, he probably would not have encountered such an experience. As the saying goes, good opportunities must be earned by yourself. Now he is really very glad that he did not compromise at the beginning. Thinking this, Pan Jun drove his sports car happily home. On the other side, after Wei Man returned home, she thought about everything that happened today. She couldn't help but cover her face, feeling very shy. She really didn't expect that she would have such close contact with her sweetheart. So, little girl, do you have to be so happy? We didn't realize that I'd been here for such a long time. What are you thinking about now? Why do you suddenly look shy? Tell me what happened, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Wei Man was still thinking about what happened today when suddenly a familiar voice sounded in her ears. She turned around and saw Lu Wanwan looking at her with a smile on her face, and there was an unbearable teasing in her eyes. Chapter 21 Envy. Wanwan, don't talk nonsense. Brother Pan Jun is really a good person. You just had your first choice for him from the beginning. Well, you have already met him, right? He should be a good person. I have always believed in my judgment. Wei Man shook her head and said to Lu Wanwan in a very serious manner. Come on, it's just a matter of looking at a person's appearance. You must be careful, don't be fooled. You know there is no one, but you don't think about it. Look at your family, how many men would want to catch your eye? Are you so sure that he is not trying to attract your attention? Of course not. I know what kind of person Pan Jun is better than you do. He would never do such a thing. Wei Man retorted loudly. Okay, I just said that. Anyway, you have already obtained the marriage certificate with him, so it has nothing to do with me what you do. But as your good sister for many years, I am just kindly reminding you. Really, this little girl's mind is completely on someone else now. I don't know what uncle and aunt will think when they know about it. Lu Wanwan's teasing words made Wei Man's face turn red again. Okay, I won't talk about him now. Let me ask you the question I asked earlier. What are you grinning about? When Wei Man heard this, she quickly told Lu Wanwan about her experience that day. I really didn't expect that the car was actually reserved by Brother Pan Jun in advance. At first, I really thought he was a relatively poor man, and I was ready to help him, but I didn't expect that he was even more powerful than I thought. You know? He defended me very domineeringly today, which really surprised me. After hearing what Wei Man said, Lu Wanwan couldn't help feeling a little jealous. She never expected that such a little girl would meet such a good man. She was also very optimistic about the Lamborghini Veneno at first, but when she went to look for it, she found that the car had been reserved by someone, and the name of the car was refused to be revealed. Now, it was in that man's hands. What kind of luck did this little girl have to have such a good encounter with a man? Alright, stop talking. I'm warning you now. Are you sure you can say it's really his? Could it be that he pretended to be someone else to receive it? Then you must be careful. If he is really such a person, then you must be careful. If you are afraid that others will find out, then you will be implicated and suffer as well. Although Lu Wanwan felt very jealous, she could not show any dissatisfaction on the surface and advised Wei Man. Little girl, you must not give in too early, okay? If you really want to control yourself in his hands, then you should be careful and never give in to him in everything, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. Wei Man shook her head when she heard this. She felt that it was no big deal if Pan Jun was the one responsible for this matter. After all, she had already identified Pan Jun early on, so there was nothing wrong in letting Pan Jun know her feelings earlier. I don't want Brother Pan Jun. I have already decided on him. I think he is very good to me, so I can't always be cold to him, right? And you don't know, every time I see him, I get very excited and can't control myself at all. Of course, I don't want to control myself. Anyway, Brother Pan Jun is the best. Seeing Wei Man's shy look, Lu Wanwan was even more disappointed. Does this little girl have any brains? Can this thing be successful so easily? Man, don't forget who he is now, and what's your status? Do you think your family alone can get you through this? Your family will definitely not agree to you being together with a person like that. After hearing what Lu Wanwan said, Wei Man's originally happy expression suddenly turned cold again. She was now quite melancholy about this. After all, there was such a huge gap between the two families. Even if Pan Jun was willing to make progress, it was impossible for him to obtain such wealth suddenly. I also know that it will be difficult for my family to get through this, but I have already decided on him, and I will never give up. At worst, I can find another way. I don't believe that my parents will force me to be with someone I don't like. Wei Man's childish words made Lu Wanwan shake her head. This little girl was really too naive. In a big family like theirs, there was no emotion at all. What mattered most was the bond of interests. If he hadn't suddenly acted on his own, her parents would probably not have paid any attention to such a man. Don't forget, if I remember correctly, Uncle Wei seemed to be trying to match you up with another rich second-generation guy. How capable do you think you are in making Uncle give up this idea? I heard that the family of that rich second-generation guy also seemed to want to tie themselves up with your family. Lu Wanwan's words gave Wei Man an even greater headache. No matter what, she didn't care. She had already chosen Pan Jun, and they could not be separated no matter what. No matter what, I don't care. Anyway, I have already decided on Brother Pan Jun. No matter who comes to me, I will never separate from him. And you should know that I have misophobia. I have actually asked someone to investigate the rich second generation you mentioned. You don't even know that he is good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. If you make me feel disgusted, I will never do it when I think about being with such a person. Do you know that the person has always been obsessed with women? If you want me to marry such a person, I would rather jump off here than agree. Wei Man couldn't help feeling sick when she thought about what she had found out. That rich second generation guy was not a good guy at all. It was really wishful thinking for him to be with her just because of him. Even if she was not with Pan Jun, she would never consider that rich second generation guy. It's no use telling me about this. You'll have to tell your uncle when the time comes. Well, I can't persuade you anyway. You can do whatever you want. If anything really happens, just come to me. Chapter 22 Anger. Don't worry, I won't look for you. And you know what happened, Wanwan? He and I almost. Wei Man suddenly blushed and carefully told her what almost happened between him and Pan Jun, and also told her a very unexpected news. No way, is this true or false? Doesn't he already have a girlfriend? And it seems like they've been together for a long time, and I saw they got a marriage certificate. Now you're telling me that he's a... Lu Wanwan was already envious and jealous, and now she was even more hateful. Yeah, I really didn't expect that Brother Pan Jun is such a stickler for conventions. He has been with that girl for such a long time, but he has always been gentlemanly. There was no pleasure at all. At most, they just held hands. Wei Man was also very surprised when she got the news. Although she was a person with misophobia, she seemed to be able to tolerate Pan Jun because she knew that she could not blame Pan Jun. Who made their family leave so early? Besides, Pan Jun had been dating his girlfriend for so many years. It was normal for two people to have some relationship when their love was strong. But she did not expect that she would have an unexpected surprise. Oh, I really envy you. In this day and age, you can actually choose such a clean and self-disciplined man. I envy you so much. Lu Wanwan really didn't expect Pan Jun to be like this. It is really hard to find a man like him nowadays, but at the same time, she still had some other thoughts in her mind. Even though he's so powerful, I still want to tell you, be careful and don't get trapped. Did you see that he has been dating his girlfriend for so many years and he has always been chaste? This shows that he is hiding very deeply. You must be careful. I'm afraid that a little white rabbit like you will be eaten by wolves without even spitting out bones. Wei Man still shook her head nonchalantly. She didn't believe that Pan Jun would treat her like this. She was still confident about this. Seeing this, Lu Wanwan started to discuss it again. As for the Feng family, after all this trouble, they were almost reduced to living on the streets. The whole family was still dreaming, but now a stone fell from the sky and woke them up. It's all your fault. I told you that we couldn't mortgage the house in the first place. Now look at where we are going to live without the money. Oh, whoa. Kang Jimei sat on the ground and started crying loudly. This was the life of their whole family. They didn't expect that the damned guy would actually run away with the money and not leave them a penny. It was more than 3 million yuan. Alright, what's the point of saying all this? Now that the money is definitely not coming back, can you still hit me? I tell you, even if you beat me to death, you won't get the money back. Besides, can you blame me for this? Feng Xingxiang looked at his father and yelled at him. He couldn't help but raise his neck and started yelling at him, asking why the matter had turned out like this. Anyway, their family was all at fault and it couldn't be blamed on just one person, especially his mother. If he hadn't brought Xiong Hongzhuang to their home, how could they have been so blinded by greed that they lost the house? Okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Regardless of his poor health, Feng's father began to look around the house for something, ready to give Feng Xingxiang a good beating. After finding something, he hit Feng Xingxiang directly on the body, using more force each time. Feng Xingxiang looked like a strong man, but in fact, when he was beaten he could only scream and shout desperately, and did not dare to fight back at all. If you have the guts, just beat me to death. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me. Mom, quickly stop my dad, are you really going to beat me to death? If you beat me to death, I tell you, the Feng family will have no descendants. Hearing her son's cry for mercy, Kang Jimei felt extremely distressed. She quickly asked Feng Shangmei to persuade her father. After all, their daughter was at least of some use. Shangmei, go and ask your father to stop beating your brother. Don't beat your brother to death. You have to know that you are the only child in our family. If your brother is beaten to death, not only will it cost a lot of money, but I'm afraid no one will be willing to marry him. By that time, our Feng family will really be extinct. Hearing her mother's words, Feng Shangmei nodded. She had been imprisoned by the idea of worshipping her brother for many years. She knew that no matter what, her brother's life would only be good after he got better. Even if she got married, she had to be very good to her brother. Only in this way could she gain a foothold in her husband's family. The idea of so many years had made Feng Shangmei completely ingrained. Dad, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on my brother. You should relax first. You have always been in poor health. Wouldn't it be harmful to your body if you keep doing this? We should all think of other ways to deal with this matter. There is definitely no way to buy the house now. We should make up for this matter as soon as possible. And I think what Mom said is right. If something really happens to my brother, then our Feng family will really be extinct. Even if I get married and I am bullied by my husband's family, won't you have no one to help me? Hearing his daughter say this, Feng's father heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed tired and didn't want to fight anymore. There was no way to get the house and the money back now unless they caught Xiong Hongzhuang. Only then would they have a chance to get the money. But the problem was that if even the police couldn't find someone, how much ability could they have? Don't worry, at least we still have some savings at home. Even if we can't continue to live as well as before, at least we can save enough for food and drink for a while. Feng Shangmei also knew that his father would have some preparations. If he remembered correctly, both of his parents should have some savings, which were their pensions. But now they could only use that money for emergencies. After this storm was over, they would have to find a job quickly to subsidize the family income. Chapter 23 Find a Way. Father Feng seemed to have remembered that he still had some savings, so he hurried to check the amount of money he had. When he saw the strings of zeros, he felt his blood pressure rise so much that he was so angry. If he hadn't been holding on for a breath, he would have collapsed on the spot. Where's the money? Where did my money go? Who touched my money? Is that right? Tell me if it was you who did it. Father Feng suddenly turned his gaze to Feng Xingqiang, who was standing next to him. He was the only one in the family who could do such a thing. As for why he didn't ask his wife, it was because he knew very well that his wife didn't have the courage to do so. So now there was only one person who could do it. I just used it for a while. Mom said we could make a lot of money. I thought it was just a small amount of money and we would return it sooner or later. I didn't expect that we were cheated now. Feng Xingqiang couldn't help but feel a little scared. He knew that if his family really didn't have a penny, then all the life he wanted in the future would be shattered. I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Feng's father really couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the clothesline beside him and smashed it hard on Feng Xingqiang. Even if Feng Shangmei wanted to persuade him, she couldn't stop her father's anger. It was too infuriating. No one could escape from this matter. Kang Jimei watched her son being beaten and found that her daughter's persuasion was useless. She also burst into tears in panic. All right, stop hitting him, old man. He's your son. If something really happens to him, your Feng family's incense will be gone. Even if our family has no descendants, I will beat this bastard to death. Now we don't have a penny. Do you think this thing of his can leave any incense for our Feng family? I will beat him to death. Seeing that his father really had no intention of stopping, Feng Xingqiang jumped up in fear. He was beaten so hard that he kept dodging. Just kidding, he was willing to be beaten, but that didn't mean he was really willing to be paralyzed. How dare you run away, you bastard? I'm telling you, if I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to let go of this anger in my heart. Kang Jimei couldn't help but shut up when she heard this. Yes, their family didn't have a penny now, so how could anyone be willing to give birth to a son for them? Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I have another way. Don't worry, our family will not live alone like this. I have a way. Mom and Dad, please don't be like this. I really have a way. Dad, please stop it. Hearing what Feng Xingqiang said, Feng's father put down the clothesline in his hand and sat aside, panting. Son, if you have a way, tell me what method you have to get our money back. Find a way quickly and tell me quickly. Do you know that our family is so poor that we can't even afford to eat? Seeing his mother acting so crazy, Feng Xingqiang couldn't help but feel angry. If she lived in the home of a rich second generation, she wouldn't have encountered so many things. Especially since his father had just beaten him with a clothesline, and now he felt pain every time he moved his body. If he had really been born in a wealthy family, how could he have endured such suffering? Okay, what's the method? Tell me quickly. If you can't explain it well, don't blame me for beating you again. Father Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked at his son, and asked viciously. Mom and Dad, do you still remember Pan Jun? Hearing this, the others nodded and said, of course I remembered. If it weren't for that kid, how could their family become what it is now? As a result, the 200,000 was gone, not to mention that they had also spent another 200,000 in vain. You mean to ask him to return the money he took from our family? Yes, why didn't I think of this good idea? Although the money is a little less, it can at least support our family for a period of time. I'll go find him now. Kang Jimei suddenly thought of this method and couldn't help feeling happy. But when she was about to take out her cell phone, she was stopped by Feng Xingqiang. Son, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't want the 200,000. You know how much this 200,000 means to our family. Mom, please don't be so short-sighted, okay? Really, listen to me. From what I know now, Pan Jun is very rich now, you know? I didn't see him in the Lamborghini store, he directly ordered a car, and that car is worth 8 figures, and it's almost 9 figures. What do you think will happen if he has so much money to help us? As long as we go to him, do you think he will only give us 200,000? Kang Jimei understood everything after hearing this. Yes, if Pan Jun was really rich now, how could he only care about the mere 200,000 yuan? If their family really went to him to ask for some, he would probably be very generous. You mean we should find a way to find him? He and your sister have been in love for such a long time, so they should have some feelings for each other. Let's go and find him now, and then ask him for some money. It would be best if he could keep talking about us. I used to think that guy was not good enough, but now it seems that since he is so interested, it is not impossible for us to become relatives? Kang Jimei is now extremely excited. She feels that Pan Jun will never forget his daughter. After all, they have been together for such a long time, it is impossible for him to forget about her. By that time, they will definitely find ways to take advantage of Pan Jun's mentality and peel off a piece of flesh from him. Only in this way can they make up for the loss of being cheated. That is several million, and Pan Jun's car is worth 8 figures. The comparison is simply a world of difference. Yes, that's what I think too. If we ask him for help, he must be able to help us. I don't know if that's right. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a ruthless person? Besides, he talked to my sister for such a long time, he should at least pay for the mental damages for so many years. Feng Xingxiang also had this mentality, which was why he felt it was natural for them to ask Pan Jun for money. Chapter 24 Bonus Stocks. Meanwhile, Pan Jun was having a headache because of his stomach problems, because he was very clear about one thing: the gap between himself and the Wei family was too big. Alas, now I finally understand why some people feel so much pressure when facing a club. I am also very sad now. Pan Jun couldn't help but talk to himself. Maybe his current achievements were indeed impressive in the eyes of some other people, but he must not forget one thing: his wife Wei Man was the daughter of the richest man. His assets were indeed considerable in the eyes of others, but for his wife, it was probably just her annual pocket money. Just the thought of this was enough to give him a headache. If Pan Jun wanted to impress his family in such a short period of time, he had to make 300% effort. Pan Jun walked aimlessly on the street. The system test no longer gave him any prompts, because these places were so ordinary that they would not catch the system's attention at all. Suddenly, Pan Jun remembered that there seemed to be a place he had not visited yet. He seems to have not been to the busiest commercial building in the city center yet. After all, how much reward that place will give him? He has no idea how much reward the system will give him. In particular, the higher the grade of the place, the more rewards it will give. However, he is not sure about the commercial building. After all, that place is very lively. You can use it for work or leisure, so what will happen if I clock in at the commerce building? Ding, the host is currently unsure of the number. You can choose to go and take a look, and then make a decision. Of course, I don't force the host to go. It just depends on what your needs are. The system's stereotyped voice came again. It was impossible for him to give a prompt actively, but if Pan Jun did successfully punch in there, then the reward he deserved would not be less. Hearing the system's words, Pan Jun was even more troubled. It was because he was not sure what it would look like, so he had not acted on his own. But for now, it seemed that he could go and take a look first. Anyway, it would not cause any loss to himself. In that case, I'll go to the trade building to take a look. I hope you can give me a truthful evaluation then. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he immediately drove towards the direction of the commercial building. After he stopped the car at the commercial building and stood for a while, he heard the prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully punching in at the commercial building and being awarded 30 million yuan. Thinking that he had only punched in at a commercial building and had earned 30 million yuan, such assets might be a lot in the eyes of other people. After all, some people could never make that much money in their entire life. But he had made a lot of money just by staying in this shopping mall. Maybe before he met Wei Man, he did think that these things were a lot, but after marrying the daughter of a family like Wei Man, Pan Jun would no longer have such an idea. This amount of money was not enough for the Wei family, far from enough. No, this amount of assets is still too little. It doesn't meet their family's requirements at all. Is there no way to get money quickly? Just when Pan Jun began to ponder, a man suddenly came over. This man was wearing a suit and tie and smiled at Pan Jun. He looked very amiable, which made Pan Jun unable to help but become alert. Such a person suddenly came to him. There must be something going on. "Hello, sir. I hope you are not nervous. I just want to ask you something. Do you have any ideas about stocks?" Seeing that Pan Jun didn't say anything, the man suddenly remembered something and immediately took out his business card from his pocket and put it in Pan Jun's hand. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am a stockbroker. Sir, I think you should have a considerable amount of funds. Do you want to use this money to make more money? Don't worry, we stockbrokers are all professionals. If you choose us, we will definitely give you the greatest guarantee, sir, you can rest assured." Recently, after getting that person's business card, he observed it carefully. Unexpectedly, the system told him that a side quest had been triggered at this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest. The system will reward the host with the stock price increase in the next week. Pan Jun could not have thought that he would gain such a reward just by accepting someone's business card. You have to know that the stock's growth data for the next week is likely to bankrupt him in just one day, but the possibility of gaining thousands of Zijin is really too tempting. He was still worrying at the beginning. How could he make his funds grow faster? Now he was dozing off and someone gave him a pillow. He must not miss such an opportunity. Really? After hearing what you said, am I really interested in stocks? Of course, I will also refer to your opinion, you can rest assured about this. When the man heard that he wanted to take a look at the stock performance himself, his expression obviously turned a little unhappy. After all, they all wanted to control the opening of the stock themselves, and did not want such a person who knew nothing to give them instructions. But it was obvious that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person, so if he wanted to gain his trust, he really had to do what he said when necessary. "Yes, of course, I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Since this gentleman wants us to take a look, then of course we are very happy to do so. This is the current increase in the prices of all stocks on the stock market. Sir, you can provide a reference. After all, the choice of which stocks to buy is entirely in your hands." Seeing that man politely put the tablet in his hands, which showed the most famous stocks recently, Pan Jun couldn't help but start to look at it carefully. If he had not known the stock price increase in the week when he received the system reward, he would have been deceived by the scene before him. After all, the increase in some stocks was too fast. The increase could reach 1% in just a few hours. It was simply incredible. Chapter 25. Let us eat. However, when Pan Jun saw the stocks that were officially in the limelight, he foresaw what would happen in a few days. If he really invested in them according to what the broker thought, he would probably not only lose money but also go bankrupt. So it was absolutely impossible for him to invest his money in such a stock. However, when he looked at other stocks, he found that the situation was almost the same. This showed one thing, that these stocks were all released as a cover. In fact, these stocks are very popular recently. If you invest in them, I guarantee that you will get more than 10 times your investment. The broker noticed Pan Jun's hesitation and quickly began to introduce some stocks to him. After all, these popular stocks were indeed very powerful. Even people who didn't understand stocks should know that the safest thing to do now would be to invest in these stocks. However, Pan Jun did not do as they had expected. Instead, he shook his head and pointed to another stock. "I think this stock is good, I want to invest in it." The broker was originally very happy, but when he saw the stock Pan Jun pointed out, his face suddenly fell. Was this person kidding him? He had the nerve to say that he was investing in such a stock, which had been in a slump. Could this person be ignorant? "Excuse me, sir. I don't know if you have seen this stock. It has been in a depressed state. I advise you not to invest in it. If you invest in it, you will definitely lose all your money." The broker quickly began to persuade Pan Jun not to buy such a stock, as he would really lose money. The most important point was that if Pan Jun bought this stock, there would be no profit to be made from it. At that time, wouldn't he have wasted so much time arguing with this person in vain? "No, I want to buy this stock. I think this stock is particularly good. Sir, I know you may not trust me, or you may have been thinking about other things, but I am telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go ask other people whether this stock is suitable to buy. You think that since you have chosen us, we will definitely give you the best service, don't you think so? If you still make mistakes under our service, doesn't it mean that you don't trust us? We also recommend you to buy better stocks with the purpose of making you money. Don't worry, sir, we are professionals and we will never cheat you. The broker was still trying to persuade Pan Jun to buy other stocks, but Pan Jun was determined to buy the depressed stock, which made the broker curse in his heart. Who the hell is this guy? If he doesn't know anything, he should at least know what it means to listen to advice. The agent really didn't want to continue talking to Pan Jun. He now understood that the man in front of him was not only a poor guy, but also a very poor guy. Not only that, he was also a layman who didn't listen to other people's advice. If he had money, how could he buy that depressed stock? It was only a dozen cents per share. It's his bad luck. Talking to such a person is a waste of his time, and he can't make any money. Well, since he is interested, then push him to someone else. The agent immediately called the female agent beside him. This girl came here for an internship, so she has been following behind him. Now hand this man over to him. Even if he makes a mistake, it can't be blamed on him. This girl is a traitor. If you have any questions, just tell her. I have other things to do, so I will leave first. Don't worry, he is also a professional. Hello, sir. I will take care of the rest of the things. Which stock do you plan to buy? I will help you register it now. The female trader didn't quite understand what this man was like. She just heard that the person she was studying suddenly asked her for help. The man was actually a little unhappy in his heart. She guessed that this man must be a poor guy with no money to make, so he pushed the task onto her. I plan to buy all of this stock. After Pan Jun told the female trader the name of the stock he wanted to buy, he couldn't help but be surprised, and she also advised. Sir, we are not trying to deceive you. We are telling you the truth. This stock is not worth buying at all. You must think carefully. I know. I've thought about it now. I said I want to buy them all. Do you still need me to repeat it? Pan Jun nodded affirmatively again. He knew what these people were thinking, but he really didn't need their reminders. He had already made decisions on many things. Besides, he had such ability, wouldn't it be a shame not to use it? Well, sir, since you've already said that, we can't say anything more. How much money do you plan to invest? When the female trader saw Pan Jun talking to them in a very impatient tone, she realized that this person might have really run out of patience. If they continued, they might offend this person. 30 million. Remember, I only use my money to buy that one share. After hearing the number Pan Jun said, the female trader was even more shocked. What was going on? Did she hear it right? How much money did this person just say? Excuse me, sir. What did you just say? Are you saying that you should use all your 30 million yuan to buy this stock? If that's the case, sir, I advise you to think carefully about it. This amount of money is no joke. The female trader kindly reminded him again. After all, it was really surprising to have so much money suddenly. But even though those two people said so much, Pan Jun didn't listen at all. I know what you want to say. I also said that this is my own business. Don't worry. Since I said that I have invested all the money, then it must be all invested. Even if I lose money at that time, it is a safe issue and has nothing to do with you. I think it is finally okay to say this. Can we execute it normally according to the procedures now? Chapter 26 Treat. The trainee female trader nodded online. Of course, she was eager for this person to transfer the money to her as soon as possible. You know, it was 30 million, not 300 yuan. Even if the stock he bought was not successful, she would still get a lot of commission. She made a lot of money. She made a lot of money. Of course, sir, I will take you to draw up a contract. Come with me, we will go over here. The female trader excitedly took Pan Jun to the other side to go through a series of procedures. The broker at the side was indeed looking at the direction where the two of them left with a shocked face. That was 30 million, how much commission would he get at that time? But now, it was a bargain for nothing. The female trader was still an intern. If the people above knew about it, they would think. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He wished he could go back a few minutes ago and slap himself hard. All that money was gone just like that. And he could easily come up with so much money. It can be seen that the man must be a hidden rich man. If I can establish a good relationship with him, why would I worry about not having investment? The agent was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He realized that he absolutely couldn't think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he would be. On this side, after Pan Jun finished all his tasks, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is waiting to double the money he invested. The matter has been completed, and the reward given to him by the system has been successful. When Pan Jun returned home, he was still thinking about how to make Wei Manman's family look at him with admiration. He couldn't just give these rewards for punching in fairly and make the Wei family look at him with admiration. The most important thing was that if the money was always in his hands, he would only be able to spend it in the end, and he could not get more money as he thought. This meant that he had to find a way, and stocks were just one of the ways. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Just at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, he didn't expect that it was his good brother calling. But why did he suddenly call at this time? Hey, brother, what are you doing recently? It seems like I haven't contacted you for a long time. Can you tell me what you are doing recently? I can help you with some reference. I really don't understand what's going on in your mind. Alas, you have suffered a lot by marrying such a woman. Before Pan Jun could say anything, he heard a voice from the other end of the phone coming over. The voice had a complaining tone that Pan Jun found ridiculous, but he also knew that his brother was doing it for his own good. Okay, brother, there's no point in talking about this now. You didn't call me just to talk about this, did you? I don't think. Hey, if I'm free recently, I'll treat you to a meal. Let me tell you, I just learned how to invest, I bought some stocks, and you know the result? I made a lot of money, so I want to treat you to celebrate. For dinner, you can choose the time and place, of course. I can't do anything about it if it's a very expensive place. Hearing this, Pan Jun also laughed. Of course, this was because he had not done some things. However, his good brother actually played stocks, so could he consider talking to him about it? Okay, brother, I almost forgot something important. I told you that I am investing in stocks now and have made some money. Are you interested? If you are interested, I can bring you into the industry. Although my strength is not as good as those particularly powerful people, I still have some vision. After all, if you don't have money, you will not be able to deal with Feng Xingmei's family in the future. Their family is really too extreme. I want to tell you why you. Oh, forget it. As a brother, I am embarrassed to keep saying more, otherwise you two will have relationship problems and blame me in the end. The man on the phone was also speechless. He couldn't understand why his good brother had such poor vision. I know, thanks, brother. Actually, I forgot to tell you something. I'm already married, but the person I married is not her. Maybe what you said is true. After breaking up with her, I suddenly feel a lot more relaxed. I don't need to be as tired as before. Pan Jun's tone was very relaxed when he spoke, so the person on the other end of the phone didn't say anything. He just felt fortunate that he and Pan Jun had been good brothers for so many years, but in the end he suffered such a big loss in the relationship. It made people angry just thinking about it, but now that he have broken up, everything will slowly get better. No matter who you marry, just don't marry that woman. Don't you see that woman has always been a demon who wants to make a living for her brother? If you say her brother is a little ambitious, that's fine. But the important thing is that he is destined to be unmotivated. The whole family depends on you alone to support them. Even if you have a lot of money, there is nothing you can do. Well, let's leave it at that. Anyway, I'm embarrassed to say anything more to you. Since Pan Jun and Feng Xingmei have already separated, he must want to say more. After all, he has endured it for a long time, but that woman and her family are not appreciative at all. It is better for them to separate now. Pan Jun just smiled when he heard such words. He did not tell him that he had married the daughter of the richest man. After all, it was too unbelievable. Moreover, he did not understand the Wei family's attitude towards him. It would be better for him to deal with his wife's family first and then tell him about this matter. At least by then he would have some security. You said you were playing stocks, right? Actually, we are really brothers. I just bought a share of a stock and it feels pretty good. Pan Jun told his good brother about his stock purchase. After hearing what he said, the other party wanted to crawl out of the phone directly. This kid knew nothing. Could he have bought some junk stocks? If that really came to the point, wouldn't he be about to lose everything? Brother, you must have been cheated. I also checked the stock you bought. It's a junk stock. Tell me who recommended it to you. I'm going to settle the score with him. Chapter 27 Check-in at the mall. No, I chose it myself. I think I'm very optimistic about that stock. And if you play the stock market, you should know that sometimes blessings are not necessarily true. Some stocks can soar to the sky, but they can soon decline. Some stocks will continue to move slowly, but one day they will also soar to the sky. Pan Jun shook his head and told him his thoughts. He just wanted to win by playing it safe. After all, the stock had been in a relatively stable state. It would not lose money, but it would not make much money either. That's true, but the one you voted for was so bad that I even doubted whether you were really cheated. The person on the other end of the phone still didn't quite believe it, but now that the money had been invested, it was probably too late to regret. He just prayed that he didn't invest too much money, otherwise he would really be cheated out of everything. Then can you tell me how much money you invested? If it's too little, forget it. If it's too much, find a way for me quickly. You must not lose it, do you understand? Otherwise, you will really lose everything. Hearing his friend's words, Pan Jun smiled and nodded, indicating that he already knew it. As for the money, to be honest, he felt a little embarrassed. 30 million invested. What? How much? How much did you invest? After hearing the number Pan Jun said, his friends were stunned. Why would he invest so much? Is he kidding? Where did he get so much money? Wasn't he already penniless? You heard me right. That's the number I said. Hearing Pan Jun's words made his friend even more surprised. Could it be that this kid had done something else? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked in a low voice. Explain to me quickly, kid. Where did you get so much money? Did you embezzle public funds? I'm warning you, if this is true, you'll be finished once it's discovered. Do you understand? My friend is really getting anxious now. How can he do such a thing? If he is really found out, what will he do? He should consider mortgaging his house first to raise some money, so that he won't have the chance to save himself. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? This money is mine, but it's a long story. But you can rest assured that this money is legitimate and is in my own account. I swear to you, so you can believe it. Pan Jun felt speechless after hearing what his friend said. Could it be that in his eyes, he was the kind of person who would do anything for money? Ah, that's fine. I'm really scared. But you're really good. You have so much money all of a sudden. It's amazing. When he heard that the money belonged to Pan Jun, he couldn't help but feel relieved, but at the same time he was also very shocked. When did this kid get so much money? However, he also knew very well that it was better not to ask too much about something that was not his own business, so he didn't continue to ask. Alright brother, since you've already invested the money, I can't say anything as your brother. If you can't eat in the future, just come to me. Hearing his friend say such words, most people would have been angry a long time ago, but how could Pan Jun not know what his friend meant? He couldn't help laughing. Go to hell. I was hoping to double my money. The two talked for a while and soon hung up the phone. Now that things have come to this point, they can only take it one step at a time. But speaking of it, since he has already married Wei Man Man, it seems that he has never given Wei Man Man a gift since their marriage. It just so happens that he has some money in his hand, so he might as well take this opportunity to buy her a gift and sign in at the mall. After all, he has never been to that mall yet. After thinking clearly about what he wanted to do, Pan Jun immediately drove to the largest shopping mall. Looking at the building in front of him and the cars coming and going at the door, Pan Jun couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a place was something he couldn't even imagine before. He would only come here to consume once a year at most. There was no other way. Who would dare to come to this place without money? Of course, it is undeniable that some people would come here deliberately to find some rich people. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the mall. There was no sound immediately after this sentence was said. Pan Jun felt a little strange. What about reward? Is there no reward yet? Just when Pan Jun was feeling confused, the system suddenly made a sound again. The reward host is the owner of this mall. Wait, what does this mean? I don't quite understand. What do you mean by I am the owner of this mall? Is this what I understand? After hearing about the reward, Pan Jun couldn't help swallowing and asked word by word, his understanding should be correct. Host, it is what you understand. The ownership of this mall is now in your hands. After hearing the system's confirmation, Pan Jun couldn't help but be delighted in his heart. This shopping mall is the largest one in terms of area, and all the things inside are dazzling, and most importantly, they are very expensive. Not only that, this shopping mall with the largest area has a daily flow of at least tens of thousands of people. It can be said that the rent here alone is over 100 million yuan a year. This means that the profits from this shopping mall alone are enough to allow him to join the ranks of the wealthy and powerful. After all, this shopping mall is not something that ordinary people can get. When he thinks about the final ownership of this shopping mall being in his hands, Pan Jun feels that he has made a fortune. You know, the rewards the system gave him in the beginning were mostly material and monetary, but he had thought about it at the beginning that these things would not play a big role in his hands. But the shopping mall that was rewarded now was different, as it was an industrial issue. Nothing is more reliable than a genuine industry. In the future, as long as he can run this shopping mall himself, he will only make more and more money instead of losing money. What's more, even if he really can't do it at that time, he can just sell this shopping mall. This is a real business. Chapter 28 Begging for Mercy. After hearing what Feng Xingxiang said, the Feng family here have all started to think about it, but Feng Shimi is the only one who is a little absent-minded. After all, their family has no relationship with Pan Jun now, not to mention the feelings of so many years. If they really have feelings for her, then they would not have rejected her because of the 200,000 yuan. My daughter, the hope of our whole family is now tied to you. You must seize the opportunity. Think about her. Since she is so rich, it's no big deal for you to borrow some money from her. Don't worry, as long as our family can get through this time, it will be fine. Besides, don't you still like him? Then you can go to him and act like a spoiled child, and you won't have to pay back the money, right? And you can also live the life of a rich lady in the future. Isn't this what you have always dreamed of? You must think clearly at this time, don't be stupid. Kang Jimei saw that Feng Shangmei looked reluctant and immediately began to persuade her. Now was not the time to joke around. You have to know that their family really couldn't afford a penny. If they didn't quickly find a sucker to help with the first aid, then their whole family would have to sleep on the street. I don't want it. I absolutely won't agree to it. If you don't feel ashamed, I will. Why did you suddenly break up with him? Don't you know what's going on? We were about to get married, but you suddenly said so much about love, and he got angry and married another woman. How can I beg him now? Feng Shangmei couldn't help feeling aggrieved when she thought about the boy she had liked for many years, who left her because of money. Even if he gave 200,000 yuan to her brother, what would it matter? The money would belong to her after they got married. Silly girl, you must not go on such a trip at this time. Do you know that as long as he is willing to pay, even if we sell the car, it will be enough for our family to live a rich life for the rest of our lives? You must not be so stubborn. Come on, let's find a way to find out where he is. Don't worry, you will dress up beautifully and you will definitely be able to attract his attention. By then, won't the money be easy to get? Kang Jimei still tried to persuade them earnestly, but for some reason, Feng Shangmei, who had been very obedient to her, refused to do this time. This made Kang Jimei and the others very angry. They decided to find Pan Jun's whereabouts as soon as possible and then deal with the rest of the matter after that. Go, find out where he has been, and then come back and tell us, and we will go find him right away. There was no other choice, so Kang Jimei's entire family went out to ask around where Pan Jun was. As expected, hard work pays off. After their persistence, they finally found out Pan Jun's current destination. After learning where Pan Jun was, the family hurriedly brought their whole family to the shopping mall in front of them. Wow, the things sold in a mall like this must not be cheap. Oh my god, when did this guy become so rich? Looking at the shopping mall in front of them, Kang Jimei and her family seemed to have never seen it before. They swallowed and said with great emotion that these were places they had never dared to imagine before. I know. The cheapest item here costs dozens of dollars, and it's just a very small piece. If you want to buy clothes here, you can't buy it without 5 figures. Feng Xingxiang jumped out immediately and said hurriedly that this place was really what he had always dreamed of. After all, he used to want to come here and splurge, but his family situation was there. Every time Pan Jun gave him money, he would pretend to be a rich man and come here for a stroll, but it was a pity that he could only look at those things and smack his lips, but was reluctant to pay for them. What? This place is so expensive. That guy can actually come here, which means he must have money. The 200,000 must still be in his hands. Let's go, find a way to find him quickly. It would be best if we can get the money back. When Kang Jimei heard these words, she was frightened and screamed, causing the people around her to look at them with disgust. Even if those who came here to consume were not rich, they were at least from a well-off family and could still afford it. However, seeing how stingy these people were, no one would have a good impression of them. It was really unlucky that such people would come here to buy clothes. Son, quickly call your sister over. I'll take her there later so she can find the guy. You guys just stand guard at the door. If you see her coming out, call us immediately. Feng Xingqian was very unhappy when he heard this, wondering why he couldn't go in when he came here. However, thinking about the purpose of their visit this time, he finally gritted his teeth and made a phone call to call Feng Shangmei out. Mom, why did you ask me to come out? I told you I won't look for him. If you really don't mind being embarrassed, then go find him yourself. I can't afford to lose face with this guy anyway. After Feng Shangmei arrived at the entrance of the mall, she couldn't help but feel irritated when she saw her father and brother standing at the entrance. She didn't have the face to see Pan Jun at all, so how could she ask him for money? Did her mother really want to give up the last bit of her daughter? Oh, what are you talking about? We are just here, and suddenly I think this mall is really nice. I want to take you to buy some clothes or jewelry or something. This should be fine. I also know that you have been wronged by your relationship with him. Mom still has a little money in her hand. Just accompany me to the supermarket and buy you something to compensate you. This should be fine, right? Okay, let's go quickly. Your brother wants to go in, but I didn't take him. After Kang Jimei finished speaking, she dragged Feng Shangmei into the shopping mall without waiting for her to say anything. As for whether they were going to buy something or to find someone, they both knew it very well, so there was no need to say it directly. Let's just wait here and see what he says. Anyway, we have to find a way to get some money out of that guy. Chapter 29, Almost a Car Accident. After the two of them entered the mall, Kang Jimei's careful look around made Feng Shangmei a little confused at first. Was she here to look for someone, or was she really here to buy clothes for her? After all, her focused look really made people curious. Hey, that guy, the place seems nice, let's go check it out. Suddenly, Kang Jimei seemed to see something, and immediately pulled Feng Shangmei over happily, looking carefully as they walked. Sure enough, when they arrived at the store, they found that clothes were indeed sold there. However, Kang Jimei's eyes were not on the clothes, but on a man in the store. It seemed that her gaze was too intense. After the man turned around and saw the man again, Kang Jimei's face suddenly fell again. Alas, she didn't expect that just by looking at his back, she felt that he was somewhat similar, but when she looked at his face, he was really average. Seeing this, Feng Shangmei had nothing else to understand. Her face turned pale and she dragged her mother out of the store and dragged her outside. Mom, what are you doing? I've already told you that I don't have the face to go find him, but what are you doing? You have no shame, but I still have some. Feng Shangmei was really talking without thinking. She couldn't stand it anymore. Didn't she know what kind of person her mother was? Just now, she actually had the illusion that her mother was here to buy her clothes, but now it seemed that buying clothes was fake and she was really looking for someone. What are you talking about? I'm warning you. If you don't find that guy right away, our family will be finished. You've heard your brother talk about his current status. That car is worth 8 figures. Just think about how much money our family can make in a year. Besides, I didn't say that he must give the car to your brother. We just want him to return the 200,000 to me. Kang Jimei felt a little embarrassed when her daughter said this. Wasn't she doing this for the sake of their whole family? Now all their money had been defrauded. If they didn't find someone to help them quickly, would the whole family really have to sleep on the street and eat garbage? I told you I would find a job and work hard to support you. You look really ugly now. After Feng Shangmei finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. She didn't want to continue talking anymore, as she would be the one who would be embarrassed. When Kang Jimei saw that her daughter was actually planning to leave, she immediately chased after her, jokingly saying that her daughter was now a talisman that could protect their family, but she absolutely could not let her run away now. She had to get the money no matter what. Shangmei, stop right there. I know we did something wrong, but we have no choice now. How about this? You can ask him for mercy later. At worst, we can just return it to him, right? That should be fine, right? Kang Jimei was also very clear about her daughter's temper, and she must never annoy her, otherwise it would be a waste of time and effort. But Feng Shangmei seemed not to have heard it. Instead, she quickened her pace and walked forward. She wanted to go back now. It was so embarrassing. Kang Jimei suddenly burst out her potential, rushed in front of Feng Shangmei and stopped her. Stupid girl, we've raised you for so long, how come you can't even do such a small thing? I warn you to come back with me immediately. If we can't find that guy, we don't have to come back today. When Feng Shangmei heard this, she couldn't help but reach out and push Kang Jimei, but she knew that she couldn't go. If Pan Jun knew about it, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. You stupid girl, you dared to push me away. Go away. I have to find him today even if I have to turn them all upside down. The man actually started to fall down on the road. During this process, Kang Jimei's old illness flared up. She suddenly stepped back and fell heavily on the road. Just then, a luxury car suddenly braked and stopped in front of Kang Jimei, and she almost got hit. Kang Jimei looked at the luxury car that appeared in front of her and couldn't help but burst into tears, because she knew that it was her fault no matter what. However, she admitted it in her heart but couldn't show it on the surface. Although he didn't know much about cars, this car should be worth a lot of money. She would just cry here and didn't believe that this person would not pay for it. Oh woo-woo. Pan Jun felt speechless when he saw the man who suddenly burst into tears. He really didn't expect that there would be a person on the road, and appeared in front of him very quickly. Fortunately, the braking performance of this sports car was very good, and to be on the safe side, he had already installed a driving recorder, so if this person really wanted to commit fraud at that time, there would be a record. But after he waited, did he find that the person in front of him wanted to leave? Instead, he kept crying, which made people around him curious. Could he have been hit by a car? Pan Jun thought of this and there was nothing he didn't understand. It turned out that this person wanted to scam him. If that was the case, don't blame him for being rude. I'm fine, auntie. The brakes are very good. Otherwise, the car would have run right over you and you wouldn't even have the chance to cry. Besides, you suddenly appeared in front of my car. If you really want to scam me, we'll call the police. Pan Jun got off the car as he was talking, but when he got to the front of the car, he saw that it was a very familiar person, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Pan Jun, I never thought it was you. What's the point of pretending to be a victim? Auntie just fell to the ground accidentally. This is all a misunderstanding. Please don't think too much about it. Kang Jimei didn't expect that the person driving this luxury car was Pan Jun, whom she had never favored. She stopped crying and immediately said with a smile that even if he wanted to commit fraud now, he didn't mean to do that. As long as she could catch her son-in-law, the money from the fraud would be nothing. This car alone was worth a lot of money. Could it be the 8-digit car her son mentioned? In that case, auntie, can you let go of my hand and let me go first? Pan Jun no longer has any good feelings towards this family. Chapter 30 Disgusting. No, son-in-law. Hearing Kang Jimei suddenly calling him like this, Pan Jun suddenly felt disgusted. Their two families no longer had any relationship, so what did she mean by doing this all of a sudden? Could she really be here to scam me? She just had other ideas in her mind after seeing that the car was his? I have to say that what Pan Jun thought this time was true. Their family is really in a state of poverty now. They probably came to ask me for money. I'm sorry, our two families don't have any relationship now. Please be careful and don't say such things. I already have a wife and I don't want to be misunderstood by my wife. Unexpectedly, Pan Jun would say such words directly and coldly, which almost broke Feng Shengmei's heart. She knew that it was wrong for her and Pan Jun to separate suddenly, but she really had no choice at the time, and she still liked Pan Jun in her heart. Alas, in the final analysis, this matter is all my fault, son-in-law. No, Pan Jun, this matter is all my fault. Please forgive us, okay? I swear we will never treat you like that again. Look at the relationship between you and my daughter for such a long time. How can you break it off just like that? Alas, you don't know that our Shangmei has always been thinking about you. She couldn't even eat these days, you see. Kang Jimei immediately dragged Feng Shangmei in front of Pan Jun, begging him, and said to him, looking at Feng Shangmei looking at him with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant, Pan Jun felt a little disgusted. What on earth does this family mean? I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with me. Our two families had a complete falling out back then, so how dare you come to me for help? Pan Jun's face immediately turned cold, and he said to the two people in a stern voice that since the relationship had been severed, it must be severed completely. Even if our two families cannot become relatives, you two have been together for such a long time. Even if you are friends, can't you help each other? Pan Jun, even if your aunt begs you, can you? Think about it, you have been with our Shangmei for so many years, is there really no room for redemption? We also know that we were too harsh on you at the beginning, but you knew what happened at that time. You thought that only if we keep pushing you, you can keep improving. Don't you think so? Pan Jun, don't blame your aunt for speaking harshly. How can you know some things without pushing? Look, you can afford such a luxury car now, can you help us again? Auntie is begging you. Kang Jimei saw Pan Jun looking at them with a cold expression, and she knew that they had made Pan Jun completely angry. Now it seemed that there was really no room for follow-up, but she was really unwilling to accept it. Why did this happen? If she had known that their son-in-law, whom they had not favored, had such great ability, she would never have thrown away such a person for the sake of the 200,000 yuan. The more she thought about this matter, the more upset she felt. Without even looking at the luxury car, she looked at her daughter who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and she felt extremely anxious. She had to grab this rich son-in-law. Auntie, I call you that now because I still have some manners. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude to you. If it doesn't work, we'll call the police. Anyway, I have plenty of time to waste here with you. Just as Pan Jun was about to move his legs, he found that he was being held tightly by someone. Ah, the person holding his legs was obviously Kang Jimei. After finding out that Pan Jun wanted to leave, she held him even more tightly and would not let him leave. Shangmei, please talk to him properly. I'm begging you, okay? You know what our family is like now. If it continues like this, let alone what will happen to our family, you will have to sleep on the street with us. We don't ask for much. We just want him to help us. You just need to ask, okay? Really, we don't want much. We just want to get through this difficult time. I'm begging you, okay? Please talk to Pan Jun properly, okay? Kang Jimei suddenly turned to Feng Shangmei and begged her to speak to Pan Jun in person. After all, he had a very precise plan and it was not easy for her as the elder to say it. After all, he had been in a relationship with his daughter for a long time and it was impossible for him to break up just like that. Mom! Feng Shengmei's face suddenly turned red, but when she saw the pitiful appearance of her mother's clothes, she couldn't help but soften her heart. After all, why did her mother do this? It was all for their big family. If her plea could really make her mother feel better, then she was willing to give it a try. In addition, Pan Jun now looks like a very successful person, especially his clothes and the luxury car behind him, which makes her extremely excited. She really couldn't even dare to think about it before, but now, her former closest lover has such a high achievement. I'm afraid that if she pleads with him, he will agree. When Feng Shangmei thought that she could get such a man, her heart began to get restless. Pan Jun. I know this is a bit hard to talk about, but it was really just an accident. All our family's money was swindled away by a liar. Now we are penniless. If we don't find a solution, we will really have to sleep on the street. So my mother and I are here to ask you if you can help us? Seeing Feng Shangmei actually willing to lower herself to beg for mercy, Pan Jun was stunned for a moment. What was going on with this family? He seemed to have made it clear to them at the beginning that it had nothing to do with him, right? Was this an attempt to blackmail him morally? I know, it would be very embarrassing to ask you to help our family all of a sudden. After all, there is so much money missing all of a sudden. If I want you to give it out, you can't just give it to us without any compensation. So if you are willing to help us, then I am willing to be with you again. Feng Shangmei thought that after she said this, Pan Jun would at least make a statement, but he still looked at her unmoved, which made Feng Shangmei feel a little embarrassed. Could it be that this bargaining chip was not enough? Chapter 31 Make Money. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you think this is enough for you? Then what do you want in exchange for lending me the money? Okay, I know. I know what you want. Feng Shangmei suddenly burst into tears, which made Pan Jun feel even more confused. He seemed to have said nothing, so how could this person understand everything? I didn't say anything, did I? What's the reason for you crying all of a sudden? Are you trying to scam me? How can I warn you? There are surveillance cameras around here. Pan Jun looked at the mother and daughter in front of him with a vigilant look. He was really unlucky when he went out today. Not only was one of them trying to scam him, but the other one was also crying. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think he had done something to the mother and daughter. No, you don't have to be like this. I already know. Okay, I can tell you this. If you are willing to save our whole family, then I am willing to give myself to you. Haven't you always wanted to get my body? Then I agree as long as you are willing to save us. Seeing Feng Xingmei's reckless appearance, Pan Jun couldn't help but grow up, staring at the woman in front of him with his mouth wide open. What did she say just now? She wanted to dedicate herself to him. Could this woman really be mentally ill? He didn't seem to say this from beginning to end. Wait, what do you mean? Pan Jun was very afraid that he might have misunderstood. After all, in his impression, Feng Shangmei was not that kind of person at all. So he must have heard it wrong. No, you heard me right. I'm telling the truth. I'm willing to devote myself to you as long as you help our family. Feng Shangmei said it again, which made Pan Jun feel sick immediately. He really didn't expect that his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for so many years, would be such a person. The thought of it made him feel sick. Don't come over here, you really make me feel very disgusted. Hearing Pan Jun's words, Feng Shengmei's originally flushed face suddenly turned extremely pale. What did she just hear? The person she had been thinking about all the time actually said that she was disgusting. Why did she do this? Wasn't it Pan Jun who forced her to do this? You actually said I was disgusting. Why would I do this? Isn't it your fault? If you were willing to help our family, I wouldn't have said such things. I did all this for my family, and you actually still think I'm disgusting. We've been together for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am? You actually said I made you feel disgusted. You really disappoint me. The more Pan Jun heard these words, the more he thought about it, the more puzzled he felt. Why did he suddenly have the brainwave to fall for such a person and spend so much money and time on her? The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. He wished he could slap himself a few times so that he would remember this lesson. I hope you won't ruin the good impression you have in my heart. So, just let it go. Take care of yourself. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he forcibly broke free from Tang Jimei's hand, returned to the car, and drove away. Feng Shengmei just watched Pan Jun leave and suddenly started crying. She knew that she and Pan Jun could never go back to the past. After all, he had said those words at the beginning. Even if Pan Jun really came back to find her, she would not be able to face him again. You stupid girl, why did you let him go? Do you know what a great opportunity you gave up? As long as we get that boy, we won't have to pay for your brother's wedding house and your dowry. Kang Jimei was furious when she saw her daughter Feng Shengmei looking distraught. This damn girl didn't even seize such a good opportunity. She was so angry that she was dying. What a useless thing. Let's go. After Feng Shengmei finished speaking, she walked away without looking back, leaving Kang Jimei desperately calling out to her behind. However, she turned a deaf ear to him. In the final analysis, this was her own fault, and he no longer wanted to ask any more questions. Pan Jun, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh as he thought about what happened today after returning home. Forget it, let the past be regarded as a passing cloud. Now he has a new life. He was seen busy with his own things for several days in a row, especially today. He was very excited to see the stock he bought, which suddenly began to enter an upward stage. He couldn't help but get excited. He knew that the reward given to him by the system was still very effective. The stock that everyone looked down on at the beginning is now advancing by leaps and bounds and surpassing the one that was better than before. Pan Jun was also very clear about his abilities. He only had a week, so he had no idea what the future would be like. He must not be lucky. He had no way of going forward. Since this stock had been discovered by more people, its value would always be discounted in the future. Seeing that the value of the stock he was selling now exceeded 100 million, Pan Jun immediately found someone to sell it without thinking. After making sure that all the stocks he bought had been sold, Pan Jun smiled happily when he saw the extra money suddenly appearing in his account. It was amazing. He received more than 100 million in return with just a few tens of millions. Not only did he buy back his principal, but it also far exceeded the interest. The good brother who was talking to Pan Jun on the phone was discussing stocks with others at this time. They really didn't expect that the stock that no one was optimistic about at the beginning would suddenly advance by leaps and bounds. The momentum was very strong. They couldn't help but regret in their hearts why they didn't buy that stock at the beginning. Oh, I really regret it. If I had known earlier, I should have spent a little money to buy it. Now I want to slap myself a few times when I think about it. I thought I understood the stock market, but now it seems that it was all fake. Oh, you don't know this, right? I heard that the value of a stock has far exceeded its value. It can be said that all the people who bought that stock at the beginning have made a fortune now, and the money has even increased by more than 10 times. I really regret it. Now I definitely can't easily see which stock has a positive momentum. I must find a way to continue to learn more in the future. Really, you haven't seen a stock? Does it have a lot of momentum now? Now even if we have a lot of money, we can't afford it. Chapter 32 Sign in at the beauty salon. Seeing his good friend talking about stocks, the man couldn't help but move forward and want to listen carefully. After all, the chance of suddenly making a net profit of more than 10 times was really enviable. If he could meet such a person and ask him for advice, then he would not have to worry about not making money in the future. Alas, there is no way to explain it. After all, this is how society is now. But the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did the stock they were talking about sound so familiar to him? If he remembered correctly, he must have heard of it somewhere before. But the problem was that he had never bought this stock. At most, he had heard others talk about a stock that had been in a. No, if my memory is correct, someone did buy this stock, and that person was my good brother Pan Jun. Yes, that's right, it was him who told me about this stock. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his mobile phone, called Pan Jun's number and asked him about this matter. Brother, I want to ask you something now. You must tell me the truth. Is this thing true? Hearing the inquiry from the other end of the phone, Pan Jun smiled and explained to him that he had indeed bought the stock and had already sold it. He also explained to him why he bought the stock in the first place. He just said that he felt that such behavior was safer and that he also saw the potential of the stock. This made the man couldn't help but marvel. He had thought that he had always been a master in playing stocks, but he didn't expect that it was all fake. Compared with his good brother, he was really far behind. I originally thought that I was a relatively proficient person, but I didn't expect that I was still a small witch compared to you. Okay, brother, I take back what I said at the beginning. Now it's not just me who should treat you to a meal, I guess you should treat me to a meal. When Pan Jun heard this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. If he was invited to dinner, he would definitely do it. Okay, if we're going to have a meal, you can decide the time and place. Okay, but I'm busy now. Let's do it another day. I will blackmail you severely another day. Sigh, to be honest, I really regret it now. Why didn't I listen to you that day? If I had invested a little money, wouldn't I have made as much money as you now? Sigh, thinking about it really makes me regret it. By the way, actually, I'm a little embarrassed to call you several times, because I just wanted to ask you to guide me again. I'm really far behind you. Sure, no problem. We are brothers anyway, so what's wrong with that? Next time I want to buy stocks, I'll take you with me. You know, if you suddenly make so much money, you must keep some conservative preparations. Hearing this, the man did not doubt anything. After all, this is human nature. If someone suddenly makes a lot of money, if he really gets lost in it, he will probably not only lose everything, but also lose all the money he has earned. Only people like Pan Jun who can keep a normal mind will make more and more money. Okay, brother, I'll be waiting for you then. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Next, Pan Jun thought about how to use the money to acquire more industries. Now he completely understood that industries were the safest, but Pan Jun also knew very well that if he only relied on the methods given by the system, it would be too slow and there would not be much guarantee, so he must speed up his learning in this area. As Pan Jun was thinking this, he soon arrived at a nearby beauty salon. He thought for a long time and suddenly heard the system prompt again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the beauty salon. Reward, the host's appearance has soared. When Pan Jun heard the reward given to him by the system, he suddenly remembered that he almost forgot that he did not go to the beauty salon to check in last time. He did not expect that his check-in this time would improve his appearance a lot. Although he was not very clear about what he looked like now, looking at the admiration of passers-by, it can be seen that the reward this time should not be small. Well, can this brother give me your contact information? At this moment, an innocent-looking girl suddenly appeared in front of Pan Jun, and asked him with a blushing face. Pan Jun was stunned for a moment, and found that the girl was pushed aside by another person. Get lost. You look at yourself like this, and you still have the nerve to ask for contact information from others. This little brother is not as good as me. Let's add each other's contact information. Suddenly, a woman with a hot body and beautiful appearance appeared in front of him with a charming look. Pan Jun was really at a loss as to what to do. Haha, what can you two give him? Why don't you just follow me? As long as you are willing to accompany me, I can satisfy you with whatever you want. At this moment, a woman in gorgeous clothes suddenly appeared in front of Pan Jun. The ring on her hand and the necklace on her neck were enough to prove that her family was either rich or noble, and very wealthy. If Pan Jun understood correctly, what she meant by that sentence was that she regarded herself as a gigolo. Even if we can't give him anything, what can you give him, except money? We are a younger company than yours, and you can't get anything like this no matter how much money you spend. The woman who was pushed aside suddenly became unhappy. Just because of me, he can save decades of hard work. What about you? What new happiness you can give him is only temporary. He will soon know what he should want. This statement is indeed true. After all, some people really want to work less for a few decades, but what they didn't expect is that Pan Jun's current wealth is also very considerable. Little brother, why don't you give me your contact information? I'm different from them. I just ask that you come and see me once in a while. Now when those two people started to confront each other, another girl appeared in front of Pan Jun. Her dress was obviously different from the previous two people, and she looked very cute. Chapter 33 Problems with the Company. Seeing this in the mirror, he felt speechless. He didn't want to stay any longer. What was wrong with this group of people? Could it be that his clothes made them think he was a gigolo? However, seeing so many people suddenly become obsessed with him, he was still very proud in his heart. It seemed that this should be a reward for his improved appearance. Although those women were indeed attractive, Pan Jun did not forget that he was already married. Since you have successfully signed in, why are you still staying here? Thinking of this, Pan Jun went straight to the car he bought, opened the door, got in, and drove away. The women who were originally arguing there suddenly became silent when they saw this, especially the rich woman who was a little surprised. Originally, they really thought that Pan Jun just had a good-looking face, but they didn't expect him to be so rich. Oh, I didn't expect my brother to be so rich. It's such a pity. If we had known that, we should have tried harder and got his contact information. It would be great if I could sit in that car with my brother. Just thinking about it would make my life complete. Those women were all very regretful. After all, it was very rare to find such a handsome and rich man. If they had seized the opportunity, it would not have been impossible at the beginning. It's a pity that they were too eager for quick success, which led to Pan Jun's bad impression of them. The rich woman on the other side was beating her chest and stamping her feet. After all, Pan Jun's face was too much to her liking. She thought that if it was an ordinary family or worse off than hers, then as long as she had enough funds, she would not be afraid that the boy would not follow her. But now it seems that all is gone. Just look at the car he drives, which is of the same grade as hers, which means that his wealth is at least not much different from hers. Alas, everyone felt a little regretful when they thought about it. It seemed that all the plans had gone down the drain. Wei Man, who was completely unaware of the situation, was also filled with worry at this time, but she really didn't expect that her company would get into such a big trouble. What should I do? If this continues, the company will be finished. Who would do this? It's really too despicable. Wei Man couldn't help but sigh and began to talk to herself. She really didn't know what was going to happen. Since he returned to China, the development of the company has been smooth sailing, and she has never encountered such a thing, so she was in a very good mood, but she didn't expect that something had happened recently, as if her good luck had suddenly run out. First, the company's bidding documents were leaked, resulting in the failure of the bid, causing the company to lose a lot of money. This was just a small matter, and she didn't expect that the most devastating thing for her would happen again. Unexpectedly, a manager that she had been training with all her heart and soul was poached by a rival company. Now there was no way to continue doing many things, which made him busy and exhausted every day. For a while, she did not contact Pan Jun. She had to stabilize the company's affairs first before she could go to him with peace of mind. However, according to the company's account, Wei Man felt even more headache about the funds given to him. The startup capital for the project alone is 200 million yuan, and our company simply does not have that much working capital at the moment. The company's finance officer was also having a headache. After all, he knew better than anyone how much money the company had. Now, let alone 200 million, they couldn't even take out 100 million. This is still the lowest budget we have managed to achieve. Once the project is launched, subsequent funding will also require a large amount of investment. So we really have no idea about working capital right now. Wei Man was very clear when she heard this. She couldn't come up with so much money with her current ability. Did she really have to ask her father for help? But when she left, she had always vowed that she would definitely develop the company herself. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to go to her father all of a sudden? Anyway, Wei Man refused to ask her father for help. She absolutely would not do it. But if you don't do this, we won't be able to start this project. By then, it won't just be a matter of 200 million yuan. If you keep backing off, the costs will increase. By then, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the chairman for help. After all, the assistant next to her came out with her and knew Wei Man's temper very well. There was no point in discussing the issue of face at this moment. Instead, she had to find ways to get the money together and then consider other things. Once the project was launched and completed, she would no longer have to worry about funding issues in the future. I know, but this matter happened to be a test for me. After all, things have been going too smoothly for me since I returned to China, so I forgot to update some things for a while. It was originally a treacherous situation. This rebellion was my mistake and it taught me a lesson. If it really doesn't work, I still have a villa under my name. You can mortgage it and ask the bank for a loan. Wei Man suddenly thought that if she didn't ask her father for money, she could just borrow money from the bank. Besides, she had a mansion under her name, and the value of that mansion was at least several hundred million, so using it as collateral would be the best thing. But after she raised all the funds, the house would still be hers. But that house. The assistant beside him couldn't help but frown. Just use it as collateral. I'll definitely take it back once I make enough money. I don't mind taking such a short time. After hearing this, the assistant at the side had no choice but to arrange for the remaining secretaries to start handling the matter. She had to find a solution and do what she needed to do. The secretary was also very surprised after hearing such an order. He didn't expect that their eldest daughter actually encountered a problem this time and needed to use the house as collateral. But if their eldest daughter couldn't transfer so much money back, wouldn't the house be auctioned off? No, he couldn't think like that. He should trust their eldest daughter. Chapter 34, Encounter. After sorting out a series of information and making sure there were no problems, the secretary had to go to the bank with a heavy heart. He was afraid that the bank would not be willing to lend so much money at once. After he handed in the information, after a while, the bank staff looked at him with complicated faces. The secretary had a bad feeling that something had gone wrong. I think you are here to joke with us? With the property under the name of this householder, is it necessary to joke with our bank? After the bank manager checked the assets under Wei Man's name, he suddenly felt it was a bit ridiculous. What on earth did this rich man want to do? She clearly had so much money in her account, yet she still wanted to take out a loan. Excuse me, sir. I don't quite understand what you mean by that. If we weren't in trouble, why would I think of taking out a loan first? The secretary asked cautiously, could it be that he did not complete the procedures? Sir, I'm not sure what your relationship is with Miss Wei, but since she has entrusted you to come here, it means you have a very good relationship with her. I'd like to trouble you to tell her that she doesn't need to borrow money from our bank because we just found out that she already has 200 million yuan in funds under her name. What did you say? How is this possible? When the secretary heard this, he couldn't help but scream. If their eldest daughter really had so much money, then why was he still frowning because of money? Was he kidding? Although I don't quite understand what's going on, I hope you can still ask carefully. The secretary was very shocked after confirming that Wei Man's assets were indeed 200 million. You know, when he started preparing, he didn't expect such a thing to happen, so he hurriedly made a phone call. Miss, you don't need a loan at all. According to recent research, you still have 200 million in assets, which is the same amount you used to buy stocks. Now you can use it to start our company. Wei Man was also a little confused after hearing this. What was going on? What about buying tickets? He didn't remember buying stocks. And now a stock is worth 200 million. This is simply a joke, impossible. She is definitely not that rich. What is going on? Just when Wei Man began to wonder about her own funds, she suddenly remembered that Pan Jun wanted to buy a stock by himself. At that time, in order not to let him think that she didn't trust him, she just invested a sum of money, but she didn't expect to make a fortune now. Wei Man thought for a long time and hurriedly checked the stock she had bought. Sure enough, this was the stock that Pan Jun persuaded him to buy. She was impressed by Pan Jun and had such a long-term vision. Wei Man felt even more impressed with him. You know, no one has studied this, and no one would know that the stock that no one was optimistic about at the beginning would have such a good momentum now. Now that the funding issue has been resolved, Gongxing should start working on the next thing as soon as possible. We cannot delay any longer. After Wei Man sent some words of thanks to Pan Jun, she didn't say anything else. The company's affairs have not been resolved yet. After Pan Jun drove away in his sports car, he began to think aimlessly about what to do next. He really had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, Pan Jun saw what seemed to be a bookstore in front of him, and it was a very good one. He remembered that he had not signed in at a bookstore yet. Maybe he could go to the bookstore to sign in first and see what the reward was this time. The most important thing is that Pan Jun also realized one thing, that his knowledge is not enough to support the financial resources he has. If he wants to get more or control it completely, then he needs to read a lot of books on finance. After parking the car, Pan Jun went to the bookstore to sign in and received a certain reward. Yes, the knowledge that was difficult to understand suddenly became much simpler. After Pan Jun received the reward from the system, he casually picked up a book that he was not familiar with. Unexpectedly, it looked very easy, as if he had learned all the contents, which made him overjoyed. Just when Pan Jun was feeling proud of himself, he took out the book and started reading. After all, he knew very little about finance. However, someone appeared and broke Pan Jun's initial idea. Pan Jun, I didn't expect to meet you here at this time. I wonder why you are suddenly interested in books on these subjects. A person who was very familiar to Pan Jun suddenly appeared and met him again. After seeing the person, Pan Jun was indeed very surprised. You know, they had seldom been in contact since graduation, but he didn't expect that they would be so lucky to meet in a bookstore today. What's wrong? You don't recognize me, do you? We were roommates in college, after all. Your expression really makes me sad. Seeing the man still as lively as ever, Pan Jun couldn't help but nodded. How could he forget? After all, they had been together for 4 years. Just kidding. After all, we are roommates and have been together for several years. How could I forget you? By the way, Zhang Chang, why are you here? The person who came was Pan Jun's roommate Zhang Chang, with whom he had a pretty good relationship at the time. Well, you know you have to find a job after graduation. It's a coincidence that you found a satisfactory job in this city. What about you? I heard that you are going to get married soon, or you are already married. If you ask me, you and that girl are still a little incompatible. I'm not cursing you. If you don't get married, that's the best. If you get married, just pretend I never said this. Zhang Qing was also a little embarrassed. After all, they had seen with their own eyes Pan Jun's attitude towards Feng Shengmei during their 4 years in college. But as brothers, they also knew very well what Feng Shengmei's family was like. However, it seemed a little inappropriate for them to suddenly speak ill of others here. Pan Jun really didn't expect that his brothers had already seen through it and had even been persuading him to leave with Feng Shengmei. How come he didn't realize this at all at the beginning? Chapter 35 Meeting. Things have already happened, and he now has a very satisfactory wife. Some things should be left in the past, and bringing them up again will only cause trouble for others. I have separated from her and I have nothing to do with her anymore. Zhang Qing was also very surprised to hear Pan Jun say this, but he also knew that it involved other people's privacy, so he decided not to talk about it anymore. So he smiled and changed the subject. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Pan Jun invited him to dinner. After hearing this, Zhang Qing thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, he was short of money and didn't have the money to pretend to be a rich man and treat Pan Jun to a meal. Just now, I walked out of the bookstore while talking like this, and I saw a group of beautiful women surrounding a luxury car and taking pictures. Hurry, hurry, help me take a better picture. No, this one is too ugly. I need to take it again. No, this photo is too ugly. It makes me look short and ugly. Looking at those women taking pictures non-stop and talking, Zhang Qing couldn't help but sigh. He had encountered such things many times, and it was always like this. Whenever they saw a beautiful and expensive car, some girls would start to pretend that the car was theirs and keep taking pictures. I don't know what some girls are thinking nowadays. When they see these luxury cars, they go up to take pictures. If it's not theirs, it will never belong to them. Do they think that if they take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, the car will belong to them? Hearing Zhang Qing's words, Pan Jun smiled and shook his head. He had no idea about this matter. After all, vanity is something that many people have, not just girls but also many men. Pan Jun suddenly pressed the car remote control and the car lights flashed a few times. The group of girls immediately realized that the owner of the car had come over. They quickly stepped back, thinking silently in their hearts, if they just wait here, what is the chance of seeing the owner of the car? If he is handsome, can they consider asking for some contact information? Even if he is a little older, they don't mind at all. While they were thinking, they saw Pan Jun walk straight to the front of the car and open the door. Seeing the handsome man in front of them, who turned out to be the owner of this luxury car, the girls who were watching and taking pictures became even more excited. It would not be a loss if they could get in touch with such a man. Hello, little brother, I think you are very handsome. Do you suggest leaving me your contact information? Hello, handsome guy, I think your car is really cool. How about I have the honor of riding in your car for a ride? Don't worry, it won't be free. I am willing to give you a certain amount of compensation. Seeing those girls begin to show their courtesy to him one by one, Pan Jun smiled and shook his head, rejecting them. I'm sorry, I have other things to do and want to leave. Could you please let me go? Hearing Pan Jun's words, some girls who were watching the show couldn't help laughing. It was so funny. They didn't expect this man to be so straightforward. He wasn't moved at all when looking at those beautiful girls. After hearing what Pan Jun said, some girls still wanted to continue to do it shamelessly. After all, if they didn't see such a good opportunity, they would suffer a great loss. Sir, I think you are very attractive, that's why I want to be with you. Thank you, I don't need it. I told you, I'm leaving now. If you keep pestering me, I'm afraid some people will come looking for you. After hearing what Pan Jun said, the girl suddenly realized that if the car stayed here, it would probably attract more people's attention. At that time, they would become the culprits blocking the traffic. So they left reluctantly. After Zhang Qing got in the car, they looked at Pan Jun's luxury car and couldn't help but envy him. Brother, how come I didn't know when you bought this car? I really envy you. Didn't you see that just now there were so many girls surrounding your luxury car to take pictures, and they also wanted your contact information? Why didn't you give it to them? After all, I feel that each of them is much better than Fengshang. Pan Jun just shook his head. He didn't want to explain too much about some things, and some things were more troublesome to explain. Besides, if everything could be explained by common sense, then wouldn't his own things be unreasonable? If other people knew about it, they would skin him alive. There are many things that cannot be explained. I am just thinking about other things now. I can't. Hearing Pan Jun's ambiguous words, Zhang Qing was very perceptive and did not continue joking. If he really wanted to understand these things, he might as well do it step by step. However, think about it, they had similar lives at the beginning, but now they are so different. Alas, among those people in our dormitory, you are the one who is doing the best now. Look at me, I am still struggling to survive at the bottom, and many things are beyond my control, while you have already driven a luxury car. This car alone must be expensive. Pan Jun nodded and just chatted with him about some other topics. The two of them had a quite pleasant chat in the car, because Zhang Qing knew that even though Pan Jun was doing very well now, at least he did not look down on these brothers. Just for this point, they were more accepting psychologically. Soon the two of them arrived at the best restaurant in the city. Since the restaurant was extremely famous, not only the food was delicious but also the prices were very good. Especially in terms of price, some ordinary families never dared to consume here. You kid, you're not really rich, are you? You actually dared to bring me here, aren't you afraid that I will eat you out of money? After seeing this restaurant, Zhang Qing joked that the food in this restaurant was really top-notch, but the price was very expensive. However, it was undeniable that they didn't care about the high price at all. As far as he knew, many celebrities also liked to come here to eat. Chapter 36, Acquaintance. Pan Jun brought Zhang Qing to the restaurant quickly. Seeing that there were not many people at this time, he couldn't help but feel relieved. As long as there were not many people, it would be fine. This meant that it would be very easy for them to get a private room if they wanted. However, when they arrived at the service desk to inquire, they were told that there were no private rooms available. "I'm really sorry, sir. All of our private rooms can be reserved. At present, all of them have been reserved, and many people have even come." "I'm very sorry, sir." The service staff at the front desk said this to Pan Jun quickly, but even with such an attitude, Pan Jun was still a little unhappy. After all, eating in the hall and eating in a private room were obviously not of the same level. The most important thing was his current status and position. If he ate in the restaurant, it would really lower his status. "I am so sorry, sir." The front desk staff was also anxious. After all, this person's identity seemed to be unusual, but this matter was really not something he could decide. Forget it, forget it. If that's the case, why don't we just eat in the hall? You can't make things difficult for others, right? Zhang Qing couldn't help but frown after hearing what the waiter said, but there was nothing he could do now. It was because they arrived late. If they had made a reservation earlier, this would never have happened. "I'm so sorry, sir. If you want to come again next time, you can submit an application to us first. We can reserve a special box for you. Is that okay?" A service staff at the front desk obviously noticed that Pan Jun's clothes were indeed not affordable for ordinary people. Of course, he was not worried that people like him would say that they were fake. After all, people who could come here to consume should find out what kind of restaurant theirs is. Anyone who defaulted on their debt or tried to dine for free would be kicked out, have to spend a few years in jail, or even have to pay back every penny. In the end, Pan Jun and Zhang Qing chose to sit in the hall to eat, so they started walking from the service desk towards the hall, but unexpectedly, a happy voice made Pan Jun couldn't help but turn his head back. "Pan Jun, I didn't expect you to be here." When Pan Jun turned around, he found that the person who called him was Wei Manman's friend Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan didn't expect that she would actually meet Pan Jun. After all, when she looked at the man's back just now, she felt somewhat familiar. She was confused for a long time. If Pan Jun hadn't turned his face suddenly, she would have thought that it was not Pan Jun at all. "What a coincidence! I came here to eat and saw that person's back looked very much like you, so I tried to call out to him. I didn't expect it to be true." Lu Wanwan looked at Pan Jun's face and realized that such a good man had been robbed. Her heart sank and she couldn't help feeling jealous and envious. That little girl was really too lucky. And she didn't know why, or if it was her illusion, she always felt that after not seeing Pan Jun for such a long time, he suddenly became much more handsome. "Miss Lu, I really didn't expect to meet you here. It's really surprising." Pan Jun knew very well that this person was a good sister to his current wife, so he absolutely could not show any dissatisfaction or unhappiness, and he just greeted her with a smile. As for Zhang Qing at this moment, his eyes have never left Lu Wanwan since she came in. Looking at the hot and beautiful Lu Wanwan appearing in front of him, Zhang Qing couldn't help but feel itchy for such a beauty. You know, the beauties he usually sees are just wearing makeup, but the person in front of him is not like that. His light makeup also makes people feel very comfortable. "You are heading to the hall now. Have you already eaten? It seems that I am still a step late. I was thinking of inviting you to join us." Lu Wanwan suddenly said this with great regret. After all, she felt very honored to be able to have dinner with Pan Jun. Don't blame her. In this age where appearance is everything, Pan Jun's face is indeed very comfortable. "We were planning to go out for dinner, but we were told that there were no more private rooms, so I decided to take my friend to eat in the hall. It's no big deal anyway, so let's wait until next time. Next time, I'll go to the private room with him to eat," Pan Jun said very politely. After all, he didn't know how to refuse. He had always been with Feng Shengmei before. Suddenly, he had to separate from his wife and have such a good sister. He was not used to it yet, so he didn't know how to say it. "You want to eat, right? Then come with us, rest assured. The friends this time are all people I know, so just come with us. Since we already know each other, we can't just stay away from each other, right? It's just right that after I introduce you to them, you won't be embarrassed when you meet them." Pan Jun couldn't help but frowning when he heard this. He shook his head and really didn't want to go. After all, he and Lu Wanwan were not very familiar with each other, so it was not clear what he was thinking by suddenly inviting him to meet her friends. "After all, it's your friend and I don't know him. Let's talk about it next time if there's a chance. I'm going to have dinner with my friend first." But Lu Wanwan didn't seem to hear what Pan Jun said. She simply reached out and hugged Pan Jun's arm, leading him towards her box. "Oh, don't worry. If you are really checked, I can just say something for you. Let's go. They are all my friends, and we all know each other. You can also come with your friends. We are all friends anyway, right? And are you afraid that I will eat you? Don't worry, I won't. Lu Wanwan's words made Pan Jun even more at a loss as to how to refuse. Zhang Qing, who was standing next to him, already had a good impression of Lu Wanwan, so it was even more impossible for him to refuse such an approach. He was looking forward to establishing a relationship with Lu Wanwan so that he could have a chance to win her heart. Chapter 37, Joking. In this way, the two of them were very willing and half reluctant to come to the private room that Lu Wanwan had already booked. When they walked in, they saw that there was already a group of people sitting inside. The people who were originally playing and joking were very surprised to see Lu Wanwan being so intimate and bringing a man back. They stopped playing and joking for a moment, and the whole box became particularly quiet. You should know that Lu Wanwan has always been a queen type of person, with a very tough attitude. She has always been disdainful of the boys who pursue her, which makes many people sigh, why can't they get such a beauty? But what do they see now? Is there something wrong with their eyes? Why did Lu Wanwan, who has always been a queen, treat a man next to her in such an intimate manner this time? So everyone was very shocked. After all, it was too rare. But when they saw Pan Jun's appearance, they suddenly understood. This face alone was incomparable to everyone present. No wonder Lu Wanwan looked down on those rich young men in the circle. Let me introduce you to my good friend, Pan Jun. They are all my good friends from the past. We have been friends since we were young. Suddenly, there were two more people's bowls and chopsticks on the table. Lu Wanwan just gave a brief introduction to them and didn't say much. Pan Jun and Zhang Qing just nodded to Wei Xiao to show that they were greeting those people. Although those rich second generations were still very unhappy in their hearts, they would not show anything on the surface. After all, they were the ones who offended Lu Wanwan in the trap set by her, so wouldn't that be an offense to Lu Wanwan? Come on, now that we all know each other, don't be restrained and have fun together. After all, it's rare for us to get together, right? If we want to get together again in the future, we won't have so many opportunities unless we do it on purpose. The food here is really good, you should try it. Lu Wanwan seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little bad. He also noticed that Pan Jun was feeling uncomfortable, which was understandable. Only Zhang Qing was very curious about these people. After all, he still didn't understand what kind of people they were. Just by looking at their clothes and what they wore on their hands, he could tell that they were definitely not ordinary people. The most important thing was that they were very respectful to Lu Wanwan. What made him even more curious was what the relationship between Pan Jun and Lu Wanwan was. Are you curious? Suddenly, someone came up to him and asked carefully. Zhang Jin turned around and saw another girl appear in front of him. Although her appearance could not be compared with Lu Wanwan, she was also a beauty in the eyes of others. Zheng Chang nodded. Yes, he was really curious now. At the same time, when Zhang Qing saw Pan Jun standing there with a tense face and at a loss, he became even more confused, because from the beginning he could feel that Pan Jun and Lu Wanwan should know each other, but what was the situation now? Are you all curious about his identity? In fact, you should be able to guess it. Think about when I will bring other people here. So this person is my boyfriend. And I am his girlfriend. Lu Wanwan saw that everyone looked absent-minded and Pan Jun looked very uncomfortable, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She quickly said to everyone in a joking tone. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. What was going on? Such a nice lady actually had a boyfriend at this time. You must be kidding. Pan Jun was drinking water when he heard this, but he couldn't help choking. What on earth was this little girl doing? Wasn't Lu Wanwan clear about his identity? After all, after he and Wei Manman got the marriage certificate, this little girl appeared in front of him. She was the only one who knew that he had got the marriage certificate with Wei Manman. Ahem, stop talking nonsense. Pan Jun hurriedly said seriously, but Lu Wanwan didn't care even more and curled her lips. If you are my boyfriend, then am I not also your girlfriend? Lu Wanwan pretended not to understand and asked Pan Jun. Please don't misunderstand me, this is just a joke. I'm already married, so I hope everyone can understand that what Miss Lu said just now was just a joke. Pan Jun no longer wanted to talk to Lu Wanwan. After taking a sip of water, he explained to the people around him in a serious manner that there were some things he had to make clear to other people. He didn't want to encounter such troubles in the future. Since he was already married, he had to maintain his marriage no matter what and absolutely could not let others make jokes about it. Lu Wanwan originally thought that Pan Jun would look at her with a helpless expression and explain to her, so that she could continue to delay with this excuse. However, she did not expect that Pan Jun would not do as she expected, but directly explain to others that he was married. This made Lu Wanwan's face suddenly become gloomy. Could it be that Pan Jun did not like such a beauty like her? Besides, what can that little girl do? She is just like a little princess locked in an ivory tower. She doesn't understand many things. Everyone originally wanted to watch Lu Wanwan as if they were watching a good show, but when they noticed that Lu Wanwan's face didn't look good, some people already had ideas in their minds. They thought that this woman must have hit a wall at this time. It was really ridiculous to think about it. After all, in their eyes, Lu Wanwan had always been a strong woman and a winner, but now it seemed that she was just that simple. However, no matter how happy they were inside, they couldn't show it on the surface, because their family couldn't compare to others, so what they had to do now was to quickly get over this topic. Wow, your watch is really nice. I want one no matter how much it costs. But my dad is unwilling to pay for it for me. He even said that I have a similar one. What's the big deal? I want it. The people around quickly began to change the topic and spoke carefully while eating. Anyway, no one dared to bring bad luck to Lu Wanwan at this time. Chapter 38 Class Party. The atmosphere remained like this after Pan Jun finished his meal. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he didn't know what they would say about him, so he quickly stood up and said goodbye to them. Thank you very much for your hospitality this time, Miss Lu. I have some things to do next, so I'll leave first. When Zhang Cheng heard this, he hurriedly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and walked out with Pan Jun. He didn't say anything else throughout the whole process. Lu Wanwan didn't want to answer Pan Jun at all. She kept a cold face. After the two people left, the faces of those people sitting in front of her became even uglier. She had lost so much face in front of these people today, and she would have to get it back sooner or later. Then Miss Lu, if that's the case, we'll leave first. After saying that, those second-generation rich guys ran away quickly one by one. They didn't want to stay any longer. Didn't they see that the man's face was getting worse and worse? Lu Wanwan became more and more angry the more she thought about it. She was so good to Pan Jun, but he actually didn't give her face. She was really unwilling to accept this. Wait, it was still early. Lu Wanwan suddenly thought that Pan Jun couldn't possibly go back now, so she went over to take a look. Here, Pan Jun and Zhang Cheng were in the car. After all, he had to send Zhang Cheng back first. Zhang Cheng looked at Pan Jun, who was concentrating on driving, and felt like he was being scratched by a cat. He had so many puzzles and he still didn't know what was going on. Couldn't he ask him to solve them? Especially the words that Lu Wanwan said, which still haunt him until now. What is the relationship between Pan Jun and Lu Wanwan? If they are really boyfriend and girlfriend, then his unrequited love will probably end soon. Pan Jun, can I ask out of curiosity, what is the relationship between you and Miss Lu? Pan Jun didn't expect that Zhang Qing couldn't help himself in the end. He couldn't help but feel a little amused when he asked the question. This kid held it in for such a long time and was really patient. He thought he would not ask anymore. I've said before, I'm already married, he definitely won't be my girlfriend, and I don't intend to have two girlfriends at the same time. I know you may not believe it, so here's a photo of my current wife, take a look. As Pan Jun spoke, he took out a photo of Wei Man from his mobile phone and placed it in front of Zhang Cheng. Looking at the photo of the beautiful woman in front of him, Zhang Qing was still somewhat skeptical. This is really my current wife. Do you want me to go home and show you the marriage certificate? Zhang Qing looked at Pan Jun's serious expression and said to himself, he was even more shocked in his heart. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Is this true? Damn, where on earth did you get such good luck to be able to chase such a beauty? Now that he has accepted the reality, Zhang Qing began to be shocked. If Lu Wanwan was just joking with Pan Jun at the beginning, now this beauty has actually become Pan Jun's wife. It was just an accident, so you can rest assured now, right? He's just my friend, that's why I introduced you to him. But don't say anything nonsense, I don't want my wife to have any misunderstandings about me. When Zhang Cheng heard this, he nodded quickly. When he was sending Zhang Cheng home, he suddenly thought of him and almost forgot to tell Pan Jun something. By the way, Pan Jun, our class is having a reunion in a few days, right here in our place, do you want to join us? After hearing this, Pan Jun thought about it and nodded and agreed. After all, he had nothing to do in recent days and was very happy to get together with his old classmates. Okay, then you can call me and tell me the time and address. After the two talked for a while, Zhang Qing returned to his room, while Pan Jun drove aimlessly on the road. Suddenly, he remembered that it was still dark and he should have been reading in the bookstore, but he was delayed because Zhang Cheng wanted to invite him to dinner. In this case, he might as well use this time to read. So Pan Jun returned to the bookstore again. What Pan Jun didn't know was that since he appeared not far away, someone had been following him. When he saw Pan Junting get off the car and enter the bookstore, the person behind him became even more confused. It was a bit too weird that he just came to the bookstore to kill time. However, the person behind him still went in. No, he must find a way to hook up with him today, otherwise he would feel more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. Meanwhile, Pan Jun arrived at the bookstore and started preparing to read 2 more books. Since the bookstore had rewards for signing in, it should be a blessing if he read the books himself. After Pan Jun took the book away, he leaned half of his body on the bookshelf in a very casual manner. The sunlight shining through his body made people feel suddenly very dreamy. Lu Wanwan, who had been following behind him, felt her heartbeat quickening when she saw this scene. You know, with the blessing of books, Pan Jun looks like a gentle and elegant man in ancient costume, and his temperament is so fascinating, as if he is a character walked out of a comic book. Lu Wanwan had been following behind him, and when she saw the scene, her eyes widened. She covered her heart, which was beating faster and faster, with her hand, and silently began to wonder what it would be like if she could be with such a man later. Why didn't she seize such a good opportunity? In the end, such a high-quality man ended up being given to another little girl for nothing. Perhaps it was because Lu Wanwan's gaze was so hot that it was difficult for Pan Jun to notice it even if he didn't want to. After all, he had always felt that there was a gaze on him since he started reading the book. If eyes could kill, he would have been scared to death long ago. But what Pan Jun didn't know was what kind of person was actually following him into the bookstore. He tilted his head and saw Lu Wanwan, who had been hiding not far from him. He couldn't help but feel surprised again, but he really didn't expect that Lu Wanwan would follow him all the time. What on earth did she want to do? Chapter 39, Party Time. Lu Wanwan realized that she had been exposed at this time. Since there was nothing to say, she stood up openly. She always thought that Wei Man was actually deceived by Pan Jun. After all, he thought that how could someone like Pan Jun be loyal? Whether in terms of appearance or talent, he can be considered to be ranked at the top. So from the very beginning she wanted to seduce him to verify what kind of person he was. Oh, I didn't expect you to find out. I'm so sorry, Pan Jun. I thought nothing else would happen, but it was all an accident. After all, you can understand that people like us are sometimes curious about people we are not familiar with. Lu Wanwan spoke as she walked slowly towards Pan Jun with enchanting steps. In that case, Miss Lu, I wonder what you found out. If there is nothing wrong, shouldn't you go back now? After all, there are differences between men and women. I think Miss Lu and I should be more careful about the boundaries. Pan Jun looked at Lu Wanwan, who seemed to be trying to seduce him, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, who are these people? Do the upper class like to flirt with others like this? Look at what you said. Man and I are just friends no matter what. She has always liked me as her best friend. When we were little, we used to joke around. Ms. Lu also said that was when we were little. Now we are adults. Do you still intend to take those jokes from when we were little seriously? Pan Jun took a step back. Well, even though it was just a joke when we were little, in reality, we are still. Ouch. Lu Wanwan suddenly had an accident and fell heavily towards Pan Jun. Pan Jun sat there with a frown on his face and had to hold her up. He originally thought that Lu Wanwan was just careless, but he didn't expect that after he helped her up, Lu Wanwan would rub him with her body. This made Pan Jun feel his hair stand on end and he pushed her hard. Seeing that she was close to Pan Jun's body, Lu Wanwan had no time to be happy. She didn't expect Pan Jun to push her out. Lu Wanwan was a little angry for a moment. Who is this person? But since he wanted to push her away, then she had a way. Didn't Pan Jun want to push her away? She had to twist it up, so Lu Wanwan seemed to move her body in the air, and her whole body welcomed Pan Jun again. Pan Jun had no choice but to help him up again. After all, if Lu Wanwan didn't feel embarrassed in public, he would be. If someone took photos or videos of her, the angle problem would be a big hidden danger, and he didn't want any misunderstandings. Lu Wanwan just watched Pan Jun help her up, and then stood not far from her with a serious look on his face. He seemed just like Lu Xiaohui, and really had no feelings towards her at all. This made her feel very depressed. Did she really have no charm at all? Ms. Lu, I don't know what you think, but I still say that I will respect you like Lu Xiaohui, so I hope you can respect yourself. You are not unaware of my identity now, and you don't want your good friends to break up with you because of this matter. Similarly, I have to be responsible for my own marriage. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he no longer had the heart to continue reading here. So he packed up the book he was reading, and then left Luanwen without looking back. At this time, even if he wanted to say something, there was nothing he could do, because Pan Jun had left so early. Looking at Pan Jun's back as he left, Lu Wanyu kept covering her chest. What was going on? She now had two ideas. First, her charm was not enough and she could not seduce Pan Jun at all. Second, Pan Jun's ability was too strong and her little tricks of seducing him were not good enough in his eyes. As for whether Pan Jun was a loyal person, she did not believe it at all. Since she failed this time, she would not believe it anyway, as there would be a chance in the future and she would not be able to reveal Pan Jun's true face. Since his afternoon plans had been disrupted, Pan Jun had no choice but to return home. Suddenly, he saw the message Wei Man sent him. After thinking about it, he finally decided to call her to talk about some things. Brother Pan Jun, I really didn't expect you to call me on your own initiative. I'm so happy. Wei Man was also taking a break at this time. She became excited when she saw Pan Jun calling her. She hadn't seen Pan Jun for a while. If it weren't for the things in the company, they would have met a long time ago. However, things in the company were still in the rising stage, and she simply couldn't just sit there and do nothing. What's there to be happy about? You suddenly sent me a message to thank me. Why are you thanking me for no reason? I didn't do anything for you. In fact, this is what makes Pan Jun a little confused. Of course, you don't know, Brother Pan Jun, the stock you asked me to buy is now worth a lot of money. If you hadn't asked me to buy that stock, I wouldn't have thought that it would be useful at some point. It really surprised me. By the way, Brother Pan Jun, do you know? I really admire you more and more now. I didn't expect you to have such a profound foresight in stocks. Wei Man is really in awe of Pan Jun because of the stock issue, but Pan Jun has no idea why. He just mentioned the stock purchase casually, and it seemed that the little girl did buy some at that time, but he didn't know how much she bought. How come he didn't understand what he was saying halfway through? However, since Wei Man didn't intend to talk about this matter, Pan Jun didn't want to continue asking, so the two chatted about some private matters and soon hung up. Pan Jun stayed at home with nothing to do, waiting for Zhang Qing to call him to inform him that the time and place of their class reunion had been set. So Pan Jun packed up and drove to pick up Zhang Chang. He had already agreed that he and Zhang Chang would go to the party together, so it was impossible for him to go alone. When they arrived, they found that the party was actually held in a villa. Chapter 40 Taunting. Wow, I didn't expect that the squad leader would be located in such an area this time. If I'm not mistaken, there are villas all around here, so this means that this is a villa area. Zhang Qing was also very surprised after seeing this. After all, they only knew a general idea at the beginning and did not expect that this would be a villa area. The squad leader could actually use this place as their gathering venue, which showed that there was still some money in his family. Don't you think the squad leader is doing pretty well? Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered here, right? You know, regardless of whether this place is the squad leader's property or not, if he rents it for one night, it would probably cost a lot of money. Would you be willing to spend that much money? Hearing what Pan Jun said, Zhang Chang nodded. He actually wanted to say this too, but considering that he wanted to prevent someone with ulterior motives from hearing it, he didn't say it. Unexpectedly, Pan Jun said it out loud. Well, only the squad leader is doing okay now. I'm just curious, who is doing better between you and the squad leader? But I think you are the best. After all, your car is worth a lot of money. After all, Zhang Chang has already entered the society now, and of course he understands that the so-called class reunion is actually just a disguised show-off of wealth. The class monitor actually spent so much money to hold the venue here. In addition to showing off, he probably has other ideas. The two of them walked forward and chatted for a few days. Suddenly, Pan Jun remembered that he seemed to have never checked in at the villa area. Why not sign in this villa this time and see how it goes? Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the villa. The host is rewarded with a top-class villa. Unexpectedly, the voice of the system appeared in his mind as soon as he finished speaking. After hearing his reward, Pan Jun felt speechless. This was really too dramatic. He didn't expect that the villa that the squad leader was renting now would become his own name. You have to know that this kind of villa is currently used for such a dramatic scene as a party. Pan Jun and others really didn't know what to say later. But for now it is better to remain silent. After all, the owner of the villa suddenly becomes mine, and the person in charge there probably hasn't reacted yet. In that case, I'll just play the pig and eat the tiger and see how I should continue acting. When Pan Jun and Zhang Chan walked into the villa, they found that the squad leader was already arranging an outdoor barbecue. When Pan Jun came in, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. There was no way to avoid it, that face was too eye-catching. Many female classmates were delighted. After all, since everyone entered the society to gain experience, the youthfulness on many people's faces has quietly disappeared. Now they all look tired after working hard. As a result, when a person who is incompatible with them appears, how many people will have other ideas in their minds? Pan Jun and Zhang Chun walked in step by step. They were moved when they saw many female classmates, especially those who were still single, who hoped to be with Pan Jun. Wow, Pan Jun has suddenly changed a lot. If he looked like this in school, he would definitely be the most handsome boy in our school. Yes, he is indeed the most handsome guy on campus. But haven't you noticed that he and the school beauty are a good match now? After all, they are both a perfect match. Now that you mention it, I realize it too. Look, the school beauty is still as beautiful after not seeing her for such a long time. And if Pan Jun is also as handsome as the school hunk now, then the two of them would be perfect together. Look at what you're saying. Who knows what their current situation is? What if they're already together? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for everyone? Yeah, after all, we still don't know. Where is the school beauty now? Well, if they are both still single, why can't they be together? After hearing those people's discussion, the class monitor immediately became jealous. Before Pan Jun came, everyone was centered around him. After all, this event was hosted by him, and he even rented the villa himself. None of the students present could do this, so the class monitor was very proud at first. What's more, seeing the school beauty still have a beautiful face after such a long time made him itchy. You know, when you are in school, the campus belle is extremely beautiful. It's a pity that I didn't have anything outstanding at that time, so I never dared to confess my feelings. But now it's different. He has the capital to do so. As a result, these classmates seemed to be unaware of what I meant, and instead they all started talking about Pan Jun. Listening to what the classmates said, the class monitor couldn't help but set her eyes on the school belle next to her. After not seeing her for such a long time, the school belle had almost forgotten all of them. But after seeing Pan Jun, for some reason she suddenly wanted to chat with him. After all, she rarely saw someone with such good looks even after she entered society. Seeing the school belle walking towards Pan Jun step by step, the class monitor was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You know, he has been coveting the school belle for a long time. The reason why he suddenly held such a class reunion this time was actually to win the school belle in one fell swoop. You have to know that after entering society, many people will realize which is more important, love or bread. All this seemed to be done for others, and everyone's eyes were on Pan Jun. Pan Jun, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. It's really surprising. The school beauty came to Pan Jun and said to him with a smile that she was a beautiful woman after all, and she knew very well how to appear in front of men so that those men would have a deeper impression of her. Thank you. I didn't expect that you, the school beauty, haven't changed at all after so long. You are still so beautiful. Everyone knows how to say polite words, and Pan Jun is no exception. Looking at the school beauty in front of him, he just smiled slightly and greeted her very politely. When the monitor raised his head to wash his hair, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he saw the scene in front of him. He had just shown so much in front of the school beauty, but she ignored him. He didn't expect that now she would be so attentive to someone who was not as good as him. Chapter 41, Looking Down on Others. The class monitor was already furious, but who knew that those students who had no taste were still praising Pan Jun and the school belle for being a perfect match. Handsome men and beautiful women are so pleasing to the eyes. That's right. I didn't expect that they would be so well matched. Do you think they would be even cuter if they had children in the future? I can even imagine it now. These are the words of the female classmates. After hearing them, the class monitor stared at them viciously. But those female classmates didn't seem to care and were still talking to themselves. The school belle was even more interested in Pan Jun at this time. After all, she had been in society for a while and her eyesight had been trained a lot. She could see that Pan Jun's clothes were definitely not ordinary. The squad leader couldn't stand it anymore. He was supposed to be the center of attention, but now he was overshadowed by someone he looked down upon. So he pretended to come in front of Pan Jun and greeted him warmly. But when he saw the joke, the man still looked at him unmoved, and he felt very proud in his heart. So he made this person lose face. Pan Jun, I didn't expect you to come. I was thinking about whether to contact you, but I was told that your contact information was no longer in use. If Zhang Qing didn't know your contact information, you probably wouldn't be able to attend our party this time. Hearing what the monitor said, Pan Jun just smiled, but Zhang Qing couldn't help but curl his lips. You know, the monitor said from the beginning that he wanted to hold a class party, and then he never mentioned Pan Jun from beginning to end. It was someone else who mentioned it, otherwise he would have been forgotten long ago. It's really thanks to you, class monitor, that we're here this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that you would choose to hold a class reunion in a villa like this. This must have cost a lot of money. I've always been curious about what kind of job you're doing now. It's so profitable. Seeing others complimenting him like that, the squad leader couldn't help but burst out laughing. He briefly talked about his current job. It was nothing more than that he was appreciated by his superiors, so he now had a small position in the company. Sure enough, the looks of the people around him changed all of a sudden. You know, there are some jobs that they can never achieve in their entire lives, but some people can achieve them easily. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. By the way, after talking so much, I still don't know what you are doing now, Pan Jun. Where do you work? If we know each other, we can cooperate with each other in the future. After all, we are all classmates. The squad leader proudly cast his eyes towards Pan Jun standing aside. Since this boy's face was so popular with others, he wondered how his work was going. I am now a homeless person, you can just wander around the house. Pan Jun thought about it and gave a more pertinent answer. He really did not have any job now, and he was indeed driving around in a luxury car, constantly signing in and clocking in at other places to get rewards through the system. What? You don't have a job yet, my God, is that possible? That's right. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. We are all friends. Look at how well the squad leader is doing now. You can talk to him and see if he has any good positions that are more suitable for you. That's right, Pan Jun. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I still have some positions. Of course, you are still young after all. It is impossible to let you get promoted to management level all of a sudden, right? As long as you are willing to work at the bottom for a few years, I believe that with your ability, I will definitely find a way to praise you in front of the senior management, and you will definitely be promoted. The squad leader felt very proud when he learned that Pan Jun was just an unemployed vagrant. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have laughed out loud. I have some small positions here. If you want one, please let me know so I can arrange for someone. After hearing the positions mentioned by the squad leader, Pan Juanza was even more speechless. Was it necessary to pretend to arrange some positions for himself, but in fact they were all very low-ranking ones? Was he doing this to highlight his sense of superiority? Seeing the squad leader still talking there, Pan Jun no longer wanted to pay any attention to him. He didn't know where he got the confidence to talk to the owner of the villa. He almost forgot that the squad leader didn't even know that the villa he was visiting was actually his. Thank you very much for your kindness, squad leader. However, if I really want it, I will definitely contact you. I heard that this place is very nice. I want to take a walk around the area. This should be okay, right? The monitor was so proud at first, but his face suddenly changed after hearing what Pan Jun said. What on earth is wrong with this kid? He didn't come according to his expectations at all. And what did he just hear? This kid actually wanted to stroll around the villa. What did he want to do? Could it be that he wanted to take some photos of this villa and post them on WeChat Moments? Seeing this situation, the squad leader couldn't help but show contempt on his face. After all, he had seen too many people do this just now. He didn't expect that Pan Jun would have such a plan. The two squad leaders, who were originally superior, became even more proud. You see, no matter how popular he is, in terms of wealth alone, Pan Jun will never be able to compare with themselves. Of course you can, but you have to be careful. There are a lot of valuable things around this villa. You have to be careful not to damage them. You have to know that the current market value of this villa is 1 billion. If it weren't for my connections, this villa would never have been lent out. So you have to be careful when you go out for a stroll later, otherwise you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you lose everything. I'm just reminding you with good intentions, don't blame me for talking too much. After hearing what the monitor said, the people around who were still discussing Pan Jun's appearance immediately returned to the monitor and began to compliment him one by one. Oh my god, I didn't expect this villa to be so valuable. I never thought that the squad leader is so powerful now that he can even borrow a villa like this. Chapter 42 Ownership of the Villa. Listening to the compliments from the people around him, Pan Jun just felt a little bored. Just when he was about to leave, he didn't expect the squad leader's words to make him stop again. It's not that exaggerated, but this villa really suits my taste, so I plan to buy it in a few years. The squad leader felt even more proud when he heard the flattery from the people around him. He had been coveting this villa for a long time. If it was at the beginning, he really did not have the financial resources to buy this villa, but now it is different. In a few years, he will still have more than enough money for the down payment of such a villa. By that time, he will really be much richer than these people. When Pan Jun heard such words, he just wanted to sneer. If he remembered correctly, this house was his now. He was not short of money at all. When did he say he wanted to sell this house? The owner of this villa won't sell it. The squad leader was originally talking in a smug manner, but when he heard what Pan Jun said, he suddenly froze. What was this guy doing here? Was he here to deliberately sabotage us? I'm just kindly reminding you not to damage things near the villa. Do you have to talk to me in such a tone? Okay, it's all my fault for saying that. After the squad leader finished speaking, he turned around and left with an unhappy look. The people around him looked at Pan Jun and turned away, but some people continued to stay. Anyway, what happened today had nothing to do with them, so they did not suggest that they could watch the show in this place at all. Seeing this, Pan Jun shrugged his shoulders and walked straight into the villa. Although this villa is very large and he never tried to stop it at the beginning, it did not prevent the system from giving him rewards. Now the layout of the villa and the arrangement inside are completely presented in his mind, so even if Pan Jun walks with his eyes closed, he will not bump into anything. Although the system's reward gave Pan Jun some idea of the layout of the villa, it was his first day here after all, and he knew that there would always be a slight difference between what he saw and what he saw in reality. Since Nanda was here this time, why not take this opportunity to take a good look at what was different about his villa? So taking advantage of this opportunity, Pan Jun began to carefully observe other villas of this type, especially the layout and arrangement inside. The more Pan Jun walked, the more he understood why his villa was said to be worth at least 1 billion yuan. After almost going through the whole villa, Pan Jun already had a general idea in his mind. He looked at the time. It was still early for them to have dinner. Pan Jun thought about it, and if he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a very large bathtub in the bathroom of the villa, which was perfect for taking a bath. Now that he had an idea, he might as well put it into action immediately. So Pan Jun immediately followed his memory and came to the bathtub. After filling the bathtub with water, he took a leisurely bath. At the same time, he opened a bottle of red wine for himself. Sure enough, the red wine collected in the villa must be worth several digits, and it tasted really good. This is the real enjoyment. Now I can understand why some people work so hard to make money. Isn't it just to treat themselves well? You know, such a leisurely and cheap life is what many people dream of. Even he had fantasized about it at the beginning. But after everything happened, Pan Jun suddenly didn't know what to think. The squad leaders on this side became very anxious after waiting for Pan Jun for a long time. Now almost everyone has arrived, except for some people who are unable to come. Everyone else is now together. Where did Pan Jun go all of a sudden? Didn't he say he was just hanging around the villa? I've sent people to look for him, but they couldn't find him after searching around. One of them came to the squad leader and said anxiously, after all, this place is not a place that ordinary people can walk around in casually. But Pan Jun didn't care at all. What was he thinking? Since there's nothing outside, could he have gone inside the villa? I remember he seemed to have been walking inside. If that's the case, why don't we go in and look for it first to see if we can find it? At this moment, another person suddenly thought of him. He had accidentally seen Pan Jun walking into the villa. When the squad leader heard this, his face became extremely ugly. He didn't dare to touch many things in the villa. After all, if he broke something, he would have to pay for the original price and also lose some money in vain. If Pan Jun really entered the villa, should he consider whether to kick such a person out? In that case, let's all go in and look for him. But I have something unpleasant to say. Some of the things in front are simply not something that ordinary people like us can touch. If anything is damaged, we will have to pay the original price. It was rare for the squad leader to speak to them in such a serious tone, and everyone nodded immediately. They also knew very well that they could not touch the things inside, so if they went to look for someone later, they must be very careful. But this villa is so big and they are not familiar with it, so they have gotten lost several times and every room looks the same. I seem to have been to this place before. Could it be that all the rooms in this room are made exactly the same? One of the students really didn't want to go any further. There were too many similarities in the rooms here, whether outside or inside, making people feel as if they had been here before. But in fact, they couldn't remember whether they had been here before. You know, since they came in and walked here, they have been lost several times. If some students didn't have a good sense of direction, they might still be wandering around the first few houses. No matter what, let's go and look for it quickly. It would be best if we can find it. If not, we can talk about it later. By the way, since these rooms are the same, why don't we look for them in other rooms? This one looks like a guest room. I see that there seems to be a particularly large room in front. Why don't we go there and take a look first? Chapter 43, Entitlement. The students discussed for a while and finally nodded and went to the largest room. When they opened the door, they found that there was a very large space here, which looked like a place for leisure. Those people didn't take it seriously at first, but when they walked inside, they saw a very familiar figure, who was soaking in the bathtub leisurely, shaking a wineglass in his hand. Pan Jun. After seeing Pan Jun's actions, the squad leader was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What was this guy doing? Did he really think he was the owner of this villa? Not only did he take a bath here, but he also opened a bottle of red wine. Pan Jun was just relaxing when he suddenly heard the angry voice of the monitor. He opened his eyes with some dissatisfaction and saw that the monitor and many classmates were not far from him. Pan Jun couldn't help but feel angry. He knew what was going on. It was nothing more than that his actions were seen by others. Unexpectedly, even at this time, Pan Jing was still not in a hurry at all. The classmates couldn't help but feel envious. They were willing to be able to relax in such a place. The squad leader was furious at this time. You know, he had guaranteed that if these places were damaged, he would compensate at the original price. However, the female classmates had sharp eyes at this time. They saw Pan Jun's exposed body, which was really enviable. Every muscle was very strong and not loose at all. After all, there were so many people watching, so the female classmates only took a sneak peek and the others didn't dare to look openly. Pan Jun thought about it and finally decided to walk out. After all, if the monitor and the others stayed here all the time, his good mood would be ruined. So Pan Jun had to get up, put on his bathrobe, and walked in front of everyone leisurely. Why are you suddenly making such a big fuss to come to me? I think I'm just a nobody, not worthy of being the squad leader, so why are you using such means? Hearing what Pan Jun said, the class monitor took a deep breath, but when he saw that the female classmates around him were still looking at Pan Jun with a sneaky expression, he felt angry. Pan Jun, do you still have any shame? I've said that everything here is not affordable for ordinary people like you. But what about you? Look at what you just did. Not only did you take a bath in the bathtub of someone else's villa, you even opened a bottle of red wine. Do you know how much these two expenses cost together? Even if I sell you, you can't raise so much money. You are so shameless. Pan Jun felt a little strange when he heard such words. His master hadn't said anything yet, so why did the squad leader look so angry? I can't clean up this mess anyway, so you should figure out how to solve it yourself later. The squad leader was still there scolding Pan Jun. Pan Jun's squad leader was really too nagging. After talking for a long time, he didn't understand the main point. Instead, he scolded him as if he was the owner of the villa, which was extremely boring. Alright, let's leave it at that for now, Pan Jun. No matter what, everyone can testify that it was you who destroyed some things in this villa. If you can't compensate them, then you should quickly find a way to talk to the squad leader about how to resolve this matter. Just at this moment, Shui came out and said with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, squad leader. He just used the bathtub for a while. We just need to clean it up when the time comes. As for the bottle of red wine, if it doesn't work, then take it down and we can all drink it together and share the cost. That should be fine, right? Although everyone was not happy to hear this, they thought it was a relatively reasonable solution for the time being. After all, they also wanted to taste what the bottle of red wine tasted like. When the squad leader heard this, he thought about it for a while, nodded and agreed. Since there was already a solution to this problem, he could just go ahead and do it. So the group of people quickly came to the dining place. After all, the food was ready and all that was left was to bake it. The main point was to keep showing off how good their work and living environment were. Pan Jun, I've already baked this for you. I noticed you haven't started yet. Just when everyone started to eat, I saw the school beauty actually brought the grilled meat she had already put in front of Pan Jun and said to him with a smile. Wow, it looks like the school beauty is also very interested in our school hunk. They are indeed a perfect match, they are so good looking. I would support them just based on their looks. Ah, why don't I have such good luck? It's really enviable. People around started to compliment her again, and the class monitor became even more jealous after seeing this. He spent so much effort, but the school belle always ignored him. He didn't expect that she would hook up with Pan Jun so soon. Oh, it's true. I envy Pan Junya very much. I didn't expect that he is still an unemployed vagrant. Unlike me, I work so hard but only earn such a small salary. But even if he is unemployed, I still like his looks. The squad leader never thought that even though he had belittled Pan Jun so much, there would still be people speaking up for him. However, the only thing that could comfort him was his high-paying job, and the work was very easy, so he immediately started talking about this topic. When the people around heard this, they started to curry favor with the squad leader again. After all, they all wanted to know how much the squad leader's monthly salary was. Seeing that the attention of the people around him was attracted to him again, the squad leader became even more proud, so he began to show off his high-paying job. Pan Jun didn't care at all when he saw that all the classmates quickly turned their attention to the class monitor. However, the class monitor didn't think so, because he felt that his popularity had finally surpassed Pan Jun this time. If even high-paying jobs couldn't attract these people, then they were really hopeless. After a group of people finished their meal in a lively atmosphere, it was getting dark very quickly. After all, the class monitor had reserved the villa, so the students planned to rest here for a night before going back. However, when it came to assigning rooms, everyone felt troubled. Chapter 44, Unaware. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you would come, so I didn't assign you a room at first. Now these rooms have been assigned when they arrived. You should go back first. The squad leader was still angry, so when he was getting ready to go to bed at night, he deliberately didn't arrange Pan Jun's room. Why don't you arrange another room for him, squad leader? After all, there are so many empty rooms here. After a while of stalemate, one of the classmates couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Pan Jun had been with them for several years, so it wouldn't be nice to kick him out. Some of those rooms are not habitable. Besides, I had already made a list when you came. What can I do if he suddenly shows up and I can't arrange a room for him? The monitor didn't want to say anything at this point. He already hated Pan Jun so much, how could he really arrange a room for him? Not kicking him out directly was already a favor to him. How about you exchange your room with him? Then he can continue to stay here. After hearing what the class monitor said, the student who spoke at the beginning immediately stopped talking. He didn't want to offend others by joking with a classmate he just got along with. Pan Jun glanced at the squad leader and pushed him away, then went to the master bedroom. Just kidding, this villa is his home now, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Instead, everyone except him should pay attention to it. The squad leader watched helplessly as the master bedroom that had been reserved for him was occupied by Pan Jun. He was so angry that he followed him directly and looked at him angrily. Pan Jun, I'm warning you that this villa is reserved by me. If you don't obey my instructions, get out of here. I have the right to dispose of the villa I have reserved. Zhang Qing was speechless when he heard this. He curled his lips and said, "You're kidding. Pan Jun's car is worth decades of work for the squad leader. The squad leader actually has the courage to challenge Pan Jun. Is Pan Jun afraid of such threats from the squad leader? Wait, he is watching the show here now. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Get out of here right now." The squad leader continued to make a lot of noise there, forcing Zhou Wei, who originally wanted to take a rest, to stand aside helplessly. But no one of them dared to talk to Pan Jun. After all, what the squad leader said made sense, and they didn't want to offend him because of Pan Jun. The fact that he had the ability to rent this house showed how strong his financial resources were. They were just ordinary people, so none of them dared to disobey the squad leader's wishes. Seeing his classmates around him saying nothing in response to what they said to him, the class monitor became even more arrogant and started cursing. A few people who had been getting along well with Pan Jun couldn't stand it any longer. If this continued, Pan Jun would be the one who would be in trouble. You know, it was already very late, and it was difficult to get a taxi in the villa area. Pan Jun, why don't you apologize to the squad leader? After all, it's so late now. You should know that if the squad leader really kicks you out, you won't be able to get a taxi. That's right, why bother with this? Those people whispered in Pan Jun's ear. Pan Jun knew that his brothers were doing this for his own good, but why did they ask him and the squad leader to apologize? Who was he? Hadn't he already dealt with his own house? Seeing the squad leader's arrogant look, Pan Jun really couldn't help but get angry. Well, since the squad leader was so cocky, he would let him know what it meant to be overjoyed and then end up in sorrow. Let me get out. I told you this villa is mine, now I want you to get out. Unexpectedly, Pan Jun sneered and said such words at this time, which made everyone's eyes widen and their mouths open. What did you hear just now? Pan Jun said that this villa is his. Could this kid be dreaming and hasn't woken up yet? The squad leader was also a little confused at this time. He had been very arrogant, but now he turned cold. How could this kid be so loud? Even he didn't dare to say that the villa was his. This unemployed vagrant was just dreaming. Pan Jun, let me tell you that sleepwalking has its limits. You said this villa is yours, so does that mean it's yours? There is a limit to joking, this villa is not yours at all. After hearing what the monitor said, the few people who had complimented him at the beginning had some ideas in their minds, and they started to become active one by one, but it was only in their hearts. After all, no one knew what was going on now, so they just watched the show honestly, and when things could really come to a conclusion, they would make their own comments. Okay, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. If that's the case, why don't we just call and see what's going on? After Pan Jun finished speaking, he started to dial an intercom number that suddenly appeared in his mind. After all, this was the phone number of the person in charge of the villa. I don't want to waste any more time talking nonsense. I am the owner of the villa complex. I just want to know one thing, why did you rent out my villa without my consent? And you made the decision on your own. I didn't know anything about this. If this is your service attitude, I think I may need to use other means to replace someone. The manager on the other end of the phone was scared to death after hearing this. After all, the area he was in charge of was indeed about the villa. He felt a little strange that someone suddenly called him, so he carefully asked again about Pan Jun's current destination. After getting the accurate answer, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but on the surface he still had to handle the matter respectfully. Sir, I can guarantee that this is absolutely impossible. You must believe in our ability to work. We are very dedicated. If something like this happens as you said, we will definitely hold you accountable. Okay, then I will go over and see what the situation is. After the manager finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone and started to get ready. He must go and see for himself what was going on today. Chapter 45 Ownership. Seeing that Pan Jun had hung up the phone, the squad leader became even more disdainful. This kid was really pretending too well. Pan Jun, I know you may have been telling lies, but things haven't gotten so bad yet. I'm giving you this opportunity, so you should leave quickly. This is not something you can just get involved in. You said this villa is yours, but do you know that you will be sued if the real owner of the villa finds out? The squad leader suddenly changed his initial expression and spoke to Pan Jun in a serious tone, making people feel that the squad leader was doing this for Pan Jun's own good, otherwise why would he remind him of these things? Since you said this villa is not mine, why don't we just wait and see what's going on? Since you said it's not mine, are you afraid that others will investigate? Even if they really investigate, I'm afraid I'll be the only one in trouble. That being said, seeing Pan Jun lying in the master bedroom really made everyone feel very unhappy. Why was he allowed to sleep in the master bedroom? Okay, I know. Since you want to sleep here so much, then you can continue to sleep here. What will happen if the real owner of this villa comes back? The squad leader now thought very simply, didn't Pan Jun just want to sleep in this room? Well, let him sleep there, but he didn't know if he would have such a comfortable room to sleep in for the rest of his life. Pan-Jun, to be honest, I don't mean to belittle you. Don't you think that you are just an unemployed vagrant now? How can you afford to buy this villa? Don't forget the value of this villa that I mentioned at the beginning. Seeing Pan-Jun's stubborn look, the squad leader couldn't help but get angry, so he started to say even more bad things about Pan-Jun. The monitor thought about it and finally decided to call his classmate. After all, only he could prove who the owner of the villa was, and he should have a list of villa owners. Just when the director was about to make a phone call and everyone was at a loss, suddenly the squad leader's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, the squad leader was even more proud. Didn't you say that this house is yours? Then it just so happens that I got the villa rental from this person through a series of means, and it just so happens that he should be able to know who the owner of this villa is. After the squad leader finished speaking, he answered the phone directly. In order to embarrass Pan-Jun even more, he even turned on the hands-free mode. Hello. Before the squad leader could finish his proud words, he heard the man on the other end of the phone start to roar. Asshole, what on earth did you do? You caused me to be scolded by the manager. If I had known you would be like this, I shouldn't have given this matter to you. Look at what you have done. Before I could even open my mouth to say anything, that person started cursing me in a way that made me feel a little confused. It seemed like he hadn't done anything bad. No, brother, I am somewhat touched by what you said. I don't think I have offended you. You can't just scold me. Hearing the squad leader's innocent tone, the person on the other end was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How did this person do things? He actually wanted to drive the owner of the villa out. Is he really that bold? You still dare to say that you haven't offended me? I tell you, brothers are brothers. I am so unlucky that I have to be brothers with someone like you. Do you know that? You are almost killing me. So in the next few minutes, the students all heard the person on the phone scolding their monitor. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. What on earth was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be used to prove it? Why did this happen now? Okay, tell me what's going on. This villa. Before the squad leader could finish his words, the person on the other end of the phone started cursing again. How dare you talk about that villa? How dare you chase the owner of the villa away? If you want to die, please don't take me with you. Do you know that? Because of what happened to you. The squad leader suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. After the person on the other end of the phone had finished speaking, he continued asking questions. I just want to know one thing now. Who is the owner of this villa? Can't you just tell me his name? The man on the other end seemed to realize that he had never told the squad leader about this matter, so when he mentioned Pan-Jun's name, the squad leader was completely stunned. What did you say? The owner of this villa is Pan-Jun. After getting the affirmative answer from the other end, the squad leader wanted to faint on the spot. What did he just do? He almost drove Pan-Jun out. If Pan-Jun was really the owner of this villa, then everything he said just now was true. He rented this villa without his knowledge, which was trespassing. The most important thing was that this house was worth 1 billion yuan. If Pan-Jun really called the police suddenly, wouldn't he have to live in prison for the rest of his life? The other students were also completely stunned at this time. They didn't expect that the person they had always looked down upon would actually be the owner of this villa. They had just expressed their distrust of what he said, but when they thought about it carefully, it was a good thing that they had not said anything bad about Pan-Jun from beginning to end. Just when time suddenly seemed to freeze, the manager hurriedly came to Pan-Jun and his group with many security guards. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Sir, please rest assured that we are now investigating the person involved. Please rest assured that we are professionals after all, and this will never happen again. We are really sorry for what happened today. I really didn't expect something like this to happen under my name, sir. The manager apologized to Pan-Jun very frantically. You know, such a big mistake happened under his leadership. If the people above knew about it, he would not be able to stay in the position of manager anymore and might just be fired. Chapter 46 Walking Back. After the manager finished speaking, he suddenly realized that there were other people around besides the squad leader. He was shocked. Didn't they say that the house was only rented to one person? Why did dozens of people suddenly appear? I'm sorry, sir. We will take away the people who broke in suddenly. They need to be held accountable for breaking into your house without permission. Don't worry, we will not let any of them go. The manager is really angry now. If this matter cannot be resolved perfectly today, then I am afraid he will really come. But the most important thing now is to get the person who rented the house out. There was no other way because he was the first choice, so the security quickly found the squad leader and arrested him. When the manager came over, the squad leader already knew that he would not be able to escape this matter, and he was already scared to death. He didn't expect it to be true. How could he be so unlucky to run into someone else's trap? No, Pan-jun, even if I didn't recognize the real man this time, please forgive me this time. Besides, I didn't know this villa was yours. I borrowed it from someone else at the beginning, and I paid for it. The squad leader was very scared. If he was really held accountable, he would definitely be sentenced. This was absolutely not possible. So he quickly began to apologize to Pan-jun, hoping that Pan-jun would let him go this time. But the squad leader forgot one thing, that is from the moment he entered here until now, the squad leader has never given him a good look, instead he has been saying bad things about Pan-jun. Even if Pan-jun is magnanimous at this moment, he is still extremely unhappy in his heart. If he had known this would happen, what did he do in the beginning? If he had started to be friendly in the beginning, he would not have become like this now. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. But no matter how the monitor pleaded with Pan-jun seemed not to hear him and kept ignoring him. The monitor became a little anxious, so he quickly turned to his classmates and asked them to help plead for mercy. After all, if anyone was really held accountable for this matter, none of them would be able to escape. That Pan-jun, squad leader, he really doesn't know that this villa is yours. How about just forget about it this time? We also know that it's not very nice for us to suddenly ask you this, but please let the monitor go for the sake of our classmates. After all, the monitor said that he also rented the villa from someone else, and he didn't know at first that the villa was yours, right? After hearing his classmates' pleas, Pan-jun thought about it and nodded. Well, in that case, for the sake of everyone, he would let the monitor off this time, but if it happens again, I'm sorry, he would never let it off so easily. Since the classmates have said so, I will not pursue it this time, but I have a request. Hearing that Pan-jun would no longer pursue his responsibility, the squad leader was relieved. If there was any request, he could do it somewhere else. As long as it was something he could do, he would definitely find a way to do it. Squad leader, you need to leave here immediately. Only then will I not pursue the matter. When the squad leader heard this again, he was completely stunned. Asking him to leave now, you must be kidding, how could he know what the geographical environment of this villa is like? This villa is built on the mountain, it takes at least 3 or 4 hours to get to the city, not to mention it is already very late now, not to mention taking a taxi, it is even more impossible. So now the decision is in your hands, squad leader. Either you leave me now and stop pursuing anyone or anything. Or you can stay here for one night and then talk to the police about what happened. You can make your choice now. After hearing what Pan-jun said, the squad leader of course chose the first one. Even if it was far, he had to go back. It was better than going to the police station and having a jail meal. But it was really late now, and it was impossible for him to leave. But this time the squad leader turned his eyes to the manager standing beside him. Mister, could you please give me a ride for a short distance? Don't worry, I will never let you take me for free. Unexpectedly, the squad leader actually set his sights on the manager. The manager was startled when he heard this. It was obvious that this man had a conflict with the owner of the villa. If he offended him at this time, he would be a fool. No, it was absolutely impossible. So he shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. In order to prevent the squad leader from relying on him, the manager left quickly. Anyway, he had already solved the problem, so he didn't have to do the rest. But he must hold a good meeting tomorrow to let his subordinates open their eyes. Now the only person who could help him had already left the class monitor. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly left the villa with his classmates. No one wanted to keep him at this time. They could only watch him leave. After all, they knew very well who had the sovereignty of the villa. Oh my god, I never thought that this villa would belong to you, Pan-jun. It really surprised us. Yes, no wonder you don't go to work now. It turns out you are so rich. If it were me, I wouldn't want to go to work either. It would be so fun to just eat and drink every day. I never thought there would be a hidden super rich second generation in our class. I just checked these villas. If you don't have a certain level of strength, you really can't get one. It's really amazing. By the way, do you have any plans now? Can you recommend us your job, your company, or what do you want to do so you can take us with you? The classmates around immediately turned around and began to praise Pan Jun, asking how great he was. Of course, these were all male classmates, and they really wanted to know how lucky this guy was to have such a villa. And there were more female classmates, who just wanted to gossip about Pan Jun's relationship status. If he was still single, that would be great. Chapter 47, Seeing My Wife. By the way, Pan Jun, I heard that you and Feng Shangmei have always gotten along very well. Why didn't you bring her here this time? I heard recently that you are about to get married. Yes, you are about to get married, so you can definitely bring her here. Family members are allowed to attend this party. If we were not still single, I'm afraid we would have wanted to bring our partners here a long time ago. Oh, I also want to fall in love, otherwise my parents keep urging me, it's really annoying. The female classmates began to speak word by word, their main purpose was to find out the details of the situation. After all, they had heard some gossip from some people just now. I have separated from her. Pan Jun had no idea why these people were suddenly asking about him, so he had to tell the truth. The information he got from Pan Jun was the most real, much more real than the gossip they knew. No way, haven't you two always had a good relationship? Why did you break up all of a sudden? One of them couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Nothing, it's just inappropriate. Pan Jun shook his head and didn't say anything more, but he knew very well to some people that with Feng Xingmei's family as it was, most people probably couldn't bear it. Oh, forget it, as the saying goes, your destined person is always waiting for you in one place. Now our handsome guy is unexpectedly single. Oh, by the way, I remember that the school beauty seems to be single now too. You two together, you are really a perfect match. Yes, I remember that our school beauty has always been single. By the way, Pan Jun, do you still have a girlfriend? Otherwise, consider being with the school beauty. The baby you two will have together will definitely be extremely good looking. Hearing her classmates talking about herself and Pan Jun together, the school beauty couldn't help but feel shy. She really had a crush on Pan Jun, not only because of his looks, but also because of his property. Even the mobile villa they were living in was worth so much money. This was completely her fantasy of the Prince Charming. If she could really marry Pan Jun, it would be perfect. With such thoughts, the school beauty couldn't help but be overjoyed. She quickly raised her eyes and glanced at Pan Jun, then couldn't help but lowered her head shyly, which made the people around her cheer even more. Pan Jun happened to be there when the school bell was looking at him. Seeing the school bell's shy look, Pan Jun knew that the school bell must have a good impression of him, but he was married now and it was impossible for him to be with the school bell anymore. It's true that I don't have a girlfriend right now, that's because I'm married, I already have a wife. When Pan Jun said that he was married, the people who were making a fuss suddenly became very embarrassed. They really didn't expect that there was such a relationship. Looking at the school beauty again, her shy face turned pale in an instant. The school belle felt like her heart was broken. She finally met someone who made her very satisfied, but she didn't expect that he had already gotten married so early. In that case, everyone should go back to your rooms and rest for a while. Just go to the room you reserved at the beginning. After Pan Jun finished speaking, the students realized that they could not stay there any longer, so they quickly packed their luggage and quickly returned to their rooms. But such gossip was so shocking that they quickly started gossiping in the class. Pan Jun didn't know about this at all, after all, he had already activated the shielding system. At the same time, he was also thinking about this question. He and his young wife hadn't seen each other for a while, should he go find her to cultivate their relationship? Otherwise, people would think that he said he was getting married just to deceive others? In this case, let's take action tomorrow. Pan Jun quickly washed up and went to bed. He wanted to get enough rest for tomorrow's meeting. The next morning, everyone packed up their things and appeared outside the villa. After all, they could only stay here for one night, so when Pan Jun came out, they hurriedly surrounded him. Seeing everyone holding things in their hands, Pan Jun understood in his heart that it seemed that these people were still very self-conscious. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Pan Jun. We had a great time last night. Let's get together again if we have the chance in the future. Everyone began to express their gratitude one by one, saying that they might hold another party and hoped that Pan Jun would show up then. When Pan Jun heard this, he was just polite to them. After all, he couldn't decide when they could meet again. Oh, by the way, Pan Jun, are you going out with us too? What are you going to do? A female classmate was more careful. She noticed that Pan Jun seemed to be going out with them, and couldn't help but feel curious. Isn't this his home? Why did he leave? I'm going to see my wife. Hearing Pan Jun casually say that he wanted to see his wife, everyone couldn't help but start to make a noise again. Only the school bell was there feeling sad. She hadn't slept well the whole night. She tossed and turned and kept thinking about Pan Jun. Why didn't she seize this opportunity when she was in school? If she had held on to Pan Jun at the beginning of the school, she would have married Pan Jun after graduation. Then what about his current wife? Wouldn't this villa be hers by then? So that's how it is. Then Pan Jun, we still don't know what your wife's name is? Wei Man. After presenting the evidence, he left. After all, his car was still downstairs. It was because he didn't know that the villa was his at the beginning, so the car could only be parked in the parking lot downstairs. After Pan Jun left, everyone felt that this name was very familiar. If they remembered correctly, this name. Isn't this the name of the popular entrepreneur now? Suddenly someone shouted in surprise. They finally knew why this name was so familiar. It turned out that they could see her name on the news now. She was the most famous entrepreneur at a young age, Wei Man. Chapter 48 Meeting. After confirming the name, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Could this be a joke? But in the end, they thought it was possible. After all, Pan Jun is so rich now, it would be possible if he really married Wei Man. But now they are just thinking about it in their hearts. After all, if something really happens, it has nothing to do with them. On this side, Pan Jun had very good thoughts in his mind. He first went to Wei Man's company and then took her out for dinner. However, the result was that he did not see Wei Man, but was stopped directly when he arrived at the company's front desk. I'm so sorry, sir, if you want to see our president, you have to make an appointment in advance. Pan Jun was speechless when he found out that he needed to make an appointment to see his wife. Miss, your CEO and I are married. Do I need to make an appointment to see her? Originally Pan Jun thought that after saying this, the receptionist would at least let him go, but he didn't expect the receptionist to look at the rebel with an expression of disbelief, as if this person was a schizophrenic patient. What's that look in your eyes? Would I tell a lie? I've told you that your CEO and I are now married. Do I need to make an appointment to see my wife as a husband? Pan Jun repeated it again, but unexpectedly the receptionist still shook her head firmly, and then explained to Pan Jun why she would not let him in. Sir, I don't know what you're thinking, but I can tell you the truth. I don't know how many people who think they are our president's husband have come to see her. At first, we let them in, but after being scolded several times, we already know that our president is still single. So, can you come up with a better excuse for me next time you come? Leave now, or don't blame me for calling security. While the receptionist was talking, he had already called the security guard over, and after explaining the situation to the security guard, he acted as if he was used to it. Hey, young men nowadays, why do you have to pretend to be our CEO's husband? Everyone knows that our CEO is not married at all. Boy, what do you want to do? Even if you want to be a gigolo, you have to consider the reality, right? Hearing the security guard say such words, Pan Jun felt speechless. When did he become a gigolo? What's more, this guy didn't understand anything. There is no other way. Pan Jun can only settle for the second best and ask to meet Wei Man as secretary. This should be okay, right? If that's the case, then please wait a moment. I'll go ask for instructions. After all, whether the secretary can see you or not is none of my business. I can only convey the message. No matter what, the front desk was still very dedicated. Pan Jun wanted to use the secretary to tell the superiors about this matter. While waiting, Pan Jun was really bored. He thought it would be better to sit in his wife's company and sign in to see if he could get any rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host company for signing in successfully. Reward, the host's top business acumen. After hearing the news, Pan Jun didn't think of his business sense for a moment. Could it be about the company? Does that mean that no matter what difficulties he encounters in the future, he will be able to easily find ways to resolve them? He must experiment someday to see if this is true. The secretary felt a little strange after hearing the news, but she still walked down for safety reasons. After seeing Pan Jun, she was very surprised. After all, she had heard from her president that she was already married. This is our president's secretary. If you have anything to say, just tell her. After the receptionist finished speaking, he walked aside. The rest of the matters were not something that a small receptionist like him could be involved in. You are our president's husband. What evidence do you have to prove it? Of course, the secretary couldn't just take Pan Jun with her. Regardless of who this person was, the fact that he said he was the president's husband was a little strange. After all, according to the president, her husband should be just an ordinary person, but the way this person was dressed didn't look like an ordinary person. So after seeing Pan Jun, she thought the president was joking with her. I'm sorry, but if you can't provide me with strong evidence, I can't let you in. I hope you can understand. After all, there are too many people coming and going every day who want to harm our president. Pan Jun was originally very unhappy when he heard such words, but after a moment's expression he could understand. After all, Wei Manman is now a very famous entrepreneur, and there are many people who want to win her favor, but it doesn't count. Does this photo count? Pan Jun looked through his phone and quickly found himself. It was a coincidence that he took a photo with Wei Manman last time. If they hadn't suddenly wanted to take a photo on a whim, there probably wouldn't be any photo left. After seeing the photo of the two people, the secretary was still a little skeptical, but then she thought that their president seemed to have never had such close contact with other men, and seeing that the two people in the photo were smiling happily, it was obvious that they were not forced. In this case, why not bring this person up to take a look first? Thinking this, the secretary quickly took Pan Jun upstairs. He had already chatted with Pan Jun along the way. When Pan Jun got upstairs, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some noisy sound coming from not far away, accompanied by loud shouting. The very quiet room suddenly became even quieter. The secretaries outside didn't even dare to breathe. They sat quietly at their desks and refused to leave. The president was very angry and they didn't want to get into trouble. Pan Jun walked over slowly, because he already knew from his secretary where Wei Manman was currently located. Sure enough, as he walked forward, he heard a burst of scolding coming from inside the office. The most important thing is that the door of the room was open at this time, so Pan Jun soon found that a cup was about to hit him. Pan Jun was quick-eyed and quick-handed and grabbed the cup. Chapter 49 Application. Seeing Pan Jun catch the plan so accurately, everyone gasped. This was too accurate. And how brave was he? He actually dared to run to the president's office when the president was angry. Was he not afraid of death? But who was this person? Why had they never seen this person in the company? Who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? He seemed to have come in with the Secretary General just now. I saw it too. Could he be someone close to the president? After all, there are only a few people who can get the Secretary General to go there in person. But I've never heard of the president having any other relatives. Haven't we already met his relatives? Who is this man? Could he be someone sent by the cooperative company? Everyone started talking, but they forgot that Wei Manman was extremely furious. So when they noticed that the air suddenly became more tense, everyone started to shut their mouths again. Pan Jun now understood why the Secretary General had followed him carefully just now. It turned out that Wei Manman was angry at this moment. Pan Jun thought about it. After all, she was his wife. He couldn't just let his wife be angry and do nothing. So he quickly composed himself and walked straight in. Brother Pan Jun, why are you here? Wei Manman was very excited when she saw Pan Jun coming in. It was really rare. She didn't expect that the person she had always been thinking about would really appear in front of her. However, after seeing Pan Jun holding the water cup in his hand, she felt very regretful. How could she let Pan Jun see such a fierce side of her? Get out of here right now and make me a new quote, or you don't have to stay in the company anymore, just get out of here. After hearing what Wei Manman said, the few people who were originally being scolded immediately crawled away. What a joke! They had barely escaped this disaster, it was impossible for them to be a step too late. Come and see my little wife, why are you so angry? Pan Jun casually put the cup on the table beside him and said with a smile, but Wei Manman couldn't help feeling shy after hearing what Pan Jun said. She really didn't want Pan Jun to see her being so fierce, so she hurried to Pan Jun and hugged him tightly. Brother Pan Jun, you can't be like this. I'm angry for a reason. Look at me, I'm always very nice to you, right? You can't change your impression of me just because of a small accident. I'm so gentle and lovely, can you be like this? Seeing Wei Manman acting like a spoiled child to Pan Jun, the secretary was shocked. Was she still the strong woman at work? Could she have been switched? Or had she been sleepwalking from today to now? That must be the case. Okay, I get it. Be good. What's going on? Why are you so angry? Tell me and see if there's anything I can do to help you. Pan Jun thought that if Wei Man really encountered any difficulties at this time, he could help him solve them. After all, he had not yet used the top business acumen that the system had just rewarded him with. Wei Man didn't have any doubts. After all, she was so angry just now. If Pan Jun really didn't feel anything about her being so angry just now, then there would be a big problem. It's not a big problem, but it's giving me a headache. Our company is competing with another company for a project, but the quotation has been leaked. This means that our company has already failed and we have to re-quote. However, the price is a very big problem. If we can't control it well, our company may. Wei Man quickly told Pan Jun about the problems they encountered. After hearing this, Pan Jun's brain started to work rapidly. He originally knew nothing about finance, but he did not expect that he could now understand it and think and calculate quickly. Tell me about your project, and how many companies want to compete with you. Wei Man didn't quite understand why Pan Jun was suddenly very interested in this matter, but he still told it truthfully. After hearing about the project, Pan Jun's brain began to work rapidly. He thought about what the quotation range for this project should be and what the most reasonable range should be. At the same time, he also began to quickly analyze the strength of those companies that were most likely to quote and how much the price would be. It was impossible for their family to waste money because of failure. This was really too unfair. Man, I have a general understanding of the companies you just mentioned. In this case, let's analyze step by step to see how much they can afford in their quotations. It's impossible for you to estimate the price here and they must have the same idea. Therefore, we must determine the strength of the other party before we can perfectly determine the range of their quotations. Let me analyze the first company you just mentioned. Pan Jun began to gradually analyze the strength of several companies and their quotation ranges for Wei Man, and set a price for Wei Man based on the range of those quotations. Only within this price range could he win the project and minimize the losses. If it was more, they would face other problems, such as funding. But if it was too little, no one would be willing to do it. So now each company is competing with its own strength. After Pan Jun finished analyzing it for her, Wei Man suddenly understood. Yes, why didn't she think of that? Why couldn't those companies falsely state their quotation numbers in advance? After all, only people inside knew about this, but they failed to make a quotation because of the leak and had to start over. At this time, the Secretary General was already in a state of great shock. After all, so many people in their company had come up with so many good ideas, but the results were not as reasonable as Pan Jun's analysis. Is such a person really just an ordinary person? Chapter 50 Taunting. At this time, after hearing Pan Jun's analysis and quotation range, Wei Man was even more impressed with Pan Jun. This was too amazing. She didn't expect that he could quickly obtain their quotation range just by analyzing the strength of several companies. He was simply a supercomputer. Brother Pan Jun, you are so amazing. Your brain is like a supercomputer. How can you analyze it so quickly? It's simply too amazing. I can't explain it. After praising the report, Wei Man looked at it again and thought it was feasible. In that case, then notify the company to hold a meeting based on this report. Those useless people were given so much time, but they couldn't find a good method. In the end, it was only with the help of Brother Pan Jun that we were able to obtain such a good report. However, this was opposed by the secretary. This does have certain risks, after all, at the moment. President, I know your idea is feasible. After all, it sounds very good to me. But have you considered this? Your husband, Mr. Pan, has only told us his analysis. The specific situation cannot be determined. Unless we know whether the price reports of other companies are not too different from this one, we can make preparations for both situations. The secretary has his own thoughts when saying this. After all, many things cannot be said just like that. Many situations need to be decided based on actual conditions. Take the report as an example. They will definitely have a certain range. The minimum price and the maximum price are within a certain range. Once the price is exceeded, what should they do with the extra money? These are all things they need to consider. And President, you have to know that if we fail this time, we will lose a project worth hundreds of millions. In fact, this sentence is the key point. After all, Who doesn't want their company to make more money? If they make a lot of money, they will also receive certain rewards. I understand your concerns, but I believe him. He actually said something like this, which means he must have thought it through seriously. Besides, he is my husband now. If I don't believe him, who else can I believe? After Wei Manman finished speaking, she called a meeting of the company's senior executives. After learning that Wei Mama actually planned to use the price quoted by Pan Jun, all the managers unanimously opposed it. I'm sorry, I think this offer is really unbelievable. After all, the price is a bit too high. President, I don't know where you got this report from, but don't you find that the amount on it is really high? You should know that the reports of other companies competing with us are very low. Do you think they will be willing to cooperate with us given our situation? The price is not a problem. I always feel that something is wrong. We disagree. The only way for the president to stabilize this group of projects is to quickly lower the price of the report. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. After much discussion, the manager's only request was to lower the price of the report, otherwise they would not be able to get the project. Pan Jun didn't say anything the whole time, just stood quietly behind Wei Manman and looked at Wei Manman, because his wife started arguing with the managers over his financial statements. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. After all, this was the first time he made such a decision. You know, this project involves a sum of hundreds of millions of dollars. If he made a wrong judgment, then Wei Manman's company would suffer too great a loss. It's the man behind you who made such a price. I'm really curious about which school he graduated from. He actually has the ability to say such a thing. Although the president said that you should look at your era now, in such an important occasion, do you think academic qualifications are more important or face is more important? At this time, a turtle stood up and spoke to Pan Jun with a very disdainful look on his face. If he really graduated from a very famous school, then I have nothing to say, but from what I know, it seems that he is not. He should just be a graduate of an ordinary university. So how can he make such a budget? After hearing her lover being scolded, Wei Manman really couldn't help but almost turned hostile. What he said was one thing, but why did he have to make such personal attacks? Even if Pan Jun really graduated from an ordinary university, so what? The analysis he gave her was much better than these people. The most important point was that she believed in Pan Jun. What do you mean by that? I paid a lot of money to hire you to come to our company, not for you to question my decision. Besides, even if you just came back from abroad, so what? I just want to know what your real level is, from the time you joined the company until now. Seeing that Wei Manman was actually planning to turn against those people in the company for him, Pan Jun was very moved and he quickly held Wei Manman down. Manman, no matter what he said is partly true. After all, I am just a student who graduated from an ordinary university. I certainly cannot be compared with these overseas returnees. But seeing that you trust me so much, I am still very touched. Haven't they always not believed what I said? Since you don't believe in the decision I made, how about we make a bet? Seeing Pan Jun so confident, Wei Manman immediately calmed down. She wanted to see what to do with these people in the company. If none of them were capable of doing the job, could she consider replacing a group of people? Bet. Are you kidding me, sir? How can the company's affairs be casually compared to a bet? Do you know that this project is worth hundreds of millions? If you can joke about it with just a bet, then we can all make decisions in this way in the future. One of the managers couldn't help but sarcastically say that if they continued like this, the company would be doomed sooner or later. How about this? Just follow the report I gave you. If you can't meet the standards, I'm willing to compensate you for all your losses. Hearing Pan Jun speaking in such a loud tone, the others couldn't help but be shocked, and although those who asked them not to say anything else on the surface, they sneered at Pan Jun's words in their hearts. Chapter 51 Bidding. The meeting discussed for a long time, but unfortunately, since Wei Manman had always agreed with Pan Jun's method, no matter how much they opposed it, it had no effect. In addition, Pan Jun also said that if the bid was unsuccessful, he was willing to compensate for all the losses. Anyway, whether it was successful or not, there would be no loss to their company, which was very good. The ongoing project is a joint development between an established enterprise and a foreign-funded enterprise, so it is quite important. Once this project is won, it will mean a big leap in both reputation and funding in the future. Therefore, other companies are putting in even more effort to win the bid. On the day of the bidding, Wei Manman brought several elites from their company and quickly arrived at the bidding site. After all, they had made full preparations this time. If they still failed, their company would definitely suffer a bigger blow. It was at this time that they suddenly ran into a group of people. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet Miss Wei here. I thought Miss Wei's company would withdraw from the bidding this time. I didn't expect that she has made all the preparations again. It's really surprising." The leader among them immediately laughed after seeing Wei Man. He didn't expect that this little girl was still so arrogant. Even at this time, she still had the courage to bid with them. After all, the platform originally wanted everyone to compete fairly. "We were just afraid that some people would do something tricky. After all, some people would do anything to achieve their goals. Alas, I wonder if some people were very happy using the report that was stolen from us?" One of them couldn't help but speak. They had been standing firmly behind Wei Man, but when they saw that man, they couldn't help but get angry. This man was the competitor who stole their quotation. If they were just like this, it would be fine, but the problem was that they were not only the competitor of their president, but also the old competitor of their president's father. "How can you talk to President Zhang Kai? Who do you think you are? The president is talking, so how can a small manager like you have the right to talk here? You really don't know what's good for you." The people following Zhang Kai were immediately unhappy. What did that mean? Dare to challenge them on the spot. Could it be that Wei Man really planned to go all out? Well, that's not the way to say it. We are all here to bid, so it has to be fair. It just depends on the price. After all, I think every company wants to get more profit. Zhang Kai stared at Wei Man, who was wearing a professional suit, and couldn't help drooling in his heart. He knew that he had been eyeing this little girl for a long time and had always wanted to win her over. However, after all, her worth was there and it was impossible for ordinary people to get her. "Well, that's what I said, but..." "Miss Wei, don't worry. After all, you are so beautiful that anyone can't help but feel pity for you. Miss Wei, what is the current situation of your company? If you can't get this project, I am willing to give you a share." Unexpectedly, Zhang Kai pretended to be generous at this time and expressed his willingness to cooperate with Wei Man, but what he said made the people in the trading company very angry. What did this man mean? Was it destined that they could not get this cooperation? Wei Man was also very annoyed. That old guy was almost as old as his father, but he was still a pervert. It was really disgusting, especially the way he stared at her. She wanted to smash his head off on the spot. However, Wei Man's good manners prevented her from showing any dissatisfaction even when she was angry, because she knew that she had to stay stable now, otherwise she would probably do as this person wished and get angry on the spot. "Since Mr. Zhang has said so, let's wait and see. After all, whether we can get this project this time depends on the other party's willingness, right? No matter how much we say here, it will be useless if the other party is unwilling. Let's go, we have to prepare well." After Wei Man finished speaking, she quickly left with her men. She didn't want to stay with those people for a moment. If she stayed any longer, no matter how well-mannered she was, she would not be able to hold back and start scolding. On the other hand, when Wei's father learned that Wei Man's quotation had been leaked on the eve of the bidding, he couldn't help feeling proud. Of course, he was not happy that his daughter was going to fail, nor did he deliberately send someone to leak Wei Man's report. He was proud of something else. "President, should we secretly help Miss? After all, it is really hard for her to support such a large company alone. Moreover, her financial statements were leaked by someone before. This must have been done by the other party. Doesn't this violate the will of fairness?" The secretary beside Wei's father hurriedly made inquiries after hearing the news. After all, Wei's mother was the eldest daughter in their family. Suddenly, someone used such despicable means on her. It was really disgusting to think about her failure. He felt that if he made such inquiries, Wei's father should win without any effort. Was he going to watch his daughter fail in the bid like this? Of course not. Father Wei refused without a second thought. Just kidding, he just wanted to let Wei Man know how painful it was to start a business. It would be best if she could get some blows from it. Then, wouldn't he be able to come back and take over his job? By then, he would discuss it with others. He would definitely live a happy life in the future. So he would not help her this time, but he would not add insult to injury. He would just watch her use whatever means to revive the company. But if the president is really like this, then the young lady. Don't worry about this matter. I have some ideas of my own. Just wait. If your eldest daughter is hit by this matter, she will definitely come back to take over my position. At that time, you must do your best to help her so that she can take over my company quickly. Chapter 52, Going to Eat. Father Wei has already started planning what kind of life his daughter will have when she comes back. It really makes him happy just thinking about it. I am so excited when I think about my well-behaved daughter coming back to me. When she comes back, I will definitely take her out to have some fun. Otherwise, it would be a shame for my well-behaved daughter to have been out there asking around for so long. Father Wei was very happy and started to make plans, but Wei Man and the others were thinking about other things. The president is really too disgusting. Do you want to? Don't worry, let's talk about it after the bidding is over. Isn't he always very arrogant? He is introverted. What will happen if we win this time? You have to know that you should strike a person from the bottom of his heart, instead of just letting him go. Wei Man knew very well in her heart that now was not the time to cause trouble. She should wait until everything was over and then see what to do. When the other bidders learned that Zhang Kai wanted to find a partner this year, they immediately began to surround him. You know, this is a big order. If Zhang Kai went alone, it would be a bit too greedy. So Zhang Kai is now very clear that he absolutely cannot eat it all by himself, so he should at least share some of the meat scraps with them. So everyone is willing to fight and be beaten, and many people started to surround him and try to get close to him. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be willing to start sharing this cooperation with other companies. Would you like to consider us? After all, our cooperation has been maintained until now. Don't you know what the situation is between us? Boss Zhang, how about we go out and play after dinner? I know you like to relax after work. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you this time. Mr. Zhang, I heard that. After all, everyone is an experienced person, so they know very well that if they want to establish a cooperative relationship with Zhang Kai, then first of all, both beautiful women and money are indispensable. After all, he is a man who loves beauty. Similarly, if the money is not in place, then everything is nonsense. Okay, since everyone is interested, we can discuss this matter later. After all, we haven't decided which company to choose yet. If our bid fails, then all our efforts will be in vain. Although Zhang Kai said this, he had a big smile on his face. He was very proud now because he felt that this bid would be successful. If he spent so much effort and still couldn't succeed, then he might consider changing someone else to be the president of his company. Hey, Mr. Zhang, look at what you said. If you don't succeed, then won't our small companies have even less chance? That's right, Mr. Zhang, you are really joking. Seeing the people around him praising him, Zhang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing, knowing that several of his good friends suddenly mentioned someone. You really don't know what Miss Wei is thinking. She is so ungrateful. If she could cooperate with you, why would she work so hard running around alone? She is just too ungrateful. Even if her family is very wealthy, so what? Now she is out on her own. Besides, there is nothing wrong with your family being compared to hers. You don't understand this, her father is rich. Even if her father is rich, Wei Man is a complete newbie in the workplace. She was able to build the company to such a large size only because of good luck. But luck is also a part of it. What a pity. This time she met Mr. Zhang. Her methods are too naive. She doesn't know how to be flexible at all. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but start complaining. They all started talking about how ungrateful Wei Man was. They seemed to have forgotten that her family was so important that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend her. All right, let's go. The group of people talked for a while and soon let go. Although they knew that they might not be able to win the bid this time, it did not stop them from being willing to take a gamble. If they could succeed, that would be great. Even if they failed, they could find ways to curry favor with the other party. It was better than getting nothing at all. After Wei Man successfully won the bid, she was no longer busy with company affairs and she began to have time for herself. Wei Man thought that she had not been with Pan Jun recently. To be honest, she really missed him a little. In that case, why not make an appointment for dinner together in the evening? They had not eaten alone for a long time. Thinking of this, she quickly took out her phone and told Pan Jun about this matter. Want to have dinner together tonight? That's fine. Why don't you let me choose the place for dinner this time? Don't worry, I won't let you down this time. After receiving Wei Man's call, Pan Jun knew in his heart that it seemed that the little girl would no longer be busy. In that case, he would take her to have a good rest. Of course, he certainly didn't want the meal to be too rigid, so why not the two of them go to a better place and have a good meal? Soon the time agreed upon by the two arrived. Pan Jun drove a sports car to the downstairs of Wei Manman's company and called her to tell her that he was waiting for her at the door. Wei Manman ran down. "Where are you taking me later?" Wei Manman was very curious, but there was nothing she could do. Although she had returned here, she was always busy with work and had no time to go shopping. Therefore, she knew very little about the places to eat here. After all, every time she either ate in the company or her secretary ordered takeout for her. The food was almost the same as at home and she had no appetite at all. "Don't worry, you will definitely like the place I take you to this time." Pan Jun said this with a smile, and then began to drive attentively. He had already decided to take Wei Manman to a relatively niche restaurant this time, but the food there was really very good. Everyone who had been there said nothing bad about it. Of course, the only bad thing was that its geographical environment was a little remote. If it weren't for the taste of the food, few people would be willing to spend a lot of time going there. Chapter 53 Between Husband and Wife. After a while, the two arrived at the destination. When they saw the TV with very ordinary decoration, Wei Manman couldn't help but frown. This place looked very ordinary. Isn't the purpose of eating to make yourself feel better? Don't worry, this place is really great. It's really a coincidence that we found this place when we were in college. The food here is really great. Pan Jun explained to her why they came here to eat. The main reason was that the food here was really affordable and the food was also very good. Wei Manman already had a good impression of Pan Jun at this time, so in her eyes, no matter what Pan Jun said was right. Okay, brother Pan Jun, I get it. I really want to see you now. After all, my company has solved such a big problem. When I think about it, I really admire you. I don't know what to say. By the way, brother Pan Jun, do you have? Wei Manman kept sticking to Pan Jun and expressed her admiration for him. Okay, if you keep talking, I'm almost embarrassed. No matter what, I just helped you this time. As for whether the bid can be successful, it depends on your own efforts. If you keep talking, you won't be praising me. Pan Jun finally couldn't help it at this time. He felt embarrassed if he continued to speak, so he quickly told Wei Manman. Okay, since you said so, brother Pan Jun, I will stop, but I will tell you silently in my heart. The interaction between the two was really friendly, and Pan Jun was very happy to see it. After all, such happy moments were too rare, and it seemed as if he had not lived such a leisurely life for a long time. Ouch. After the two found a place to sit down, since this restaurant didn't have many private rooms, they had very cleverly set up small compartments to ensure a certain degree of privacy. Just when Wei Manman stood up and wanted to go out to get something, she accidentally bumped into someone. Hey, did you look at the road? I didn't realize I was wearing such high heels today. If I hadn't grabbed hold of something beside me, I would have fallen to the ground. The woman was obviously very angry. Although she was also responsible for some of the incident, most of the blame was still on Wei Manman. I'm sorry, I walked out suddenly, but if you could have seen me coming out at that time, you would not have been hit if you could have stopped. Anyway, I have already apologized to you, and the rest has nothing to do with me. After Wei Manman apologized, it was impossible for her to take all the blame on herself. After all, she knew very well what the matter was. So what you mean is that I almost fell just now, and it's all my own fault for not noticing you suddenly, right? But please, I was walking at the time, did I have to be careful to watch the people around me to see if anyone suddenly jumped out? That woman still refused to give in. While the two were arguing, Pan Jun and the other person heard it and couldn't help but frown. Especially Pan Jun, he knew very well what kind of person Wei Manman was. She had already apologized, which meant that her attitude at the beginning was still very sincere. Miss, I think your apology just now was very insincere. My female companion was talking to me just now, so she didn't notice you suddenly appearing. You seem to have seen her, so why didn't you stop? Instead, you bumped into her directly? At this time, it seemed that the man next to the woman couldn't help it and something happened. Hearing this voice, Pan Jun suddenly felt very familiar. I have already apologized to her. Besides, this matter is not entirely my fault. Why are you targeting me alone? Doesn't your female companion have any fault at all? Miss Wei Manman couldn't help but get angry. What kind of people are these? It's obviously not her problem at all, but they have to blame her. Do they really think they look so easy to bully? Is this your attitude? Miss, seeing your attitude, I really doubt whether you did it on purpose. Otherwise, can't you see a living person in front of you? Seeing these two people actually starting to go against her, Wei Man was so angry that she wanted to die. I didn't expect to see someone we know here. At this moment, Pan Jun finally showed up, because he had just thought about it and finally knew why the man's voice was familiar to him. Wasn't this their squad leader? The monitor just said that my female companion's tone of apology was not good. I don't think there was anything wrong with her tone. Do you think the monitor needs us to apologize to you again? The squad leader was already very nervous after seeing Pan Jun come out, and when he heard these words, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, he no longer wanted to find out who was at fault. The only thing that mattered was to get this matter over with as soon as possible. He glanced at the girl next to him and gritted his teeth. Hurry up and apologize to this lady. The female companion next to the squad leader looked at his attitude and suddenly became very respectful to Pan Jun. She also had an idea in her mind. It seemed that the man opposite should have a very important background, otherwise it would be impossible for the squad leader to show respect to such a person. My apologies, young lady. I was not very kind just now. I apologize to you now. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive us this time. After hearing that his female companion had apologized, the squad leader was still very nervous. After all, Pan Jun had not said a word since he said that, which made him feel like an ant on a hot pan. You know, for an adult like Pan Jun, it would be as easy for him to crush ordinary people like him to death as it would be for him to crush an ant. Wei Man was too lazy to bother with these people who were lower than himself. After all, such people were not worth his effort. Just a look or a gesture was enough to scare them. Why should he waste so much time dealing with someone who was completely useless? Chapter 54, Celebrate. Alright, get out of here as soon as you can. I don't want to see you right now. Wei Man waved her hand and said with a look of disgust. Hearing this, the squad leader hurriedly left with her female companion. This place is really unlucky. Come on, I'll take you to get a private room. Although they don't have many private rooms, there should be one available now. Pan Jun just felt that this place was a bit unlucky, so he asked the boss for a private room. After all, the consumption level here was not particularly low, and Pan Jun was very generous, so the boss quickly opened a private room for him. The sound insulation of this box is excellent, but Wei Man has no idea. How is the soundproofing of this box? Pan Jun didn't expect Wei Man would suddenly ask such a question. He wanted to play a joke on her. After all, this little girl has been with him for a while, and he didn't know if she could accept what he said suddenly. Don't worry, this effect is very good. Even if you and I enter the bridal chamber right now, it won't disturb others at all. Wei Man blushed for a moment when Pan Jun suddenly said such words to her. She really didn't expect that Pan Jun would suddenly flirt with her like this. It was too surprising, especially since this happened outside. Brother Pan Jun, you are so unexpected. Is there really no one pretending to be you? Wei Man looked around at Pan Jun and said to him with a smile. Why don't you give it a try and see if I'm real or fake? Pan Jun put his face in front of Wei Man and teased her. Brother Pan Jun. Wei Man suddenly felt shy. How could this person be like this? But this was his own fault. Since he had put his face close to her, she couldn't help but take advantage of him. Boo! Pan Jun froze for a moment. What did he just feel? Was this true? Brother Pan Jun, do you like it? Wei Man saw Pan Jun's stalemate and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. What do you think? Pan Jun finally came to his senses. He really didn't expect Wei Man to take the initiative to kiss him. That kind of touch almost made him unable to control himself. Facing such a beautiful wife, he was always very happy. But Pan Jun knew very well that now was not the time to play, so he restrained himself and waited until after dinner. Now he had his own villa, so he didn't need to go back to the place he rented at the beginning. But Wei Man didn't know anything about it, so in that case, he would take her to his new home to get to know it properly. Where are you taking me, Brother Pan Jun? It's getting late now. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? Wei Man found that their current route did not seem to be the direction she had taken the taxi in the beginning. I already have my own house, and it will also be our new home. Come on, I'll take you to have a good look. Soon, Pan Jun brought Wei Man Man to the villa. When she saw that the villa belonged to Pan Jun, Wei Man Man was very surprised. Isn't Pan Jun just an ordinary person? Why would there be such a villa? You know, even she couldn't come up with so much money at once. After all, she had to consider the actual situation. This will be our new home from now on. Come on, I'll take you on a tour. Pan Jun did not give Wei Man Man too much time to think. He took Wei Man Man to have a good tour of the villa. Wow, this villa is so beautiful. Brother Pan Jun, is this really yours? After the visit, Wei Man Man couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This couldn't be all fake, this villa is so beautiful. Of course it's true. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? And if you don't believe it, you can just call and ask to see if the owner of this villa is my name, right? Pan Jun smiled and nodded. He really didn't expect that one day he would not only own a house but also a car, and most importantly, they would be worth a lot of money. However, what made him happy was that he had a beautiful wife. No, I believe that you have such ability, Brother Pan Jun. Since this house is yours, I will start to take a good and careful look around. After Wei Man Man finished speaking, she immediately ran to the leisure area of the villa. She could finally relax. After all, she suddenly appeared here and she was very nervous at first. But now, after confirming that this house was her home, she no longer had any psychological burden at all. Pan Jun just smiled and watched Wei Man Man start to relax in his home. After all, he didn't want Wei Man Man to stay nervous all the time. They were husband and wife and lived here after all. The two of them played in the villa for a while, and then it was time to rest. When Pan Jun saw Wei Man Man lying in the master bedroom, although he was very excited, he was also very clear about one thing. This room you stay in for now, I'll go find another room to lie down. Wei Man Man really didn't expect Pan Jun to go to another room to sleep, but isn't this their master bedroom? If he's not here, what's the point of lying here? Brother Pan Jun, why don't you want to sit in the same room with me? Isn't this room yours? Isn't it the master bedroom? If you just run off to sleep somewhere else, what will others think if they find out? Wei Man Man suddenly acted like this, but she knew very well why Pan Jun did this, but this did not prevent her from teasing him. Besides, Brother Pan Jun, we've been playing for so long, we must be sweaty. Do you want to take a bath with me? I found a very large bathtub that is big enough for the two of us to take a bath together. Do you want to come with me? Pan Jun really didn't expect that Wei Man Man would have the courage to tease him at this time. He really didn't know whether to say that she was careless or didn't care. But thinking about such a scene, what would happen if Wei Man Man and I were bathing together? Thinking about it was really tempting. Pan Jun quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. It was absolutely not allowed to joke. Chapter 55, Successful Bidding. Don't I believe in you? You dare to play tricks on me at this time? If you really make such a decision with me, then go ahead and take a bath first. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he immediately left the room. He knew very well what kind of person Wei Man Man was. After all, their marriage status was not yet recognized by her parents, so it was really impossible for Wei Man Man to have anything happen with him. Alright, I know I was wrong, isn't that enough? Brother Pan Jun, this time it's my fault, okay? I swear I will never tease you like this again next time. Wei Man Man said with a smile. Hearing this, Pan Jun nodded, but he still walked out. After all, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. For the sake of both of them, he decided to stay out for a while. No, I don't agree with you. What does it mean to break up with me like this? After Wei Man Man finished washing up, Pan Jun was about to leave the room, but was grabbed by Wei Man Man, who was very angry. Be good, after all, the two of us haven't met our parents yet, and I don't want you to suffer any grievances, so I'm going to sleep in another room this time. No matter what I say, you have to sleep with me tonight. This is our shared room, and you just throw me out like that. Do you want to see other girls? Wei Man Man became unhappy when she learned that Pan Jun actually wanted to sleep in another room. No matter what, Pan Jun had to sleep in the same room with her. Besides, they had slept together before, so was there any need to be so nervous? No, but you have to sleep with me tonight, hurry up. After Wei Man Man said that, she held Pan Jun's arm and refused to let go. Pan Jun had no choice but to sigh and lie down. Brother Pan Jun, do you know? I have been thinking about this scene for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be true. After Wei Man Man finished speaking, she found a comfortable position in Pan Jun's arms and fell asleep. After feeling the softness that was different from his own body, Pan Jun could only stare out the window with his eyes wide open. This was really too painful. You know, he was a normal man facing such a beautiful wife. Now he could only act like Liu Xiaohui. So this night was both sweet and extremely torturous for Pan Jun. Ah! Next time, no matter what, I will eat this little girl in my mouth, otherwise I will not be willing. Pan Jun thought with gritted teeth in his heart. On this side, Zhang Kai received some very happy news through internal information. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. I didn't expect that you actually won the bid. Congratulations. After obtaining the internal channels, Zhang Kai was extremely proud and immediately told the news to his other partners. I really didn't expect that Mr. Zhang actually won the bid this time. Congratulations. If that's the case, why don't we come out and celebrate? I told you, with your skills, Mr. Zhang, is it possible that you can't get such a small title? Well, I won't say much, congratulations. Since it's such a happy event, we should definitely celebrate it. Mr. Zhang, I'll be the host this time, and we'll have a good time together. So those people started to get together and discuss how they should cooperate on this matter. After all, Zhang Kai had told them their plan at the beginning. It was impossible for Zhang Kai to win the bid alone this time, so he had to have several partners, and these people were just the ones he had chosen. On the other side, Wei Manman continued to be busy with her work the next day, as if it didn't matter to her at all who won the bid. Boss, how come you still have some free time here? Do you know that the rumors are going viral that the old man has won the bid? I didn't expect that someone like him could be successful in the bid. I just feel a little sick and panicked. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but we've tried our best to do this, right? Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter to us now. Since this matter has nothing to do with us anymore, then what's left is to do the following things well instead of blaming each other here. Wei Manman couldn't help but get angry after hearing what her employees said. At present, it was just a rumor that Zhang Kai's bid was successful, but shouldn't we listen to the news released by the company for the specific situation? What do these people want to do? Also, no matter how loud the rumors are now, it's useless. Unless we wait for the official documents to come down, otherwise you all better keep your tempers in check. Especially if some people dare to say something in the company, don't blame me for being rude. Wei Manman's serious tone made those people shut their mouths one by one. It would be better for them not to frown now, because the bid price this time would be made by people who were closer to them. If something really happened, they would not be able to say anything. It was just that they felt unwilling to accept that their company had lost such a large order in vain. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back and finish the rest of the work for me, otherwise you can leave my company. Seeing that there were still a few people in front of her and had no intention of leaving, Wei Manman finally couldn't help but yelled loudly. After seeing that those people had really left, Wei Manman felt an immense headache. Now the rumor was spreading outside that Zhang Kai's company had won the bid. Now many managers in their company began to blame Pan Jun behind her back, asking why she didn't raise the price a bit, which led to their company's failure in the bid. But they had a part of it at the beginning. If she hadn't insisted on her own way, they probably wouldn't have failed this time. But things had come to this point, and nothing they said would be of any use. Besides, Wei Manman actually still trusts Pan Jun very much from the bottom of her heart, so she would not believe it so easily before the official announcement was made. After all, in many cases the so-called gossip is not very accurate at all, especially for something as important as bidding, which cannot be obtained from outside gossip. You have to know that the company may sometimes make a different decision in an instant. Chapter 56 Wrong. Everyone here was waiting for Wei Manman's move, including Zhang Kai. After all, he had given Wei Manman a sweet treat at the beginning. If she was willing, she could come to him for cooperation. But now it seemed that the little girl didn't want such cooperation anymore. Hey, Mr. Zhang, why bother with a little girl? If she doesn't cooperate with you, it's her loss. We are still very willing to cooperate with you. That's right. Ms. Zhang is just a little girl. Besides, she only relies on her father. She will know that in the future, everyone needs to cooperate in order to revise the company. After all, it's impossible for one company to dominate the market alone. That little girl, Mr. Zhang, is so disrespectful, so we don't need to give her face. Although her company looks small, it is actually very good. After you get this project, can't you just swallow up her company? That's right. Although the people around him did not have a close cooperative relationship with Zhang Kai, they still had some dealings in the company. They knew very well what Zhang Kai was planning. He simply had his eyes on Wei Manman and was ambitious to take over the company she opened. That being said, her father is not someone you can easily mess with. One of them couldn't help but speak out what everyone was thinking. After all, this was the truth. Zhang Kai didn't care about this matter. After all, he had already got the bidding project. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to get it from the Wei family. But before that, he should at least take revenge. The thought of that little girl not giving him face really made him angry as an elder. No, this little girl should learn a lesson no matter what. With this idea in mind, Zhang Kai quickly packed himself up, asked someone about Wei Manman's whereabouts, and then decided to meet her by chance. "Oh, isn't this Miss Wei? I didn't expect you to be here. This really surprises me." Wei Manman looked at Zhang Kai, who appeared in front of her after the event, and felt a huge headache. When did this man suddenly meet her? He must have ulterior motives. Just based on him, he doesn't even look at what he looks like. He's so old, but he still has the nerve to eat young grass. I really didn't expect to run into Mr. Zhang here. I wonder why Mr. Zhang came here. Hey Miss Wei, actually I came here this time to discuss something with you. You don't have to be so formal. You said that we all see each other every day, isn't that right? It's very awkward, and it makes everyone lose face. Zhang Kai felt annoyed when he saw Wei Manman looking at him impatiently. If this little girl wasn't still useful, he would have turned against her long ago. How could he really turn against her? In that case, why don't you just tell me what you want to talk to me about? You know I've been very busy lately. Wei Manman actually already had some ideas in her mind, but she was not quite sure why Zhang Kai suddenly came to her. Ah, Miss Wei, you actually know something, right? There are rumors that I have won the bid, but Miss Wei, do you also know us businessmen? It is impossible for one company to dominate the market, right? That's why I was thinking about whether I should fulfill the promise I made to you last time. As long as you nod and agree, we can start cooperation right away. Seeing Zhang Kai's smug look, Wei Manman felt speechless. There was no official notice at all, so why did this person think he had won the bid? Even if it was internal information, sometimes it would be inaccurate. Mr. Zhang, as far as I know, it seems that we haven't announced who has won the bid yet. Are you so sure that you will succeed? As far as I know, sometimes the changes are very big. Zhang Kai's face suddenly dropped when he heard Wei Manman's words. What did she mean? Would he not be able to win the bid this time? Or did this little girl already have other ideas? If she really didn't give him face. Miss Wei, I only thought of this cooperation for your father's sake, and I am able to bring you along. But your words are really a pity. After all, you should know that there are no absolute friends among businessmen, there are only interests. Do you think I will not succeed in this bid? Just when the atmosphere between the two was very awkward, they heard Zhang Kai's phone seem to ring. Seeing that the person on the phone said it was his partner, Zhang Kai felt extremely proud. The call came at this time, probably because he wanted to celebrate for himself. Hello? Hello? Mr. Zhang, something bad has happened. I just got the news that your company did not win the bid. The successful bidder was another company. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Zhang Kai was suddenly confused. Did he hear it right? He didn't succeed in the bid at all. How could it be possible? Could it be that these people were trying to play a joke on him? But after confirming the caller ID again, Zhang Kai knew very well that these people were all interested in cooperating with him, so they should be more nervous than him, which meant that these people were not joking at all and he really didn't succeed in the bid. How could it be possible that I had already won the bid? Why would someone suddenly go back on their word? Explain to me what's going on. The mood of those potential partners is even worse than Zhang Kai's. After all, they have already spent such a huge price just to cooperate with Zhang Kai, but now everything is over. Mr. Zhang, shouldn't we ask your mother about this? You swore to us at the beginning that you had won the bid, but now the official documents released show that it is not your company but Miss Wei's company. What do you think we should do now? Mr. Zhang, don't try to shirk your responsibility at this time. This is not our fault. We spent so much money just to cooperate with you, but now we can't reach an agreement on cooperation. You might as well think about how to make up for the loss to the minimum. If you can't, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our cooperation to continue in the future. Chapter 57 Buying Wine. Wei Manman saw Zhang Kai's dumbfounded look and didn't want to wait any longer, so she left directly. However, Zhang Kai was furious now. He spent so much money, could it be that he just told him a false news? There was no such good thing in the world. Then stop talking nonsense. Instead of yelling at me here, why don't you think carefully about what to do next? Zhang Kai hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. He had to find a way to solve this matter, otherwise wouldn't all his plans be ruined? How did they do things? Why didn't they discuss such a big thing with him at all? He almost caused a disaster, but even so, the money he invested in the early stage was too much. So Zhang Kai started making calls immediately after hanging up the phone. He wanted to find out what was going on and why such a thing happened out of the blue. Hey, what's going on? Didn't you tell me at the beginning that I had won the bid? Why is it suddenly reversed now? It wasn't me who won the bid, but that little girl. Now you tell me that you made a mistake, then I ask you, what's the point of telling me what happened when I invested so much money in the early stage? I don't need any compensation now. I just want to know what happened. Wasn't it agreed that I would definitely get the bid? Can you change it now? Is this how you do things? Zhang Kai looked at the hung-up call and was so angry that he smashed his phone. He finally understood what it meant that a higher-ranking official could crush someone to death. What's more, that person had nothing to do with him, he just had some connections above. Now, not only did he invest so much money in vain, but he also made a wedding dress for others. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Is this true? I just saw a news report saying that our bid was successful. The documents have already been issued, could there be fake ones? I really didn't expect that person to be so powerful. Yes. At first I thought he knew nothing, but I didn't expect he was a real master. It's really amazing. I wish he could show up at the company right now so that we can pay him homage. If I could get such guidance, I would definitely become rich. After learning that their company had won the bid, the people in the company were very excited. You know, everyone was not optimistic about Pan Jun's proposal at the beginning, but they didn't expect that it was the data Pan Jun gave them that led to their success. This is simply amazing. I'm curious about what he was thinking. He was able to come up with such good numbers in such a short time. Wei Man also received such news at this time. She really didn't expect that the number given to him by Pan Jun had actually successfully won the bid. This was what surprised everyone. After all, she did believe in Pan Jun at the beginning, but to be honest, she was more or less unsure in her heart. Brother Pan Jun has good news for you. Did you know that our bid was successful? We actually succeeded in the bid. I am so happy. Pan Jun was also at home at this time. After hearing what Wei Man told him, he was very happy. However, he already knew this matter very well. After all, the data he provided absolutely met the other party's requirements. In particular, he could better highlight which company's data was the most real among those companies. Well, I'm glad I can help you this time. I'm just afraid that something unexpected will happen. If so, I really can't escape the blame. Well, little girl, since the matter has been successful, do you want to get busy with other things? Hearing Pan Jun's words, Wei Man suddenly remembered that the bidding was over and she would soon be busy with company matters. She was a little unhappy. After all, she and Pan Jun had been apart for a long time. They didn't look like a couple. And how long would it take before she could meet her parents? She hadn't dared to tell her parents that she was married yet. I'm so tired of working so hard, brother Pan Jun. Wei Man acted coquettishly to Pan Jun again and then hung up the phone. Now that the bid had been successful, there would be more things for her to do next, and there was no way to avoid it. Pan Jun was just thinking that he was bored at home, so he might as well do something. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a winery near his villa. Since he had a villa, he had to buy some good wines, otherwise it would be too empty. Thinking of this, Pan Jun immediately drove to a nearby winery. Pan Jun soon arrived at a nearby restaurant. After seeing Pan Jun's car, the front desk receptionist immediately told the manager of the winery the news. After all, this was a luxury car. Butler, I can say this car is worth at least 8 figures, so please make sure you treat it well. The front desk clerk on the side is very perceptive and has a very good relationship with the internal staff. After all, they are only responsible for reception. If the share is good in the end, their front desk clerk will also get a certain commission, but the prerequisite is that they must provide good reception. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. If this person really spends any money here, you will definitely get a commission. I will send our sales champion over now. After all, she is the only one who understands sales methods the best. The sales champion at the side smiled brightly when he heard that he was going to receive a bold man. After all, who doesn't want to have more money? If the news was really good, then what was wrong with him wasting some time on that person? What was more important was that he had just heard that the car alone was worth 8 figures. How rich must that be? Moreover, those who could buy wine in this winery should be from that place. Don't worry, butler. I will take good care of him. Don't worry, if he needs anything, I will try my best to satisfy him. After the sales champion finished speaking, she walked out directly. After all, she had to dress up for the meeting and couldn't let the customers see her bad side. Chapter 58 Green Plum. So when Pan Jun parked the car and arrived at Juzwang, he found a hot beauty appeared in front of him. Hello, sir. I'm the salesperson here. You can call me Xiaoting. Xiaoting walked forward with a smile. She had just confirmed with the front desk that the person in front of her was the very rich man she had mentioned at the beginning. I don't know your name yet, sir, because I will be responsible for receiving you for the next period of time. Pan Jun couldn't help but nodded as he looked at Xiaoting in front of him. He already knew that it seemed that the winery had known about his coming here just now, so they immediately sent someone to receive him. However, Pan Jun felt a little relieved. My last name is Pan. Pan Jun didn't say anything else, but Xiaoting became even more enthusiastic after hearing this. She took Pan Jun around the winery, especially the place where their wine was stored. Mr. Pan, let me tell you about the approximate year when our winery was built, including the good and bad of the wine and other aspects. I will introduce everything to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me so that I can answer your questions in time. So Xiaoting began to try her best to introduce their winery to Pan Jun, but Pan Jun just felt a little bored after listening for a long time. In the end, she just wanted him to pay for some wine, but he didn't know what the wine of this winery was like. So Pan Jun thought for a long time and found that he had never signed in at a winery before. He decided to sign in at this winery first to see if he could get any rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the winery. Reward, a skill for tasting red wine at a French winery at the same time. Pan Jun didn't expect that this sign-in would give him 2 rewards, which made him ecstatic. In this way, he basically didn't need this woman to introduce him. After all, he could taste the quality of the wine and its value by himself. Mr. Pan, the wine here is very good. I can say that in front of such a top winery, there is nothing bad in our winery unless you specifically request it. Pan Jun agreed with what Xiaoting said. After all, since he learned more about it, he found that the red wines that are sought after by the world are actually nothing great. They will never know that the most important thing about the truly top-notch red wine is its taste and collection value. And Mr. Pan, you see, people have always said that. Xiaoting hadn't finished her words when she heard a sudden noise in front of her. She was upset. How could such a thing happen in their winery? Didn't they know that she was accompanying a very important guest? What would the guest think if they saw such a scene? How did the manager handle this matter? At the same time, Pan Jun also heard a noisy sound in front of him. He felt a little curious and walked over. After all, what kind of things could happen in the winery? Seeing Pan Jun running forward, Xiaoting hated him to death in her heart, but this was related to the reputation of the winery after all, so she quickly sent a message to her supervisor and ran over. When Pan Jun walked to the front, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was indeed a very familiar person, Yuan, his childhood sweetheart and the daughter of his father's best friend. The two of them haven't been in contact for a while, but I didn't expect to meet him at this time. It's really surprising. But why is Yuan suddenly here? In order to get to the bottom of this matter, Pan Jun stepped forward and began to ask people around him. What on earth is going on? Why is there suddenly red wine on the ground, and why are my clothes wet? Only after Pan Jun stepped forward did he see the situation clearly. He saw that there was suddenly a broken bottle of red wine in front of Yuan, and her clothes were covered with wine stains. Alas, we don't know the specific situation. The little girl was leading the guests when she accidentally broke the red wine, and then she became like this. The person watching on the side didn't quite understand what happened, but he still saw some of what happened. Although it was not very clear, it can be simply summarized as Yuan accidentally broke the red wine, but Yuan had a different story. I didn't mean to do that at all. He was the one who kept touching me, so I broke the wine. But the people around her didn't listen to her explanation at all. After all, this was a fact and the wine was indeed broken by Yuan Yuan. I have admitted that I was right to hit the bottle of wine, but you can't put all the blame on me. If he hadn't done anything to me, I wouldn't have made any mistakes, and this kind of thing would never have happened. In the end, you can't just punish me. Okay, no matter what, why don't you admit that you broke the bottle of wine? Are we going to embarrass you because of this bottle of wine? Seeing people around her constantly blaming her, Yuan Yuan was almost crying. Pan Jun couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward, took off his clothes and put them on Yuan Yuan. No matter what, she was a girl and should protect herself. Oh, you said I did something to you, so I did. I'm telling you that you have to compensate me for this bottle of wine. And everyone heard it clearly just now. You said it yourself that you broke this bottle of wine. Now compensate me. At this time, another man with a very wretched appearance jumped out relentlessly. So what if I said that? And I also said that the responsibility can't be entirely put on me. Don't you have any responsibility at all? Yuan Yuan suddenly felt very grateful to the person who put clothes on her, but before she could turn around and say anything, she found that the owner of the bottle of wine started to jump out, looking unwilling to give in. I don't care about this bottle of wine, you have to compensate me. Besides, the responsibility is originally yours. It was you who didn't hold my wine firmly and broke it. I tell you, this bottle of wine is worth millions. How do you want to compensate me? Hearing the value of the bottle of wine, Yuan Yuan wanted to faint on the spot. Why was the bottle of wine so expensive? She was originally working part-time here, how could she afford so much compensation? Chapter 59, Liar. Looking at the people around her, it seemed that no one wanted to help her out. Yuan Yuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. She really couldn't come up with so much money. Why was she so unlucky today that such a thing happened? Pan Jun also knew very well that Yuan Yuan had no money at all, otherwise she would not be here. What made Pan Jun most angry was that the man just now said that this bottle of wine was worth several million, but there were some extra decimal points. You just said that this bottle of wine of yours is worth millions, but it seems a little off to me. Just when the wretched man was very proud, Pan Jun unexpectedly made a sound, which made the man very angry. After all, he knew very well how much this bottle of wine was worth. Secondly, where did this pretty boy come from? Who do you think you are to dare to point fingers here? Isn't this bottle of wine worth millions? Boy, I'll let you go this time because you know nothing. If you dare to lie again next time, don't blame me for being rude to you. The other man said arrogantly, forcing himself to remain calm. Seeing the man so calm, those who were originally skeptical began to become uncertain. Could it be that the bottle of wine was really worth millions? If so, wouldn't the little girl be doomed? After all, with so much money, it would be impossible for them to help even if they wanted to. Who is so rich to help a stranger pay so much money? You have the nerve to take out a bottle of wine that costs dozens of dollars in the supermarket and pass it off as real wine. I really don't know who you learned this trick from. Even if you really want to cheat others, at least prepare a bottle of more expensive wine. This wine that costs dozens of dollars? Seeing that the man was still not giving up, Pan Jun decided not to blame him for being rude, so he just said that the bottle of wine was only worth a few dozen dollars. Who the hell are you? How dare you say that my wine only costs a few dozen yuan? What gives you the right to make such a lie? I'm telling you, if you don't produce some evidence today, I will sue you until you lose everything. This man really didn't expect that Pan Jun would actually tell him the real price of the bottle of wine. Seeing the people around him looking at him with suspicion, he became even more panicked. It was impossible. He had done a lot of tricks and would never let people know the real price of the bottle of wine all at once. By the time he got the compensation, he would have already run away. Even if these people really came to their senses, it would be of no use. In that case, let me tell you why this bottle of wine is only worth a few dozen dollars. First, please take a look at the bottle. Couples should pay attention to the broken parts. Do you think a bottle worth millions of barrels of wine would be packaged in such ordinary glass? Secondly, look at the color of the wine. Pan Jun quickly commented on the bottle of wine, causing many people around him who knew about wine to start observing it carefully. That's right. If what he said is true, this bottle of wine is worth millions. It's impossible for it to be such an ordinary bottle. This bottle looks like it can be bought for only a few dollars. More expensive red wine has a purer aroma, but I still can't smell any aroma of wine. Instead, I smell a strong smell of alcohol. This shows that this bottle of wine is not real. Not only that, don't you find the color of this bottle of wine a little strange? Sure enough, with the people around, they discovered that the bottle of wine was indeed a cheap item, perhaps worth several million. This was exactly as Pan Jun said, only worth a few $dozen. Just when everyone was angry, unexpectedly, a few people suddenly broke in. Each of them looked ferocious and fierce and was difficult to deal with. That's him, that's him. One of them looked around and soon found the wretched man. He immediately pointed at him and screamed. The man was also very panicked when he saw that he was being accused. After all, he knew these people. Good boy, you dare to deceive my brothers, don't you? You dare to sell us fake wine. What's going on? What's going on? Why am I suddenly confused? Is there anyone who can tell me what's going on? One of them felt very surprised. After all, such a thing could happen in such a big winery. He was very curious about how the manager would handle the matter. If he didn't handle it well, then their winery would be ruined. That guy dared to deceive my brothers and sold us cheap wine packaged as luxury wine. In the end, we actually bought it stupidly. After we got home, we found out that it was not a luxury wine at all. It can be bought for dozens of dollars. Now I finally caught him red-handed, beat him up. Hearing this, everyone took a few steps back. They didn't want to be affected, so that man was severely beaten up by those big men. When things were about to escalate, the manager finally arrived. What's going on? Explain to me quickly, why did this happen? When the manager came over, he was very embarrassed after listening to other people's explanations because he didn't quite understand what had happened. After all, if such a thing happened in his winery, he would be laughed at by his peers if it got out, and it would also be easier to offend others. After all, those who can come here to buy wine are generally not ordinary people. Everyone, if that's the case, let me handle this matter. I don't know if it's okay. After all, this matter also concerns the honor of our winery. After hearing what the manager said, everyone could only agree. After all, this matter was really difficult for them to handle. If it was taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives, then it would be a big problem. Since he said he could handle this matter, why not just leave it all to the manager? It is impossible for the manager to favor anyone. After a while, the liar was taken away, and the manager came to Pan Jun. He had heard others explain the matter. If it were not for this person, their correction would probably suffer greater losses. So as compensation, he specially gave Pan Jun a bottle of red wine. I'm so sorry, sir, for giving you a bad experience. Consider this bottle of red wine a gift from me to you. Chapter 60 Reminiscing. I didn't expect the manager to be so generous. If he was not mistaken, this bottle of red wine was worth at least 300,000. The manager is really generous. I don't know what to say. In that case, I'll take it. After all, this incident has served as a reminder to your winery. You have to be more careful about who you bring in. Some people. Hearing what Pan Jun said, the manager could only smile and nodded. By the way, please select a few bottles of red wine for ladies and elders and send them to my residence. Pan Jun suddenly remembered that he came here to buy red wine and couldn't be delayed by these trivial matters, so he called the salesperson over, gave him the card, and left his address. Looking at the address revealed by Pan Jun, Xiaoting was even more surprised. The villa actually already had an owner. It seemed that they were not well informed. She did not expect that the villa would be taken over by this person so quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Pan. Since you trust our winery so much, we will definitely get this done. The manager nearby also heard the address and treated Pan Jun even more cautiously. I'll take this little girl away first. If you need anything, just come to me. After saying that, Pan Jun took Yuan out of the winery and waited until they left. Yuan didn't have time to say anything. She was really too excited. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she and Pan Jun had not seen each other for a long time. But suddenly Yuan felt a little shy again. After all, she was a grown-up girl now, and Pan Jun's intimate attitude made her feel overwhelmed. But looking at this man, Yuan suddenly lowered her head again. What was she thinking? With her current family situation, how could she have any better contact with such a person? After all, his family situation now cannot be compared with Pan Jun's current situation. He knew very well just now why the manager suddenly became so respectful to Pan Jun. It must be because of his family. After finally coming outside, Pan Jun thought that there was really no place to stay nearby, so he walked aside. How can you go to work in another place? Don't you know what kind of people there are? Ah, did you learn all the knowledge when you were a child? If you don't have certain social skills, how can you do sales? No matter how complicated the winery is. Yuan felt very aggrieved when she heard Pan Jun say such words directly, but she still didn't say a word. She hadn't figured out how to explain this matter to Pan Jun yet. Do you know what you might have encountered if I hadn't been here to solve this matter today? What kind of scenario would you have encountered? What is the other man's plan in his mind? Don't tell me you don't know at all. I'm going to throw this reality in front of you and tell you. If it weren't for me, you would most likely have been threatened by that man and asked to be his mistress. After Pan Jun told Yuan about this matter, Yuan was now afraid. He really didn't think so much. She thought that the man was just threatening her and making her owe high-interest loans and find a way to pay it back. However, she didn't expect that the man's mind was so vicious. Brother Pan Jun, I have no choice. You know I'm in urgent need of money, and the more the better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working there. Pan Jun was very confused when he heard this. Why did this little girl suddenly want so much money? Could it be that she was doing something bad? If that was the case, he would not mind teaching this little girl a lesson on behalf of Uncle Yuan. Why do you suddenly want money? Is there something wrong at home? If that's the case, please tell me what's going on. If some irreversible factors really happened, then he would definitely find a way to get rid of this little girl, but if he wanted to do something bad, then he didn't need to be polite. Wow. Brother Pan Jun, I really don't want to trouble you, but now I have no choice, otherwise I wouldn't come out to ask Gong Jianxua. Brother Pan Jun, do you know? There have been a lot of things happening in our family recently, and I really can't hold on any longer. Just recently, our family. Yuan suddenly burst into tears. She really could not hold on any longer. After listening to Yuan's explanation, Pan Jun finally understood. He never expected such a situation to happen in their family. His parents had car accidents one after another, which caused the originally relatively wealthy family to suddenly lose its backbone. Although there is some compensation amount, you have to know that her father has now become a vegetable, and the cost of staying in the hospital every day is tens of thousands of dollars. Her mother is also sick and takes more medicine than food every day. These are all huge expenses, so soon their family began to face a deficit crisis. I really have no choice. If the winery hadn't suddenly announced that they could recruit students to work and study, I would have been forced to do so. After all, I can make a lot of money here in a day, and if I sell the wine, I can even get a lot of commissions. These are too important to me. After crying, Yuan carefully explained why she was working and studying here. Then why didn't you find me? If you had found me, this wouldn't have happened, right? As soon as Pan Jun finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, that is, there was no way at all. After all, they lost contact after their two families separated. How could this little girl find him? I forgot that we haven't been in touch since we separated. There's no way to get out of this matter. I'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes first. Pan Jun took a look at the clothes Yuan was wearing and found that they were not suitable for her age at all. He sighed in his heart. Since he had found this little girl, he would definitely lend a helping hand in the future if he could. Chapter 61, Meet Again. Before Yuan could come to her senses, she found that she had been taken into the mall by Pan Jun. Brother Pan Jun. Come on, little girl, do you think your clothes are still wearable? I'll take you to buy some. Looking at this shopping mall, Yuan became a little nervous. This place was simply not something that someone like her could afford. No, this place is too expensive. Yuan shook her head and disagreed to buy things here. Let's go, there should be a lot of clothes here that you little girls particularly like, just choose whatever you want. Pan Jun felt that this shopping mall should be liked by many girls. After all, he had seen those girls walking out happily carrying their clothes many times. No, it's too expensive here. This place is not something I can afford. If I sell things here, I won't have enough money. All my savings combined are not enough to buy a piece of clothing here. Who doesn't like beautiful clothes? She likes them too, but this is not something she can afford. If it were her own family in the past, She might have gritted her teeth and just bought 1 or 2 pieces, but now she not only has to be thrifty but also has to restrain herself from spending more money. After listening for a while, Pan Jun understood what Yuan Yuan was worried about, which was that she was afraid that there was not enough money. Okay, little girl. I brought you here and you can buy clothes with your own money. Go ahead and choose carefully. Pan Jun said this and directly pulled Yuan Yuan into the mall. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes in front of her, Yuan Yuan was very excited. Don't worry, there won't be any problem even if you empty out the entire mall, because this mall is mine, so go and make your choice, little girl. After hearing this, Yuan Yuan's eyes widened. Such a big mall actually belonged to Pan Jun. Could he be joking with her? But if he was really joking with her, then once she took out the clothes, what would she do with the money? This gave her a bold idea, that is, Pan Jun was not joking at all, and this mall was really his. Yuan Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the boy in front of her, but Pan Jun had no idea what the little girl was thinking. After helping her pick out clothes, he planned to send her home. Come on, little girl. I'll take you back now. After hearing what Pan Jun said, Yuan Yuan didn't say anything else, but just nodded silently and got in the car. After asking for his address, Pan Jun planned to send the little girl back to school first. After all, it was not the holiday yet, and Yuan Yuan had to stay in school. I know what you are thinking now, but you are still too young and you haven't graduated yet. You must find a way to get a diploma so that you can get a better job. Girl, you should know that in today's society, if you don't have a very good academic degree, it is difficult for people to respect you unless you have superb skills. Alas, this is all I can tell you. You should study hard in school. As for the things you lack, I will find a way. There is 300,000 in this card, take it first. Yuan Yuan had been sent to the school gate by Pan Jun at this time, but she did not get off the car immediately. Pan Jun thought for a while in the car, spoke earnestly, and planned to support her. Her family situation is rather special now, and she is probably living a tight life. No, brother Pan Jun, I can't take your money. You have helped me a lot. If I take your money again, then I will be. Yuan Yuan looked at the bank card in front of her and waved her hand to refuse without thinking. She had already received so many clothes from Pan Jun. If she took more money, what kind of person would she be? Take it. Don't worry. After your problem is solved, I will also find a way to deal with your parents. No matter what, they are still my uncle and aunt. I will try to arrange for them to be transferred to the hospital for the best treatment. Pan Jun thought about it and realized that this was all he could do to help him now. However, given the current situation, he could only take it one step at a time. After all, he didn't know the current condition of the Yuan couple. Only after seeing them could he decide where to transfer them for treatment, which would be the best. After hearing what Pan Jun said, Yuan Yuan was so excited that she didn't know what to say. After all, ever since her parents got into trouble, she really understood how fickle the human nature was. The uncles and aunts who had been nice to their family immediately changed their attitude and stopped talking to them after hearing that they had no money. Even some of the neighbors next door had a very disgusted expression. Some people who were so friendly before changed their attitude in the blink of an eye. Brother Pan Jun, you are so kind to us. I don't know what to say. After all, even ordinary people would not treat our family like this. Besides, my parents actually have brothers. But after hearing that my parents need to reach a high level of medical expenses, they did not try to raise money for my parents' treatment, but tried to get our house by all means. Seeing that Yuan Yuan really looked like she was about to cry, Pan Jun sighed. Human hearts are like this, have you forgotten? Remember what I told you, survival in society is more difficult than what you are facing now, little girl, you are still too young. In fact, university is a small society, you will find many problems, and how can our two families be considered ordinary people? Don't forget that when my father was alive, the relationship between our two families was very good. Besides, I have always regarded you as my biological sister since I was a child. Now that my sister is in trouble, can I, as a brother, just stand by and watch? When Yuan Yuan heard Pan Jun say this, she lowered her head and said nothing. After all, Pan Jun had made it very clear that he only treated her as his sister. Besides, my father and uncle had such a good relationship back then. I believe that if he knew what I did, he would agree with it. Besides, I am just doing a small favor now. You will have to solve many problems by yourself in the future. After all, I can only help you temporarily, right? There is still a long way to go for you, little girl. Yuan Yuan really couldn't help it now. She threw herself on Pan Jun and burst into tears. From the grievance at the beginning to the excitement now, she really didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 62 Birthmark. Looking at Yuan Yuan, who was crying loudly, Pan Jun could only comfort her softly. The two talked for a while, and Yuan Yuan wiped away her tears. She knew that now she had to study hard according to what Pan Jun said. After all, he had helped her so much, and he definitely didn't want her to give up her studies like this. Brother Pan Jun, don't worry. I will study hard. Don't worry, I will pay you back the money you lent me in the future. As long as I study hard, my job will definitely not be too low in the future. By that time, I will have the money to pay you back all these things. Yuan Yuan wiped her tears and said to Pan Jun, she secretly swore in her heart that no matter what, she would never let Pan Jun look down on her, so now she really has no other way to repay him except studying hard. After her work is stable, she will slowly repay Pan Jun for his help to them. Okay, little girl, am I helping you just to get you to pay me back? I've already told you now, don't think too much about anything, studying hard is the most important thing. As long as you improve your studies, you will be able to gain more knowledge. Pan Jun actually didn't care much about the money. The reason why he helped Yuan Yuan's family was that there was a certain affection between them. They played together when they were young, and his family also helped him a lot. Yeah, brother Pan Jun, I'm leaving first. After Yuan Yuan finished speaking, she got out of the car. However, the news of this super sports car had spread all over the school, so many people were watching, wondering what kind of person was in the car and why it was parked at the gate of their school. Could it be that there was a super rich second generation in their school? However, when they saw that it was Yuan Yuan who got out of the car, some people didn't recognize her at all, but some people did. This little girl seems to be from our school. She actually got out of a sports car like that. I remember her family conditions seemed to be quite ordinary. Alas, young people nowadays, you see, they really will do anything for money. What kind of family can raise such a person? If it were me, I would beat her to death. I really didn't expect him to be such a person. I remember that many people in our school liked him. I didn't expect him to do such a thing for money. No wonder he has been leaving early and coming back late recently. It turns out there is such a relationship. How much courage does it take to drive down that car? I have seen the car, and it is impossible to get it without this amount. But as far as I know, there seems to be no one that young now. Another person began to communicate with his companions through gestures. So, now, there's a saying that goes, if you want to, stop talking about this, hurry up and take pictures to see if you can find out which class this woman is from and why she did something like this. Yuan Yuan had no idea what happened at the school gate, but when she returned to the dormitory, she found that everyone looked at her differently, including her best friend, who came up to her with an ambiguous look on her face and asked her questions. Yuan Yuan, is the man who brought the gift back single? If not, can I take him down? What is your relationship with him? After hearing my best friend ask this and looking at the photos on her phone, I suddenly realized that it seemed that many people in the school had misunderstood me. I'm telling you, hurry up and get this good stuff, otherwise it will have been snatched up by many people long ago. If you don't take action, then I will. Yuan Yuan knew very well that her best friend was joking with her, but when she thought about what it would be like if she were really able to be with Pan Jun, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast. Oh, it looks like our little girl is really starting to have different emotions. Seriously, this person couldn't be you. I told you before that you must find a way to win him down. After all, you have been together for so many years. The best friend was also very aware of Yuan Yuan's family's current situation, so she started to joke again. The two talked for a while. As for the information on the campus network, there was no way to deal with it. After all, everyone was just guessing now unless there was substantial evidence. Pan Jun had already returned home at this time. He saw that Wei Man had not come back yet and couldn't help but feel curious. According to his understanding of Wei Man, it should be time to get off work. Could there be something urgent in the company? So he went into the room again and looked for a while, and found that Wei Man was actually already at home. She seemed to be on the phone and looked very impatient. After seeing Pan Jun coming, she immediately hung up the phone and looked even more flustered. Brother Pan Jun, you're back. I thought it would take some time for you to come back, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wei Man hurriedly asked Pan Jun in an awkward manner. After all, Pan Jun suddenly appeared in front of her, and she didn't know whether Pan Jun heard what she had just said. I don't think so. What's wrong? What happened? I see that you don't look very well. If you have any difficulties, please tell me and I will see if I can help you solve them together. Pan Jun didn't quite understand why Wei Man hung up the phone suddenly after seeing him appear, and she looked very flustered, as if she didn't want him to know about this matter. Nothing, just some small things. Wei Man shook her head and didn't say anything about it. After all, it was quite embarrassing to talk about it. After hearing what Wei Man said, Pan Jun did not continue to ask questions. After all, he respected Wei Man. Well, if there is anything that cannot be solved, I will help you find a solution. Don't look at it alone. After all, these two people are Faucis now. You can't take all the responsibility on your own. Wei Man was originally worried that Pan Jun would continue to ask questions, but she didn't expect him to say such a thing. This made Wei Man even more grateful. After all, her expression could not be faked. In fact, she had prepared herself to be questioned by Pan Jun from the beginning, but Pan Jun did not do so. Aha! Wei Man nodded. Chapter 63 Activities. It's a pity that before Wei Man had time to be happy for long, she received a text message. The source of the message turned out to be her father. I've already sent you the time and address. Please pay attention and don't mess up this blind date. Wei Man felt a headache after seeing the message from her father. Why did he ask her to go on a blind date? She didn't have any good feelings towards that person at all. What's wrong? Who sent the message? Is there something going on? If you need to get busy, go ahead and do it. Pan Jun seemed to see Wei Man's embarrassment and hurriedly comforted her, saying that after all, Wei Man's most important thing could not be ruined because of her affairs. It's nothing important, don't worry. After Wei Man finished speaking, she deleted the message. It was too annoying to keep it. After the two men finished their meal and lay on the bed, Pan Jun suddenly remembered something. He found that the people the system made him meet seemed to be people he had known before. System, are you there? Why do I only meet people I know? Ding, the system cannot answer this question of the host. After that, no matter how Pan Jun called the system, he didn't hear its voice again. This made Pan Jun feel a little strange. After all, Yuan was indeed someone he knew before, so was Wei Man the little cutie he knew at the beginning? When he thought of the cute appearance of that little girl before, Pan Jun was really curious. But how can I verify whether Wei Man is the little cutie she used to be? Suddenly I remembered that Wei Man had a birthmark on her body. Can't I just verify whether it is there? Pan Jun looked at Wei Man, whose eyes had already fallen asleep. After thinking for a while, he quietly turned his body and came behind Wei Man. Just when he put his hand on Wei Man, he suddenly saw another hand covering his hand. Brother Pan Jun, what are you doing? Are you trying to do something bad to me? Wei Man had been having trouble sleeping, so she hadn't really fallen asleep. When she felt Pan Jun making some noises, he had already woken up. So she knew what Pan Jun was going to do from the beginning, but she didn't expect that Pan Jun would actually dare to touch her. Didn't they agree that he would never do that before meeting her parents? I know you may have been wronged, Brother Pan Jun, but you know the situation now. My father has not seen you yet, so you must not cross the line. Wait a little longer. I will tell my father about this matter face to face when I see him. If there is a next time, Brother Pan Jun, don't blame me for being rude to you. Wei Man was also very clear in her mind. After all, she and Pan Jun had already obtained their marriage certificate. It would be impossible for them to not have a married life. So she was now thinking about how to make her father accept Pan Jun quickly. Pan Jun also realized that Wei Man had actually misunderstood what he meant. He wanted to explain, but found that the more he explained, the more confusing it became, so he did not explain. He just nodded. He actually had no way of determining from this aspect whether Wei Man was the little cutie he knew before, so he would find another way to verify it. Go to sleep. When Pan Jun woke up the next day, he found that he was the only one left at home. It seemed that Wei Man had left for the company a long time ago. He lay on the bed alone for a while and felt really bored. At the same time, he was thinking about how to determine whether Wei Man was the little cutie he knew before. If he couldn't have a more intimate physical contact, could he use other methods? After all, some of his childhood memories have become very vague now. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Pan Jun felt a little strange. Why would this little girl contact him at this time? Hello? Yuan. You're calling me at this time. Are you in trouble? When Yuan Yuan heard Pan Jun's voice on the other end of the phone, her face suddenly turned slightly red. In fact, she didn't intend to trouble Pan Jun, but she really couldn't find anyone else for this matter. Now the only person she could trust was Pan Jun. No one else could do it. The most important thing was that her family was there. If she looked for other people, they would probably take advantage of the situation. Brother Pan Jun, I have something I want to ask you to do me a favor. Well, I used to have a very good friend, and she wants me to be a hostess at an event because that person really helped me when I was in the most difficult time, and she was also very, very good to me in the past, so I don't want to refuse her this time, but if I have to go alone, I'm more worried that I will encounter the same thing as last time. So Brother Pan Jun, can you go with me? Don't worry, I will never trouble you after that. After all, I will have a job by then, and I can also let my friend give you a place to relax. Pan Jun thought about it, and since he had nothing to do recently, he nodded and agreed. Okay, tell me the place first, and I'll pick you up right away. After determining the address, Pan Jun drove his sports car to pick up Yuan Yuan from her school and took her to the event venue. Brother Pan Jun, I am really sorry to bother you. I wanted to find other people, but they either had homework or were busy with other things. Yuan Yuan kept expressing her gratitude to Pan Jun in the car, but Pan Jun just smiled and didn't say anything. It was not until they arrived at the event site that they realized that this place was actually a cultural event organized by Wei Man's company. Ding! Host, you can sign in here and get some rewards. It was rare for the system to appear in this place, which made Pan Jun feel a little strange, but he actually said that he could sign in, so he might as well sign in here once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to the cultural event. The reward is an increase in the host's charm. Just after the system finished speaking, Pan Jun suddenly had a special charm that attracted other people's attention, and the people around him unconsciously looked in the direction of Pan Jun following this charm. Sure enough, many people stared at him intently after seeing Pan Jun. Chapter 64 Leisure. Wow, he's so handsome. I don't know why, but I always feel that he is very attractive. I can't help but be moved. I agree with you, he is really very handsome. Look, who is he looking at now? I'm so envious. Why don't I get the same treatment? You should know that many of those who were able to participate in this event were young girls who couldn't help but feel at ease and in love with Pan Jun after seeing him. After all, it was hard not to be moved when such a man was in front of them. Yuan Yuan was busy with her own things and naturally heard the discussions of the people around her. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Pan Jun. With just one glance, she found that Pan Jun's charm suddenly seemed different from the one she knew before. His change was so great that it was really hard for people not to be attracted to him. Wow, he must be staring at me so hard that I can't bear it anymore. He is so handsome. If I were stared at by a man like him, I would be willing to shorten my life. He is so handsome. If he could be my boyfriend, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Just look at what you look like. You have a pointy head and a monkey-like brain, and you dare to speak nonsense here. I think it is impossible for him to be interested in you. If he is interested in me, it is very possible. At this moment, Yuan Yuan suddenly heard the two girls around her suddenly quarreling because of Pan Jun. How dare you say I have a pointed face and monkey cheeks? Look at yourself. Once you take off your makeup, you look just like an ugly monster. People who don't know would think they saw a ghost. I advise you not to waste your thoughts. You might as well think about how you covered up your dark circles. They are so ugly. Shut up, who do you think you are? Did you see the gift in my hand? I tell you, this is a watch I specially asked someone to buy from abroad. You have the nerve to say that you specially asked someone to buy your fake cufflinks from abroad. Let me tell you, these cufflinks were designed by the most famous foreign designer. I also asked someone to buy them for me after a long time. How dare you compare yourself with me? It's really shameful. Do you think a man wants a watch or cufflinks? After all, a watch is something you can use all the time, and your cufflinks. Seeing the two girls fighting each other just because of the gift-giving issue, Yuan Yuan was extremely shocked. At the same time, she felt even more inferior after hearing what the two girls said. After all, she had never heard of the brands they mentioned just now. The most important thing was that they were just some little things, and they were specially brought from abroad. Compared with them, she felt that she was not worth mentioning. No matter before or after the accident in her family, she was incomparable. Would Pan Jun really like her like this? Thinking of what her best friend whispered in his ear, Yuan became even more worried. To be honest, she still had a little good impression of this brother, but after listening to what the two girls said, she understood more why parents prefer to match their children with equal social status. While she was thinking, Yuan looked up and found that the two girls had stopped fighting. It was obvious that one of the girls had lost the fight, because her hair was messy and her makeup was completely ruined. She couldn't meet people like this, let alone give a gift to Pan Jun. Looking at the victorious girl, she walked towards Pan Jun with a high-spirited look, and fiddled with her makeup and hairstyle as she walked. After all, this is what makes people have a good first impression. Hello, little brother. The arrogant girl suddenly softened her voice after coming to Pan Jun's side. She looked like a very gentle person. This change shocked everyone who had seen the two girls fighting. Did they learn how to change their faces? It was too fast. What's wrong, little brother? The girl still spoke to Pan Jun in a gentle tone. After all, her good impression must not be ruined by anyone. That person seems very familiar. It was at this time that Wei Manman's secretary suddenly felt that the person who caused the commotion was very familiar, but he did not think much about it. He just thought that it might be the popular young hunk who came over. After all, this was a common occurrence. Once those girls met their favorite stars, they would immediately rush over and block the road. Alas, she was used to such things. Little brother, this is a gift from me to you. You must accept it. You are not allowed to refuse it. I spent a lot of effort to get this, little brother. Do you have the heart to refuse me? Besides, this gift is really a special match with your temperament. Otherwise, I would not give it to you. Seeing that Pan Jun didn't seem to care much about her, the girl suddenly became anxious. She had spent a lot of effort and finally won the gift-giving victory. No matter what, she must seize this opportunity. Even if this person couldn't remember her, as long as he accepted the gift, she could find a way to find a chance to meet him and make him remember her. Before Pan Jun could come to his senses, he found that the girl stuffed the gift into his hands with a calm attitude and hugged him tightly. Her strength was so great that he, a boy, could not break free. This was going to be fun. The secretary, who had already come on stage, widened his eyes after seeing this scene. After all, he was standing in a higher place and could clearly see what was happening below. If he was not mistaken, the man seemed to be his boss's man, and the girl was obviously not the president of their family. This was really going to be a good show to watch. He didn't expect that girls nowadays would be so crazy. The man who actually dared to touch their boss, they had to say that girls nowadays were really too powerful. However, they were also extremely thankful that the boss was not at the event today, otherwise if the boss found out, it would have been a very special and exciting Shura scene. Chapter 65 Magic Show. Little brother, you must keep this gift well. As if she realized that her place was about to become a battlefield, the girl quickly ran away. She didn't plan to stay here any longer. She had already hugged that infuriatingly handsome man, so she was quite satisfied now. She could do the rest later. The secretary saw that Pan Jun and the girl had been together for a long time and had not yet separated. He could not help but shake his head in his heart. He was now even more grateful that his boss did not see such a scene, otherwise he could imagine what kind of expression his boss would have, and what such a scene would look like. But thinking about it really makes people look forward to it. What should he do if he really encounters such a situation? The event here has officially started, and Pan Jun just sat there obediently. After all, since he had promised Yuan that he would look after her, he couldn't go back on his word. At the same time, he also found that this event was really a mixed crowd, and it was really hard to tell what kind of people some of them were, so he decided to just protect the little girl first. But by the time the event was over, it was already very late. He didn't expect that the event could last so long. At the same time, Pan Jun was very glad that he had made all the preparations when he came, otherwise it would be very boring for him to stay here. Brother Pan Jun, we are done, but we plan to have a farewell dinner together. Finally, the event was over. I thought I could have a meal with Pan Jun, but I didn't expect that they, who had temporarily formed a model group, would suddenly ask to have a farewell dinner together. After all, we all worked together and it was hard to refuse. I'm so sorry, Brother Pan Jun. I didn't expect them to make such a sudden decision. Next time, I'll go out to eat with you next time. What do you think? What could Pan Jun say about this? After all, he couldn't say anything. Those little girls seemed to be very nice, and judging from their looks, they were not scheming people. Pan Jun could only nod and agree. You are all little girls after all. I only have one request. You should be careful about your own safety. After all, it is getting late now. If you finish early, go back quickly, or call me to tell me where you are now. I can see if I can send you back then. Remember that safety is the most important thing, okay? Yuan nodded vigorously when she heard this. Of course she knew about this. She was not a little girl who knew nothing. Was there any need to say it every time, making herself seem like an elder? However, she was still very happy to be taken care of by such a person. Don't worry, brother Pan Jun. If that's the case, I'll leave first. Watching those little girls skipping away, Pan Jun was left alone there, feeling very helpless. Suddenly, he thought that he might as well take this opportunity to ask Wei Man out. Man, I'm at the place where your company is holding an event. Do you want to come down? I'm planning to invite you to watch a magic show together. I heard that the magic shows around here are very famous. Do you want to come with us? Wei Man was already having a headache because of some things, so when she received Pan Jun's message, she was also very surprised. She didn't expect that Pan Jun would actually come to the place where their company held an event. However, thinking that she had no intention of working at all, since Pan Jun also said that he wanted to go for a walk together, she might as well go and take a look. Okay, wait for me, I'll be down soon. When Wei Man had tidied herself, she found that Pan Jun had already appeared downstairs of their company. Brother Pan Jun, how come you have time to come here today? And you invited me to watch a magic show in the evening. I just checked and it seems there is no magic show here. After Wei Man looked at Pan Jun carefully, she didn't know why, but she always felt that Pan Jun was more charming, making her want to keep her eyes on him all the time, but at the same time, such a charming man would also attract the attention of other women. Come on, I'll take you to have a look. This is actually a niche performance. If I hadn't discovered it by accident, I probably wouldn't have known it existed in this place. Hearing Pan Jun's words, Wei Man nodded. Sure enough, they turned around here and there and soon found a place where magic was performed. It turned out that this place was an open-air performance and there were no tickets for sale. No wonder she couldn't find it on the internet. So the two of them found a seat and started watching the magic show, but because of Pan Jun's presence, the magic show, which was originally ignored, suddenly attracted a lot of people. Why does it feel like there are so many people all of a sudden? Wei Man couldn't help but ask this question, and then she looked again, and suddenly found that most of the extra people were women. But logically speaking, those women should not be interested in such magic shows, but now the seats are basically full, and most of them are really women. They seem to be watching the magic show, but in fact their eyes keep passing through them. It is obvious that they are looking at Pan Jun. Even if Wei Man was not very smart at this time, she should have known what was going on. Those women said they came to watch the magic show, but in fact they were all here to watch the magic show from her husbands. Looking at those women's wolf-like eyes, Wei Man wished that her children could learn those magic tricks so that she could drive all those women away and have Pan Jun all to herself. On the surface these people are here to watch a magic show, but in reality it's all fake. Pan Jun also heard such words and found them ridiculous, but he couldn't say anything in the current situation. He couldn't possibly do the opposite of what Wei Man did. However, he seemed to have never signed in at this place before, so he might as well sign in at the magic show and see what kind of reward he could get. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the magic show venue. The host will be rewarded with a magic show. Chapter 66, Blind Date. After receiving such a reward, Pan Jun was suddenly ecstatic. He didn't expect that he could actually acquire the skills of magic performance by watching a magic show. This was simply amazing. At the same time, he was also very curious about magic performances. After all, this thing was really too magical. After the magic show was over, Pan Jun took Wei Man away. The women who were watching were very disappointed. If they had known earlier, they should have ignored their reserve and went straight up to ask for the man's number. After all, they had plenty of time and could have just played with him slowly. Such a handsome and charming man was really rare. Did you see those women just now? They looked at you as if they wanted to eat you right there and then. After leaving, Wei Man looked at Pan Jun angrily and said, it was all because this man was too handsome to attract many women. Alas, but thinking that such a handsome man was hers, she felt a little proud. No matter what, I'm yours alone, right? Okay, don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? Look at me, I'm so handsome and I belong to you. This way, you can take me out with pride, right? Wei Man felt that Pan Jun's words made sense, but she still felt a little unhappy when she thought about so many women staring at him. Okay, don't be angry. You must be hungry after being out for so long. Do you want to go eat something? The snacks around here are pretty good. On the way back, Pan Jun suddenly asked, because they seemed to have been watching the magic show so much that they forgot to eat. When Wei Man heard this, she suddenly felt that she was actually a little hungry. She was so busy being angry that she almost forgot to tell Pan Jun that she wanted to eat. In that case, why don't I perform a magic trick for you? The two of them happened to pass by a fried chicken shop. Wei Man nodded in confusion. She didn't quite understand what Pan Jun meant by this. Could it be that he could conjure up a fried chicken for her? But after she nodded, she found that a piece of steaming fried chicken appeared in Pan Jun's hand, and it was even packaged. Looking at the fried chicken that suddenly appeared in Pan Jun's hand, Wei Man was a little stunned, but then she thought that he might have bought it a long time ago, and she didn't know how it appeared in his hand. Oh my god, this couldn't really be something you made up, you're so unexpected, how did it suddenly appear just now? Could it be that you bought it a long time ago? No, if you had bought it a long time ago, there's no way I couldn't smell it, tell me what's going on. Wei Man asked him in surprise. She was very curious about how he did it. If she learned it, would she be able to make her father happy? This would bring her plan one step closer. I've already told you this is a magic trick, but you still don't believe me. Let's go and have a good look around. I've also told you there are so many snacks here. Pan Jun didn't tell Wei Man what was going on. Should he tell her that this was his system reward? I guess everyone would think he was a lunatic. So the two of them kept passing by those snack stalls along the way. Pan Jun was always able to quickly change one after another. At first, Wei Man thought that these were just illusions, but when he ate them in his mouth, he knew that they were not fake but real. But what was going on? I always thought magic shows were fake, but I didn't expect it to be real. What's going on? Wei Man was really puzzled. If he thought at the beginning that Pan Jun was just queuing up to buy, now it seems that this idea is completely wrong, because he saw that some of the queues for snacks were very far away, but under Pan Jun's control, they didn't need to queue up at all to eat those snacks. If those people were Pan Jun's people, no one had contacted him from the beginning. So Wei Man now really believed that all this was controlled by Pan Jun, and she could actually perform magic. Now you can finally believe that I really can do magic, okay, hurry up and eat, these snacks are best when they are hot. Once they are cold, you will lose your appetite. Pan Jun just smiled. He knew that Wei Man had a lot of doubts in her heart, but now was not the time to explain. After all, he still didn't understand the existence of the system. What was it? Was it really just to make himself rich? But what benefits would this bring to the system? After returning home, seeing Pan Jun busy with his own things, Wei Man was forced to answer her father's call. Dad, what on earth do you want to talk to me about? I'm busy with my own things right now, why do you suddenly call me? Besides, you know that my phone number will never be unblocked. If you really want to talk to me about the last incident, you'd better give up. Can't you consider my feelings? Alas, I'm really not in the mood now. When Wei's father heard this, he was so angry that he blew his nose and glared. What did he mean? As a father, he couldn't interfere in his daughter's affairs. If this little girl didn't really make him worry, how could he do such a thing? It was just asking him to go on a blind date. Besides, what's wrong with that person? Not to mention that he is a good match for their family, and he is also a handsome man. Although he is a little worthy of his daughter, he is still barely acceptable. It's better than those poor boys. I don't care. You have to go and see if you can get along. At least wait until you meet him. I think the guy is pretty good looking. If you can get along with him, that would be the best, right? By then, it would be better for our two families to unite. If you don't like him, we can talk about it another way. You can't force it, right? Wei's father's wishful thinking also surprised him. After all, what he needed now was gradual guidance and persuasion, and he couldn't just do it alone. After all, he knew his daughter's character best. Chapter 67, Visiting the Yuan Family. Let's talk about this later. I'm busy now and don't have time to chat with you. Bye. Wei Man hung up the phone after she finished speaking. After all, she was already married, and she had not yet considered how to tell her father about it. Her father had always hoped that she could marry that rich second-generation guy, but he really had no feelings for him. Not to mention, Pan Jun had been in her heart for more than 10 years. Even if she didn't like Pan Jun, it was impossible for her to like such a person. So she was very worried now. What if she told her father about this, and what if the old man suddenly fainted? It would be all over. Hey, you little bitch, you actually dared to hang up on me. I tell you, no matter what you think in your heart, you have to go and see that person for me, otherwise don't blame me for using force on you. Don't you believe that I can't cure you? Father Wei, who had already hung up the phone, was very proud in his heart. He didn't really think he could escape this disaster, did he? Don't even think about it. If he didn't get this daughter out, he would feel a little embarrassed to say something unpleasant. However, his daughter has always been rebellious. If he doesn't explain it to her properly, it would be very difficult. He has to think of a way. Since he can't take her there directly, he should be able to have an encounter with her. After all, his daughter is so beautiful. He doesn't believe that the boy really doesn't have any good feelings for her. So he has to plan carefully. Wei Man Man on this side was also thinking about this matter. After all, it was a bit troublesome. After all, the fact that she and Pan Jun were already married had become a fact no matter what. To put it bluntly, unless Pan Jun really had an accident in the future, she would never be able to separate from Pan Jun. But another problem arose, that is, her father still didn't know about this matter. Alas, Wei Man Man felt a headache when she thought of such a bad thing. She planned to go back and give her father a vaccination, so that her father would not faint when she brought Pan Jun home. This would also be a good exercise to let her father know that not everything will go as he expected. With this idea in mind, he could only leave the rest to fate. He had already given his father a vaccination, and everything else would be easy. So the next morning, Wei Man Man packed up her things early, said goodbye to Pan Jun, and went home. Now Pan Jun was the only one left at home. He stayed there for a long time and felt that he couldn't waste his time here. Besides, it wasn't like there was nothing he could do. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that he had never visited the Yuan family, so Pan Jun immediately bought a gift and planned to go visit the Yuan family. Yuan, I'm going to visit my uncle and aunt, do you want to go back with me? Yuan didn't have any classes today, so when she heard this, she nodded in agreement. After all, she hadn't seen his parents for a while, and if this continued, he didn't know what to do. Since someone could pick her up, she quickly packed herself. After Pan Jun arrived at the gate of his school, he found that Yuan had not called him yet, and then he realized that he was in the school teaching building. Suddenly, the tutor asked him to do something, so it might take some time. Pan Jun said nothing when he heard this. In this case, he might as well go into the school and wait, and by the way, take a look at what fun places there are in this school. But what Pan Jun didn't expect was that after he walked around the campus, he still didn't see anything far away, so he had to come out first. He had just called and asked carefully again, and found that it might take a while. After all, this matter was related to her graduation, and he must not be careless, so Pan Jun came out again. But when he walked out, he found that a lot of people were surrounding his car and taking pictures. When he walked over and took a look, he found a person with a hot body and somewhat revealing clothes, lying seductively on her sports car, swaying her body constantly so that the photographer next to her could take pictures of her. The posture was as seductive as it could be. There were even many men watching who kept taking out their mobile phones. After all, such scenes were really rare. Although they didn't know who the car belonged to, it didn't stop them from taking pictures. The woman, who originally had a charming look on her face, suddenly lost her voice after seeing Pan Jun coming. She stared at Pan Jun intently, as if it was hard for her to imagine that she could meet such a handsome man in this place. If she could have a brief romance with him, she would be very happy. However, the woman's attitude made the man taking pictures next to her a little unhappy. After all, he had been pursuing this woman for a while, and he finally made an appointment with her today, but he didn't expect this man to appear suddenly, and no matter how he looked at him, this man seemed to be a gigolo. Hey, what are you doing here, you pretty boy? I'm telling you that you don't have to keep looking at beautiful women here, okay? I know she's very beautiful, but that's no excuse for you to keep looking at her. Even if you envy her, it's more important to find a way to make money. So what if she's pretty? Get out of here now, do you hear me? This is not the place for you. Just one look is enough. I don't know how you can be so confident to keep looking at her here. Pan Jun didn't expect that he had only been here for a while and he was being ridiculed by such a man. This made him suddenly furious. What did he mean? He saw that they were taking pictures and originally wanted to lend them the car and talk about it after they finished taking the pictures, but this man used such a tone that made him feel a little unhappy. If that's the case, can't I just leave now? Hearing Pan Jun's words, the man suddenly became happy. That was right. Apart from being handsome, there was nothing good about this man. He didn't understand why those women were staring at him so desperately. As a result, a shocking thing happened to him. The man came straight to the side of the car. Get as far away from me as you can now. I'm leaving this car and it belongs to me. Get out of here right now. Chapter 68, Entanglement. The man who was taking the photo was confused when he heard Pan Jun say this. When did the car become his? Hasn't it been parked here all along? They had been waiting for a long time and didn't see anyone. They thought someone was deliberately trying to pose for them. Now someone showed up. Is this a joke? Just because you say this car is yours, does that mean it's yours? Do you have any evidence to prove it? The man taking pictures nearby was also very clear that if this matter was not resolved properly, it would be truly embarrassing. Oh, do you still need me to prove it? Do you really need me to take out the key and show it to you? Pan Jun had nothing good to say about a young man like that. If he was just poor, it would be fine, but he might have thought that he was so shameless. Hey little brother, is it true that this car is yours? Oh my god, I am so surprised. I didn't expect that this car would actually. Before the boy who was taking the photo could say anything, he saw the girl lying on the car suddenly appear in front of him, looking at him with admiring eyes. Brother, if that's the case, it's fate that we all met here, right? Do you want to add a contact number? As they were talking, the girl took out her cell phone. Looking at the adding method on the interface, Pan Jun did not accept it. To be honest, he did not want to have too much contact with such a girl. Brother, it's just adding a contact number. What's the big deal? We are all adults now. Adding one more person means one more good friend, don't you think? After all, it's fate that we can meet each other. The girl saw that Pan Jun didn't seem to want to add her own opinion, so she quickly took a step forward. I'm sorry, I still have some things to do, and I'm in a hurry. Could you please make way for me first? As for adding contact information, I think you are right. If we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. If not, then forget it. It's just a matter of fate. Hearing Pan Jun say this, the girl wanted to spit out blood. Wasn't what he said obvious? Why do you say fate? To be honest, isn't the so-called fate deliberate? But sir, as the saying goes, fate is destined by heaven, but now we already have such a good way of contact, why do we still have to rely on fate to decide the way? You see, we are all adults, and we will always have some common topics when we are together. Besides, I have plenty of time. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me. My time is always available for you, my little brother. Seeing that Pan Jun seemed unmoved, the girl got a little anxious. She had finally caught this big fish, and she absolutely couldn't let it get away. Besides, as long as she could catch this big fish, what did it matter if she was thick-skinned? Thinking of this, the girl took another step forward and pressed her body tightly against Pan Jun, trying to seduce him with her beauty. Sir, what I said is true. I think you're. Because the girl was always tightly pressed against Pan Jun could immediately feel that her figure was really great, with a curvy figure that all men wanted. However, he really didn't like the girl's greedy look. Especially since he was like this, because of his sports car, it was easier for him to influence Feng Shengmei's family. If they were not so poor at the beginning, he and Feng Shengmei would not have reached such a point, not to mention the wealth he has gained now. In the end, should he thank Feng Shengmei's family? Without them, he would not have achieved what he is now. What's more, after knowing that he was rich, Feng Shengmei's family actually tried to continue to contact him. This thought really made him feel a little disgusted. Combining this with the girl, Pan Jun suddenly felt that Feng Sheng's face was as close to this girl, which made him feel sick and nauseous. Excuse me. Pan Jun really couldn't stand it anymore. Such people really disgusted him, so he no longer considered not attacking the woman and pushed the girl aside. But unexpectedly, the girl was able to sense Pan Jun's thoughts, and immediately grabbed Pan Jun's hand tightly to prevent him from pushing her away. She had to find a way to catch such a big fish. Hey, little brother, I just want to add your contact information. Why do you have such an attitude? It really makes me sad. I know that we two don't know each other, but as the saying goes, we will get to know each other after chatting, right? And there is nothing wrong with me. Look, my figure is definitely better than everyone here. Don't you want to? The girl noticed Pan Jun's sudden disgust towards her, and felt a little puzzled. This should be the first time she met this man, so was there any need to feel disgust towards him? Besides, who in this world doesn't love money? So she could only seduce him with words, trying to make him waver, so that she could seize the opportunity. I say it again, let go. Pan Jun really couldn't stay there any longer. He felt that if he continued to contact this woman, he would not be able to accept it from the bottom of his heart. The woman didn't expect Pan Jun's expression to suddenly turn cold, and she also realized that Pan Jun would never accept her adding her contact information. In that case, she might as well settle for the second best. First of all, she must get the man's contact information. Little brother, you really make me sad. If that's the case, why don't you tell me your contact information? Since you don't want me to add your contact information, you should at least tell me your contact information. You must tell me your contact information, otherwise the two of us will keep entangled like this. Anyway, I'm not afraid. The woman threatened Pan Jun directly, saying that if he didn't work, she would continue to pester him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, little brother, my name is Wu Mei. Chapter 69, Hospital Sign In. Pan Jun really didn't expect to meet such a shameless person here, but he has been entangled with this woman for a while. If he delays any longer, he will not be able to visit the two people of the Yuan family. He will be delayed again. However, when he thinks about giving his contact information to such a person, he is more or less unwilling. After all, it really makes him feel disgusted. Little brother, have you thought about it? What I told you is true. If you don't give me your contact information, then I will keep pestering you. Anyway, I am not afraid of embarrassment at all. At this point, Wu Mei really didn't care what others thought of her. Pan Jun was really helpless against her pestering, so he had to tell her his contact information, and then drove away in a hurry. Seeing that the sports car had already left in front of her, Wu Mei felt a little pity at this moment. If she had worked harder, wouldn't she have been able to get a share of the car? Alas, it was all because the man was so useless, but now she couldn't just kick him away. After all, he was still useful. I really didn't expect that there would be such a disgusting woman. She really ruined my worldview. Not only did you not realize it, that woman was just like I feel that if those things really come out, women are much better than her. After all, they directly express their wishes. You can't say that. What if they are that kind of people? You can't force them, right? My future wife, if she is such a woman, you see, I will beat her to death. It is so disgusting that I absolutely cannot stand it. I don't think that man can stand it. The people around started pointing fingers at Wu Mei and saying unpleasant things, but Wu Mei didn't care at all. After all, if she really cared about herself, she wouldn't have bothered with Pan Jun so much from the beginning. Now she was just putting her ideas into practice. What on earth were you thinking just now? Now that so many people are pointing and looking at us, it's really embarrassing for us to be with you. I say, even if you are horny, is it necessary to go to such an extent? Can't you see that others are already impatient? But you are still shamelessly insisting. The man who took the photo at the beginning seemed to be angry as well. He came to Wu Mei angrily and yelled at her. Oh, I didn't mean it. I can't help it. That guy is so handsome. And you didn't think about it. We borrowed his car to take so many photos. You have to give him some compensation. Besides, he and I are just admiring you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm hungry now. Let's go eat, okay? After Wu Mei finished speaking, she turned around and looked at the many boys who were pointing at her. Suddenly, she threw a coquettish look and then continued to act coquettishly, asking the man who took the photo of her at the beginning to take her out to dinner. Alas, the world is going downhill, young people nowadays. Soon the crowd dispersed. After all, there was nothing interesting to do here, and Pan Jun finally met Yuan. I'm so sorry, brother Pan Jun, I didn't expect it would take so long. Since this is related to my graduation, I dare not be careless. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. You were supposed to visit my parents, but I ended up delaying you for a lot of time because of my business. Yuan really felt extremely sorry. After all, this was originally her family affair, but now it had become a matter that troubled Pan Jun. What's more, she had been informed that Pan Jun had transferred her parents to the best hospital in Haya City not long ago. You know, this hospital is the most famous. Basically, any difficult and complicated disease can be solved. If even their hospital can't solve it, then you can only find other ways, either leave it to fate or invest more money. Why not take this opportunity to see what uncle and aunt have to say about their illness? If they can be cured, that would be great. Pan Jun didn't care about it at all, this was all he could do. The two men quickly arrived at the hospital, and Pan Jun signed in directly in the hospital. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Since this is the most famous hospital in Haya City, the host will receive a very high reward. Reward, you will quickly gain advanced Chinese and Western medicine skills and become the largest shareholder of this hospital. He didn't expect that he would be able to acquire advanced medical skills in his lifetime, and that includes both Chinese and Western medicine. This is simply too surprising. You know, without a few years of education, he couldn't even understand what the doctor wrote. Now, he doesn't need to spend time learning, he can get it directly. The most important thing is that he has now become the largest shareholder of this hospital, which will make many things easier in the future. Brother Pan Jun, how is my father's illness? The doctor said that although he is in a vegetative state, it is difficult to wake him up, and the hospital expenses have always been a very big problem. I know that Brother Pan Jun has been helping our family, but I still. Yuan walked slowly towards her father's ward, saying in a low voice that she didn't want to trouble Pan Jun with many things, but she had to trouble him. Okay, little girl, the most important thing for you now is to finish your studies quickly, and leave the rest to me. Besides, I am doing my best to help you now. Do you still want to be distant with me? Don't worry, it's okay. As the two were talking, they came to Yuan's father's ward. At this time, Yuan's father was lying on the hospital bed, and he looked like he was fast asleep, which was almost the case. Her mother was sitting on a chair beside the bed, looking at her husband and crying silently. Mom! When Yuan saw her mother crying silently, she suddenly felt her eyes sore and couldn't help but shed tears. Yuan, why are you here at this time? Shouldn't you be in school now? Do you dare to skip school? Let me tell you, if you really do this, don't blame me for being rude to you. Go back quickly. Chapter 70 Acupuncture Treatment. It's okay, Auntie. I brought Yuan here this time. I checked and found that he doesn't have any classes today. Don't worry, I will send him back intact when the time comes. It won't affect his studies. Pan Jun also knew very well what Yuan's mother was thinking now, and their family could only rely on this daughter. Thank you so much, Pan Jun. I didn't expect that you would be the most successful one now. It must be thanks to you. Otherwise, we don't know when our old man will succeed. After hearing what Pan Jun said, Yuan's mother couldn't help but sigh. Given their family's current situation, many people didn't want to have anything to do with them, but this young man was the only one who was willing to help them, which really touched her. Aunt, look at what you said. I still remember how good you were to me when we were little. Would I abandon you just because of uncle? Besides, I am doing my best now. Otherwise, I would be a little worried. As Pan Jun was speaking, he suddenly remembered that he now had acquired the skills of both Chinese and Western medicine, so he might as well go forward and take a look at what was going on. So he came to Yuan's father's side and asked Yuan's mother to see what was going on. After Yuan's mother took another visual inspection, she found that he was injured in a car accident and just needed to rest for a while. Auntie, I checked you out and found that your illness is not particularly serious. However, I also hope that you can stay optimistic. You have been saying that your sexual desire is not caused by worry, so you must be more relaxed now. You must not let yourself worry about something. If I need any nutritional supplements, please tell me, or I will send someone to deliver some. You must eat them then, and don't hide them all the time, okay? Don't worry, now that I have accepted this matter, I will definitely do it well. Hearing Pan Jun's words, Yuan's mother just nodded. As for the rest of the things, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, now she could only wait. Auntie, you have to believe me and don't be too emotional. Because of you, Xiao Yuan has been distracted from studying. She's worried about you, right? So you have to at least make sure you take good care of yourself first, so that you can have the energy to take care of your uncle. Yuan's mother could only nod to show that she understood. In that case, she would take care of her health first and then talk about other things. Pan Jun checked Yuan's father's condition, but found that Yuan's father's injuries were rather troublesome, because he had now become a vegetable, and relying on external factors, he could only maintain his body's functions. It would be extremely difficult to wake him up. However, if acupuncture is used for treatment, then there is still hope. It's just that acupuncture is extremely difficult to use now, especially since there are too few young people studying Chinese medicine. The most important thing is that if you don't have some basic skills, it will be difficult to help Yuan's father get well. Forget it. As the saying goes, help people to the end. Anyway, I now have the skills of traditional Chinese medicine, and acupuncture is not a difficult task for me. After all, now I can see the acupuncture points on Yuan's father's body just by looking through his body. This alone is something that many people cannot understand. If I can use acupuncture to treat Yuan's father, then it will be much better. At least he can ensure that Yuan's father can wake up in his hands. Yuan, I just checked Uncle's physical condition. If he continues like this, it won't work. But I just suddenly thought of something. If I use acupuncture from traditional Chinese medicine to stimulate Uncle's acupuncture points, he will most likely wake up. But I can't guarantee this, so I want to tell you that it's up to you to decide what to do. Yuan was even more excited when he heard that his father was very likely to wake up. If that was true, then he was willing to let his father give it a try. It was better than lying there unconsciously as it was now. Really? Brother Panjun, can you really use acupuncture to wake my father up? I can only say that I am somewhat certain, but I can't be 100% sure, so I want to tell you about this, but at the same time I also have a doubt in my heart. I hope you can answer me truthfully. What is going on? Hearing Panjun's words, Yuan nodded desperately. If it was something she could know, she would definitely tell him. Brother Panjun, if you have any questions, just ask. If I know, I will definitely tell you. I'm just curious now, why did Uncle and Aunt have car accidents one after another? Don't tell me if there was anything in between. It was just an accident. I don't think accidents can happen to you one after another. Who do you think will believe it if you tell it to someone? So you have to tell me the truth. What is going on? Yuan didn't expect that Panjun could notice the abnormality so quickly. When she thought of the cause of the incident, she couldn't help crying. Looking at Yuan who suddenly burst into tears, Panjun couldn't help but frown. It seems that there is another hidden story behind this matter. Brother Panjun, this matter is actually my fault. If it weren't for me, my parents wouldn't have had this kind of thing. Really, this matter is all my fault. I really regret it now. Why? Yuan kept saying this, which made Panjun feel strange. After all, could it be that Yuan's father and mother's affairs were related to the reason, and that they had a car accident to save her? But according to reason, it shouldn't be the case. Before Panjun had time to ask, he suddenly saw a boy of about 18 or 19 suddenly walk into the ward. The boy was originally happy, but when he saw Yuan standing in front of Panjun and crying, he suddenly became angry. Asshole, you dare to come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy swung his fist and wanted to hit Panjun hard. This made Panjun feel a little confused and he dodged it. Chapter 71. Unexpectedly, after seeing Panjun dodge, the boy actually wanted to try a second time, which made Panjun feel a little unhappy. Just when he was about to fight back, Yuan suddenly rushed between them. Because she had already recognized who the boy was, it was her younger brother Yuanbao. Don't hit me. After hearing Yuan's words, Panjun stopped, because he realized that he should know the boy in front of him. Sure enough, Yuan was staring at the boy with an angry look on her face, questioning him loudly. Yuanbao, what are you doing? Do you know that you almost made a big mistake just now? How can you do this to a stranger? What if the other person is stronger than you? What will you do? Sister, even if he is stronger than me, it doesn't matter. If he bullies you, it's against me. I am already a boy, and I must bear the responsibilities that a boy should bear. Now Dad is in the hospital, so I am the backbone of the family. I will never let you and Mom be bullied. If anyone dares to bully you, it's against me. I must do my best to protect you no matter what. Yuanbao's angry look made Panjun feel somewhat relieved. After listening to what Yuanbao said, he understood that the boy in front of him should be Yuan's younger brother. At the same time, he might have attacked him because he misunderstood that he was bullying Yuan because of what happened just now. Hey, he didn't come here to bully me. Do you remember that we used to have a neighbor named Brother Panjun? He is Brother Panjun. And my parents are now living in such a good hospital, all thanks to Brother Panjun's help. How could you misunderstand him? You really deserve a beating. You didn't even clarify the matter before you just started fighting. After hearing Yuan's explanation, Yuan Bao suddenly remembered that their family had a neighbor, Brother Pan Jun. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for several years, they would get in touch again. I'm so sorry, Brother Pan Jun, I thought you were those people. After all, they have been bullying my sister, so I attacked you. Are you okay? Yuan Bao also hurried to Pan Jun to explain to him. Hearing this, Pan Junya shook his head. What was there for him to care about for a child? Besides, his original intention was also good. Now you should be able to tell me what's going on. Since you still regard me as your brother, then tell me the whole story. What's going on? Or do you think that our two families are no longer related now and I don't deserve to know these things? Yuan didn't expect Pan Jun to say such harsh words. She shook her head and said, of course not. She really regarded the rebel as her brother. Besides, Pan Jun had helped their family so much. It would be better if he knew about this. This way, he would be more prepared and would not be hurt. Actually, this matter is really my fault. Brother Pan Jun is like this. You know, there are many rich second generations and official second generations in our school. There is an official second generation Li Chang in our school. He said that he liked me, and then he insisted that I be with him. Hey, I'm telling you, it's your blessing that I like you. Do you know that I didn't even know when you came? I'm telling you, you will definitely have a good life if you are with me. It's better than you always staying at home in that situation. Looking at Li Chang who stopped her in front of her, Yuan felt extremely disgusted. She had no good face for such people at all. Besides, she had been busy with studies and seemed to never hang out with these people. How could they suddenly come to her? I remember you have harassed me many times, and I told you every time that I just want to study hard and have no time to do anything else. If you really want to play, then you found the wrong person. Yuan was really speechless. This person had harassed her many times. Every time he brought some people with him to verbally threaten her. Now he brought so many people with him. What did he want to do? I'm telling you not to refuse a toast. You should know what kind of status my father holds. It would be easy for him to deal with your family. Little girl, I advise you to be careful. Otherwise, if you offend me, I guarantee that you won't be able to survive in this school. Not only this school, but even this place, I can make sure you won't survive. Li Chang said very arrogantly that he was not afraid at all. After all, his father's identity was there. He didn't believe that such an ordinary family dared to go against his family. Get lost, I don't have time to talk to you about this right now, I have to go to class. Li Chang had a smug look on his face, but he immediately became unhappy when he heard Yuan's words. This little girl actually intended to refuse his toast and then drink a forfeit. Well, he didn't need to be gentle with such a person, so he went straight up and grabbed Yuan's hand, as if he wanted to force her. What are you doing? I'm warning you to let me go, or I'll be rude to you. Yuan really didn't expect that Li Chang would actually want to force himself on her, and she immediately panicked. After all, she was a girl, and she couldn't be stronger than a boy. I've told you long ago, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I'm telling you, if you anger me, nothing will come of it for you. I'm telling you that you have to agree to it whether you agree or not. You don't have a second choice at all. You're really shameless. Li Chang no longer had time to play love games with Yuan, and he simply planned to force such a person to become his own. Yuan, on the other hand, kept struggling, saying that it was impossible for her to be with such a person, so the two of them had a physical conflict. So it's because of the conflict between you two that uncle and aunt became what they are now. That shouldn't be the case, right? After hearing the whole story, Pan Jun felt a little strange. Logically speaking, such a small incident between the two of them would not cause such a big accident. Even if Li Chang's parents were really officials, if such a small incident made an ordinary family look like this, wouldn't he be afraid? Unless something else happened. Chapter 72 The Truth. Actually, I also had a part in this matter. I can't put all of it on my sister's head, but I don't regret it. If something happens to that boy again, you can still do it to him. Yuan Bao said these words very angrily at this time, which made Pan Jun feel even more strange. The two siblings must have something that they haven't explained to him clearly, so he was not in a hurry. Since the two of them had already planned to tell him about this matter, they would not hide it from him. Brother Pan Jun, this incident really happened. A part of me was originally that man who harassed my sister and had a physical conflict. When I found out, I beat him up severely. After Yuan Bao said this, he suddenly felt embarrassed. If others heard what he did next, they would feel ashamed. But he really didn't know it at the time. Who could have expected that his attack would suddenly be too heavy-handed, which would lead to such a situation for that person? But now Yuan Bao thinks that he should have attacked more heavily at the beginning so that that person would have no descendants. Then I hit him and ended up causing some problems with his genitals. His family took him to get checked out, and the doctor told them that although he wouldn't be impotent for life, his future fertility would be greatly affected. After Yuan Bao said this, his face turned red. This was really just an accident. He didn't think so much about it at the time, but thinking about it now still makes him feel very relieved. It would be best if it could ruin his life. So that's how it is. And then, is it because of this incident? Pan Jun immediately understood that if the second generation official Li Chang really encountered such a thing, his parents would definitely find ways to resolve the matter. After all, this was their precious son. Then the man threatened to destroy my sister. When Li Chang knew that he would most likely lose his reputation, he became furious. Well, since they won't accept my toast, then I'll have to drink the wine for punishment. I'm going to destroy that little girl. I don't believe that I can't punish their family. At that time, the brother and sister had no idea that they would encounter such a thing. When Yuan Bao returned to school, they were informed that he had been expelled. Why? I remember my brother's grades were pretty good, and he never made any mistakes. Why should he drop out of school? Yuan became even more anxious after learning that her younger brother was expelled from school. Well, let me tell you the truth. Sometimes, personal connections are also very important, especially since you are just an ordinary family. It's not easy to offend those powerful families. The school leaders were also very helpless, but there was nothing they could do. The Li family had used their connections to warn them that the school must expel Yuan Bao, otherwise the school would be in trouble. So for the safety of the school, they could only sacrifice Yuan Bao. Okay, I understand. Yuan was also very clear that they, the common people, had no way to fight against those powerful families, but her brother's dropping out of school had always been a thorn in her heart. What she never expected was that when she returned home, she found that people around her were pointing fingers at her, and even some people with bad intentions appeared at her door. Yes, that's right. This little girl usually looks quite generous, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing. It really brings shame to us. How dare you say that? Don't you even look at what you're wearing? No wonder he did something like that. If I were his parent, I'd kick him out of the house. It's so embarrassing. Yuan had no idea what was going on, and after hearing some of the remarks, the people around her naturally didn't dare to have much contact with their family. Instead, some people with bad intentions started to come to their door one after another. Hey, little girl, since you have followed so many people, one more won't make a difference. Why don't you play with us? Just rest assured and serve us well. We will definitely benefit from you. It's just that we've already been contaminated by so many people. What's the matter? Are you looking down on us? After hearing these words, Yuan became so anxious that she burst into tears. She had never done such a thing. Why did some people spread rumors that she had been with so many people? But no matter how she explained, no one believed her because some people actually took out photos. You said you never did this, but how do you explain these photos? The person in the photo is you, right? Look, there are so many photos. I roughly looked through dozens of photos. None of the men are the same. You are a good little girl, how come you learn to lie? I've said that we don't mind that you have been with so many people. Yes, these photos are real. Looking at the photos on her phone, Yuan knew very well that this had never happened. It meant that someone had photoshopped the photos to look like her and spread them around to spread rumors. But what kind of person would do such a thing? Yuan soon thought of Li Chang. After all, they had only offended him recently. So all these things were done by Li Chang, and the car accident of uncle and aunt was also. After listening to Yuan Bao's explanation, Pan Jun suddenly understood. Now it seems that he can finally understand what happened. He didn't expect that this matter would be led in this way. It was obviously just a small matter, but the second generation of officials refused to give up, which led to so many things happening. In fact, shouldn't the second generation of officials be the one to be blamed first? Yes, I have called him to verify it. He admitted that he was the one who hired someone to hit my parents in the car. But no matter how I appealed, no one would handle it because they simply didn't dare to offend that bastard. So he is the culprit for all the things that happened in our family. After hearing these explanations, Pan Jun was even more angry. She really didn't expect that someone would do such a thing in broad daylight. Even if the man was the son of an official, so what? Didn't he need to bear any legal responsibility? Or was it possible for someone to be so rampant now? Brother Pan Jun, I told you these things just to remind you. You must be careful. If he knows that you are helping us, he may retaliate against you. Chapter 73 Treatment. Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve this matter. A man like him has done so many wrong things and still wants to get away with it. I can only say that he is dreaming. Yuan was really moved after hearing what Pan Jun said. After all, in a short period of time, she had already learned about the fickleness of human nature. Many people, after knowing that they had offended a second-generation official, would immediately run as far away as possible, let alone help. Sometimes, their calls would not be answered at all, or they would directly tell them to go to Li Chang's house immediately, kneel in front of Li Chang, and beg him to take them in. Thank you so much, Brother Pan Jun, but I still hope you won't be so stubborn. After all, their family is an official. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. If Yuan thought that Li Chang's identity was not just that of an ordinary person. He was the son of an official and his family was very rich. Although Pan Jun was indeed rich now, if he was just an ordinary businessman, he would not be able to fight with those officials. You know, they could wipe out some companies with just some random tricks. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. But this matter has to be handled step by step. There's no way to solve it immediately. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he stopped asking about this matter. He knew that many things were not as simple as he imagined, and he had to do it step by step. He had plenty of time, and Yuan Bao had already heard his mother's explanation that it was Pan Jun's credit that they could go to this hospital now. But when he thought about how he almost hit Yuan Bao just now, he felt a little ashamed. Brother Pan Jun, I'm so sorry that I hit you just now. I just heard my mother explain to me that it's your help that they can get here now. I'm really sorry again. At the same time, I'm very grateful to you, Brother Pan Jun. I didn't expect you to be so capable and willing to help our family. Thank you. Yuan Bao apologized sincerely and was grateful to him. Although he was only a boy of 18 or 19 years old, he understood a lot of things after going through all these things, so he was sincere in helping Pan Jun and their family. Okay, you should be more careful next time. Many things are not as easy as you think, especially when facing a very strong enemy. You must use your brain and never let this happen again. Do you hear me? Pan Jun still had a very good impression of the little boy Yunbao. Just the fact that he tried his best to protect himself and his sister's behavior were enough to make everyone feel that this young man was absolutely responsible. Just as he was talking, a doctor suddenly walked into the ward. When the doctor saw Pan Jun standing next to Yuan, his face suddenly looked a little bad. He stared at Pan Jun fiercely with hostility in his eyes, but when his eyes turned to Yuan, his expression changed immediately. Yuan, why are you here at this time? Don't you have classes now? Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to take you out to eat? Who bought you this dress? It looks really good. If you don't have any clothes, do you want me to go shopping with you? I remember there seems to be a store selling clothes near our hospital. They are all very beautiful. Or do you want some milk tea? Should I order one for you? Seeing the doctor suddenly showing concern for Yuan, Pan Jun felt a little strange. What is the relationship between these two people? Why did the doctor suddenly treat Yuan so well? Could it be? Brother Pan Jun, you have also discovered that this man is a doctor in this place. He likes my sister and always comes to her to show his affection. Brother Pan Jun, you must not let your guard down. I always feel that he has some bad intentions, and I don't like him sticking to my sister all the time. Yuan Bao carefully reminded Pan Jun at this time. After hearing what Yuan Bao said, Pan Jun realized that he must have misunderstood the relationship between him and Yuan. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Since this person was a doctor, he should have some understanding of Yuan's father's condition, and he also hoped to get some information from him to see how to treat Yuan's father. Brother Pan Jun, I'm talking to you. Anyway, I don't like him. You must be careful and alert immediately. You don't know. Every time my sister comes over, he treats her like this. It really makes me uncomfortable. I don't know where he gets so much confidence. He just thinks about those small favors every day. I'm not saying he's bad, but I always feel that he only likes my sister's face. Seeing that Pan Jun seemed unmoved, Yuanbao couldn't help but remind him that he didn't mean that the male doctor was bad, but he felt that there was something strange about him in his heart, so he had never had a good impression of the doctor. He also felt that his sister should not be so blind as to fall in love with such a doctor. Pan Jun didn't expect Yuanbao to be so interesting, so he smiled and nodded to indicate that he understood, but didn't say anything more. This is a doctor from the hospital, right? Hello, I want to trouble you with something. Does your hospital have any acupuncture equipment that I can bring to you? The male doctor was originally asking Yuan about her health, but after hearing what Pan Jun said, his expression suddenly changed. Especially when he saw how handsome Pan Jun looked, he felt even more unhappy. You know, he was already hostile to Pan Jun, but he didn't expect that he would dare to ask him about what was happening in the hospital. No, can you just take the things in the hospital? What are you doing with the acupuncture equipment? I tell you that the hospital is not a place for you to act wildly. Even if you want to punish me, can you please look carefully at where this place is? Besides, who are you? Why are you in this ward all of a sudden? I don't think I've ever seen you in this ward. You don't want to take this opportunity to have some bad thoughts, do you? I tell you, you'd better give up this idea. Look at what you look like. If you don't have any strength, don't make moves in the hospital. Pan Jun felt speechless at what the doctor said. He seemed to have just asked if there were any acupuncture equipment in the hospital, but he said so much to him, and he didn't understand what he meant at all. Chapter 74, Nonsense. Doctor, I just want to know if your hospital has any acupuncture equipment. If you do, I would like to borrow it. I don't understand what you just said. If you don't want to borrow it, just say so. Pan Jun doesn't have time to talk to such a person. Well, since you said you wanted to use the acupuncture equipment, I want to know what you want to do with it. The doctor also realized that what he had just said was somewhat irrational. After all, he was in front of Yuan, and this man seemed to have a good relationship with Yuan, so he endured his temper and continued asking questions. Because I plan to give my uncle acupuncture treatment. After I perform acupuncture treatment, I can dredge his meridians and adjust his body's balance. When the male doctor heard this, he felt insulted. After all, he was also a doctor, but what Pan Jun said was extremely ridiculous. Sir, could you please use your brain before you speak? You suddenly come out and say you want to use acupuncture to treat the patient, but do you know what the patient's current condition is? He is a vegetative state. If acupuncture can wake him up, what are we Western doctors for? And why do you think I should believe you? If something happens to this patient in your hands, of course I am not saying that I am deliberately saying bad things about this patient. Who should be blamed for this, yours, mine, or our hospitals? The male doctor really felt that Pan Jun was just joking. He said something like this without knowing anything. Did he really think he was the hero in a novel? He thought he was great at everything. Please, this is a scientific society. Yuan is a liar. You must not be fooled. I will call the security guards to get him out immediately. The hospital is not a place where any liar can enter casually. As the male doctor was talking, he was about to take out his cell phone to call security to get this person out, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Pan Jun had no intention of quarreling with the male doctor, because once a quarrel broke out, it would definitely affect Yuan's parents. However, the male doctor's behavior also made him very unhappy. What's the matter? Don't ordinary people like us have the right to question? Moreover, if he really had no psychological preparation or ability at all, how could he say such outrageous words? What on earth was this male doctor thinking? Little white face, I warn you, it's better to get out of here than to be taken away by the security guards. Otherwise, I will call the security guards over and it will be embarrassing. Everyone will know what kind of person you are. This male doctor is really arrogant. Pan Jun feels even more unhappy when he sees his attitude. Is this guy a little too complacent? Okay, I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. You should think about how to explain it yourself later. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number, which turned out to be the director of this hospital. The male doctor's movements also attracted the attention of other doctors. Okay, what happened? Why did it suddenly get so serious that we had to call in security? Could it be that someone wanted to cause trouble in the hospital? I'm not sure, but I saw that it seemed to be the vegetative patient. Oh, you're really weird. I saw that their clothes were very ordinary. How could they have so much money to transfer to our hospital? It really makes me feel weird. You don't understand this, right? Some rich people like this. And I thought at first that their family really didn't have money, but I didn't expect that they would pay so much for hospitalization at once. I saw the number. My God, people who don't know are planning to stay in the hospital forever? When listening to the discussions of the people around him, the male doctor became even more arrogant. After all, he was very clear about the cost of the Yuan family's hospitalization, so he actually planned to hook up with Yuan from the beginning. After all, it was hard not to be tempted by that kind of money. What are you arguing about? You all have nothing to do, right? Do you want me to find something for you to do? After receiving Pan Jun's call, the dean immediately rushed over. Just kidding, this person is a major shareholder of their company and he must not be offended. Dean, you are finally here. I am telling you that this person is just causing trouble. He has just been. After seeing the arrival of the dean, the male doctor became even more justified. He felt that such a thing was a medical dispute. After all, if the method Pan Jun just mentioned was really effective, it should be done by the doctors in their hospital. After listening to what the male doctor said, the dean understood the whole story, so he immediately drove away all the doctors who were watching. After all, this was an internal matter of their hospital, and it would not be good if it really got out. As for what Pan Jun said, the dean actually had some doubts. Because although the man in front of him was a major shareholder of the hospital, he didn't seem to know that he would study medicine. What's more, Pan Jun's suggestion of using acupuncture to help vegetative patients revive was simply nonsense to him. You know, if acupuncture was really useful, then the deputy director of their hospital could also be useful. What's more, he had never heard of any hospital using acupuncture in Chinese medicine to wake up vegetative patients. Basically, they relied on Western medicine instruments or left it to fate, with their relatives constantly calling them. Sir, I know you do have ambitions, but you have to know one thing. This is a hospital, not some other place. If you really want to implement it, you must first tell us what your idea is, or are you sure? Are you sure that your method will succeed? The director standing by also heard these things and was extremely disdainful of them. Pan Jun also knew that his idea would never get the support of these people, but he really wanted to give it a try. If he used acupuncture according to the knowledge in his mind, it would definitely be possible. Just when the two parties were in a stalemate, the vice president hurried over. After all, he had just heard someone mention this matter, so he wanted to see what kind of person it was. Chapter 75, Doctors Don't Treat Themselves. Look, the vice president is here. I didn't expect that the vice president would come here in person. Wow, I heard that our vice president is a master in acupuncture, right? He is not only our vice president, but he also studied Chinese medicine, which is quite impressive. Oh my God, I always thought that the vice president of our hospital studied Western medicine, but I didn't expect that he actually studied Chinese medicine. No wonder our hospital combines Chinese and Western medicine. I have always been curious about which leader studied Chinese medicine. Now you know, right? And as far as I know, he has been studying for decades and is constantly learning. So our vice president is quite capable. I heard that many hospitals offered to hire him at a high price, but for some reason, he didn't agree to any of them and stayed in our hospital. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Pan Jun also realized that the old man in front of him was the vice president of the hospital, and he also studied Chinese medicine, so he told him his theory. He felt that since he was talking about knowledge about Chinese medicine, the vice president should be able to empathize and understand something. I know what you said, young man. After all, I also study Chinese medicine, and I also know something about acupuncture. The vice president is really pleased that there are still young people willing to learn Chinese medicine, but he still has to tell the truth. But you know what? This patient's condition is quite complicated. I can also say that even if I have studied Chinese medicine for decades, I dare not say that I can save him. He has now become a vegetable. The vice president couldn't help but sigh when he said this. They studied medicine just to cure diseases and save lives, not to mention that he was studying Chinese medicine, which did have certain advantages over Western medicine in many aspects. However, facing such a situation, he was really powerless. And I'm not being too senior and idealistic. I've been studying for decades, but you look only in your 20s. It's impossible for you to have more medical experience than me, so I can only think about it. Seeing that the vice president looked very kind, Pan Jun lowered his attitude as well. After all, he could roughly tell what kind of person a person is by his appearance. He thought that the vice president in front of him might really be determined to cure diseases and save lives. Of course, it could not be denied that what he said made sense. After all, how could a young man suddenly be able to solve a problem that he had been practicing medicine for decades but could not solve? Deputy Dean, what I told you is absolutely not nonsense, because I am also studying Chinese medicine, and I know very well that curing diseases and saving lives is the doctor's job. Why do I have such an idea? Let me explain to you, it is actually like this. Pan Jun explained his ideas to the vice president carefully and patiently. Seeing Pan Jun's serious look, the vice president felt that the young man in front of him should not act recklessly. But this was just his idea. He still insisted on one thing: human lives were at stake, and this was definitely not a joke that could be played around with. Young man, I can understand your thoughts, but you also have to understand one thing. People only have one life, and this should never be treated as a joke. So I also hope that you can understand us. Pan Jun was also quite anxious at this time, but what the vice president said was true. It was impossible for them to hand over a patient to a stranger like this. He thought about it, and finally turned to the side and looked at the male doctor, who was still there with a smug look. After careful observation, he made a decision in his heart. In that case, I might as well prove to you that I can cure his premature ejaculation problem with acupuncture. Then Pan Jun pointed in his direction, and the male doctor's face changed immediately. He could point at anyone else but himself. Moreover, the male doctor easily discovered that the doctors watching around him also started whispering. No way, he looks healthy, I didn't expect him to. This is really hilarious. This is the so-called doctor. Can't he heal himself? No, I really want to tell everyone about this. Do you think he still has the face to see people? Look at what you said. Can't people get sick on their own? Look at his face. At first I thought the young man was lying, but now it seems to be true. You can't say that. If he really has this disease, shouldn't he see a doctor? Let's continue to see what the situation is. But if he really saw a doctor, why didn't anyone reveal it? Don't you want to gossip a little? Hearing the discussion among the doctors around him, the male doctor's face suddenly turned livid, because he had actually consulted the vice president about this problem, but unfortunately the vice president didn't have any good way to cure his disease, so he had been hiding this matter, and now it was all exposed. He also suspected at first whether this person had colluded with the vice president, but thought it was impossible. After all, the vice president would not say anything casually. So there was only one thing: did he really see it? The vice president was also very shocked after hearing what Pan Jun said, because the male doctor had actually contacted him privately about this matter, but he definitely did not tell anyone else, and he also felt that the male doctor would not publicize his illness everywhere. So the young man in front of him actually could tell the male doctor's symptoms just by looking at him. This young man was definitely not simple. If you can really cure him, then I believe you can cure that vegetative patient. The vice president finally nodded and agreed. This was indeed the case. Many male doctors couldn't help laughing. After all, that person had always been showing off in front of them from the beginning. Now they finally had such a joke, which was enough for them to laugh for a whole year. No, I don't have this disease at all. Why are you using me for experiments? I won't agree. The male doctor jumped up suddenly. This matter must not be spread out. Even if there is such a phenomenon as it is now, it must disappear immediately. As the saying goes, a good doctor cannot treat himself. Doctor, you should be more careful, otherwise you will regret it in the future. I am treating you now and I won't charge you a penny. You should be grateful for my kindness. Chapter 76: Acupuncture. But no matter what Pan Jun said, the male doctor refused to agree. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him and there was absolutely no way he would agree to this in public. I said I haven't changed and I'm not sick. If you continue to do this, I'll start to wonder if you're deliberately embarrassing me in order to get back at me. I didn't expect that I would be framed like this just because I wanted to treat that person with good intentions. Okay, if that's the case, let's just forget about it. The vice president seemed to see the doctor's embarrassment. After all, any man would find it difficult to bear discussing such things in public. The vice president had already spoken, and the others did not dare to continue the discussion, but that did not stop them from gossiping in private. The male doctor was not at all happy when the vice president came to his rescue. He was completely embarrassed by today's incident, and he didn't know how other people in the hospital would view him. Since you won't let me do the experiment and let me prove my ability, what should I do now? After hearing what the vice president said, Pan Jun shrugged. Shouldn't the current situation be about how to find a way to cure Yuan Fu? Since you can see his symptoms, it means you are very knowledgeable about Chinese medicine. In this case, I believe you and I agree that you can give him acupuncture treatment. Hearing the vice president's words, the president and other doctors' faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Deputy Dean, you can't be like this. What if this kid doesn't know how to do anything? It's the vice president. This is not a joke. He's a patient. I know what you are worried about, so I have one more request. That is, when you are doing acupuncture, I must watch you to ensure safety. This was the best solution the vice president could think of. After all, it was impossible to let a stranger treat the patients in their hospital. Besides, if he was around, it would be convenient to provide timely treatment if something really happened. Of course, Pan Jun would agree with this. After all, the person being treated now was Yuan's father, who was his elder no matter what. Besides, he was not afraid of the vice president being around. After all, he was very confident in the set of exercises that appeared in his mind. It can be said that at present, only the acupuncture treatment that appeared in his mind could save Yuan's father. Okay, since you've agreed, I'll trust you to get my acupuncture equipment this time. The vice president was very happy to see Pan Jun so confident. He liked talking to such people the most, which did not require any thought at all. So the vice president's assistant hurriedly took his set of acupuncture equipment and placed it in Pan Jun's hand. This set of acupuncture equipment has been used by me for decades. It is very easy to use and the quality is also very good. Feel free to use it. The vice president was very confident about the set of acupuncture instruments in his hand. It seemed that he had used a lot of connections to get this set, so he was quite proud of it. Pan Jun really felt something different after getting the set of instruments. It seemed that the vice president really liked Chinese medicine. So now that they had received the approval of the vice president, the others immediately sent Yuan's father back to the treatment room nearby, and the others were all driven out. After a series of disinfection and other diagnosis and treatment, Pan Jun began to perform acupuncture treatment on Yuan's father. At first, the vice president thought that Pan Jun was just a young man and it might take a long time, and there was a high possibility of mistakes due to acupuncture. However, when he saw Pan Jun's technique, he felt a little inferior. He didn't expect that he would be so skillful and without hesitation. He could be described as superb and experienced. I am so ashamed of myself. I have always thought that I was a very famous person in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, but now it seems that I am just so-so. This young man will have greater luck in the future. The vice president couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's no wonder that some people voluntarily withdrew from the stage of history so early. It seems that there is a reason for it. Acupuncture takes a very long time, and each needle must be precisely inserted on the acupuncture point." After a long time, many people could not wait any longer and asked to see it on the spot, otherwise they were really worried about the vice president. After thinking about it, they finally nodded and agreed. After all, he wanted to let the doctors in the hospital know that they should never underestimate anyone, especially some unknown people, whose existence is even more terrifying, because you never know what methods he will use. So when those people came in, they found that the vice president was standing aside and doing nothing, while Pan Jun was concentrating on using the acupuncture tools in his hands and started to give acupuncture non-stop. Will it work? If it really works, then why didn't the vice president use this guy in the first place? Could it be that he is just doing it recklessly? I just feel that there are some things that Shen said. If such a person gets into trouble in our hospital, first of all, we have to make it clear that it has nothing to do with our hospital. Don't worry, I've already talked to the family members, and they said they knew about this matter, so if there is a problem, it has nothing to do with our hospital. And don't talk nonsense, don't you see that the vice president is looking at us? I really don't understand what the vice president is thinking. How could he trust a young boy? The doctors around started talking about it one by one. After all, they were conflicted. They hoped that Pan Jun could save the vegetative patient, but they also didn't want to. After all, if the news got out that the patient was really saved by an unknown person, how would their hospital face? What's more, their hospital was the most famous medical school. If they couldn't even save a vegetative patient and had to rely on an unknown person, it would be too shameful for them. Shut up. If you still want to continue watching here, get out. The vice president did not expect that there would be such a doctor in his hospital who could read people's minds. Did they forget that the duty of a doctor is to cure diseases and save lives? What are they doing? Finally, after several hours, Pan Jun inserted the last needle, which meant that the acupuncture was completed and now it was just a matter of time. Chapter 77, Thanks. Yes, I saw his fingers move. Suddenly a doctor shouted, because he had just clearly seen Yuan's father's fingers suddenly move. At the same time, everyone began to fantasize about the direction that life was pointing to. Sure enough, they saw Yuanfu's fingers moving. Everyone was convinced. They didn't expect that Pan Jun could actually make a vegetative patient move just by acupuncture. Oh my god, did I see it right? That person actually moved. We have spent so much time on this, but there is no effect at all. But he can make people move just by bringing a few needles? That's amazing. I didn't expect Chinese medicine to be so powerful. Although I know that the vice president's Chinese medicine skills are very strong, I didn't expect it to be used in this way. Should I switch to medicine? Listening to everyone's talk, the male doctor at the beginning changed his expression, and suddenly he thought of his own illness. I remember someone said at the beginning that he was just here to cause trouble. So what should we say about this situation now? Hey, look at what you said. Don't you want to point it out? I guess some people must be ashamed at this moment. I didn't expect that the person I always looked down on actually cured a plant disease. If this gets out, someone will be embarrassed. I'm very curious now. What method did he use to wake up this patient? Was it just acupuncture? Should I send some medical books to read when I get back? When some doctors were talking, they would glance at the male doctor from time to time, and his face would suddenly become dull. In that case, I'll leave first. I remembered that I still have some things to do. After the male doctor found such an excuse, he immediately ran outside. When he thought of what had just happened, he couldn't help but clench his fists. These people forced him to do so he couldn't be blamed for being cruel, especially Yuan. He was sincere to Yuan, but now it seemed that she was just a vain woman. Hello, Mr. Li? Yes, I am the doctor. Mr. Li, we worked together before. You can't abandon me now. What no one could have imagined was that this male doctor had actually worked with Li Chang before, so at this time he could only seek Li Chang's help. Li Chang was also a little surprised after receiving the call, but he knew very well that the person in front of him was a chess piece of his. Now that he called him, it meant that there might be some turning point in the person he was monitoring, especially after he learned that Yuan's father was transferred to another hospital. He was even more surprised. As far as he knew, Yuan's family no longer had the money to pay such a high fee. Where did this person come from? Master Li, I'm serious. Yuan's family has someone backing them up now, and that person is quite capable. Master Li, you have to be careful. If that person knows what you did, the person who helped him will definitely make trouble for you. After hearing what the doctor said, Li Chang showed even more disdain. What kind of person dares to offend him? As long as that person is in Haya City, it is impossible to go against him, unless he is from some top-level powerful family. But as far as he knows, Yuan's family doesn't seem to have such a good opportunity yet. Okay, don't make a fuss. Send me the information. I'm going to find a few people to give him a good beating and let him know what kind of people he shouldn't offend. Li Chang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He was waiting here to see what kind of person that person was. If all else failed, he could only ask for help from his parents. He didn't believe that his parents would let him be bullied like this. On the other hand, Yuan already knew that her father's hands had started moving after being treated by Pan Jun, which meant there was a glimmer of hope. Brother Pan Jun, I don't know what to say about what happened, but I am still very grateful to you. If you hadn't used this method, I'm afraid I wouldn't know that he could actually have hope of being treated again. I also know very well that there is nothing I can do to repay you now. So, in this case, as a thank you, I would like to treat you to a meal, okay? This is the only way I can think of to express my gratitude. Yuan said a little embarrassedly. After all, she was now relying on the financial support given by Pan Jun. If she wanted to treat him to something particularly expensive, that would be impossible since she had no money. There's no need for us to be polite to each other. Okay, take good care of your uncle first. I'll send you back to school later. Or do as your aunt said. Studying hard is the most important thing. Don't be distracted by other things. If there's anything, just call me. Pan Jun shook his head. He knew very well what Yuan Yuan's current situation was. Let alone treating her to a meal, even if she had a meal by herself, she would probably be very cautious. No, brother Pan Jun, if you don't eat this meal with me, I will feel guilty. Can you just let me repay you? Otherwise, I will really feel uneasy. Yuan Yuan shook her head and refused to agree. After all, any favor she could repay was a good one. She didn't want to owe too many favors, as they would become tainted over time. She also had some different ideas of her own. Well, since you said you're treating us to a meal, why don't we find another way? Eating out is such a waste of money, and I guess you don't want to waste so much money, so let's think of a solution that both parties can be satisfied with. Do you think this is okay? Pan Jun knew that Yuan Yuan had a stubborn temper, so he didn't refuse. However, it was impossible for them to eat out. In that case, they might as well have some food at home and see if they could cook and eat at home. Can you accept my proposal? If not, then there is nothing I can do. I will send you to school immediately. If you agree, then you must follow me now. Pan Jun told Yuan Yuan his idea. Yuan Yuan thought about it and felt that this was the only way. However, she would have to do the cooking later. Chapter 78 Kitchen Sign In. Oh, it looks like he's brought someone back again. How come I've never seen this little beauty before? The two people gave up after buying vegetables and going home. At this time, the beautiful landlord unexpectedly appeared in front of them. This made Pan Jun speechless. Why did this person come here again? When the beautiful landlord saw Pan Jun bringing a pure beauty back to the rental house, she felt very jealous. You know, she has already fallen in love with Pan Jun. His luxury car alone is enough to make her heart beat fast, not to mention that Pan Jun is getting more and more handsome and charming for some reason. Miss Landlady, if you have nothing to do, could you please let me go? Pan Jun was not going to give such people a good face, so he spoke directly. What if this made the landlady unhappy? After all, this house is hers, can't she stay here? What's wrong? I just brought a pretty girl here. Are you afraid that she will see something? Besides, I'm just your landlord. And don't tell me that you don't know my name after living here for so long. Listen carefully, my last name is Wei and my name is Wei Shui. Hearing Wei Shui's words, Pan Jun just nodded absent-mindedly, then walked aside. What's the relationship between this pretty girl and him? Oh, she looks so pure and cute, it's hard for people to control themselves when they see her. But I'm telling you, don't trust a man casually, especially a man like this. You can't control yourself, so you better be careful. When Yuan Yuan heard this, her face suddenly turned red, but she didn't say anything. Wei Shui came to Pan Jun again. Although the porridge and side dishes are indeed very popular, don't forget that someone like you is unlikely to only like those side dishes. Sometimes the full banquet is the most unforgettable, isn't it? If you need anything, just come to me. I can wait. After Wei Shui teased Pan Jun, she immediately left slowly. Her goal had been achieved. She looked at Yuan Yuan, whose face was flushed red, and couldn't help feeling proud in her heart. That little girl was really too cold. Even if she really used some means on that little girl, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Don't worry about it, she is just like that, let's go in. After finishing the animation, he opened the door and walked in with Yuan Yuan. After all, there was too much food in his hands, so Yuan Yuan very consciously went to the kitchen and started cooking carefully. Pan Jun sat aside. After all, his cooking skills were only average, and Yuan Yuan had just said that this was her thank you meal, so Pan Jun couldn't make any moves. So he could only sit here and look at the kitchen. Watching Yuan Yuan's skillful movements, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was a scene he had always fantasized about before, but now, everything seemed to have gone wrong. I see you've been busy here alone, I feel a little embarrassed, why don't I come over and help out? Pan Jun thought about it and finally came over to help. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of reward he would get if he signed in his kitchen. When he thought of this, he signed in immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the kitchen. The host is rewarded with advanced cooking skills. But Yuan Yuan knew nothing about all this. When she saw Pan Jun coming over, she thought he was here to cause trouble. After all, she had never heard of Pan Junhui cooking. Don't come, brother Pan Jun, just sit there quietly. I don't want you to come over. Besides, I was supposed to help you cook this meal, so why would you come over like this? Don't worry, I can handle it by myself, and I'm a very good cook. I don't think I've ever heard that you can cook. Brother Pan Jun, you can just go out first, okay? Hearing Yuan's words, Pan Jun couldn't help laughing, so he picked up the ingredients aside and sat up very skillfully. Yuan looked at Pan Jun's movements in amazement. She didn't expect that his movements were so skillful. This shows that his cooking level should not be too low. After all, people who don't cook often can't have such skillful movements. Looking at Pan Jun, who was cooking seriously in front of her, Yuan suddenly felt her heart beating faster. She admitted that such a scene really made her heart beat. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you come and help? You're not really going to let me do it alone? When Pan Jun saw Yuan looking at him with an astonished look, he couldn't help laughing. He patted her and said to her with a smile. Yuan immediately came to her senses and helped out. So the two of them cooked a table full of dishes. Looking at the dazzling array of food in front of her, Yuan was very surprised. She didn't expect that with the joint efforts of the two of them, they could actually make so many dishes. It really surprised her. Try it and see how good your cooking skills are. After all, judging from your cooking style, you must cook often. Little girl, please give us your comments. How does my cooking skill compare to yours? What can I do? Pan Jun said this to Yuan with a smile, and took out a pair of chopsticks and placed them in front of him. Yuan was naturally no longer polite. After tasting the food, her eyes suddenly lit up. The taste was really great. To be honest, even if she had been cooking for so many years, she could not compare to the food made by the person in front of her. Both the taste and the decoration of the dish were comparable to that of a chef. Brother Pan Jun, I really didn't expect your cooking skills to be so great. Really, even the food I've eaten outside can't compare to yours. With your cooking skills, you can open a restaurant, and your business will definitely be booming. Yuan was really amazed that Pan Jun's cooking skills were so good. Pan Jun was also very happy to hear this. After all, his cooking was appreciated by others. So after dinner, Yuan, in order to repay Pan Jun for the meal, began to take the initiative to help him clean up the room. The main reason was that the room was too messy and she couldn't stand it. Brother Pan Jun, let me help you clean up the room. This room is so messy. I don't know how you can read it. There are things lying all over the place. Chapter 79 Thoughts. Pan Jun felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he already had his own house, and if he rented it out, he wouldn't come here often, so a lot of things were just left randomly. You don't need to tell me that. I can clean it up myself later. Pan Jun hurried over. After all, he didn't know what he would throw around. If Yuan saw something bad, it would be a serious crime. Don't worry, Brother Pan Jun. I'm the one who cleans up a lot of things in our house. I'm very organized when I clean them up. Look at your place. I can't stand it anymore. Just stay there and don't move. If I have any questions, just answer me. Yuan shook her head and joked. If Pan Jun really didn't agree, he would feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was agreed that he would cook, but now it was Pan Jun who cooked. So she had to do something to make herself feel at ease. Well, if that's the case, then go and clean it up first. Pan Jun thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. After all, this little girl was quite stubborn. Anyway, all his underwear had been sent to the villa. It was probably because they were not cleaned up at that time that the place became so messy. After a while, the room was finally tidy. Brother Pan Jun, don't worry. I will come to help you clean the room if I have free time in the future. Don't worry, I will just help you clean the room, and I will come here in my free time. You are not allowed to refuse. I am going to leave now. Anyway, I have finished my meal. Bye. After Yuan finished speaking, she didn't wait for Pan Jun to answer and wanted to leave in a hurry. After all, the house rented by Pan Jun was very close to her school. Pan Jun thought about it and didn't insist anymore. Since the little girl had such a strong sense of self-esteem, he couldn't say anything more. Anyway, he didn't plan to live in this house anymore. If the little girl wanted to help him clean up, it was not impossible. It would be convenient for him to live there at that time. Oh, I didn't expect you to stay for so long. It really makes me wonder, what is your relationship with him? Why did you follow that person to the house he rented? Unexpectedly, when Yuan just opened the door and was about to leave, she found Wei Shui suddenly appeared at Pan Jun's door and happened to meet her. It seems that his figure is still very good, otherwise it would not be possible for him to last so long. How do you feel, little girl? This should be very good, otherwise how could it be possible? Hearing Wei Shui teasing her, Yuan suddenly became flustered. This was all a misunderstanding. Miss, I think you may have misunderstood me and brother Pan Jun. I just came here to cook him a meal to thank him. It's not as complicated as you think. Yuan didn't want to leave in a hurry after she finished speaking. After all, she was a college student, so she was still a little embarrassed and not as open as Wei Shui imagined. After listening to Yuan's explanation, Wei Shui began to make some calculations in her heart. If that was the case, did she have some excuses? She didn't expect that man to be so popular, and there was such a little girl who followed him wholeheartedly. Thinking of the price of the car, Wei Shui began to calculate. The first and most important thing was to be able to see Pan Jun so that she could have some ideas, otherwise all this would be in vain. At this moment, Pan Jun was bored in his room because he suddenly didn't want to leave. After all, this was his other home and it was very relaxing to lie here. He was thinking about what to do next. Just at this moment, Pan Jun suddenly discovered that there was a power outage, and at the same time. The person who could make such a scream seemed to be Wei Shui, his landlady. The power suddenly went out and such a scream was heard. This made Pan Jun think more. Could it be that some accident happened? So Pan Jun hurriedly rushed in the direction of the sound. When he arrived at that place, he found Wei Shui slumped on the ground. What's going on? Landlady, you. When Wei Shui saw Pan Jun coming, she couldn't help feeling proud. She had already planned it out, so she immediately pretended to look pitiful and said, I don't know why the power suddenly tripped just now, and I got startled, and ended up spraining my ankle. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Hiss, it hurts so much. Pan Jun, can you please help me pick it up? My ankle is really sprained and it hurts so much now. Pan Jun couldn't help but frown when he heard this, but he still picked up Wei Shui and put her on the sofa, then went to the power supply. He roughly checked and found that there should be a problem with the circuit breaker. This could only be handed over to a professional to repair, so he made a phone call and asked someone to come and fix the problem. Miss Landlady, I have just checked, there should be a problem with the switch. I have just called, I think someone will come to repair it, but I am not sure about the time. If possible, I still hope that you can make a call, after all, you are in charge of this place. If it is not fixed as soon as possible, I think other people will complain. Miss Landlady, you still have to pay attention to it. Hearing Pan Jun's words, Wei Shui felt speechless. She had already told him her name, but the man in front of her kept calling her Miss Landlady. What was he thinking? Could it be that she was not pretty? Although she was not as pretty as the woman Pan Jun brought back the first time, she should be much more mature than the little girl just now. I see. Pan Jun, can I trouble you to massage my foot? It's painful because it was sprained. Can you massage it for me? Pan Jun didn't expect that Wei Shui would actually ask him to massage his feet, which made him very embarrassed, especially in this dark environment. The whole atmosphere seemed very ambiguous. After hesitating for a long time, Pan Jun finally squatted down slowly. Just at this critical moment, Pan Jun's phone suddenly rang, which immediately dispelled the ambiguous atmosphere around him and brought Pan Jun back to his senses. Chapter 80 Lessons. Pan Jun felt extremely embarrassed when he thought about the action he almost did subconsciously just now. He quickly picked up his phone and ran out quickly. Wei Shui here had already seen Pan Jun's embarrassment. She just felt it was ridiculous. It seemed that Pan Jun was not as honest as he imagined, otherwise why would he be so afraid of contacting her? In fact, thinking about how he suddenly became so hasty just now, if it weren't for that phone call, the two of them would probably have done as he thought. When Wei Shui thought about such things, she was more or less angry, but it was undeniable that at least Wei Shui was clear about one thing: anything was possible. Pan Jun on this side left the room in anger. He took a look at the caller ID and found that it was not someone he knew. He became even angrier and wanted to scold the other party on the spot. If they had not called him suddenly, he was afraid that what happened just now would have really happened to him. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. If you don't blame me for being rude to you. The person on the other end of the phone was a little confused for a moment. What was going on? Was it a wrong call? Otherwise, why did that person suddenly look so angry? It was impossible for them to expose their whereabouts all of a sudden. Could it be that this man was deliberately looking for trouble? Boy, I warn you not to meddle in other people's business and don't learn anything. You don't have the qualifications to be a hero. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Some things are not your business. After all, we know where you live. Do you hear me? Hearing such an arrogant voice, Pan Jun became even angrier. What was going on? He was threatened by someone, and he didn't even know what kind of person it was. From what you said, I must have done something very important, otherwise why would I bother people like you to come and give me a warning? Come here now if you have the guts. I want to see how arrogant you can be. Is there any law in this world? When the people on the other end of the phone heard what Pan Jun said, they were stunned for a moment. After all, they just took money to scare Pan Jun, but they didn't expect that this guy didn't play by the rules at all. Instead, he used a very arrogant tone, which completely pissed off those people. Good boy, this is what you said. If we start to attack you later, don't blame us for being rude to you. Wait. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. They had already received the message and it was okay to just teach the person a lesson, as long as they didn't beat the person to death. After all, sometimes the most painful thing for a person is to make him live in pain. Brothers, grab your weapons. Since that guy is so ungrateful, we don't need to save his face. After hanging up the phone, Pan Jun prepared himself in the room, because he knew very well that those people were so arrogant, which meant that they must have been instructed by others, and the only people he had offended so far were only those few. But it shouldn't be the case, after all, those people didn't seem to be that bold, especially after knowing his identity. But there is no need to rush now, as the suspects will show up eventually. So while Pan Jun continued to wait in the room, his door was violently smashed later. Bang, 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 who's inside? Open the door for me. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, open the door for me. I want to see how arrogant you can be. Brothers, get ready. If he doesn't open the door, just break it down. He was immediately happy when he heard this. It seemed that the people who had called him had already arrived. In that case, he was very happy. So he immediately came to the door and opened it. He found that there were 4 or 5 burly men standing at his door, holding knives and sticks in their hands. Hey kid, you finally opened the door. I thought you were going to hide forever. Not bad, very good. I didn't expect you to be responsible. I like you very much. I just don't know if you can stand us later. Come on, everyone. When the men saw that Pan Jun had opened the door, they immediately became happy. Finally, they didn't have to waste their energy breaking down the door. They didn't expect that this guy was so sensible. It seemed that they wouldn't need to waste so much time to beat him up later. They could just leave after beating him. Seeing those people raising their swords and shields towards him, Pan Jun was not in a hurry. When he saw these people, the knowledge about acupuncture points suddenly emerged in his mind. So, in his eyes, these people were not that strong at all. After all, he knew their bodies clearly. He only needed to rely on the knowledge in his mind to make these people lie down easily without any ability to fight back. Pan Jun took out some things without hesitation and stabbed them a few times. Those people fell down instantly and began to howl like ghosts. Now can you tell me who called you here? I tell you, you'd better tell me the truth, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't be in 100 times more pain later. After all, you have to know that there are many acupuncture points on the human body. Even a small one can very likely cause some serious casualties, such as accidental paralysis or sudden pain from somewhere and going to the hospital, but no symptoms can be found. The men were shocked when they heard such words. It must be a joke. They make a living with their bodies and they can't ruin their bodies because of this matter. Besides, money is easy to make, but there is no second body. So they exposed their employer without hesitation. No, as long as you promise to let us go, we will tell you who asked us to come here. It was that Mr. Li Chang. Because his family is a powerful family, and they are officials, we have no choice. After all, you also know their family. As expected, Pan Jun could actually guess it from the process of their arrival. After all, he had helped Yuan and that so-called Li Chang probably knew about it. Now he should send someone to teach him a lesson. However, he didn't expect that the people sent here were simply useless and he quickly dealt with them himself. Chapter 81 Dinner. In that case, you should have the contact information of Li Chang. Call him right now and tell me something in front of me. How dare those people disobey? They immediately took out their cell phones and dialed Li Chang's number in a panic. Li Chang was very proud at this time when he saw those people suddenly calling him, and thought that the matter had been settled. I didn't expect you to get it done so quickly. You're pretty good. I can't underestimate you. Don't worry, I won't reduce the reward I promised you. Hearing Li Chang's proud voice on the other end of the phone, Pan Jun couldn't help but laugh. This man was so confident. But it made sense when he thought about it. After all, his family background was there, so he did have the capital to be arrogant. If it were the old me, I probably wouldn't dare to go against him, but now. Those idiots you found are now lying outside my house. I said, you are the child of an official, why do you want to find these hooligans? Oh, I forgot, but it is precisely because of this that you should be careful. After all, no matter what they say, no one will believe it. I said, kid, if you have the guts, come here yourself. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face. I almost forgot one thing. You can't admit it now. After all, your body. After hearing what Pan Jun said, Li Chang was furious. He hated it most when others mentioned his health. Although he was now trying his best to cooperate with the treatment, as the saying goes, the doctor cannot guarantee anything, and Pan Jun's words just hit him hard. Shut up, I tell you, I will make you pay for what you said today. Incompetent people are indeed incompetent. After all, you can't show off your abilities. Li Chang really couldn't bear to listen any longer. He threw his mobile phone hard to the ground. He would never give up until he had avenged himself. Pan Jun felt even more proud when he heard the voice from the other end of the phone. It seemed that Li Chang was really irritated by him. He was very curious about what Li Chang would do next. You guys? Pan Jun looked at the people lying in all directions in front of him, thought for a while, and finally decided to let them go on their own. He didn't have so much free time to throw them away. Don't worry, sir, we will leave immediately and will not disturb you at all. We will leave now, don't worry. After all, those people were very observant and soon realized that Pan Jun had already shown mercy to them. How could they continue to annoy Pan Jun? So they ran faster than rabbits. After all those people were dealt with, Pan Jun thought about it and placed the emergency light from his home at Wei Shue's door and sent her a message asking her to come and get it herself. Wei Shue didn't expect that Pan Jun would still care about her affairs at this time. His thoughts began to become active again. Such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. Since he is so enthusiastic, it is difficult for her to refuse. Why not tease him again? So Wei Shue started sending messages again and started to flirt with him. Seeing Wei Shue constantly teasing him in the message, Pan Jun felt his face flushed. After replying, he hurried back to his home. Just kidding, he didn't want to be tortured by that woman anymore. After resting at home for a while, Pan Jun unexpectedly received a call from Wei Man. This made him feel a little strange. He didn't expect that this little girl would come to see him. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Brother Pan Jun, oh my husband, let's go out for dinner. I'll send you the time and place when the time comes. In fact, Wei Man didn't want to send this message, but now she really couldn't stand it anymore. If this matter was not resolved, there would be more and more problems in the future. By that time, things would really become uncontrollable. Okay, then send me the information when the time comes. Do you want me to pick you up in advance? The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Looking at the new message on his phone, Pan Jun was surprised. He didn't expect Wei Man to invite them to dinner at a 5-star high-end restaurant. What kind of day needed to be so grand? He looked at the time and thought it should be about time if he packed up and drove over, so he packed up and drove away. When he arrived at the restaurant, he found that Wei Man was already waiting there. Man, I'm so sorry, I'm late. I rushed here as soon as I received your message, but I didn't expect to make you wait any longer. Pan Jun couldn't help but feel a little apologetic when he saw that he was still a little late. Logically, shouldn't men wait for women? Why was it suddenly the other way around on his side? Oh, it's okay, brother Pan Jun, I called you out of the blue, so you may not be able to react for a while. Besides, you don't even think about how close I am to this place. I can walk there, so it's understandable. Let's go, I've already booked a room inside, let's go in. Although this restaurant didn't book a private room, the scenery around their place is still very nice, I like it very much. After the two of them arrived at the appointed seat, the food came up quickly. However, Pan Jun discovered that although on the surface they seemed to be enjoying the delicious food very happily, Wei Man actually seemed to be thinking about something. She kept looking at her phone anxiously during the meal. Pan Jun thought it was something about the company, but soon he felt that it should not be because his mobile phone kept sending messages, and every time he saw such messages, Wei Man showed an irritated expression. Finally, Pan Jun couldn't help it. If there was anything, he could solve it with Wei Man. Man, you seem unhappy today. Did something happen? I noticed that every time you looked at your phone, you seemed to have a very irritated expression. Could it be that there is something you haven't dealt with? When Wei Man heard what Pan Jun said, she suddenly realized that her reaction today might have been a bit too much and Pan Jun had noticed it, but she was too embarrassed to say such a thing. Ah, it's okay, brother Pan Jun, it's not a big deal, it's just some of my personal matters, don't worry, it's okay, just leave it to me to handle it. Wei Man suddenly became a little hesitant and refused to tell Pan Jun what had happened. She really was not mentally prepared yet. Chapter 82, Luanwen. If there's anything you really can't figure out, you can tell me. Don't forget that we are now a legitimate couple, don't you think so, honey? When Wei Man heard Pan Jun's tone, her face immediately turned red. It was really hard for her to cope with. It's nothing, don't worry. If there is anything, I will tell you then. Let's eat quickly. After all, it's already late. Wei Man shook her head and lowered it. Suddenly, she felt the light in front of her eyes seem to dim. When she raised her head, she found a very familiar person appeared in front of her. After seeing the person, Wei Man seemed very happy. Okay, I'll stay here. I saw you through the window just now and I thought it was you, so I came over. I didn't expect it was really you. Now I've caught you. I said you're really good at hiding, little girl. How dare you run here? If I wasn't passing by, what's going on? Are you planning to abandon me? The person who came was Luanwen. She had just seen Wei Man and Pan Jun having dinner together through the window. When she saw Pan Jun, she was attracted to him involuntarily for some reason, and then she walked over. When she came to her senses, she found that she was already standing in front of the two people. How could that be? I suddenly remembered that brother Pan Jun and I have never had a meal together, so I invited him over. You probably haven't had your meal yet, so it's a good opportunity for us to come together. We all know each other anyway. Wei Man shook her head and asked someone to bring a new set of bowls and chopsticks. Really? If you two are on duty together, wouldn't I be a light bulb? But I don't care. We are still good friends, right? You can't abandon your best friend just because you have a partner. By the way, Man, you seem to be very busy recently. What are you busy with? Luanwen now sat aside very awkwardly and started to find topics to chat with Wei Man. Pan Jun knew very well the relationship between these two people, so he just stayed aside and didn't disturb them. His behavior made other people have some ideas, especially Luanwen. After all, she knew so many people, but there were very few who attracted her as much as Pan Jun. Nothing, it's just that some things in the company are really annoying, and my dad has been bothering me for some reason lately. I even suspect that I have offended him. It really makes me mad. He calls me or sends me messages to harass me all day long. What do you think he is thinking? Wei Man couldn't help but start complaining. She didn't know why her father had been hiding the fact that she was having a blind date with that man from her recently. It seemed as if he had put everything aside and was focusing on doing just this one thing. No way, Uncle is still thinking about your blind date with that man. What is he thinking? He said that you haven't explained it to him clearly yet. I think that man looks okay, although there is really no way. Luanwen suddenly shut her mouth while talking because she realized that she seemed to have let something slip. After all, Wei Man and Pan Jun were already married. Wei Man was also suddenly stunned. She really didn't expect that the thing she had always wanted to hide would be exposed so quickly by someone, and this person was her good friend. Even if she wanted to say something, she couldn't do anything. After all, she really didn't mean it. But she couldn't say this sentence at all. She could only turn her face to the side and look at Pan Jun. Your father arranged a blind date for you. What on earth is going on? Pan Jun also felt a little strange at this time. He didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. After all, not everyone expected such a thing to happen. He could feel that Wei Man really liked him, but her attitude made him very unhappy. After all, if Wei Man had explained the matter to him earlier, he would not be so angry. The point was that Wei Man had been hiding the truth of the matter. No wonder he had been a little anxious recently. Could it be that something like this had happened? Brother Panjun, please don't misunderstand this matter. It was actually arranged by my family. I really like you, otherwise I would not marry you, right? Wei Manman noticed that Panjun's face seemed to look a little ugly, so she hurried to explain. And I was also very scared. I was afraid that you would misunderstand these things and think that I had other thoughts. That's why I didn't dare to tell you about this. That's why this happened. And now I'm also annoyed about this. Every time he sends me a message or my dad calls me back, I'm almost annoyed because I don't have any feelings for him at all, but my dad insists that I meet and communicate with that kind of person first. Wei Manman felt a huge headache when she thought about such things. She obviously didn't want to do it, but why did her father force her to choose that man? Although he was indeed very handsome, compared with Panjun, he was not worth mentioning at all, not to mention whether he had any bad habits. What about now? What exactly are we talking about now? We can't just pretend nothing happened. How does that person feel about you? Lu Wanwan couldn't help but start asking. After all, he was really curious about such things, especially when it happened to someone around him. This was simply the biggest gossip. What should I do? That person has been pestering me all the time. I am almost annoyed. Every time he sends me a message, I feel disgusted. And the problem is that I can't ignore him because his family is the most powerful family in Haya City. We can't afford to offend them, or we don't want to offend them. After all, businessmen like us can't beat those officials. Wei Manman kept turning the spoon in her hand and spoke absent-mindedly. Well, you're right. It's not good to break up with a family like theirs, but what should you do? This matter has been dragged on and on. Anyway, you have to make a choice. It's just a matter of time. You have to know that if your uncle insists on letting you be with that person, what should you do? Chapter 83 Li Xiao. Wei Manman shook her head when she heard this. She would absolutely not listen to her father. She was already married to Panjun, so she would definitely live with him forever. If her father really wanted to use extreme measures, then don't blame her for fighting back with extreme means. She had already accepted this man, so there would be no sign of regret, unless her father didn't want her as a daughter anymore. Anyway, it's not my place to get involved in your affairs. You should pay more attention to yourself. From what I know, that person still has a certain degree of favorability towards you. And you also know that he is a powerful friend after all, so he has some personality issues. You should pay more attention to yourself. This is all I can do to help you. I have said what I should say, and the rest is up to you. Lu Wanwan didn't say anything else. The three of them suddenly fell silent. Unexpectedly, Wei Manman's phone rang again. Why is it him again? So annoying. After seeing the message sent by the visitor, Wei Manman felt even more annoyed. She just wanted to have a good meal, so why did he come to her immediately under such circumstances? What was he thinking? Could it be that person who sent the message? What did he send? Let me see. Lu Wanwan suddenly got nervous. She immediately took Wei Manman's phone, and after reading the message sent by that person clearly, she felt speechless. The tone of this person was really too unpleasant. What do you mean his men found you here and he rushed over right away? Why do I feel that this sounds a bit weird? Could it be that he hired someone to monitor you? It would have been fine if Lu Wanwan didn't say anything, but once she started talking, Wei Manman felt extremely uncomfortable. She always felt that everyone around her was looking at her, which made her feel extremely bad. I don't want to meet someone like that. Let's go. It's so annoying to avoid him. Who does he think he is? Why should I wait for him here? After Wei Manman finished speaking, she wanted to take Panjun away. She didn't want to meet such a person at all. She felt that such a person was extremely arrogant, and she really didn't know where he got such confidence from. When Lu Wanwan heard this, she didn't know what to feel. After all, she couldn't say anything about this matter. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to give up on Panjun. Such a man was too rare, and she really wanted to get him. No, if you leave now, doesn't that mean you've been avoiding him? Since you said his family is definitely not ordinary, how could he let you hide forever? Why don't we give you some serious advice here today? I want to see who is so sacred that he dares to think about my wife. Panjun also had his own thoughts at this time. He couldn't just walk away and let other people know about this. They thought he was afraid of that man. He laughed at his wife and had to take good care of her no matter what. If other people were thinking about her, he would be more or less unwilling. After all, it was Wei Man who found him, and he was very interested in his wife. It was impossible for him to just let those people say whatever they wanted. Brother Pan Jun, I know you don't want to, but his family is really powerful, and I don't want you to get hurt, do you understand? After hearing what Pan Jun said, Wei Man felt shy and touched. However, now was not the time to be touched. She had to analyze the matter based on the actual situation. That family would definitely not let it go so easily. Lu Wanwan felt sour in her heart after hearing what Pan Jun said. After all, she also hoped that there would be a man who could say such words for her, but judging from the men she had met so far, it was simply impossible. But man, you should be clear about this matter. Hiding like this is not a solution. Why not just lay it out in the open? I'm curious about what kind of family he belongs to. Since Pan Jun said so, Lu Wanwan and Wei Man didn't know what to say, so they continued to sit down, looking at the delicious food in front of them. The three of them ate absent-mindedly. After all, if this matter was not resolved, none of them would be able to feel at ease. After a while, they suddenly heard someone exclaim. The three people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very handsome man appear in their eyes. The man seemed to have seen someone and actually walked directly towards Wei Man. After seeing the man, some information suddenly flashed through Lu Wanwan's mind. Because her family was in the catering business, they sometimes came into contact with relevant departments. After seeing the man coming, she immediately stood up and shouted very respectfully, "Mr. Li." After seeing Lu Wanwan, Mr. Li smiled and nodded at her very gentlemanly. But when he saw Wei Man, his eyes suddenly changed. "I didn't expect that I would be so honored to see Miss Wei and Miss Lu today. It seems that God has been very kind to me." Looking closely, the two ladies seem to have become much more beautiful. It is true that God favors beauties. From the moment he started talking, Pan Jun knew that this man called Li Xiao was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the girls around him couldn't help but be delighted. After all, this man was so good at talking. Even Lu Wanwan had a certain liking for him. There was nothing he could do about it. Sometimes it was just like this. But unfortunately, his method didn't work at all in Wei Man's eyes. That was because Wei Man's eyes were not on him at all at this moment. She just lowered her head and played with the cutlery in her hands. It seemed that she was not worried at all about who the person was. "Mr. Li, you are really too kind. We are very happy to receive such praise from you." However, Lu Wanwan didn't dare to offend the person in front of her, so she could only smile and nod. The two talked for a while, completely ignoring Pan Jun who was standing beside her. In fact, this was intentional by Li Xiao, because from the beginning he noticed that Wei Man's eyes were always on this poor boy, and he was extremely disdainful in his heart that time. Chapter 84 Shares. At this time, Pan Jun on the side was not anxious at all. After all, he was not here to look after the director, but it was Master Li who wanted to see him. This position could not be confused. Sometimes one could take the initiative. After a while, Mr. Li finally set his sights on Pan Jun. Looking at the man in front of him, he looked at him carefully. No wonder Wei Man would reject him now. It is undeniable that his appearance and charm are indeed quite high. "Hello, sir." As Mr. Li spoke, he stretched out his hand, intending to shake hands with Pan Jun. Pan Jun stood up and looked at this man with a smile on his face. Both of them were very outstanding in appearance, but the former was dressed luxuriously and had elegant manners, so compared to Li Xiao, Pan Jun was slightly inferior. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. As a result, many girls in the restaurant couldn't help but scream in their hearts and kept winking at Li Xiao. This made Li Xiao, who was originally in a somewhat depressed mood, suddenly happy. After all, this one item alone was enough to show that he was still quite popular. At least compared with Pan Jun, he was not much different. "Hello, Mr. Li." Pan Jun didn't care about this situation at all. After all, he was not a playboy and didn't want everyone to revolve around him. "By the way, I would like to ask this gentleman about your identity. I am sorry, but I am not particularly familiar with you, so I want to get to know you." Listening to what Li Xiao meant by this, it was nothing more than saying that Pan Jun was basically just a small fry and it was not worth it for him to spend so much time remembering his name. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you, Mr. Li, this is my legal husband, Pan Jun." After hearing Mr. Li's question, Wei Man immediately stood up and rushed to answer, and pressed her body tightly towards Pan Jun, seeming to be very nervous about him. This made Mr. Li, who had originally been somewhat happy, suddenly become very depressed. This woman had actually already obtained a marriage certificate. Why didn't he investigate this matter? And this woman may have forgotten his family and always hoped that she could be with him, but it was difficult for him to be happy with his attitude. The most important point was whether the man in front of him was still the voice of the end. But it should not be a big deal if he thought about it. Maybe they had already obtained the marriage certificate. Unless the man was not good enough, it would be impossible for him to keep her virginity. This was a bit bad. He did not want his wife to be picked by others. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's mind inevitably began to have different thoughts, but he certainly would not show such dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead, he still faced the two of them with a smile. Pan Jun couldn't help but have some thoughts about Li Xiao, who still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. However, it was more challenging to face such an opponent. After all, those who would collapse at the slightest mistake were not worth his attention at all, but the person in front of him was just the right person. Just now I saw you three eating in the lobby. Could it be that you didn't get a private room? Well, I own 20% of the shares in this restaurant. I can arrange a first-class private room for you. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for you two ladies to eat here. The words seemed quiet, but his voice was loud enough for people nearby to hear clearly. Was this man showing off his status? You should know that this restaurant is the most famous and the most high-end restaurant in Haya City. The private room above the head that Li Xiao mentioned just now is something you may not be able to buy even if you spend money. It is a symbol of status. Even if you spend money, if your status is not high enough, you can't book a private room here. This is one of the reasons why Wei Man brought Pan Jun to the hall for dinner. Her status is still not high enough. Pan Jun had been staring at Li Xiao, watching his slightly raised mouth corners. He knew very well in his heart that Li Xiao was not hinting at his status being not enough. Otherwise, why would he eat in this hall? If so, this man should not blame him for being rude. Since he was so disrespectful to him, he had to fight back. Otherwise, he would not be the only one who would be embarrassed. Even Wei Man would be ridiculed by this man. So Pan Jun started to sign in at this restaurant directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in to the restaurant. Reward, the host will become the largest shareholder of this restaurant. Sure enough, the system's reward was just as he thought, making him the largest shareholder of this restaurant. What's the point of holding 20% of the shares? He is now the largest shareholder of this restaurant. Mr. Pan, is there no reason for what I said? After all, it is easy for people of status like the two young ladies to be exposed if they eat here. If people with sexually transmitted diseases know about it, wouldn't it be very bad? Li Xiao took a look at the clothes Pan Jun was wearing and couldn't help feeling proud. Just by looking at his clothes, he could tell that his family was definitely not as well off as he imagined. At least compared to him, he had a certain amount of capital. Besides, he didn't seem to have heard of anyone with the name Pan among those wealthy families, so it could be seen that this person was at most a nouveau riche. Of course not. I think what you said makes sense, Mr. Li. After all, I can't let my wife suffer any injustice, right? It is indeed beneath our dignity to eat in the hall. In this case, let's go directly to the first-class box. Pan Jun smiled and shook his head, then called the manager over. Go and pack up the first-class box for today. I need it. Make sure you pack it up for me quickly. As soon as Pan Jun finished speaking, the girl who was eating next to him couldn't help laughing. After listening to what she had just heard for so long, she finally understood that this man was not a rich man at all. He was probably a gigolo here, otherwise why would he be dressed so ordinary? So she stood up and looked at Li Xiao and then at Pan Jun. Hey, country bumpkin, could you please stop embarrassing yourself here? Didn't you hear what this gentleman just said? Unless you are of high enough status, you won't be able to use the first-class compartment. Chapter 85 Disdain. Listening to the girl's ridicule, Pan Jun didn't care. What he was thinking about now was whether this rule could be broken. Who stipulated that only those with status could use the first-class box? Could it be that people without status could not come in to eat? No, he had to make this rule, otherwise he would be unworthy of his previous status. In that case, let's cancel this rule. From now on, you don't need to have a certain identity to reserve a first-class box. Anyone can reserve one. After making the decision, Pan Jun told the manager nearby the news. Hearing this, Wan and Wei Man were both very surprised. After all, they both knew very well that the value of this restaurant was not something that anyone could change casually. Besides, did Pan Jun know what kind of restaurant he was in? How could he let an ordinary person like him change the rules? Forget it. This is just a small matter. There is no need to make a fuss about it. Besides, it doesn't matter where we eat. Who says we have to eat in the first-class box? The people around him also started to watch, thinking it was a great pleasure to watch the fun, and they started to shout desperately. That's right, who do you think you are? How dare you order the manager around like that? Are you drunk? I think he is deliberately making trouble here. If you think about it, why would everyone else be silent, but he is the only one talking nonsense? It seems that he must have stayed in the mental hospital for a long time, otherwise how could he be in such a state? How can a good person become such a patient? Oh, the second-year syndrome is killing people. Manager, you see how arrogant he is, aren't you moved? I think you should ask the security to get him out immediately. Don't worry, we are all bystanders. We support your actions and will never spread rumors. Seeing the people around him so excited, Li Xiao was very proud in his heart, but on the surface he remained silent. It seemed that this incident frightened him a little and he couldn't recover. At this moment, something happened that surprised everyone. The manager bowed to Pan Jun very respectfully. Okay, boss. I'll arrange it right away. All of a sudden, everyone was quiet, as if they could hardly believe the two words they just heard. The manager just said to the bumpkin they laughed at that old man that he was the owner of this restaurant. What was going on? How could this be possible? He was just a bumpkin? How could he be the owner of this restaurant? Manager, you must be mistaken. How could he be your boss? Even if you are just acting, you have to know your limits. You can't joke like this. The manager didn't answer at all when he heard such questions. What a joke! If he could answer everything, then why did he keep those employees? However, at this time, Li Xiao could no longer hold on. He had been so proud for so long, but he didn't expect that his pride would be shattered all of a sudden. The man in front of him suddenly became the owner of the restaurant. Even if he owned 20% of the shares, it was nothing in front of the boss. I didn't expect that I had misunderstood. Such a thing would actually happen. I said that just now because I didn't want to see these two beauties sitting in the hall. After all, they are so beautiful and it is easy for them to encounter some bad things. It seems that I have misunderstood everything. Li Xiao knew that if he didn't explain quickly, his image would be completely ruined, so he immediately pretended to explain. Lu Wanwan still had a certain degree of goodwill towards this Mr. Li. After hearing his explanation, she just smiled and shook her head to express her apology. If that's the case, then it's all just a misunderstanding. Let's just let it go. There's no loss anyway. Seeing that her other two friends were silent, Lu Wanwan's face was a little stiff, and Li Xiao seemed to realize that if he stayed any longer, he would be the one to be embarrassed, so he immediately said goodbye to them. In that case, I will leave Miss Wei first. I still wish you the best. Your husband is really great. I hope you can be happy forever. Oh, by the way, Miss Lu, if there is a chance, you can show me the contract for the new store of your group someday, because I found that it has great prospects, so I want to buy shares. I wonder if Miss Lu can give me this honor. When Lu Wanwan heard this, of course she invested as much as she could. You know, with such a person investing, any difficulties her group might encounter in the future would be simplified. After all, his status is there. Pan Jun looked at Li Xiao's elegant appearance and was puzzled. Could it be that he really misunderstood this Lu Xiao? After all, he didn't seem to be angry about something, which meant that he might be different from what he expected. Just when Pan Jun was happy, the system suddenly spoke. Ding, it is detected that someone nearby has extremely strong malice towards the host. Would the host like to monitor his inner thoughts? Pan Jun felt a little strange after hearing this. Someone had great ill will towards him. Was he kidding? The ordinary people around him couldn't possibly have ill will towards him. Could the system have made a mistake? I said, system, you must have made a mistake, right? No one around here has any ill will towards me. Ding, please do not make random guesses, the system monitoring will be fine. There is indeed someone who has great malice towards the host, and it comes from right in front of you. Hearing what the system said, Pan Jun looked in front of him. He didn't expect that the source of the malice was Li Xiao. But when he thought about it, no one could tolerate his dignity being trampled on like this. It seemed a bit fake. It seemed that Li Xiao had been maliciously excluding himself in his heart, and it was too strong, so it was detected by the system. If it weren't for the system, I would have been fooled by him. How could there be such a person in this world? I have been humiliated by others for such a long time, but I am not angry at all. How is this possible? Chapter 86, The Mountaintop. Monitor. Pan Jun was very curious about what Li Xiao was thinking and why he was so malicious towards him. Damn, what a disgusting guy. I curse him to die a horrible death, preferably one without any offspring. I feel sick just thinking about him. I don't know what kind of person is doing. He has nothing but still. After hearing Li Xiao's curse on him, he thought to himself, isn't this person a bit too naive? If you want to hate someone, can you just curse him? But when he heard another thought in Li Xiao's mind, he became furious. And that girl, I originally thought she was a pure girl, but now she is not a virgin, and she was picked by a man like that. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Since that man can have sex with her, sooner or later I will have to play with her properly, otherwise I really can't swallow this breath. After hearing what Li Xiao said in his heart, Pan Jun's expression turned extremely ugly. He stared at Li Xiao coldly, which made the man suddenly feel a chill on his back, but he didn't care. He just thought that he might not be wearing enough. But speaking of which, Lu Wanwan is pretty good. It seems like I can get her first. But I have to think carefully about finding a good opportunity. When she delivers the contract, that should be a good opportunity. I have to plan carefully. Pan Jun really couldn't stand how this man could be so confident. He took a step forward, came in front of Li Xiao, grabbed him directly, and kept dragging him outside. Get out of here, as far away as you can. The look in Pan Jun's eyes really scared everyone. Why did his eyes suddenly become so scary? Maybe something happened? I don't know. It's too scary. Really, it's so scary. Wei Manman was also shocked. She had never seen Pan Jun in his current state. But although she didn't quite understand why Pan Jun was so angry, it didn't stop her from continuing to stand by Pan Jun. Alright, although I don't know what happened, I'd better calm down. It's not good for your health. Brother Pan Jun, please don't be so angry. It's not worth it for some people. Wei Manman whispered to comfort Pan Jun, but Lu Wanwan felt a little puzzled at this moment. What happened to Pan Jun just now? Why was he suddenly so angry at Li Xiao? People who didn't know might think that there was some deep hatred between the two of them. But from the time Li Xiao came in until now, he had never had any conflicts with this person. Did Pan Jun suddenly become angry? Pan Jun didn't explain much about this, and he couldn't explain what he had just heard. If he was used by other people with ulterior motives, he might not be able to continue to appear in front of them. However, this man had such a vicious mind that he needed to be vigilant no matter what, especially since these two girls were probably sold out by him and were foolishly counting money for him. I can only remind you of one more thing. Stay away from him and don't meet him alone when he's free. Pan Jun did not give too much explanation, he just said this sentence, which made Lu Wanwan feel very puzzled. He had just reached an intention of cooperation with that Li Xiao, but suddenly he had to stay away from him. This was simply destroying their group. I say, you are such a weird person. If there is something going on, why can't you just explain it right away? Why are you being so mysterious? It really makes me speechless. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she left. After all, she didn't want to do anything more for such a strange person. She might as well think carefully about how to reach a cooperation with Mr. Li. Such an opportunity was very rare, and she couldn't waste it because of these trivial matters. Don't take Wanwan's words to heart. She's probably a little too anxious about the affairs of their company. I don't like that person very much, but his family is there. There are many things in Wanwan's company that must be handled by special departments. So you can understand it. In this case, let's go have a meal first. I'm a little hungry. I didn't eat well just now. After the two finished their meal, Pan Jun thought about it and decided to send Wei Manman home first, but unfortunately Wei Manman refused. I'd better not do it now. It's still too early. Besides, I want to go for a ride with you now. I haven't had the chance to ride in the car many times since you bought it. Besides, it's your supercar, so it should be very nice to go for a ride. Honey, can we go for a ride together? Please. Seeing Wei Manman being so shy, Pan Jun couldn't help himself and felt a little distracted. After all, Wei Manman was really too cute this time, making it difficult for him to control himself. In that case, let me see if there is any particularly good place. Let's go in and have some fun. This will be the first time for us to have a private life as a couple after we got our marriage certificate. After Pan Jun took a look at the nearby scenery, he suddenly thought that since he wanted to live a leisurely and comfortable life, he might as well go to another place. Thinking of this, Pan Jun took Wei Man Man in a sports car to a place. Brother Pan Jun, here, why did you suddenly want to bring me to the top of the mountain? When Wei Man Man saw where the two of them were now, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, who would drive a sports car to the top of the mountain for no reason? If the road nearby had not been repaired, she would have doubted whether she needed to climb up with him. After what happened just now, do you still want to go to some noisy place? It happens to be very quiet here. I think it's very good, and it really makes people feel different. I think this can also relieve some of the depression in your heart. Okay, get off the car. Pan Jun smiled and explained why he brought Wei Man Man to this place. After listening to Pan Jun's explanation, Wei Man Man was even more moved. She really didn't expect Pan Jun to be able to think so carefully. Come and lie down. Just lie down here. You will find that looking at the starry sky will give you a different view. Besides, the grass here still has a fresh smell because not many people come here. Chapter 87, Changing Cars. Looking at Pan Jun lying on the grass like this, Wei Man Man had never experienced such a situation before, so she was a little conflicted. Don't worry, little girl. I wouldn't lie to you. Let me tell you this. This place is really great. When you lie on the grass and look up at the starry sky, you will find that it is different sometimes. Wei Man Man hesitated for a long time and finally shook her head. After all, the grass really made her think a lot, so she couldn't help but wonder if Pan Jun had other ideas. If he did something bad to her here, then she wouldn't even have the chance to resist. No, absolutely not. I don't want it, brother Pan Jun. Pan Jun saw Wei Man Man suddenly become timid and her eyes kept dodging, and suddenly realized that this little girl might have misunderstood something, so he hurried to explain. After listening to Pan Jun's explanation, Wei Man Man realized that she really misunderstood. In that case, I will listen to you, brother Pan Jun. After Wei Man Man finished speaking, she also lay down. Their place was the best place to view the starry sky, so when she lay down, Wei Man Man suddenly felt that her vision had broadened a lot. This place is really beautiful, and I don't know why it suddenly feels so quiet, giving me a different feeling. Brother Pan Jun, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to find such a place. Wei Man Man couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the starry sky above her head. Although she had looked up at the starry sky countless times before, she didn't know why only today made her feel completely different. Your state of mind is different, and the person who accompanies you is also different, so your feelings must be different. Pan Jun just smiled, and the two of them lay there without saying a word, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery of the sky. But when the breeze blew over, Pan Jun could clearly smell a scent that was different from his own. It was the fragrance of a woman's body, which was brought over by the breeze from time to time and entered his nose. This time, Pan Jun's heart couldn't help but get restless. His hands began to slowly crawl towards Wei Man Man and began to caress his body. Wei Man Man also knew very well that Pan Jun respected her. If not, he wouldn't have kept a gentleman's distance from her like he did in the beginning. So Wei Man Man ignored Pan Jun's behavior and just let him tease her. In the end, she was not the one who felt uncomfortable. The next day, Pan Jun felt very bored at home. They played too late the night before, so Wei Man Man left early for the company, leaving him alone at home. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the room was too big and it was not a good thing. After all, there was no one to accompany him and it felt too empty. Alas! I can't go on like this. I have so much money now, why don't I think of a way to buy a new car? The host can choose to buy another car. While Pan Jun was thinking about it, the system suddenly popped up and prompted him to choose to buy. He was immediately happy to hear such words today. He had no way to sign in with the system. The car given was too ostentatious. Every time he drove the car out, it would attract a lot of people's attention, and he would even meet some people who made him feel disgusted. So he decided to change a car. Besides, the car that the system rewarded him with was a sports car, but there was a speed limit in the city center. It was a pity to have such a sports car in such an environment. In that case, I'll just buy a more low-key car. Pan Jun thought about it and put his sports car in the garage, then started to walk out slowly. Along the way, he was thinking about what kind of car he should buy. After all, he didn't know much about cars. Besides, even if it was a low-key car, he still needed to compare it, otherwise he would easily suffer a loss if he bought it. Just at this time a taxi stopped in front of him. Pan Jun didn't expect that he had stopped and was still waving. It seems that he can't think about things while walking in the future, otherwise it will easily cause some problems. Hello, sir. What is your destination? The taxi driver in front of him was also very talkative. After Pan Jun got in the car, he immediately asked with a smile. I'm planning on buying a car. When the driver heard this, he immediately began to introduce Pan Jun enthusiastically and started the car. Sir, since you said that, I'll introduce you to a good place. There is a car show nearby. There are all kinds of cars. Whether you want a niche brand or a well-known brand, or even cars of different price ranges, I think you should like that place. When Pan Jun heard this, he agreed immediately. Besides, the driver had already started the car, so he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. What's more, if the place was really as good as the driver said, then he could save himself a lot of trouble. Don't worry, sir. I have been driving a taxi for many years, so I am very familiar with these routes. If you have any gossip, you can ask me. I specialize in answering other people's questions. And to be honest, sir, you are really lucky. Originally, this auto show might not be held, but you can actually encounter it now. I guess there are many opportunities. And sir, do you know? The cars there are all very good. At least I know there are many in there, and the nature of transportation is also very high. You can go and take a good look. A taxi driver immediately began to enthusiastically introduce the different models and brands of cars, and was even able to tell the approximate price range. This made Pan Jun listen with great interest. After all, he didn't know much about cars. What's more, he wanted a car for transportation, so the functionality had to be better. The driver told him a lot of useful information. Okay, sir, this is the bus station. I hope you can find a car you like here. After Pan Jun paid the money, the driver left. Chapter 88 No Money to Buy. When I first entered the auto show, I found that there really were a lot of cars and a lot of people here. After all, such an auto show is really rare, so even people who don't buy cars want to come and take a look and broaden their horizons. They all look good. There are so many cars, it's really dizzying. I don't know which one is more suitable for me. Pan Jun looked left and right, and finally decided that since his net worth had changed, he might as well buy a BMW series that everyone knew. After all, this series of brands has always had a very good reputation, and it also has many models. So Pan Jun came to the place where the BMW series was sold, and looked left and right, but he was not particularly clear about the models of many cars, so he thought about finding a salesperson here to introduce him to the most suitable vehicle. This should be the salesperson here. I want to buy a car. Can you introduce it to me? Pan Jun came to the salesperson nearby. It was obvious that he was selling the BMW series because what he was wearing was obviously different from the others. The salesperson finally raised his head and took a look at Pan Jun's clothes with disdain. The man's clothes were tasteless, and the clothes seemed to cost only 100 yuan. From head to toe, he didn't look like someone who could afford a BMW. So from beginning to end he acted indifferent to Pan Jun. Pan Jun didn't care at first. After all, he didn't quite understand what was going on here, so he patiently asked again. However, his question made the salesperson unbearable. Why was this poor guy wasting his time? You have to know that his time is very precious. You can tell from the clothes of the people who can buy cars here what the maximum range of his sales is. Because of the person's approach to him just now, he almost lost a very potential customer. If that person had not signed the contract in the end, he would have wanted to beat Pan Jun up. Excuse me, sir. I sell BMWs here. Any car in this series costs hundreds of thousands. Look at you. It's not that I look down on you, but you really don't have the qualifications to come to me for inquiry. You might as well go and look at other cars. Don't be so embarrassed. Don't I know what kind of people you are? You just want to take a photo when buying a car. When Pan Jun heard what the salesperson said, his face suddenly turned ugly. Wasn't it a bit unprofessional for this person to judge people by their appearance? Besides, he had already planned to come here to buy a car. Even if he really couldn't afford this series of cars, he should still be nice to the customer. Even if he was impatient, he should still know what kind of customer he was. But now they are in public after all, and Pan Jun really doesn't want to say anything more to such a person. No matter how much he argues with him, such a person will not have any say. Instead of this, he might as well find another place. He just hopes that this salesperson will not flatter him after knowing his identity. TSK, I told you that people like this can't afford a car, yet you still have the nerve to come here and ask me about it. You're wasting so much time. If you had the time, wouldn't other salespeople be able to recommend one to you? Really, you've got the nerve to come to the auto show when you're wearing that crap? You probably don't even have a house. When the BMW salesperson saw Pan Jun leave directly and walk towards Volkswagen, he couldn't help but start complaining. He said, it was a good thing that he didn't talk to such people for too long, otherwise he would have wasted a lot of time. At this time, a Volkswagen salesperson nearby saw Pan Jun being treated like this by the BMW salesperson, and hurriedly walked up to him and started greeting him. Hello, sir. Do you want to see a car? In fact, our Volkswagen brand is also very good, and it is very suitable for men like you to drive. Take a look at its appearance and model history. You men will particularly like it. Seeing the Volkswagen salesperson approaching with enthusiasm, the BMW salesperson was even more dismissive. Tisk, for someone like him to be able to buy a Volkswagen worth 100,000 is already pretty good, and you're still so enthusiastic about him, I really don't understand what you're thinking. After saying this, he no longer asked about the matter, but smiled and started selling his BMW series of cars to those people who were dressed very gorgeously. Pan Jun also noticed that the Volkswagen salesperson in front of him was very enthusiastic, so he followed him. Salespeople all have a certain degree of discernment. He could see that Pan Jun's clothes were indeed very ordinary, and he might not have much savings, so he began to introduce Volkswagen's lower-priced cars to Pan Jun one by one. He showed Pan Jun the conditions of those cars, and his attitude did not show any dissatisfaction, but was instead very enthusiastic. Hello, sir. Although the prices of the cars I recommend are relatively low, their functionality is still very good. For the same price, I still recommend our Volkswagen brand. This is not self-praise, but you will find that these models and some of the machines inside are. The sales staff continued to introduce products to him, and their attitudes were really non-discriminatory, as if Pan Jun in front of them made no difference to them. This formed a very sharp contrast. The BMW sales staff around him were still trying to praise the products more than they did in the past, which made some people feel differently. The Volkswagen salesperson next to him really treated all customers consistently. Pan Jun was very satisfied with this service attitude, so he asked. I remember that you guys who work in sales get a certain commission, right? So how is the commission for this car calculated? Pan Jun was quite curious. If the commission was very good, he might consider making other options. After all, the service attitude of this salesperson was so good that he really wanted to give him full marks, so naturally he had some other ideas. I'm sorry, sir. This is an internal matter between us. It's not convenient to tell the guests about this matter. We also have regulations that prohibit us from telling others about such things. But don't worry, no matter how much the commission is, I will always treat every guest with the most professional attitude. Chapter 89 Pay to Buy. After hearing this, Pan Jun did not continue talking. Instead, he came to the side and looked at it carefully. Since this little girl refused to tell him what their commission was, the more expensive the car, the higher the commission should be. In that case, which one of these cars do you have now, the best one? Can I go and have a look? When the salesperson heard this, he nodded quickly and said, of course, cars are meant to be shown to others. If they don't show it to others, how will they know which model is best for them? Of course, sir, this is the best car in our Volkswagen series, the Volkswagen Tinghui. The salesperson thought Pan Jun just wanted to take a look, so he took him to Volkswagen's Tinghui department. Sir, let me introduce this car to you. It is the top luxury car produced by our Volkswagen Group. It is very good in terms of performance and other aspects. Look here. The salesperson kept introducing the car to Pan Jun. Pan Jun originally just wanted to take a look at what this car, which was considered the best, looked like. But after just one look, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This car was really to his liking. The exterior of this car looks very low-key, no different from an ordinary car, but when the salesperson opened the door, he found that its interior was extremely high-end and comfortable. Such a car really made everyone unable to take their eyes off it, so he decided to buy it immediately. And if you look at the interior of this car, it is also very comfortable. Sir, I can say this, Tinghui is currently the most luxurious and top-level sedan in our Volkswagen series. Although it may look very low-key on the outside, if it is driven by a man, I think it would be hard not to like such a car. Because the salesperson was still introducing his product and had not yet finished speaking, he heard Pan Jun say these words. I bought this car. The salesperson suddenly stopped explaining, feeling a little embarrassed, but then she remembered that the price of the car was not cheap, so she quickly began to explain to Pan Jun. Sir, this is not a joke. I am serious. This car is very expensive. Money is not a problem, I want to buy this car right now. Pan Jun didn't care about this at all. If he really cared about money, why would he come to buy a car? Besides, what he needed now was a car that looked very low-key. But sir, this car is worth over $1 million. I know. Just help me order it. I want the best model. I don't care about the price. The salesperson was even more surprised after hearing this. You know, the top-of-the-line model of Volkswagen Tinghui is worth more than 2 million yuan. Pan Jun seemed to realize that the salesman was in a daze, so he paid the money without thinking. But the salesperson was still in a daze until Pan Jun paid all the money. The manager next to him realized that someone had signed a big order and came over immediately. Who made this sale? It was over 2 million. These commissions are really enviable. When he saw Pan Jun, he immediately ran over. This was a wealthy man. You know, he had paid the full amount just now. He didn't expect that this man, who looked very simply dressed, was actually a very capable person. Ah, hello, sir. This is the case. I am the manager of this auto show. I didn't expect that this gentleman would pay the full amount at once. In this case, does this gentleman have anything to ask? I will answer your questions here. The manager hurried over and introduced himself, trying to leave a good impression in front of such an important person. Pan Jun also had a good impression of the salesperson next to him and decided to help him. Besides, he had spent so much money, and the manager would not go against his wishes, so he said. This manager, right? I have already bought the Tinghui. Of course, I know there are still follow-up expenses, which is not a problem at all. After all, I am very relieved to hand it over to the salesperson next to me. I am very satisfied with his ability and service attitude. So if the manager has any questions later, I will contact him directly, of course. Hearing what Pan Jun said, the manager nodded even more. He didn't expect that this little girl was so plump. She was so lucky to be appreciated by such a person. But it was not a bad thing for him. Anyway, he would also get a certain commission. Although not as much as this little girl, it was not a problem. Of course, sir, don't worry. Since you think this salesperson is very good, we will let him take care of all the subsequent issues. Don't worry. Our manager smiled and nodded, and repeatedly assured that there would be no problem. Pan Jun continued to walk around, and suddenly remembered that Yuan seemed to ride her broken bicycle when she usually went out, and now Yuan had to go to the hospital frequently to take care of her parents. Could he buy a bicycle for Yuan as well? After all, this sister really made him feel sorry for her because she was so sensible. Alas, Pan Jun thought of a problem. If this little girl didn't have a driver's license, it would be useless even if he bought her a good car. So he took out his phone and called Yuan's number. Brother Pan Jun, why did you suddenly call me? Is there something wrong? I'm in the dormitory now. Yuan was also very surprised after receiving Pan Jun's call. She didn't expect that Pan Jun would contact her so rarely. Oh, little girl, I almost forgot one thing. Do you have your driver's license? Although Yuan didn't quite understand what he said, she still told Pan Jun the truth. I do have a driver's license. I passed the test when I was an adult. Why are you asking this, Brother Pan Jun? Are you sure you have a driver's license? Well, I'll buy you a car later. I'm hanging up now. Pan Jun hung up the phone before Yuan could say no. If he continued listening, he thought the little girl would say something again. Chapter 90 Contact. The manager standing by also heard what this person said. It seemed that this person was planning to buy 2 cars, so he hurriedly stepped aside and began to hint to the salesperson that such a good opportunity must not be missed. Their salesperson was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity today that 2 cars were bought at once. With such a car, his commission would definitely not be less, so he hurriedly walked aside and began to explain to Pan Jun and at the same time completed the formalities for him. Seeing Pan Jun pay the money so readily, everyone was really meticulous and the manager was also very happy, but the happiest person was the salesperson. Don't worry, Mr. Pan, since you have chosen us, I will definitely take care of your follow-up. I also hope that Mr. Pan will pay attention to our calls at that time. After all, some things still need Mr. Pan to do it personally. After completing a series of formalities, the salesperson also said this very respectfully, and Pan Jun nodded to indicate that he already knew it. After all, his supercar was a reward given to him by the system, so everything had been done right from the beginning. If he came to buy a car himself now, he would have to go through a series of procedures. Then I'll leave first if everything is fine. If you have any questions, just come to me. After Pan Jun left, a BMW salesperson nearby came over and looked for a long time. He found that Pan Jun did not seem to have driven the car away. It seemed that the man was just here for a look. Didn't that poor guy just now buy anything? I'm telling you, some people are just like this. He just wanted to ask me something, but I didn't have time to talk to him. How could a poor guy like him come here to buy a car? Hearing the BMW salesperson talking about his proud things with a disdainful expression, the Volkswagen salesperson was also very speechless. Did he know what kind of person he had offended? Just based on the amount that Mr. Pan had just spent, 5 million in one go, it was impossible for him to be a poor guy. I'm sorry, there may be something wrong with your idea. The gentleman just now directly bought 2 Volkswagen Tinghue. After saying this, the Volkswagen salesperson left immediately. He no longer wanted to stand with such a stupid person to show off how high his emotional intelligence was. The BMW salesperson on the side felt extremely regretful after hearing these words. He wished he could go back to the beginning and slap himself a few times. That was 5 million yuan. If he had it in his hands, he would definitely get a lot of commission. What's more, any car in his BMW series should be worth a lot of money. The most regrettable thing is that no matter how much he regrets, it is useless as the matter has already become a foregone conclusion. The most important thing is that his attitude is also a very big problem. He will probably have to consider how to do sales again in the future. Pan Jun knows nothing about such things, and he is also busy with other things at this time. Behind the seemingly calm appearance, what Pan Jun and Wei Manman did not expect is that Li Xiao has been contacting Lu Wanwan recently. I really didn't expect that Master Li would have such leisure time. It really surprised me. I don't know why I caught your eye. Lu Wanwan looked at the man who had sent her another message and couldn't help laughing. Recently, this Li Xiao had been contacting her diligently, and the two of them maintained a very good chat and communication. In addition to cooperation, he would even invite Lu Wanwan out for dinner when he had nothing to do. What's more, during such a long time of getting along, Lu Wanwan could not deny that Li Xiao was gentle, handsome, and had the temperament of a gentleman, which really made her feel moved. Is it impossible for me to communicate with you, Miss Lu, if I have nothing to do? After all, it's hard not to be moved by a beauty like Miss Lu. Li Xiao sent this message with an expressionless face, but the content of his message made people think a lot. It is no wonder that some people become smiling tigers. With such acting skills, many actors would be amazed. Miss Lu, I would like to invite you to the bar today, is that okay? Looking at the message that Li Xiao suddenly sent, Lu Wanwan felt a little strange. Why did he go to the bar to drink all of a sudden? That's because today is my birthday, and I was thinking of finding a few friends to help me celebrate together. If Miss Lu could come and make an appearance, that would be great. By the way, Miss Lu can also bring Miss Wei along. Seeing Li Xiao suddenly sending such a message asking him to take Wei Manman away, Lu Wanwan felt more or less unhappy. Before he could send any more messages, Li Xiao suddenly sent him another message to explain. Although Miss Wei and I cannot be lovers, it is still very good to be good friends. After all, we do not have any common hatred. Besides, it is also good for the family to have one more friend, isn't it? Lu Wanwan still had some resistance in her heart, especially when it came to going to a bar to drink. After all, she came from a big family, and she knew better than anyone what kinds of things she would often encounter in a bar. But looking at the message sent by Li Xiao, she had no way to refuse. After all, today was Li Xiao's birthday. With such an excuse, unless she really had something urgent, she generally could not refuse it. Li Xiao looked at Lu Wanwan and found that she had not replied to his message, but he was not anxious at all. You know, he has been boiling the frog in warm water for some time, and now it is time to see the results. Lu Wanwan was indeed very conflicted. First of all, she was not as familiar with Li Xiao as she had imagined. But after spending some time together recently, she felt that Li Xiao was not a bad person. On the contrary, she felt that Li Xiao was a modest gentleman. So, to be honest, it was not a good thing for her to be wary of such a person. Since you, Master Li, have invited me like this, I can't refuse, right? I'll tell him first. As for whether she can come, it's not up to me to decide. But I think since Master Li has invited her so kindly, she shouldn't refuse. Looking at the reply from Lu Wanwan, Mr. Li felt very proud. Sure enough, he should use this method next time to make Wei Manman completely devoted to him. After all, tough measures are not advisable. Chapter 91 Regret. Lu Wanwan felt that no matter what, she should tell Wei Manman so that she could be sure whether she should go or not. Manman, Mr. Li invited us to his birthday party. The venue is in a bar. Do you want to go with us? Wei Manman was busy doing her own thing when she heard what Lu Wanwan said. Suddenly she remembered what Pan Jun had once said to her about staying away from Li Xiao, so she refused without thinking. I won't go. Besides, I'm not particularly familiar with that person, so why should I go to his birthday party? Besides, don't forget that Brother Pan Jun once reminded us in the restaurant to stay away from him. I think what Brother Pan Jun said makes sense. Wei Manman always remembered what Pan Jun said. After all, she had never seen anyone who could make Pan Jun so angry, and that Mr. Li was a very rare one. No way, you really think you are under the control of your husband after you get married? You know what kind of person Li Xiao is. Besides, he doesn't look that bad. I think your Pan Jun was a little strange that day. He suddenly got angry at others. If Li Xiao didn't have a good temper, I think I would have turned against him on the spot. Lu Wanwan was completely disdainful of this. In his eyes, Mr. Li was a very good person. He really didn't understand why Pan Jun suddenly wanted to remind them. If something like that were to be used by someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't that be very bad? I believe in Brother Pan Jun. Anyway, you should pay more attention. Besides, you know very well what kind of person Brother Pan Jun is. Do you think he would suddenly say something like that for no reason? I always feel that there must be something wrong with that person. Also, you don't know him very well, so why would he suddenly ask you to attend his birthday party? And in a bar, don't you think it's weird? Wei Manman kindly reminded Lu Wanwan. Okay, don't I know you now? You are being seduced by that person. Really, I believe in my judgment, and I have also been in contact with that Li Xiao recently, and I feel that he is very good. Okay, it's too annoying. Since you don't agree, then I will go over and hang up by myself. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she hung up the phone impatiently. Since Wei Manman didn't want to go with her, she could only go alone. Since she was a familiar person, nothing should go wrong. Then Lu Wanwan still felt upset after hanging up the phone, but she had already agreed and there was no way she could refuse. So for fear of being caught, he went to the bar that Li Xiao mentioned according to the time and place. But when she got here, he started to back off again. After all, the bar was a mixed bag with all kinds of people, so she suddenly felt scared again. But now she had already come in, and it would not be easy for her to leave unless she could find a companion. So Lu Wanwan immediately found the toilet. Hey, why is this lady alone in the bar? It's very easy to get into trouble if she runs around. Do you want me to help her? Just as Lu Wanwan was on her way there, a man dressed very thinly came up to her and said to her with a smile on his face. No, thank you. I just want to go to the bathroom. I don't need you to lead the way. I can find it. Lu Wanwan was immediately frightened by this man. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing. But she also knew that he absolutely could not show any dissatisfaction at this time. She could only smile and say it. The man was obviously very disappointed when he heard this. He originally thought that he would have a good start today, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Of course, he also knew very well that if this woman wanted to leave, he couldn't stop her. After all, the way she was dressed was really different from that of ordinary women. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, please come find me. Lu Wanwan rejected many people with bad intentions along the way. When he arrived at the toilet and found a cubicle, he wanted to cry. The people here were really too scary. It seemed that he had thought too simply at the beginning. Hey! Man. I'm really scared now. Can you come over to me? I'm kind of regretting it. Lu Wanwan immediately called Wei Manman. She was the only candidate she could think of. Wei Manman was already a little worried about the safety of her best friend. After hearing what he said, and his tearful tone, her heart began to race. It seemed that Lu Wanwan was really scared, and she was very worried now. In that case, she might as well go to the bar and take her out, otherwise it would be very uneasy. Okay, tell me the location first and I'll be there right away. Also, be sure to pay attention to safety and don't let anything else happen to you. After Wei Man gave her a few more instructions, she planned to leave to pick up Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan hung up the phone after making sure her stomach would slowly come over. So many things had happened, so she walked out of the box and planned to wash her face to wake herself up. However, she didn't expect to hear some noises in the toilet. When she looked carefully, they turned out to be some embarrassing noises. Someone actually did such a shameful thing in the ladies' room. Lu Wanwan was so provoked that she suddenly became shy and her face turned red, but she really didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to do such a thing in public. How shameless was he? But when she thought about hearing such a voice, she really couldn't stay there any longer, so she left in a hurry. But when she left, she vaguely heard that the noise seemed to have stopped, and the sound of two people talking could be heard. Hate it. Really? Good. She couldn't hear the conversation very clearly, but for some reason, she always felt that the man's voice sounded very familiar. She must have heard it somewhere, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she had met many men since she entered the bar. Maybe it was because of one of them, otherwise she would not have left such a deep impression. Chapter 92, Illusion. Because the noise in the bar was so loud, and she was also a little flustered, she didn't realize that she was just one step away from finding out the truth. The man in the toilet was actually Li Xiao, the protagonist of the party. The two people here had no idea that their plan was about to be exposed, and at this moment, the two people had already stopped. Mr. Li, you are such an exciting person. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I really admire you. At this moment, in the bathroom, there was a woman with a hot body and seductive looks, lying on her face, truly presenting a seductive state. If she was seen by those people outside, they would probably go even crazier. Okay, if you hadn't seduced me, why would I be here with you? Hurry up and get dressed. Don't walk out like this. People who don't know what you're doing will think you're doing something else. After hearing what the woman said, Mr. Li looked impatient. People like this could often be allowed, but it would be absolutely impossible to let her really enter his home. The woman was obviously very clear about this, so after tidying up her clothes, she still lay on Mr. Li's body, teasing him with her fingers. Mr. Li, you are so heartless. After all, she has been with you for a while. Do you have to be so heartless? Besides, everyone comes to the bar to play, and we all know what will happen. Isn't it clear that the woman doesn't care what kind of person she is? Is it necessary to put on clothes to make herself noble? It's a headache to pretend like this. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, then you don't have to speak anymore. Do you hear me? Li Shaoke didn't think so at all. Since things had come to this point, all she had to do was to shut this person's mouth tightly, and then nothing would happen. But if this woman was really so ungrateful, she also had many ways to make this woman shut up forever. When the woman heard this, she nodded quickly and joked that although she loved money, it was more important to save her own life. If she lost her life, no amount of money would be of any use. So she continued to flirt with Li Xiao. Li Xiao was a little distracted by the teasing of this woman, so the two of them started to move again. After a long time, the woman finally noticed something wrong. Mr. Li, you are so annoying. Tell me, are you done for? Otherwise, I have been teasing you for such a long time, but you have no intention of doing anything. On the contrary, I feel really uncomfortable being teased by you. The woman had been trying to know something in a joking tone, but what she didn't know was that her words just hit a thorn in Li Xiao's heart. When he thought about how he would become like now, he became annoyed. Looking at the woman in front of him with a joking expression, he slapped her hard in the face. Shut up. I'm warning you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I can guarantee that you will never appear in highest city again. Do you understand? He didn't expect that what he said would make Li Xiao so angry. Thinking about what he had just encountered, he was very clear in his mind that it seemed that there was really something wrong with this person. But when he thought that if this matter was accidentally known to other people, especially if it came out of her mouth, then he would never leave here alive, the woman became even more afraid. She nodded quickly, looking timid, which made Li Xiao even more depressed. Don't worry, Master Li. I'm not a talkative person. I won't say anything nonsense. Besides, Master Li, you are very healthy. What can others say about you? Seeing the woman in such a lost state, Mr. Li nodded with satisfaction, but he was still very depressed. He took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to ask where Lu Wanwan was. Lu Wanwan was originally nervous, but after seeing the message from Li Xiaofa, she gritted her teeth and told him her current location, and said that she would be at the bar soon and was at the door. After learning the exact address of Lu Wanwan, Mr. Li seemed very proud, so he quickly tidied his clothes and dressed himself in front of the mirror, and then he turned into a modest gentleman again. So when the two met, Li Xiao was no longer the same as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked gentle and elegant, which made people feel good about him. Of course, this attracted the attention of many women in the bar, and they all wanted to come up and say hello to him, but Li Xiao was in a depressed mood at the moment, and he rejected them all for the sake of his own face. In addition, in order to create the illusion that he was clean, he did not let those women get too close to him. It's really my honor. I didn't expect that Master Li would be here to greet me. Should I feel very lucky? Lu Wanwan happened to see this scene at this time, and couldn't help but admire in her heart. It seemed that Mr. Li was really a gentleman, otherwise why would he reject all those women? Ah, Miss Lu, you are really too kind. After all, a beauty like you, I think any gentleman would come to greet you in person. You know, the bar is still a little lacking. I suddenly realized that it would be a little dangerous to set this location in the bar and let this little beauty come, so I came here in person to show my sincerity. I didn't expect Miss Lu to be so beautiful today. It's really refreshing. Mr. Li was particularly good at talking, and many girls who had not yet left could not help but be attracted by him after hearing his words. Such a man was really too outstanding. Ha, I didn't expect that you, Master Li, could speak so well. If other people heard this, they would probably be so mesmerized that they would be totally confused. Of course, Lu Wanwan was very happy to hear such words. Why are you here alone today, Miss Lu? I thought there would be other people accompanying you. Chapter 93, Pursuit. Li Xiao's question did not make Lu Wanwan have any doubts. After all, he had told Li Xiao at the beginning that he would come with Wei Man. Now she came alone suddenly. It would definitely make her have some doubts. Of course not. Man is on the way now. It will probably take a while for her to get here. Lu Wanwan sold Wei Man without thinking twice. So that's how it is. In that case, why don't we go to the box first? After all, Miss Wei doesn't know how long it will take for her to come. Let's wait for her in the box first. If she comes, she should send you a message. Then I can bring her over. Hearing what Li Xiao said, Lu Wanwan thought about it and nodded. This method was indeed a better one. After all, she didn't want to be watched like a monkey. Why did Li Xiao have such an idea? It was because he had already made up his mind that this matter must succeed, otherwise he would soon collapse. So Li Xiao brought Lu Wanwan to their exclusive box. Let's go, Miss Lu. I specially booked a private room, and it's also very good, whether it's the environment or the location. Don't worry, I have established a good relationship with them from the beginning, and I have to pay more attention to it. The two of them walked like this and soon came to a private room. When the door of the room opened, they found that a young man was already sitting inside. Lu Wanwan knew very well that these people looked like wealthy young men, because the clothes they wore were definitely not something that could be bought in ordinary stores. Besides, it is impossible that the friends who can play with Li Xiao are ordinary people. Generally speaking, these people are people that Lu Wanwan cannot offend. They are either from wealthy and powerful families or from influential families. Some of them may even have both wealthy and powerful people in their families. When those people saw Li Xiao actually walked in with a girl, they were stunned for a moment. After all, it was agreed that they were not allowed to bring female companions here unless the relationship was really confirmed. Besides, didn't they know what kind of people they were? And this girl suddenly appeared. It seems that this should be our sister-in-law. I didn't expect that our Mr. Li would have a girlfriend so soon. Hello, sister-in-law. Wow, I didn't expect we'd have a sister-in-law so soon. Hello, sister-in-law. Then, one by one, the young men began to shout at Lu Wanwan with a smile. When they called out to her, Lu Wanwan suddenly felt very awkward. First of all, she and Li Xiao were indeed at the stage where they had a good impression of each other, but they were far from establishing a direct relationship. Although she was very optimistic about Li Xiao at the moment, it did not mean that she would definitely choose Li Xiao in the future. Besides, in many situations, suddenly calling out to someone else would really make her nervous. Mr. Li seemed to notice that Lu Wanwan was feeling a little uncomfortable, so he quickly began to explain to his good friend. All right, please don't misunderstand me. This Miss Lu is just my good friend. You will scare her if you do this. Please be more careful and don't embarrass yourself. Do you hear me? Don't the people around know what kind of person this Li Xiao is? After hearing this, they pretended to be enlightened. Sure enough, the next moment, Li Xiao changed the subject and started to say this again. But you guys have called out in advance, which makes me sure that I want to pursue Miss Lu. As Mr. Li said this, he turned his head affectionately and looked at Lu Wanwan, who was sitting like a quail beside him. Oh. So that's how it is. Because I have been getting along with Miss Lu for a while recently. In addition to normal cooperation, we occasionally go out to eat together. I always feel that Miss Lu is really cute, and I like her very much. I am really very fortunate that I have been working with Miss Lu for a while recently. Otherwise, I really don't know that I would be able to find someone who suits my heart very well in such a period of time. Seeing Li Xiao's affectionate confession to her, Lu Wanwan became even more shy. Although she did have a good impression of this man, she did not expect that he would actually say such a thing in public. It was really too embarrassing. But what Lu Wanwan didn't know was that the moment she lowered her head, Li Xiao's expression quickly changed. He turned around and gave a wink to his companions. Those people really thought that Li Xiao had changed his mind and would not continue to play around, but now it seems that it was all fake. The straight man was still acting. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed the case. After all, they had been playing together for so long, didn't they know each other's character? Just now, I was almost fooled by this person, which shows that Li Xiao's acting skills are really good. Oh, so that's how it is. We actually developed feelings for each other through WeChat. It seems I have to do this next time, otherwise I'm destined to be single for the rest of my life. I really didn't expect there would be such a thing in between. Those people immediately showed puzzled expressions, and they were constantly planning something in their hearts, but the words they said did not make people think too much. Hurry up, are you guys going to start? After those people talked for a while, seeing that Lu Wanwan was still shy, they felt even more proud in their hearts and also revealed a playful smile. They were very much looking forward to seeing what such a talented girl like this would look like after getting to know the truth. While the few people were worrying about this, Lu Wanwan suddenly received a message from Wei Manman, telling her that they had already arrived at the bar and asking where Lu Wanwan was. I'll send you a location, and you just need to follow it and come in. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she sent the location of her own box. Wei Manman looked at the location of the box and couldn't help but frown. Didn't he say that he would go home with her at that time? Why did he suddenly want to go in? Chapter 94, Drinking. Wei Manman didn't think much about it and just walked into the bar. However, she didn't expect to receive a call from Pan Jun at this time. Looking at the caller ID, Wei Manman suddenly felt a little flustered, but he still answered the call. Hey, husband, why did you call me all of a sudden? I was so scared just now. Wei Manman made the call with difficulty because it was too noisy in there. If she didn't speak louder, no one would be able to hear her. Because I want to invite you to have dinner together. I just found a very good restaurant and I want to invite you to go with me to try it. I heard that the food there is amazing, especially their signature dishes. It's really something that makes people linger after eating it. Pan Jun said his words with a smile, but he found that there seemed to be a bit of noise on the other end of the phone. But after thinking about it, he didn't care. After all, Wei Manman's job sometimes required her to run around everywhere, so it was reasonable for something like this to happen. Sorry, husband, I'm with Wanwan right now. I want to play with her. So I guess you'll have to go eat by yourself. Wei Manman stuttered as she explained to Pan Jun that she was with Lu Wanwan, but then she thought that there was nothing wrong with her doing so. After all, she was indeed looking for Lu Wanwan. Why did she say this to Pan Jun? In fact, her idea was not to let Pan Jun misunderstand. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if this matter got out. Besides, she didn't want any conflicts between her and Pan Jun because of these things. I see. I was hoping you could come out to eat with me. After all, this restaurant is very popular. You know, it took me a long time to reserve a seat here. It's a pity that you can't dine with me today. Sai, I have to make an appointment in advance next time, otherwise you will run away with your best friend. Pan Jun thought it was normal for two best friends to go out and have fun. After all, even if he was married to Wei Manman, you couldn't restrict her right to date, right? Well, it happened suddenly. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Don't worry, husband. It will be fine. If you come to me again, I will definitely go out with you. Then I will abandon Wan Wan. Wei Man Man couldn't help laughing. Pan Jun heard very clearly the sound coming from Wei Man Man's end of the phone. It seemed like there was some sound, and it was very noisy. If the two girls really went out to play, they would not choose such a noisy sound. Man Man, where are you now? I feel like something is not right over there. The noise seems to be particularly loud. Are you going to a place with a lot of people? Pan Jun was really a little worried. After all, these two little girls were not ordinary people, especially Wei Man Man's appearance, which made people a little worried. If there were a bunch of people following them, it would be fine, but from the sound of the voice, it felt that the two of them were definitely not going for ordinary shopping, so he asked again. When Wei Man Man heard Pan Jun's serious tone, she knew in her heart that she couldn't hide the truth anymore, so she had to tell the truth. Husband, I didn't mean to lie to you, but I think this matter is very normal. I am here with Wan Wan to attend Mr. Li's birthday party. Wei Man Man walked slowly along the way and finally came to the door of the private room. He did not go in immediately, but started talking to Pan Jun. He knew that if he and Pan Jun kept lying, the trust between them would soon be in jeopardy. Then, after Lu Wanwan realized that she had been waiting for such a long time and did not see Wei Man Man come in, she thought that something might have gone wrong with this little girl. After all, a long time had passed since she sent the message to her, and according to Wei Man Man's speed, she should have been able to come in. You don't know if that little girl is lost. Wait a minute, I'll go out and check. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she wanted to leave first and planned to look for Wei Man Man. Man Man, why are you here? You just said you were here, but I saw you haven't been here for a long time. I thought something happened to you, so I came to find you immediately. I didn't expect you to be at the door of the box. Why don't you come in? Lu Wanwan really didn't expect that not long after she walked out of the box, she saw Wei Man Man there with a confused look on her face. She thought Wei Man Man was lost, so she walked up and grabbed her arm. And Man Man, why are you so late? Don't you know that Mr. Li Chang has been waiting for us for a long time, especially you? He just kept asking me why you haven't come yet? Now I finally found you. We are all friends, and there is nothing to ask for. Pan Jun had not hung up the phone, so he had heard what Lu Wanwan said to Wei Man Man. When he heard Lu Wanwan say that Li Chang had been waiting there for a long time, he could not help but be a little shocked by the name. You're not still on the phone, are you? Even if you're married, you don't have to bother with him anymore. Just hang up the phone. Lu Wanwan saw at a glance that Wei Man Man was talking to Pan Jun on the phone and reminded the two of them not to get too excited, and then she pressed the hang up button. Looking at the hung up phone, Wei Man Man could only sigh and followed Lu Wanwan into the box. Pan Jun on this side thought about it for a long time after hearing Li Chang's name, and finally remembered why this name made him so familiar. If he remembered correctly, this name seemed to be the one Yuan Bao told him at the beginning. He was also the one who had been forcing Yuan and even hired someone to drive a car to injure Yuan's uncle and aunt. No, if that young Master Li is really the Li Chang that I know, then his actions are really worrying. A person who will do anything to achieve his goal is really too dangerous. Coupled with what he heard when he monitored his inner thoughts last time, this meant that he had never given up on Wei Man Man. Also, Lu Wanwan had been particularly close to him in recent times, which just proved that he wanted to take Lu Wanwan down first and then get Wei Man Man. Chapter 95, Circle of Friends. But even if he wanted to understand this matter now, it was still a little late, because Wei Man Man had already been taken into the box by Lu Wanwan. Li Chang seemed to become invisible after seeing Wei Man Man enter the box. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Wei Man Man had become much more beautiful after not seeing her for a few days. Especially her dress, which made him feel a little at a loss for words. There was some charm in her purity, which really made him, even though he had seen many beauties, yearn for her. The other men in the box were of the same kind. After seeing Wei Man Man, there was a hint of greed in their eyes. Such a beauty was rare. Besides, his family was also there, so under normal circumstances they would not dare to take action. But now it was different. Miss Wei. It is my great honor to invite you to my birthday party. I was prepared to be rejected by you, but I didn't expect you to actually come. Li Chang immediately stood up and came to Wei Man Man with a very friendly attitude, which made Wei Man Man couldn't help but frown, and she quietly took a step back. Li Chang couldn't help but feel violent. What did this woman mean? Was he a germ? Why did she suddenly take a step back? But he couldn't be angry with such a person now. Sooner or later, he would get back his face today. Please take a seat here, Miss Wei. Don't worry. These are all my friends. They have admired you for a long time. It's a rare opportunity to meet you. I think they should be very happy. How about this? I remember there is a good wine that I have collected for a long time. I will have someone bring it over right away. As Li Chang said this, he winked at his subordinates, who immediately understood what he meant and left immediately. Just when Wei Man was about to refuse, her phone rang again. This time it was really Pan Jun calling. Brother Pan Jun. Man, I think you two girls are too unsafe. How about this? I'm going to pick you up and take you home. First, tell me where you are now. Pan Junshan thought that Wei Man must not be allowed to fall into Li Chang's hands, otherwise something bad would definitely happen. However, there were too many bars in Haya City. If he didn't have the exact location, he might not be able to find her even after searching for several days, and it would be too late by then. I'm in a bar, the address is a private room. Wei Man immediately told Pan Jun her address, but what Wei Man didn't know was that the signal in the box was very poor. Pan Jun could only hear intermittently and didn't even hear a specific address. Wei Man hadn't finished her address when the phone signal was completely gone. She looked at the phone in front of her that had no signal and couldn't help muttering in her heart that she had given up. She didn't know why she still had a bad feeling and hoped that these were all wrong. Why is the signal so bad in the box? In fact, this was also done by Li Chang's subordinates. He had asked people to put up a signal shield outside so that he would not be disturbed by anyone tonight. It seems that the signal here is indeed not very good, but I think since Miss Wei has already told him the signal, he should be here soon. As Li Chang spoke, he walked over with a wine glass. In that case, you can't possibly not give me this face in the remaining time, Miss Wei. This glass of wine is my toast to you, and we have already prepared to start, so Miss Wei, you are late, and you must punish yourself with 3 glasses of wine. Wei Man felt a little unhappy as she watched Li Chang walking towards her with a glass of wine. She kept dialing the number in her cell phone, which made Li Chang, who was already unwilling to accept the result, even more furious. Miss Wei, you should give me this face, after all, our two families are quite familiar with each other. Besides, I am the birthday girl today. Miss Wei is late, shouldn't she drink 3 cups as punishment? Don't worry, the alcohol content of this wine is still very low. Li Chang suppressed his anger and said to Wei Man with a smile. But Wei Man's indifference made him unable to hold on any longer. Not only his plan for today, but also his plan must not fail because of this woman. Maybe it's because we are all boys and there is no girl. How about this, why don't I call another girl over? Then Miss Wei can finally let down her guard. Li Chang thought about it and decided that he couldn't just let such a good opportunity today slip away, so he decided to call another girl over. Of course, this girl must be one they chose themselves. I can understand that. After all, it is safe for a girl to come in here. Please wait a moment. I will ask someone to call a girl right away. Seeing her good friend being so disrespectful, Lu Wanwan was very anxious at this time. After all, Li Chang's family situation was not ordinary. If they really annoyed him, then both of them would be in trouble. In that case, we'll have to trouble you, Mr. Li Man may be busy with other things. We are sorry to ask you to consider us like this. Since you said so, we definitely agree with it. After hearing Lu Wanwan's words, Li Chang felt a little comforted. After all, he still found some self-esteem in Lu Wanwan. At least this person would not ignore him like Wei Man did. This is understandable. After all, it is very necessary for girls to be cautious outside. In fact, don't worry in such an environment. These are all our good friends. We all know each other, so there won't be any big problems. Li Chang smiled like a modest gentleman on the surface, but he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Just wait, if he didn't give Wei Man a good lesson today, he would not be named Li. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Master Li is so modest. Mr. Li, you may have to wait a while because there are many people here, so it may take a while to find a girl. But don't worry, we are already stepping up our search, don't worry. Chapter 96, Drugging. When Li Chang heard this, he immediately pretended to be very angry. What are you doing? Call someone over here. The person in charge also pretended to be very frightened and repeatedly assured that he would bring the person over. The two people continued their conversation, and the person in charge quickly brought a woman over. If Lu Wanwan could see the scene at that time, she would find that it was actually the woman who was with Li Chang. Really? You called me here in a hurry. I was busy with other things. I didn't expect that the distinguished guest was Mr. Li. It's been a long time since we last met. What's going on? Why did you suddenly ask a girl to come here? Aren't men always gathering here? Aren't you afraid that people will get suspicious when you suddenly ask me to come here? Lu Wanwan quickly got some information from this woman, that is, Li Xiao and his men never called any woman when they came. I was already feeling happy, and now I felt even happier. It seemed that the man I was looking at was indeed a man who kept himself clean. He would not even invite women to a party with friends. Okay, stop talking nonsense. These two girls are my honored guests. Please treat them well. Remember? Li Xiao pretended to glare at the woman, then introduced Lu Wanwan and Wei Manman to her. He especially spoke the word distinguished guests word by word, so that the woman knew what was going on. Since both of you are Mr. Li's, you must be taken good care of. Don't worry. I don't know why this lady has been looking at her phone. Is she feeling unwell? Just tell me. The woman saw that Wei Manman kept her head down and ignored him, holding her cell phone, as if she wanted to send a message, and her face was full of impatience. It suddenly reminded her of what those people said to her when she came in. It seemed that these two people should be Li Xiao's target today. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here, go away, and don't bother me. Wei Manman looked at the woman who was trying to get close to her, and she pushed her away without thinking. I'm busy with my own things now. Can't you see? I told you not to get close to me. Why can't the message in this be sent out? What's going on? If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude to you. I'm leaving now. Wei Manman was really impatient now. She didn't know if Pan Jun heard what she had just said. Moreover, she had been sending messages, but she had been busy for such a long time and hadn't sent a single message. Even if the signal in the private room was bad, could it be so bad? She couldn't even send a single message. Miss, the signal in the box may not be very good. Don't worry, after all, this matter can't be rushed. Besides, the boxes in our bar have always been like this because there are too many people using them and it is a relatively closed room, so it is understandable that the signal is poor. Don't worry. The woman continued to comfort the mother softly. Hearing the woman's gentle voice, Wei Manman's anxious heart suddenly began to calm down slowly, because she knew very well that there was no signal on her cell phone no matter what, and of course she couldn't leave immediately unless there was something important. Besides, today is young Master Li's birthday party after all. Don't worry, everyone will just have a few drinks. It's impossible for them to drink too much. After all, everyone has things to do, and they must return to their homes before midnight. Seeing how generous the woman was, the two men let down their guard a little. Don't worry, I will definitely not delay your work. After all, everyone has to go to work tomorrow, so just have a few drinks for my sake, and then we can all go our separate ways. Li Chang also immediately climbed down the pole and said with a smile. When the woman saw the cup in Li Chang's hand, she remembered what she heard when she first came in, and she immediately had an idea in her mind. And it wasn't me who said that Li Xiao was the one. After all, she is a girl. How could you let her drink so much at once? Li Chang was very angry when he heard such words at first. Who the hell was that woman? She challenged him at the first sight. However, when he looked at him with something wrong in the eyes, Li Chang immediately understood that it seemed that this woman was very sensible. I didn't expect that. I almost forgot about it. In that case, why don't we three ladies each have one cup? Then you should be relieved, Mr. Li. You can't continue to be angry, otherwise people will think you are bullying others. After hearing this, Li Chang nodded and agreed. The other two people didn't say a word at this time. After all, there was nothing to say. Who made them forced into such a situation in the first place? And from the current perspective, the woman who came later was still very good. At least in some aspects, she did protect them. Well, if that's the case, let me start first. Master Li, after all, we're all here to have fun, and you can't keep forcing others, right? I'll drink this glass of wine first, and then wait for the two ladies. After saying this, the woman came up to Li Chang, took the cup from his hand, poured a glass of wine, and drank it in one breath. I never thought that I would be able to drink this wine one day. Master Li, you have treasured this fine wine for such a long time. It seems that I am also benefiting from these two distinguished guests. In this case, why don't you two ladies taste it carefully? This wine is really very good. Wei Man Man was originally still wary, but when she saw the woman just pour a glass of wine from the glass and drink it without any feeling, she finally let go of her original wariness. It seemed that there should be no problem, so the woman poured 2 more glasses of wine and placed them in her and Lu Wanwan's hands respectively. Don't worry, ladies, this wine tastes very good. If it wasn't too precious, I would have wanted to take the whole bottle away myself. I'm just afraid that Master Li would be reluctant to part with it. Try it tastes very good. The woman put the wine glass in Wei Man Man's hand and said with a smile. Chapter 97, Speed Racing Gang. Seeing that the woman seemed to be standing up for them, the 2 men thanked her without thinking. Unfortunately, Wei Man Man didn't expect that the woman took advantage of the dim light and the angle when they were not paying attention, and some powder on her fingers had already poured into their wine glasses. However, the woman's actions were seen clearly by Li Xiao, who was standing nearby. Seeing that Wei Man Man and the others had already drunk the glass of wine, he felt extremely happy. It seemed that this step was successful. The next step was just a matter of time. Anyway, it was still very early, and he was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to have fun with the 2 of them. Okay, that's so straightforward. If that's the case, then there's no need to be polite. Let's drink together. We all know each other now, right? Come on, have some wine. We're all. So a few people quickly started to play around, and Pan Jun on the side saw that the phone was hung up before he had even finished talking, and he was so anxious. What the hell is going on? Why did he hang up the phone all of a sudden before he finished talking? Could something have happened? Pan Jun became more and more scared the more he thought about it, so he quickly called back, but no matter how many times he called, he still couldn't get any news. The most important thing is that Wei Man Man's phone has not been reachable, as if she really had an accident. Thinking of this, Pan Juanzi was extremely worried. After all, he had already learned about Li Chang's character through Yuan Yuan. If he really wanted to do something to Wei Man Man, this time was definitely the best opportunity. No, he absolutely could not sit there and wait for death, he had to go and save her quickly. But the problem is that apart from knowing that they are currently in a bar, he has no other useful information. There are so many bars in the city, and it will take him several days to search one by one. If it takes that time, he might have succeeded. System, tell me if there is any way to find my wife immediately. Pan Jun really had no choice but to tell the system about the situation and ask for help. I'm sorry, the host system doesn't have such a function, but the host can seek help from others based on your human needs. The system has no way to deal with this. After all, it is just a sign-in system. Unless it can be upgraded later or has other expanded businesses, there is nothing it can do. Pan Jun was suddenly awakened by the system's words. Yes, he could ask the police for help if he had any difficulties. So he went to the police station immediately. Now he could only find Wei Man Man through the police. As for why Wei Man Man can only be found through the police, it is because everyone's mobile phone has a certain positioning system. Unless 2 people have activated mutual positioning, so that each other can locate the other person's location, the public can only seek help from the police. After all, the police have more powers than ordinary people. It is legal for them to find Wei Man Man through positioning. Otherwise, if someone obtains other people's positioning system privately, once someone calls the police, they will be held legally responsible. Pan Jun came to his garage to look at the supercar. He was anxious. If he really drove the car out, it would be too ostentatious. But there was nothing he could do. The 2 cars he bought at the beginning had some procedures not completed, so the cars were still in other people's auto shows. Unless his procedures were complete, he could go and get the car. But thinking about it, this sports car was also a reward given to him by the system, and it was very good in terms of speed and performance. Driving this car to the police station by himself could probably save a lot of time. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt fortunate that he did not put this sports car somewhere else. Pan Jun didn't have time to think too much, so he drove his sports car on the road. Along the way, he kept calling Wei Man Man, hoping to resolve the situation before it got too bad. It was a pity that he kept calling but no one answered, and then the worst thing happened. The journey was originally very peaceful, but suddenly a group of drag racers appeared, and a series of luxury cars appeared around him and started honking their horns. Hey! Brothers, did you see that? These are Rolls Royces. This car is worth at least 8 figures. This is a real supercar. Wow, it would be so cool to run with a car like this. I just don't know how good the driver of this car is. If he's good, why not come and play with us? I want to see what's so good about this car that people are willing to spend so much money on it. Pan Jun was very impatient when he heard what those speed racers said. It seemed that they were interested in his car. If it was at the beginning, he might have had some fun with these people, but now he was very anxious and had no time to play with them. So Pan Jun hit the steering wheel hard, trying to get out of the encirclement of these people, but those people were faster than him and still surrounded him tightly. Finally, a car, which should be their leader, appeared next to his car. Hey, brother, I see your car is so good, it would be a shame not to keep it for racing, and we don't have anyone here right now. Why don't you come and have a race with us? You should know that this is a supercar, you can't drive it like that in the city center. One of them shouted loudly, asking Pan Jun to play a game with them. That's right, such a good car can't be wasted. Come and play with us. Just play once. We will leave immediately after the game. Think about how to let us appreciate your driving skills. The other people immediately became excited and began to make a fuss and cheer. Pan Jun knew that he would not be able to leave unless he knocked these people down, so he thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, if you guys are willing, I'll play a game with you, but first of all, I have to leave immediately after playing with you, and you can't stop me. Those people quickly agreed, so they found a new position and made way for a path. Chapter 98, Driving Skills. Unexpectedly, those people actually made way for them, which made Pan Jun happy. He planned to take advantage of this small road to leave quickly. No matter what, his supercar was better than their cars. So when the race started, Pan Jun tried his best to find that path to leave, but it might be that his intention was too obvious, and the group of racers soon realized that Pan Jun wanted to escape from here. Of course, part of the reason was also because Pan Jun's driving skills were too poor. Hey, handsome guy, your driving skills are really terrible. What do you want to do? We are all racing, but we also have to pay attention to safety. Look at your speed. If you don't know, I would think you have a deep hatred with us. Even though your driving skills are so poor, you can still drive such a good car. I'm not jealous, but I think it's a waste for you to drive such a car with your driving skills. You know, if you don't have extremely good driving skills, you can't show the value of such a supercar at all. If that doesn't work, then you better beg for mercy and apologize to us. Then we may show mercy and let you go. Since we all know each other, why not make friends and leave contact information? We really like this car. How about you let us drive it for a while as a fair deal? Don't worry, we can leave contact information. You can see that the driving skills are really bad. Only when such a car is in the hands of people like us can we appreciate its value. Seeing that those people had been hiding the truth from him and didn't want him to leave, Pan Jun was really anxious. He had important things to do now and he really couldn't play with these young people. If they didn't move away, he would waste his time. At that time, if things really reached an irreversible point, he would be guilty of a great sin. However, although these people would let him go easily, it was impossible for them to give him their cars. He was still counting on this car to save people. It seemed that these people didn't want to let him go. Well, in that case, don't blame me for being rude. The system is signing me in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting the reward, top-notch driving skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, Pan Jun suddenly felt that he had gained some more knowledge in his mind, especially the control of the car. Now, with the supercar in front of him, he was like a high school student who understood kindergarten problems clearly. He could even calculate when and how he should increase the speed of the car to the maximum, which made his actions very convenient. Since you don't want to let me go, then I'll show you what real driving skills are. Didn't you say that my driving skills are not worthy of this car? Now I'll show you whether I am worthy or not. When the people in the drag racing gang heard these words, they immediately became excited. It seemed that this person was really going to confront them. Could it be because he was stimulated just now? If so, they would be even more excited. They would like to see how powerful Pan Jun's design is, or whether what he said just now was just a threat and was actually useless. After all, judging from his driving skills just now, this person's is really too rubbish. Soon, everyone noticed that he suddenly accelerated the car, and he did it very skillfully. So those who looked down on him at first became curious, wondering how this guy could suddenly become so powerful. Could it be that? The rest of the people immediately started to speed up and catch up with him, but they soon found that they really could not catch up with his speed. Pan Jun's car in the workshop was moving quickly among the vehicles like a dragon. It was fast and flexible, and soon it cut a path out of their encirclement. Damn, that guy suddenly got wise. How could he be so powerful? This is a bit unbelievable. I don't know. Anyway, I feel like this guy has suddenly sped up. Or maybe he didn't want to play with us at all in the beginning, but now he suddenly wants to play with us. I don't think it's that simple. Don't you think about how he could be so powerful all of a sudden? This means that he must have deliberately snatched me away from the beginning, or he deliberately provoked us. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be so scheming. Damn it, no, this guy's driving skills are too good, there's no way I can catch up with him. I'm so angry. I was actually tricked by such a person. I'm so angry. Even though those people said that, the drag racers still chased after the car relentlessly. They would not give up so easily. No matter what, they had to let the car let them play with it again. What's more important is that it was too rare to see such a person with such excellent driving skills in cars. They really wanted to meet him and not have a good competition with him. At this time, they soon entered a busy road with cars coming and going. The racers suddenly became a little scared when they saw this place. After all, for safety reasons, there were too many cars here, so they had to slow down. Look, that kid didn't slow down at all. Does he want to die? Oh my god, this is amazing, this kid is so awesome, he's so powerful, isn't he worried at all? Soon, most of the speed racers slowed down for fear of hitting other cars, but Pan Jun didn't care at all. After all, he was now completely confident in his driving skills, so instead of slowing down, he accelerated and rushed forward, leaving the people behind him talking non-stop. But at the same time, Pan Jun also discovered a special phenomenon, that is, there was a car following him from behind. His car was a silver-white Porsche. He didn't know what kind of person was driving the car. How could he be so bold? Was he so confident in his driving skills? Pan Jun was very curious, and looking through the rearview mirror, he saw that the owner of the silver-white Porsche was actually a boy who looked like a high school student. Pan Jun couldn't help laughing at this. No wonder he was so confident. He looked really young. Chapter 99 Call the Police. The boy driving the Porsche was also very arrogant at this time. He had to get this man out of the car to see who he was. His driving skills were so cool that he was really envious. If he could know where he learned this driving skill, he would not be willing to have a good time with this man at all. Hey, you! The boy soon kept pace with Pan Jun and shouted that he wanted to know something. Unfortunately, Pan Jun suddenly turned the steering wheel. It turned out that there was a big turn in front of them. For safety reasons, they had to separate and even slow down the car. A boy seemed unaware of this and continued driving forward. Suddenly, he saw the big fence. He immediately realized that if he really wanted to be safe, he should stop the car immediately. So, following his body's instinct, the boy slowed down the car. But what the boy never expected was that his car suddenly stopped, which gave Pan Jun a lot of opportunities. He accelerated suddenly and left the boy behind him, then after making sure that there was no car following him, he immediately drove away. After seeing Pan Jun's action, the boy in the Porsche remembered that he had taken off the steering wheel in his dream. He was really angry that he didn't seize such a good opportunity. If he had known earlier, he should have dared to catch up with the man directly. Zhang's driving skills were also very stable. He just stopped the car out of habit. Hey, find a way to investigate a person for me. Of course, I will investigate this myself, okay? If the investigation is good, I will definitely reward you. Just now, when I was racing, I suddenly saw a man. His driving skills are really great. Find out where he came from and what kind of person he is. The boy took out his phone and started calling the person on the other end of the line to find out what kind of person Pan Jun was immediately. It would be best if he could get all his information. Pan Jun on this side was also happy after shaking off the boy. Finally, no one could hinder him. He just didn't know if there would be any problems later. As long as the boy didn't bother him, everything would be fine. So Pan Jun immediately drove and arrived at the police station quickly within the prescribed speed. Mr. Officer, I need to call the police. I hope you can help me later and let me know something. My wife is now. After Pan Jun arrived at the police station, he immediately explained the situation to the people inside. Although the police expressed some sympathy after hearing what Pan Jun said, they now have regulations from their superiors that prohibit them from casually investigating other people's cell phone locations because it involves some privacy. Moreover, they are not sure whether what this man said is true. I'm sorry, sir. We do sympathize with you, but I also hope you can understand our difficulties. We now have clear regulations. Unless it involves a criminal case, we cannot casually investigate the positioning system of other people's mobile phones. But if my wife is involved in a criminal case, will you be responsible? Don't make everything too absolute. You have to know that if something really happens, you will also need to bear part of the responsibility. And now I just want to investigate my wife's affairs through mobile phone positioning. She is my wife. Do you think this is still exposing other people's privacy? Pan Jun was also very anxious at this time. If he really waited until it became a criminal case, then everything would be too late. Mr. Officer, I want to report a crime, I want to call the police. When the two sides were in a stalemate, an old man suddenly walked in. He walked over with an excited expression and looked very angry, as if he was about to faint at the next moment. Old man, please speak slowly. I don't know what you want to report to the police. Please give us accurate information so that we can file a case with you. The police immediately walked over and quietly reminded the old man not to get too emotional. My money, all my money was taken away. It was my retirement savings, but now there is not a penny left. The old man couldn't help crying when he thought of this. It was really too hard. He had saved his lifetime pension for himself, but now it was all gone. Has your money been stolen? Then I will immediately send the police to your home to investigate. The receptionist spoke up immediately and prepared to take out his phone, but the old man shook his head and said that his money was not stolen from his home. No, my money was taken away from the internet. It wasn't stolen from my home. After hearing this, the receptionist immediately brought the old man over. Old man, you can report the case to the police's Internet Information Department. The Internet Information Department is in. Because the receptionist immediately told the old gentleman the location of the Network Information Department, Pan Jun couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. Since the old gentleman's phone was stolen on the internet, then he would also need network information to check his phone. In this case, he might as well follow the old gentleman. So Pan Jun immediately followed the old man to the information department. Looking at the sign in front of him, Pan Jun couldn't help but use the system to sign in immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Network Information Department and obtaining the top hacker skill. I hope the host can make good use of this skill. After hearing the system's prompt, he couldn't help feeling proud. It seemed that his action this time was correct. He didn't expect that by signing in here, he would actually obtain the skill of a top hacker. This meant that he could obtain any information on the internet in the future as long as he wanted. Okay, old man, we already know what you are talking about. Don't worry, we have successfully filed a case here. Soon Pan Jun heard what the police from the Network Information Department might have said to the old man, and he said that he had successfully filed a case. Now he could only go back and wait for news. Chapter 100 Help. Alas. Senior, what do you think we should do now? If we don't continue to solve the case, I'm afraid more and more people will call the police. By then, we will suffer. Not only will those ordinary people lose so much money, but this incident may even cause problems for the reputation of our police station. Just when Pan Jun was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone talking inside, so he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Yes, this has happened more than a dozen times. If it continues like this, I'm afraid. We have been promoting cybersecurity, but the cases are mostly caused by elderly people who have no cybersecurity awareness. Even if we tell them, they still don't listen. They even doubt what our police officers say. This makes it very difficult for us to handle. Think about all the cases. Are they all caused by elderly people? It's not that they are bad, but they never listen to our propaganda. Now they are deceived and come to the police one by one. Even if we file a case, there is nothing we can do. Those who said this may be the young policemen. They are really feeling very troubled right now, not to mention the seriousness of this case, the amount of money defrauded, and the people who were deceived. People will be very angry when they find out about this. You know, those old people really rely on that money to live on their retirement, but now they have all been cheated. If something else really happens, how will those people live? We must hurry up and solve the case no matter how difficult it is, otherwise more and more people will be deceived. And because there are so many people involved in this incident, the higher-ups have asked us to solve the case immediately. Instead of chatting, we should think about what to do. If we don't solve the case, I'm afraid the citizens' trust in the police will continue to decline. Now we have two responsibilities. We must work together quickly and restore the citizens' trust in the police as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Another older policeman was also very helpless, because they found that this hacker was really difficult to deal with. To put it simply, he was very cunning. I've asked the most skilled person here to track them, but that gang is too powerful. We simply can't crack it in a short time. Suddenly, the conversation inside stopped because of this sentence. They were able to hire someone in the information network field, which showed that they were very capable in computer information technology, but there was still no way they could compare with that hacker. Not only that, they also have a very strong ability to disrespect us police officers. Haven't you noticed? Every time we are about to catch him, he is able to escape in time. It's as if he can predict it in advance. This shows that his skills are definitely better than mine. I am powerless now, but I am still willing to give it a try. If there is really no other way, I can only find another way to hire someone else to take a look. After hearing this, Pan Jun immediately realized that this group of people must have encountered some difficulties. He thought about it and finally pushed the door and walked in. At first, he really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. But whenever Pan Jun thought of the old man crying, he couldn't bear it. After all, there were too many elderly people like him. If he could help the police find the criminal gang, it would be of some help to them. At the same time, Pan Jun also thought of this. Although he now has hacking skills, it would be illegal if he investigated the whereabouts of Wei Manman's mobile phone privately. Such behavior did not fit his image of a good young man who targeted criminals, so he must have thought about it and finally decided that he would take the initiative to assist the police in finding the criminal gang. Of course, this is not free. As long as the police agree that he can find the location of Wei Manman's mobile phone, then everything will be fine. Mr. Policeman, I am willing to come over and give it a try to help you find the hacker, but I hope you can let me activate your computer and check the location of my children's cell phones. Seeing Pan Jun suddenly appear in their department, everyone felt a little puzzled, but after they heard what Pan Jun said, they thought about it and shook their heads. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know why you suddenly barged in. Of course, the request you just made is a bit unreasonable for our police. I hope you can understand that not everything in our work can be used as a transaction. Of course, if you are really that capable, sir, we are willing to consult our superiors on this matter to see if they can agree to your conditions. Another policeman at the side began to explain that, after all, this matter was of great importance and it was really not something that ordinary employees like them could decide. However, the judge did not think so. You have to know that by the time they asked their superiors for approval one level at a time, too much time had been wasted. Pan Jun looked around and found an idle computer after walking. At this time, he could no longer care about so many things. He went directly to the computer and his fingers flew quickly on the keyboard. Sir, if you keep moving like this, don't blame us for asking someone to scare you out. There are many secrets on our department's computers, and you can't do this kind of ordinary movement. Come down quickly. If you really want to help, I will immediately ask my superiors. After seeing Pan Jun's actions, another policeman planned to step forward and stop Pan Jun. After all, there were some things in their computers that were not convenient for outsiders to know. But at this moment, an older policeman nearby stopped the young man. Senior, why are you stopping me? We haven't consulted our superiors about what he did. If the people above us, no matter what, let him try it first. If he really has such means, it will be a good thing for us. Besides, if he can find the criminal gang, it will be a good thing for the people in our department, too. Don't worry, I will be responsible for all the follow-up matters at that time. When the young policeman heard this, although he was still a little unhappy, he calmed down. What he was more worried about now was what would happen if something happened at that time. Chapter 101 Solving the Case. As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. The old policeman could tell at a glance that Pan Jun was definitely not joking. The movements of his hands were enough to prove that he was the real deal. Maybe it shouldn't be said that way, but at least no one in their police station could match Pan Jun's hand speed. From this, it can be seen that this person is definitely a very powerful person. But we don't even know his background. I'm really worried about leaving this to him. Senior, what if the people above find out? They will definitely find an excuse. After all, the policeman had never experienced such a thing, so he was still quite worried. But there was nothing he could do about it now. After all, if they could really find the group of people under special circumstances, they would be very happy. We can only rely on his tricks now. If it doesn't work, we will probably have to resign. After hearing what the old policeman said, everyone immediately became nervous. Just kidding, they didn't want to be forced to resign. Sir, I think you have real evidence. In that case, I can tell you some details about the case. I hope you can use these details to get more useful information. So the police officer told Pan Jun some small details of the case. After all, they had more useful information. So after Pan Jun heard those details, he immediately understood in his heart that it seemed that these people were committing crimes with a purpose, otherwise, how could I only choose those elderly people? At the same time, their property seemed to have been investigated clearly by those people. If that was the case, it would be easy to deal with. Since you, Mr. Policeman, have told me so much, I now have an idea of what is going on. So Pan Jun immediately used the hacking skills in his mind to set a trap. Of course, this was just an ultimate trap. After all, for those people, if the password was too advanced, they would be wary. If it was too low, it would also make them suspicious. After all, the passwords set by those elderly people could not be too complicated, but they would not be too simple. What are you doing? Why are you transferring the money out all of a sudden? What is that number? The young police officer was just dumbfounded. He knew very well that this person had indeed set a trap, and he looked like an intermediate person. But why did he suddenly transfer 2 million yuan? What was he going to do? Did he really have a lot of money? There was no need to let him be deceived like this. If they really solved the case, they would not be able to get the money back. Since you can see that I set up a mid-level security line and received 2 million yuan, have you noticed that this amount of money is normal for some elderly people? Didn't you find that the elderly people they deceived were all older? So in this way, they won't suspect that someone else is behind it. And only this kind of money can lure them into the trap, right? The one you set up at the beginning was too unrealistic. It was either too little or too much. It made people think there must be a trap at first glance. After hearing Pan Jun's explanation, the young police officer on the side suddenly realized that this was the case. They were mainly thinking about other things, but never thought that there would be such a method. It seems that next time they have to understand the minds of those criminal gangs. So what's next? What should we do next? Don't worry, I have added a very covert positioning system in it. When the money attracts their attention and they try to transfer it away, when the money arrives in their account, that's when they will be arrested. Pan Jun's words made the other people around him feel a little confused. What was going on? Why did they feel like they didn't quite understand? Because I added a hidden subscription. I told you, you can follow the clues to find the location of his account. You don't have to worry about whether he has other means. I can tell you this, as long as they set up this hidden system, they will never find it. So as long as you are fast enough, you can immediately locate where their gang is now. Of course, if you are not fast enough, then you can't blame me. This is all I can do to help you. This technique only took about 10 minutes from start to finish to complete. After hearing what Pan Jun said, seeing that others especially wanted to beat him up, this kid was too arrogant, so the experts in the technical department immediately leaned over, and after confirming what Pan Jun said, they immediately showed admiration. After all, they had not thought of it at the beginning. Moreover, if such technology could be used by them, then in the future they would not have to worry about not finding opportunities to solve cases in terms of information. Thinking of this, they immediately looked at Pan Jun with shining eyes, as if they were thinking about whether they could apply to their superiors to get such a talent into their department. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Are you a hacker? How can I warn you? If you dare to commit a crime on the internet, we will arrest you immediately. Don't even think about running away. We know you now. Don't do something harmful to the world just because of some bad ideas. Do you hear me? The policeman at the side immediately began to lecture him, which made Pan Jun speechless. If he really wanted to be lawless on the internet, he would not have taken the initiative to stand up, because he knew very well that since he was a law-abiding person, he must abide by the moral bottom line of the law and would never do anything to harm the people. However, after telling them so much about the rebels, he suddenly remembered that the main purpose of his coming here this time was to investigate Wei Manman's whereabouts, not to come and listen to their preaching. Since I have done what I promised you, I would like to ask if I can check the location of my wife's phone. After all, we agreed at the beginning that as long as I help you solve this matter, you can allow me to use your computer to find the location of my wife. Chapter 102, Persuading to Drink. Okay, after all, you have helped us so much, but we have to watch from the side to make sure you don't use other means, otherwise, sorry, you still can't use it. The old policeman on the side nodded and agreed to what Pan Jun said at the beginning, so Pan Jun immediately sat down, and in public, he quickly used their police computer to determine the current location of Wei Man Man's mobile phone. I already know the address. Thank you so much. I'll be leaving now. I have things to do. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he left in a hurry. He had just wasted so much time and he didn't know if any accidents had happened in such a short period of time. Pan Jun drove away immediately, leaving only the people in the police station looking at your interface. They felt a little strange, but thought about it, isn't this the case with all rich people? In many cases, they couldn't say anything, but Pan Jun helped them so much. At the same time, they were also planning whether to bring Pan Jun over to continue to help them with some small favors. Now I finally understand what it means that there are always people who are better than you. With his level of skill, if he designs a piece of software, it will probably sell like hotcakes, not to mention the speed of his hands just now. One of the policemen couldn't help but say with some emotion. Okay, you better pay more attention to what he just made. If we still can't catch him in this situation, I'm afraid we will all be doomed. Now is not the time to joke around. After hearing this, the policeman immediately swarmed over the computer, staring at the software intently to see if there were any unusual movements. If there were any, they would notice it immediately. Meanwhile, in the bar, Wei Man Man and Lu Wanwan were being urged to drink. Don't worry, ladies. It's still early. You can see what's going on, right? The woman soon joined in the process of persuading others to drink, and the other people who had been unable to contain themselves any longer also came forward one after another to persuade others to drink. No, we can't keep drinking for too long. It will be too late if we continue like this, and my alcohol tolerance is not that good. Wei Man Man shook her head and wanted to refuse, but at this time Li Chang came over. Miss Wei, no matter what, I am the birthday girl today. You can't possibly not drink the birthday girl's wine, right? Don't worry, just a small glass. After all, today is my birthday party. The two ladies should not refuse to give me such a favor, right? Wei Man Man frowned as she looked at the small glass of wine in front of her. It was indeed just a small glass, but she still didn't want to continue drinking it. However, it was undeniable that Li Chang used that excuse and she really couldn't refuse, so she drank it in one gulp. So with this excuse, they persuaded each other to drink several glasses in a row. Wei Man Man and Lu Wanwan both knew their alcohol tolerance, so they thought that it was just a few glasses of wine and it shouldn't be a big problem. So the two men drank a few more glasses. After drinking, they just felt dizzy and a little hot in the body, but they didn't care. They just thought it was because the box was too hot, plus they drank a few glasses of wine, so they were so drunk. They didn't think much about other aspects. After all, they were all from big families and they shouldn't use such despicable means. Looking at the people who were gradually losing consciousness, two of them were just lying on the sofa with a harmless expression, which made Li Chang's heart beat fast. He spent so much time to finally get rid of these two people. If he failed this time, he would probably be really depressed. Congratulations, Mr. Li, you actually succeeded. When Li Chang heard this, he suddenly felt extremely proud and burst into laughter. Yes, he had indeed succeeded, but this did not mean that he could be happy. After all, the person just appeared in front of him, but the thing had not been done yet. Since I have succeeded, please go out first. Don't worry, after I have enjoyed myself, it will be your turn to have fun. Don't worry, I will never eat alone. After all, I know very well that without your work, I would not be successful. Don't you think so? Hearing what Li Chang said, the others immediately laughed with satisfaction and went outside with a lewd look on their faces. Don't worry, Master Li, don't we know you well? We know exactly what kind of person you are. Don't worry. Since we've all played together before, there's nothing to worry about. We'll just wait for Master Li here. That's right, in that case we'll leave first. Li Xiao, I wish you a happy time. Be sure to notify us in time when the time comes. Those people really came over without any hesitation. After all, this was not the first time they had done this. Eason had also encountered such a situation before. After all, everyone likes beauties, but how to divide so much wolf meat with only one piece? At this time, they naturally shared the experience. The girl who was called over at this time couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't expect that one or two such beauties would fall into their hands. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In fact, she already knew these people very well. Every time they met a girl they liked, they would immediately pretend to be a gentleman and secretly trick the girl over. But those girls will also be wary, but under the bombardment of several of them, most girls will fall into such tenderness, and at this time they will do one thing, which is to secretly drug the girl. But the key point is that the medicine is not an ordinary medicine at all. The medicine will gradually stimulate their hearts, and then obey their intentions, and thus do a series of things. To outsiders, they seem to be doing it voluntarily. But by the time the girls came to their senses, the matter had already been settled the next day. And the key point is that even if the children wanted to call the police, it would be useless because they would clean up everything. The most important thing is that the drug cannot be detected at all. I hope those two girls can be strong. I guess they will be in trouble in the future. Sigh. The woman sighed and did not leave immediately. She did not have much sympathy, and her life here did not allow her to have sympathy. It was obvious that the two girls had better family backgrounds than her, and she did not dare to disobey Mr. Li at all. Chapter 103, Heart-Stirring. Li Chang had no idea what people outside were thinking. Looking at Wei Man lying there, he couldn't help but feel excited and rubbed his hands. Looking at these two beautiful beauties, Lu Wan, lying beside them, it is really hard to come across them under normal circumstances. Li Chang admitted that he had had many women before, but among those women he had rarely met a girl as beautiful and graceful as Wei Man. You are so beautiful. If you were born in an ordinary family, you would have become someone else's plaything. How could you have grown up safely? Did you give it to me yourself? Aren't you good? I will definitely treat you well. Li Chang couldn't help but turn around as he spoke. He couldn't calm down the excitement in his heart. It's just a pity that no matter how much you refused, you still fell into my hands in the end. As Li Chang spoke, he moved closer and slowly looked at the beautiful face in front of him. Li Chang suddenly felt that the part of himself that had been unconscious for a long time seemed to have some consciousness again, which made him ecstatic. It seemed that this woman was really the panacea to cure his illness. He didn't expect that the part of himself that had spent such a long time without any movement would become conscious just by looking at her face. If he really spent a night with her, wouldn't he be completely cured? Li Chang didn't expect such a situation. He really couldn't help but touch Wei Man's face with his hand. He really liked such a stunning beauty. Originally, he planned to monopolize Wei Man, but when he thought about how she was so intimate with her husband in the restaurant that day, he felt annoyed. Why do you insist on marrying that man? Let me think about it, I'm really jealous. And you dared to be so intimate with him in front of me. Even if I have a good personality, I can't stand it. Li Chang felt furious every time he thought of the scene that day. He didn't need to give any face to such a person anymore. Since she didn't want him, don't blame him for being ruthless. Originally, I really planned to enjoy you by myself, but now I think it's not a good idea since you have already been possessed by that man. But I won't despise you. It's just that after I enjoy the gift, of course I have to share it with my brothers to taste it. After all, they have helped me so much. When Li Chang said this, he couldn't help but fantasize in his heart that when Wei Man knew what the situation would be like the next day, he would destroy her because he couldn't get her. At this time, Pan Jun had already arrived at the door of the bar, but unfortunately he was stopped by someone. Excuse me, sir, our hotel is open for business right now. You look so angry. Do you want to destroy our place? The security guard immediately stepped forward to stop Pan Jun when he saw him. After all, Pan Jun looked like he was going to mess things up, and people who didn't know him would think he was really going to cause trouble. Of course I know you are open for business. If you are not open, why would I come here? Hurry up and get back to work. I have something important to do. Pan Jun didn't expect that he would be stopped even though he had already reached the door of the bar. He was already impatient, and now he was even more anxious. He didn't know how long he had been delayed on the way. If he delayed any longer, something might really happen. What on earth did these people want to do? Could they have been sent here on purpose to stop him? Sir, your attitude makes us suspicious. Yes, I admit that this is not the best bar, but we can't let you do whatever you want. The security guard still looked as if it was a matter of course, which made Pan Jun so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He spoke word by word. I'm here to spend money. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I want to spend money here. Is that not okay? When the security guard heard this, he immediately pretended to be enlightened. So that's how it was. He looked at Pan Jun with some sympathy and pity. He had encountered too many things like this. He guessed that something had happened at home. How pitiful. So he immediately moved aside. Sir, as the saying goes, there are many better flowers in the world, why should you love only one? Don't you agree? Just open your eyes and you will definitely find a better one in the future. In this case, I will give you a piece of advice. You should go in, but don't do anything stupid, okay? Otherwise, the people behind us will not let you go. After hearing what the security guard said, Pan Jun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but it was too late for him to explain now. Time did not allow him to delay there any longer, so he pushed the security guard aside and came immediately. After entering the lobby of the bar, he realized that he was wrong. He did not expect that he would waste more time here. The hall was in a mess at this time. After he looked around, he took a closer look and found that Wei Man was not in the hall at all. He couldn't help but get anxious. Could it be that the situation had really reached a point where there was no room for maneuver? No, it's just that there was no one in the hall. If someone could ask to see if anything happened in the box, the other service staff were immediately found after such a judgment was made, but those service staff said nothing except shaking their heads. After all, this was not a place where Pan Jun could cause trouble. Besides, they really didn't know. They were just the service staff in the hall. As for the box, they would probably have to find better people. Pan Jun was so angry that he wanted to pull his hair out. He went straight to the bar counter, where there were many bartenders and service staff. They should be able to get more useful information. Hello, could you please come over here for a moment? I want to ask you something. Don't worry, it's paid. I won't ask you for free. Before Pan Jun finished speaking, he unexpectedly met a familiar person among the bartenders at the bar, Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, why are you here? When Pan Jun saw such a person, he immediately became excited. It seemed that it would be easier to get things done with someone familiar, so he hurriedly told Yuan Bao the information he needed. Chapter 104 Fortunately. Oh, can you tell me where your bar box is located? Seeing Pan Jun in such a hurry, Yuan Bao couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the matter? You must tell me one thing now. Can you help me find out where Li Chang is in the box now, or tell me if you have seen any trace of Li Chang? Yuan Bao couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. How come Li Chang was in this bar now? Why didn't he know? Brother Pan Jun, you mean that Li Chang is in the bar where I am now, but how come I don't know about this? I have never had sex with him since I came here. You didn't see him come in. This is impossible. Could you be mistaken? Yuan Bao was a little skeptical. After all, he had been here for a long time since he started working, and he had never seen the person he hated appear. You may not know, but ask your friends if they know where Li Chang is now. It is extremely urgent now. We must find him quickly, otherwise something serious will happen. Pan Jun was really extremely anxious. At this time, another waiter next to him suddenly remembered that if he was not mistaken, young Master Li Chang seemed to have reserved the box early, so when they came, they went directly to that box and did not pass by their service desk. Are you talking about that young Master Li Chang? He seemed to have told his friends today that he wanted to celebrate his birthday, and he has been staying in box 8 for a long time. Hearing his friend's words, Yuan Bao immediately realized that something must have happened, otherwise Pan Jun would not be so anxious. At the same time, he was also very clear that wherever Li Chang appeared, there would definitely be a problem. Brother Pan Jun, let's go. I'll take you to find box 8. Our boxes are arranged in a certain order. If you don't know, you may go to the wrong one. Come with me quickly. After Yuan Bao finished speaking, he also hurriedly took Pan Jun to box number 8. He didn't know whether the people in that box would be able to hold on until they got there. It was such a sin to think about it. His sister's problem had not been resolved yet, but he didn't expect that Li Chang would start to do bullying again. How could he be worthy of such a person? After the two men left, before I reached the door of the box, I saw a group of drunk men at a corner, discussing something loudly. Hee, do you think our Li Xiao is strong this time? I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He brought 2 stunning beauties with him, especially the one who came in later. Damn, I was simply. You look so spineless. The one who came in first was a bit good looking, but I always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until the one who came in later that I finally understood what it means to be beautiful in the bones, not in the skin. Not only the skin, but even the bones are beautiful. It's amazing. I don't know what kind of big family can raise such a beautiful person. How dare you say that? Aren't you just coveting him? Alas, I don't know how long young Master Li will play around. Do you think we will still have a cup of hot soup to drink by then? I don't think he will regret it. I don't think I'll say any more. You know what kind of person he is. Do you think we should go together or one by one? Thinking about it makes me almost lose control. Alas. I think we might as well. The boys began to discuss loudly about the two top quality things that Li Xiao brought back. The content became more and more obscene, and their obscene smiles made Pan Jun even more furious. It seemed that these people should be the ones who played with Li Chang, otherwise they would not know so much about it. It was really effortless. Since he already knew what the situation was, he didn't need to be polite. Get out of my way. Pan Jun pushed those people aside without thinking. After seeing this scene, those drunken guys immediately got angry. Hey, they never expected that there would be a guy who was not afraid of death and would fight against them. In this case, they would not be polite. Just when they were about to go forward and hug Pan Jun's feet, they kicked him to the side and the whole person lay on the ground without moving. After dealing with those young men, Pan Jun continued to walk inside. Just when he was about to push open the door, he didn't expect that several very burly bodyguards suddenly appeared. This is not the place for you, kid. Get out of here as soon as you can. I warn you, if you dare to show up here again, don't blame us for being rude to you. Those bodyguards now attach great importance to Li Chang's safety. There is no other way. It was Li Chang's accident last time that almost cost them their lives. Now, they will not let anyone they don't know get close to Li Chang. What's more, seeing this guy's angry look, he is probably here to seek revenge. I should be the one warning you to get out of here as far away as possible. Since you are shameless, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he punched the security guard in the face. The people behind him didn't expect Pan Jun to actually take action, so they immediately started fighting. Yuan Bao came to his senses when he saw this scene and started to wrestle with them. Just kidding, he was a young boy after all. How could he watch his relatives being bullied and then ignore it? What's more, these people seemed to be Li Chang's bodyguards. Since he couldn't do Li Chang now, he might as well beat up his bodyguards first and vent his anger. If it weren't for them, he and his sister would not have fallen to this point. Soon the security guards were knocked to the ground by the two men. Tan Jun immediately opened the door and found that Li Chang was trying to take off Wei Manman's clothes. You are not my husband, I don't want you, leave me, you are not my husband. Although Wei Manman had fallen into a semi-comatose state at this time, she was very clear that the person who was touching her was definitely not Pan Jun, so she was just struggling unconsciously. Chapter 105, Rescued. After hearing what Wei Manman said, Li Chang became extremely anxious. He had already decided that he must destroy Wei Manman. There was absolutely no way he could let her continue to live happily. If it really didn't work, he had already planned to make Wei Manman remember what happened today from now on. This was his punishment for Wei Manman. Get out of here right now, you are not my husband at all, who are you? Don't touch me, I told you not to touch me. Wei Manman was still struggling until Pan Jun came in. After seeing this scene, he was immediately furious and took a step forward to pull Li Chang away. Asshole, how dare you bully my wife, do you want to die? After Pan Jun said this, he punched Li Chang hard in the face, and Li Chang's face turned red immediately. Li Chang didn't care at first who had the courage to break in, but when he saw it was Pan Jun, he became furious. Okay, this guy has ruined his good deeds time and time again. If he doesn't give this person a little face, does he really think of himself as an ordinary person? Good boy, you actually have the guts to break in here alone. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Li Chang finished speaking, he stood up and was about to attack Pan Jun, but unexpectedly Pan Jun kicked him right in the crotch. Ah! In an instant, the tragic screams echoed throughout the entire box, and the people outside could hear it clearly. Although they didn't know what happened inside, the person who could make such a tragic scream must have been seriously injured, otherwise how could he be in so much pain? Li Chang was in so much pain that he wanted to faint, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do. He was really upset now. If he had attacked Wei Manman directly just now, it wouldn't have ended up like this. He just took advantage of her and didn't do anything else. What's more, he was kicked by Pan Jun. You know, he was already injured in that place and he finally regained some consciousness, but now he didn't know what the situation would be like. When Li Chang thought that he really wouldn't be able to continue living in the future, he was scared to death. Hurry, call the police, hurry up, call an ambulance immediately. Li Chang said these words tremblingly, but Pan Jun ignored him. This ending was too light for him. If killing was not against the law, he would have wanted to cut this man into pieces. But even so, he would probably live with regret in the future. This was the price he paid. Unfortunately, he fainted from the pain before he could finish his words. After all, he could no longer speak. Looking at Li Chang lying on the ground and unconscious, Pan Jun wanted to kick him a few more times, but he considered that the most important thing now was to save people. Pan Jun took a look at the unconscious Wei Man and immediately took off his coat and put it on her. He then looked at Lu Wanwan lying beside him and couldn't help but frowning. It seemed that the little girl was not hurt, but even so, it was not convenient for him to take care of Lu Wanwan, so he started to call the people outside. Yuan Bao, come in for a moment. I had been staying outside because I was afraid that someone would suddenly come in. However, when he heard Pan Jun calling him, he immediately came over. After seeing Li Chang lying on the ground, he suddenly became very angry and kicked him a few times. It's him. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't have been ridiculed by others. Until now, my sister doesn't dare to go out. You don't know what kind of expression the neighbor has every time he sees my sister. Yuan Bao got angrier the more he thought about it. If he wasn't so young, he would have wanted to wake this guy up and beat him up. Don't worry, I just kicked him so hard that he fainted from the pain. As for what will happen to him in the rest of his life, I have no idea. Okay, be careful and don't move around casually. Did anyone hear me? Oh, did you see that woman next to you? You must find a safe place to keep an eye on her. Pan Jun immediately pulled Yuan Bao aside and asked him to pay attention to Lu Wanwan's actions. After all, he had no way to bring both of them back at once. He could only do them one by one. The first person he had to save must be his wife, not anyone else. I'll send him home first and then come back. You just need to settle her down, and I'll take care of the rest. When Yuan Bao heard this, he immediately nodded obediently, and came to Lu Wanwan's side, trying to find a way to get her to another place. On the other side, Pan Jun hurriedly took Wei Man away. But because Pan Jun was too anxious, he did not notice anything unusual about the two girls. Even if he saw it, he did not care. He just thought it might be the reaction of them being drunk. So he immediately carried Wei Man outside, put her on the passenger seat, and planned to leave immediately. After Wei Man sat in the passenger seat, she couldn't help but move her body slightly, because she was feeling very hot all over, and for some reason, she always felt very cool around her. So she kept teasing Pan Jun along the way, and her movements were especially active and charming, which made Pan Jun unable to control himself and almost had a car accident. My little ancestor, what are you doing? I'm driving, do you know? I almost hit the curb just now. Pan Jun couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, this is really too dangerous. If he hadn't calmed down suddenly just now, they would probably be lying in the hospital now. And because Wei Man lived too far away from where they were now, Pan Jun was afraid of what would happen if he waited until he sent Wei Man home, so after thinking about it, he finally decided to take Wei Man back to where he lived now. In addition, Wei Man kept teasing him, and if this continued, he was afraid that there would really be a car accident. Just when Pan Jun was suppressing his inner restlessness, he didn't expect that the phone beside him suddenly rang. Pan Jun glanced at the caller ID, but since he didn't know the person, he didn't answer it. Chapter 106 Wake Up. Husband, why are you like this, Looking at Wei Man who continued to show a seductive expression, Pan Jun was really anxious. The most important thing was that he had to pay attention from time to time to see if Wei Man would suddenly attack him. This was really difficult. Okay, I get it. I'll take you home right away, okay? Just sit still. I'm going to speed up now. Pan Jun thought so as he drove away quickly. He absolutely could not delay any longer. If he continued to delay, who knows what would happen. So for the sake of both of them's safety, he better leave quickly. Yuan Bao on the other side looked at Lu Wanwan and thought that for safety reasons, he should put her in his resting place. After all, that was the safe place. Here, Pan Jun finally returned home after going through many dangers. After parking the car in the garage, he thought he had reached a safe place, but Wei Man refused to get out of the car. No. I don't I want my husband. Wei Man twisted her body desperately, not wanting to get off the car. Pan Jun saw this and felt helpless. He had done this to himself. What sin had he committed? Why did he end up like this? However, he really couldn't reason with a drunk person. He could only coax her and comfort her. After finally coaxing Wei Man to stop throwing a tantrum, she still refused to get out of the car by herself. Pan Jun had no choice but to carry her in his arms and carry her upstairs. The journey was extremely difficult. Husband, husband, husband. Wei Man looked at Pan Jun with misty eyes. She couldn't help but show her joy on her face. She shouted happily and Pan Jun had no choice but to answer her helplessly. After going through untold hardships, Pan Jun finally carried Wei Man back to his room and put her on the bed, thinking that since he had succeeded, he had to go back and get Lu Wanwan over, otherwise something bad might happen over time. He believed in Yuanbao, but sometimes Yuanbao was still a child after all, and he couldn't deal with many situations. What's more, Lu Wanwan was a restless person and liked to cause trouble everywhere. Putting these two people together was really worrying. Before Pan Jun could even breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of this, he discovered that Wei Man, who was originally lying down, suddenly sat up and looked at him with a confused expression. Man, what's wrong? Before Pan Jun could finish his words, he saw Wei Man suddenly start taking off her shirt. I'm so hot, why do I have to wear such thick clothes? Wei Man was about to take off her clothes while talking like this, but because she was in a daze, not only did she not take off her clothes, but she revealed more of her fair skin. Pan Jun just stared at this erotic scene in amazement. Honey, I'm hot. After talking for a long time, Wei Man found that the heat in her body not only did not subside, but became even hotter. She could not help crying, and she spoke to Pan Jun beside her with a slightly tearful voice. Pan Jun also came back to his senses at this time. He found that Wei Man was indeed a little different today than usual. Did something happen? Otherwise, why would she be in her current state? So he immediately stepped forward and held Wei Man's hand tightly. Man, be good, it's okay. You can't do this now, okay? Tell me whatever I ask you. What on earth happened today? What on earth did you do in that bar? While eating, Wei Man only felt very hot all over. She rubbed her head against it. She vaguely heard that the person in front of her was probably asking her questions, so she answered very honestly. Of course I drank in the bar. I kept drinking, but don't worry, I only had a few drinks, not too much. What Wei Man said made Pan Jun feel a little suspicious. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like she was drunk. Besides drinking, have you done anything else? Wei Man shook her head. They really just drank some alcohol and then lost her memory. It ended here. It seemed that her alcohol tolerance was still not good. She had to be more careful next time. Looking at Wei Man who was in a confused state, Pan Jun couldn't help but sigh. In fact, based on these circumstances, he could already conclude that this little guy seemed to have been drugged. Hot. After a period of peace and quiet, Wei Man finally started to make trouble again. She was really hot and there was no way to help her. Pan Jun was originally observing Wei Man, but was startled by her movement. Man, be good and don't make any noise, okay? Otherwise, something might happen. I'll take you to get treated right away, dear. At this moment, Pan Jun suddenly felt fortunate for his foresight. After all, ever since he acquired the skills of traditional Chinese medicine, he had specially asked someone to make a set of silver needles for him and kept them at home. Now it was finally useful, so he quickly found the silver needles and inserted them into Wei Man's body. Wei Man felt as if she was stung by ants all over her body and was very uncomfortable. Pan Jun didn't dare let her move around at this time. After all, the purpose of the injection was to make Wei Man vomit out everything she drank. Although this was not very good, it was much better than. After all, he didn't want to possess Wei Man when she was unconscious. Wei Man would probably be very disappointed when she woke up. Vomit. Sure enough, after all the silver needles were inserted, Wei Man felt nauseous and immediately vomited out the wine she had drunk. Pan Jun kept patting her back carefully. At this time, the silver needles had been pulled out. Seeing that Wei Man, who had finished vomiting, had become much more well-behaved, Pan Jun couldn't help feeling relieved. It seemed that this should be all right. But now the acupuncture has been completed. The first step is just to make Wei Man spit out the wine. Then massage is needed. After all, the medicine has entered her body. Acupuncture alone cannot completely dispel the effect of the medicine in her body. Pan Jun couldn't help feeling excited when he saw Wei Man suddenly become quiet. Even his outstretched hand was trembling slightly. This is a living beauty in front of him. Chapter 107, Confirming the Relationship. Pan Jun really forced himself to hold on to his will, and after finally finishing massaging Wei Man, he made her spit out all the medicine. After doing all this, Pan Jun was already sweating profusely. He glanced at Wei Man who was still lying there obediently and immediately covered him with the quilt. He looked at some things on the ground. It was a while before he finished cleaning up. Alas! I don't know whether it is me who is suffering or you who is suffering. After saying this, Pan Jun looked at his body, thought about it, went back to the bathroom and started taking a shower, but this time it seemed that he wasted more time than before. When Pan Jun came out of the shower and was wiping his hair, he looked up and found Wei Man sitting on the bed looking at him. This scared him. After all, logically speaking, Wei Man should be in a coma and asleep at this time. How could she suddenly sit on the bed? Man, why are you suddenly? Before Pan Jun finished speaking, he noticed that Wei Man's expression suddenly became unusually gentle. Brother Pan Jun, come here, come to my side. Wei Man spoke to Pan Jun in an unusually gentle and soft voice. Pan Jun felt strange to hear this, because he had never heard Wei Man speak in such a gentle voice before. Besides, why did she suddenly want him to go to his place? But Pan Jun still followed his own thoughts and soon came and sat down next to Wei Man. Man, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You need to tell me. Pan Jun was more worried that maybe his force just now was too great, causing her discomfort. No, brother Pan Jun, I just want to know one thing now, you must tell me the truth. Wei Man shook her head with a determined look on her face, which made Pan Jun unable to help but straighten his body. Could it be that she was really feeling unwell? That would be bad news. Man, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me right away. After all, I can be very harsh sometimes. Brother Pan Jun, I told you, it's not this matter. I have something very important to ask you. You must tell me the truth later. When Wei Man thought about what I was going to ask her, her face suddenly turned red. She didn't want to do it, but this matter had always been a thorn in her heart. She would feel unwilling if she didn't ask clearly. No matter how serious the question was, she had to ask it clearly. Okay, ask. Pan Jun now also saw Wei Man's flushed face, and he also felt a little strange in his heart. Brother Pan Jun, why didn't you have sex with me directly at that time? I know that it may be a bit improper for me to ask this, but I want to know a definite piece of news now. Although I was drugged at that time, I also know one thing, that is, when you entered that room, I actually already knew that the person in front of me was you and not someone else, but your attitude towards me at that time made me a little confused. Could it be that you had no interest in me at all? Otherwise, why didn't you have sex with me directly at that time? Or is my figure so bad that you have no desire at all? Wei Man felt depressed when she thought of this situation. Could it be that she really had nothing that could attract Pan Jun? It was such a good opportunity, but why did he refuse it? Pan Jun also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. If he didn't explain it clearly to the little girl quickly, she would probably have even more wild thoughts. So Pan Jun immediately sat up straight and began to explain to Wei Man with a serious face. Man, I'm glad you can talk to me like this, but I want to explain to you why this happened. First of all, Man, you know that I am a man and also your lover. Since I am your lover, I will definitely respect your wishes. I know you have always hoped that we can get your parents' approval, so that we can be together legitimately. If I really had been with you regardless of anything and had sex with you, I'm afraid not only would you be angry, but I would also be upset. Pan Jun expressed his thoughts. Many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. If he really took possession of Wei Man without caring about anything at that time, then neither of them would be able to predict what would happen afterwards. Maybe they could make an excuse that the situation at that time was special and there was nothing they could do about it, but who could really tell what would happen? So, Brother Pan Jun, you are not uninterested in me, right? You are willing to be with me, right? Wei Man was extremely moved after listening to what Pan Jun said. She really didn't expect Pan Jun to have such an idea. So if that was the case, could she really let it go? Brother Pan Jun, I am so touched that you can understand me like this. I am willing to be with you. If this is the case, we don't have to worry about so many things. Don't you want me? Wei Man was really moved. She decided that she and Pan Jun had officially obtained the marriage certificate and were a legal couple. So wasn't it normal for a couple to live like a couple? What right did she have to reject Pan Jun's actions towards her? Pan Jun was suddenly stunned. What did he just hear? Wei Man was willing to be with him. Man, have you thought it through? I know that this may be an impulsive idea because of what happened today, but I still hope to ask for your consent. You have to know that once we do this, there is no way to go back. Didn't you always hope that we could meet your parents? Pan Jun was very scared. This was just Wei Man's sudden thought. If he really took possession of her without caring, something bad would happen the next day. So he had to make sure. Don't worry, brother Pan Jun, I am thinking very clearly now, and I also understand very well that many things cannot be planned blindly. After all, sometimes there are too many emergencies. Chapter 108 Forgot Who. Wei Man had thought it through very clearly at this point. Since things had come to this point, why should she still stick to her previous ideas? Man. Pan Jun didn't know what to say for a moment. He really had no way to deal with a little girl like this. But to be honest, she must have made a lot of efforts to reach this stage. After all, from the first time they met until now, Wei Man has always insisted on her own ideas. It is rare for her to suddenly rebel like this. Brother Pan Jun, don't worry. My mind is very clear now. I have been thinking about this for a long time. After all, sometimes it takes only a moment to make me change suddenly. Seeing Wei Man's intriguing gaze, Pan Jun really couldn't bear it any longer. After all, he had been teased by him from the beginning until now. Since they already had a mutual understanding, why couldn't it just come to fruition naturally? Wei Man suppressed the shyness in her heart, slowly moved towards Pan Jun, and slowly closed her eyes. If that's the case, then there's nothing you can do even if you regret it. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he fell directly towards Wei Man. Before falling down, Pan Jun was still wondering if he had forgotten something, but now he no longer allowed himself to think about those useless things. The room was full of love that night. Well, it's already dawn. When Pan Jun finally opened his eyes, he found that it was already bright outside. Wei Man seemed to still be asleep. Looking at his beautiful wife in front of him, Pan Jun couldn't help but feel his heart beating. Wife. Wei Man didn't want to move at all. She really didn't expect that she was sore all over. But she couldn't bear to refuse Pan Jun's actions towards her. Pan Jun held her tenderly for a while before finally getting up, because he realized that if he lay down any longer something bad would definitely happen, so for the sake of both of their safety, it would be better for him to get up early. After a whole night of exercise, Pan Jun found that his mental state was extremely good after getting up. He did not feel uncomfortable at all. On the other hand, Wei Man was in low spirits and stayed in bed, which was extremely rare. Man, do you want to get up? Pan Jun had been talking to Wei Man with a smile, and when Wei Man heard such words, she became also rather irritable. She couldn't help but rub the pillow, and buried her face in the quilt. She looked like she didn't want to get up without taking off her clothes. She was so cute. Okay, I get it. If that's the case, I'll go make some breakfast first. You have to get up no matter what and finish your breakfast before you can go back to sleep. Do you hear me? Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he put on his clothes and went to the kitchen to start preparing some breakfast for Wei Man. He couldn't eat too greasy food in the morning, so he planned to cook some porridge first. Although Wei Man didn't want to get up at this time, her mind was very clear. She looked towards the kitchen through the open door and found that Pan Jun was concentrating on making breakfast for her. The fragrance wafting from the kitchen made him feel moved. She had been looking forward to such a scene for a long time, but she didn't expect it to come true so easily. Just when Wei Man was feeling extremely happy, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something, but she couldn't remember it after thinking for a long time. After the meal was ready, Pan Jun carefully served the meal and placed it on the table, then went back to the room himself. Okay, honey, breakfast is ready. Can you please come and have a meal? How about trying my cooking? Seeing Pan Jun's gentle look, Wei Man couldn't help but smile and nodded. However, as soon as she sat up, she realized that she had forgotten one thing, that is, her clothes were not put on yet. I'll go get dressed first. I'll go get dressed myself when I'm done. You go get other things first. Seeing Wei Man suddenly shrink back into the quilt, Pan Junyi couldn't help laughing. It seemed that this little girl was really cute. So he left first, because he knew that he had to give Wei Man some time to relax. When the two returned to the dining table again, Wei Man looked at the breakfast in front of her and couldn't help feeling surprised. She didn't expect Pan Jun to cook so well. Just the smell made people feel that it was very good. But she didn't know how her appetite would be. After she tasted it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, my husband, I never thought you were such a good cook. That's amazing. Really, if those restaurants don't invite you to be a chef, it would be their loss. Wei Man couldn't help but sigh while eating, but while eating, both of them put down their bowls and chopsticks at the same time. I always feel like I've forgotten something. The two people looked at each other and said this in unison. Unexpectedly, the confusion in their hearts was that they had forgotten something, but what exactly did they forget? Have we forgotten Wan Wan? Wei Man suddenly thought of why she went to that bar yesterday. It was because Lu Wanwan called her and invited her to go together. Now she was back alone, but what about Lu Wanwan? Where was she now? Could it be that she was not rescued? Honey, where is Wanwan? Where is she now? You didn't rescue me yesterday and didn't save her, did you? No, I have to go find her. Wei Man couldn't help but get anxious when she thought of such a situation. If things really got out of hand, she would be forced to part ways with him. By that time, they might not even be able to be friends anymore. Don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry. I rescued her yesterday, but she's not with us. I was thinking about picking her up after I sent you back last night, but something like that happened. You're the only one in my mind, and I forgot about it. Don't worry, she's very safe now. I've entrusted her to a person who I can trust. Chapter 109, another paragraph. Wei Man finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Pan Jun's words. That was good, but how could he be safe just by being with that person? What if? Besides, it was impossible that they were targeting only him last night. You have to know that there were 3 women there in total. Now he can be very sure that the woman called later should be their agent. This means that in addition to that woman, someone must have put drugs in Lu Wanwan's wineglass. If that person does not have the same method as Pan Jun, then how should Lu Wanwan get rid of the drugs? No, honey, you should call and ask that person what's going on, or I'll call Wanwan and see if I can explain it clearly. I don't want any trouble to arise at that time. Otherwise, will Wanwan think that I abandoned her all alone? Wei Man thought about it and decided to call Lu Wanwan herself and ask her what was going on. She couldn't just abandon her like that without knowing the reason. Hello. Lu Wanwan's voice soon came from the other end of the phone, but her voice sounded particularly lazy, as if she had just woken up. Wanwan, did you just wake up? Why do you sound like this? Oh, I almost forgot, are you okay? What happened last night? I don't think anything dangerous happened. I'm sorry, but my husband suddenly took me away last night. I just woke up now and called you right away to ask how you feel, if you feel uncomfortable, and if you need to go to the hospital. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me and we will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Wei Man said so much in one breath that Lu Wanwan on the other end of the phone couldn't help laughing. It seemed that the little girl really had no intentions at all. She didn't even think that it had been a whole night. Even if something happened, it would probably be too late. However, since she was able to call herself after waking up, she was still very kind-hearted. Well, don't worry, little girl. Don't forget what you think can happen to me. I also started working in society early like you. Don't worry, even if something really happens, I can handle it myself. What's more, nothing happened at all. Fortunately, your husband showed up in time, otherwise we would both be finished. Although Lu Wanwan didn't want to admit it, it was undeniable that it was the fact. He finally understood why Pan Jun told her to stay away from Li Xiao when they met them. It seemed that he had already realized that the man had bad intentions. After all, she couldn't blame others. It was her own fault for not listening at that time. That's good, as long as we are fine, the rest can be done slowly, and... After confirming that nothing had happened, Wei Man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had happened. However, before she could finish her words, she heard a very familiar yet unfamiliar voice coming from the other end of the phone. Baby, who are you talking to on the phone? Why did you stay so long, and you looked so happy? This voice shocked Pan Jun extremely, and Wei Man was also extremely shocked. She heard a man's voice on the phone, and he called Lu Wanwan babies so intimately. What was going on? Pan Jun was also in a trance at this time. He really didn't expect why things would turn out like this, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he sat there by himself, hoping to hear some follow-up information. What was going on? Wanwan, what's going on? Why is there a boy's voice on the other end of your line? Who is he? Why did he call you so intimately? Explain it to me quickly. Wei Man immediately shouted loudly into the phone, "This is simply too shocking, okay? Hey, Man is a treasure I found last night, you know? He really took good care of me last night. Really, if it wasn't for Brother Pan Jun, I wouldn't have wanted to come here at all. But you're pretty. To be honest, although you're not as pretty as my sister, you're still pretty good. I don't understand how you ended up with that bastard. Fortunately, I rescued you, otherwise you would have been doomed." Yuan Bao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Lu Wanwan lying unconscious on the bed. Since Pan Jun asked him to take care of this person, he couldn't just abandon this woman. "I'm so hot, I need some water." After being quiet for a while, Lu Wanwan suddenly started to act crazy and pulled at her clothes. When Yuan Bao saw this, he immediately covered her tightly with a quilt and helped her feed her a glass of water. "No, I'm still too hot. I want ice cubes and cold water. The air conditioner is set too high." Lu Wanwan, who had been quiet, started to make a fuss again and looked at Yuan Bao. When she saw the situation, she suddenly thought that if she was not mistaken, she must have been drugged. So Yuan Bao could only go to the bathroom with great difficulty, fill the bathtub with cold water and help her get in. But even so, Lu Wanwan was still not honest at all. She asked for this and that. Yuan Bao, in his nature of helping others to the end, gave Lu Wanwan whatever she asked for and took care of her very attentively. "I see. I didn't expect that he is so considerate to you. It's really rare that he can take care of you so attentively." After hearing Wei Man's words, Pan Jun suddenly understood. After hearing these things, he also felt helpless. He couldn't help but open his mouth and say something. "So he took care of you until you got to bed, right? Well, if you are really like this, you are so unreliable. No one will dare to ask you for help in the future." Yuan Bao originally thought that Lu Wanwan was talking to her best friend on the phone, but he suddenly heard Pan Jun's teasing tone, which made him jump up like a cat with its fur standing on end. "No, that's not the case. Brother Pan Jun, you misunderstood. I didn't do anything bad at all. I was just taking care of her honestly last night, and she kept asking for this and that. I couldn't calm down at all." Chapter 110 Yuan is here. Hearing Yuan Bao's desperate explanation, Pan Jun couldn't help laughing. Wasn't he clear about what was going on with this kid? But if he didn't explain things to him honestly today, he wouldn't be able to explain this to anyone else. "Brother Pan Jun, what are you laughing at? I really took care of him seriously last night. How could you not trust me?" Yuan Bao is really anxious now. If this matter is known by other people in his family, won't he be beaten? No, he must explain it clearly to Pan Jun. In this way, even if the matter is really exposed, he will have someone to help explain it. "Nothing really happened last night. She took the initiative to do it to me after she woke up this morning, and then I..." Before Yuan Bao could finish his words, he found that the phone had been hung up by Lu Wanwan. Looking at the hung-up phone, Yuan Bao couldn't help but scream. "Oh, it's over. If I don't explain this matter clearly, Brother Pan Jun will never let me go. Why am I so unlucky? Why did you hang up the phone so suddenly? Oh, now I'm in trouble. I have to figure out how to explain this matter to Brother Pan Jun. I hope that since I took the initiative to admit my mistake, he can explain it to my parents properly and don't make this matter too messy." Yuan Bao thought about this while walking back and forth anxiously, wondering how he should explain this matter to Pan Jun, otherwise it would be really troublesome. However, this matter was a long story, and he couldn't really explain it completely. On this side, Pan Jun and Wei Man couldn't help laughing when they saw that the phone had been hung up. This was too funny. They really didn't expect that there would be such a pair of funny people. The most important thing was that they couldn't help laughing no matter what. They didn't expect that Lu Wanwan would take the initiative this time. This was really a bit beyond their expectations. What's more important is Yuan Bao. Although he is an adult now, they still regard Yuan Bao as a child. What is going on? That voice sounds a bit immature to me, so he should be quite young. How could Wan Wan be with him, and how do you know him? Wei Man Man suddenly remembered the voice she heard. She felt that the boy should not be very old. If Lu Wan Wan was really with that boy, wouldn't that be like an old cow eating young grass? Although this analogy is indeed a bit inappropriate, it is really embarrassing if you think about it. He and I used to be neighbors, so he is a boy I watched grow up. Don't worry, he is a very good person. As for his age, he does look a little young. He should be around 18 or 19, so he is an adult. Pan Jun gave another special instruction. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and Wei Man Man realized that it was already very late. If he didn't go back, people at home would probably be worried. I have to go back now. If I don't go back soon, I'm afraid my family will call me. In order not to make them worry, I'd better go back first. When Pan Jun heard Wei Man Man's words, he felt a little depressed. Although they were already a legitimate couple, the problem was that they had not yet passed the hurdle of their parents, and it seemed as if they were doing things in secret. Don't worry, husband. I have already decided on you. You should also think about what you will do if my parents really want to see you. So now you must think about what you said at the beginning. You will give me a satisfactory answer. I plan to introduce you to my father in the near future. In this way, we don't have to be sneaky anymore. Wei Man Man also had her own thoughts in her mind. If she continued to delay like this, her family would sooner or later find out. Instead of doing that, it would be better to tell them directly. Don't worry, when you let me meet my uncle, I will definitely make you, uncle and aunt very satisfied. Pan Jun was also very clear that since he married the daughter of the richest man, his requirements in some aspects must be higher than those of ordinary people. Yes. Brother Pan Jun, I will be waiting for you then. Don't worry, I like you very much. If they really don't let me be with you then I will decide to be with you forever. After Wei Man Man chatted with Pan Jun for a while, Pan Jun sent her out of the house and watched her until she got into the car before returning home. However, just as he sat down, someone knocked on the door again. When the door opened, I didn't expect it to be Yuan Yuan. Brother Pan Jun, why are you so surprised to see me? Have you forgotten what I said before, that I would come and clean up your room as long as I have time? Yuan Yuan reminded Pan Jun with a smile, and Pan Jun then remembered that Yuan Yuan insisted on cleaning the room for him and he had no choice but to agree. He didn't expect that the little girl actually came. Yuan Yuan, you don't have to come over to clean my room in the future. I don't need it at all. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Yuan immediately looked at him aggrievedly, and even tears flowed down her face. Brother Pan Jun, did I do something to make you misunderstand me? I really just want to thank you for helping us so much, but I don't know how to repay you. I just want to do something within my ability for you, otherwise I always feel so useless, like I'm just a vase that needs to be supported by others. This is what Yuan Yuan is thinking now. She can no longer stay in school. She doesn't know why things are getting worse and worse. If only her brother was severely punished at the beginning, she is also suffering the same fate now. In that case, I will support you and allow you to study further. Pan Jun actually had this idea a long time ago, and the reason was very simple, because he found that the system rewarded him too much. He just thought about it and realized that he already had a lot of assets, big and small, but the problem was that he had no time to manage them, so he wanted to help them now. When you finish your training, I can hire you as my assistant. Then you will have a job, right? Chapter 111 Misunderstanding. After listening to what Pan Jun said, Yuan Yuan was very clear that Pan Jun was giving her such an opportunity. To be honest, her grades were really good. If it weren't for the Li Chang incident, she could have graduated, and she could have gotten a very good job just because of her studies. However, all her beautiful fantasies ended the moment Li Chang appeared. After hearing this, she was forced to drop out of school, which has always been Yuan Yuan's regret. At the same time, she was also looking forward to being able to enter the campus again. Really? Brother Pan Jun, can I still go back to study and further my studies? Yuan Yuan asked again very excitedly, otherwise if her wish was not fulfilled, wouldn't it be even more tragic? Yes, you heard me right, I will pay for you to study. Pan Jun nodded again very affirmatively. Yuan Yuan hugged Pan Jun excitedly. She knew that this was Pan Jun giving her another chance like this. She would definitely seize it and would never lose it again. Don't worry, Brother Pan Jun, I will definitely. Yuan Yuan hadn't finished her words when she suddenly heard some noise coming from outside the door. Before the two men came to their senses, they found that the door was already open. A voice that was extremely familiar to Pan Jun came from the door. It was Wei Manman's. Pan Jun, I think I took the wrong key. I seem to have mixed up my house key with yours. Luckily I found it early, otherwise I would have wasted more time if I hadn't found it until I got home. By the way, have you seen where I put my keys? Wei Manman seemed to have a complaining tone in her voice, but when she raised her head and saw Yuan hugging Pan Jun, her face suddenly turned cold. Snort! Wei Manman snorted coldly, then turned and left. Pan Jun knew very well that Wei Manman had just misunderstood, and he had to find Wei Manman to explain things clearly. However, when he pushed Yuan away, he didn't expect that Yuan didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. Ah! Yuan covered her ankle, tears streaming down her face from the pain. She was pushed away suddenly just now, so she didn't notice that her foot was sprained for a moment. Pan Jun was suddenly in a dilemma. First of all, Yuan might really be injured, but Wei Manman misunderstood the matter. Just when he was in a dilemma at the door, he stomped his feet and finally went back to the room and helped Yuan up. Brother Pan Jun. Yuan was a little panicked when faced with such a situation. She didn't know who that person was, but seeing that Pan Jun was so nervous about her, she thought her identity should not be simple. At least Pan Jun cared about that person very much. How are you? I didn't notice you just now and pushed you away. Do you feel uncomfortable after going out? Pan Jun is very anxious now and has no time to explain to Yuan what happened. He just wants to know if Yuan is injured anywhere so that he can take the next step. It's just that my foot hurts a little, it seems like my ankle is sprained, but there's nothing wrong with me otherwise. It's also my fault that I didn't stand firmly at the beginning. If I had stood firmly, this wouldn't have happened. After hearing the tone of Pan Jun's words, Yuan couldn't help feeling aggrieved. It was not her intention to have such a thing happen, but Pan Jun's words made him really unsure whether he should blame himself. If she hadn't hugged the rebel just now, so many subsequent events would not have happened. It's probably just a sprained ankle. It will be fine after a few days of rest. If you're sure it's nothing serious, then I'll leave first. After checking and confirming that Yuan had no other wounds on her body, Pan Jun immediately rushed out. Watching Pan Jun leave his house without looking back, Yuan couldn't help but feel even more aggrieved, but she also knew very well that she had no right to feel aggrieved. When Pan Jun chased out, he found that Wei Manman had already stopped a taxi and was standing next to it. Man, let me explain. What happened just now is not what it seems. This is all a misunderstanding. Before Pan Jun finished speaking, he noticed that Wei Manman's expression was very cold and she just kept looking at him. What's the use of explaining now? I won't believe any of your excuses now. What I did last night was really my fault, and it was for the biggest mistake of my life. You really disappoint me. Pan Jun suddenly felt as if his heart was stabbed by a needle. This was clearly a misunderstanding, but why did things turn out like this? If he could explain it clearly, everything would be fine. But when he put it on his lips, he didn't know how to explain it. Should he say it was all a misunderstanding? But would Wei Manman believe it? Man. From now on, you don't need to appear in front of me. This is how our relationship will remain. After Wei Manman finished speaking, she got into a taxi, intending to close the door and leave, but Pan Jun desperately held onto the door, not letting him leave like that, because he knew very well that if this matter was not explained clearly, then it would become more and more troublesome in the future, and at that time he would really have no way to explain it. Sir, can you please help me? This car belongs to me. This lady doesn't want to participate and doesn't want to meet you. Why don't you let go of it quickly? You are delaying my work. You can't afford this. I know you may not be short of money, but you can't buy back time. At this moment, the taxi driver could not help but say something that made Pan Jun a little dazed. He loosened his hand and Wei Manman took the opportunity to close the door. The taxi driver also took this opportunity to drive away, leaving Pan Jun standing there stupidly. Pan Jun immediately turned around and frantically searched his pockets, trying to take out his cell phone to call Wei Manman. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Soon such a voice was heard on the phone. Pan Jun thought Wei Manman might be talking to someone else, so he called back immediately after a while, but his message remained the same. Pan Jun quickly realized that the phone number seemed to be blocked by Wei Manman, so he quickly found other contact information to explain the matter to him, but the final result was that all the messages were blocked, which meant that he could not contact Wei Manman. Chapter 112 Grievances. Pan Junwei stayed there for a long time. He realized that if this matter continued like this, his marriage with Wei Manman would really come to an end. It can be seen that all his contact information has been blocked by him. Even if he wants to contact him, there is no way. For now, he can only take one step at a time. Pan Jun couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this situation. In this case, he had to go home first. When Pan Jun returned home, he found that Yuan had not left, but was still there. "I'm sorry, brother Pan Jun, my feet really hurt right now and I can't leave, so I want to rest here for a while." "Where's that sister? Didn't she come back with you?" Yuan saw Pan Jun return to the room with his head down and couldn't help but ask carefully. After all, the cause of this incident was also because of her. If there hadn't been an accident, I'm afraid Pan Jun would have explained it clearly to his good friend long ago, but who was that person? Pan Jun's attitude towards her was so special. "Since you feel uncomfortable, just stay here for a while." Pan Jun waved his hands, looking very indifferent, which made Yuan even sadder. "Brother Pan Jun, can I ask out of curiosity, is that sister your lover?" Yuan still had a glimmer of expectation in her heart. She really liked the man in front of her. If possible, Yuan had already thought about it. At that time, she would stay by his side as a way of repaying his kindness. In this way, no one would say something strange. But what happened today made her realize that many things were not as simple as she imagined. She almost forgot that she and Pan Jun were actually several years apart in age. It was actually normal for her to meet someone he liked at this age, wasn't it? "Yes, she is the one I like and the one I will spend my life with in the future." After hearing Yuan's question, Pan Jun suddenly understood in his heart that he had actually fallen in love with Wei Manman. Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry to explain something like what happened today? If he really had only a little bit of affection for Wei Manman, then he would not be so anxious to explain to her. After all, this matter was still his fault. "Oh, so that's how it is. Brother Pan Jun is really sorry. If it weren't for me, you should have been able to explain it clearly to your lover. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you already had someone you liked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such an impulsive approach and caused that sister to misunderstand." After getting Pan Jun's affirmative answer, Yuan couldn't help feeling sad in her heart. This unrequited love that ended in vain finally came to an end. From then on, she could only call Pan Jun a brother and sister. "I'm so sorry, brother Pan Jun, why don't you tell me the contact information of that sister? I'll go and explain this to her and I'm sure we can solve this problem." After all, it was a misunderstanding from the beginning. Seeing Yuan desperately apologizing to him, Pan Jun couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this matter could not be blamed entirely on Yuan. After all, he did not explain it clearly. He felt that this matter could be solved perfectly. He only needed to explain his relationship with Yuan to Wei Manman. Then, with Wei Manman's understanding look, she would definitely understand. "This is just a misunderstanding. In the end, it's because I didn't explain it clearly. I'll explain it to you when the time comes. You should stop imagining things. Leave this matter to me. The most important thing for you now is to study hard." After hearing what Pan Jun said, Yuan did not insist any further. After all, she did not know how to face Wei Manman. If that girl was really powerful, then she would be able to see her feelings for Pan Jun. So it would probably be more troublesome for her to explain. In that case, she might as well put this matter aside for the time being. When the problem was solved, she would appear in front of Pan Jun and that person. At that time, she would definitely explain her identity to that girl. "In that case, I'll go back now, brother Pan Jun. You should explain things to that sister. If you need me, you can call me. I'll be leaving now." Yuan left after she finished speaking and quietly closed the door when she left. In the face of what happened today, he actually needed to go back and think carefully about what to do. At this time, Pan Jun was also lying on the bed looking at the ceiling, and no one knew what he was thinking. What was originally such a good time last night, now it all became a joke. Pan Jun didn't give up and called several more times, but every time he called, he was blocked. Pan Jun was really out of options now. He couldn't just rush into Wei Manman's house. Not to mention that his relationship with Wei Manman had not been made public. If he really went to find Wei Manman without caring about the consequences, his relationship with them would probably have no future. But then I thought, shouldn't this be normal? After all, any girl would be angry if she saw her boyfriend or husband being so close to another girl, so Wei Man Man was just throwing a tantrum, right? I just need to let her calm down for a few days, and she will be able to think clearly. Then I can go and explain to her, and everything will make sense. Pan Jun comforted himself like this and soon fell asleep. Wei Man Man was unusually awake at this time. She really didn't expect that they had just spent a very wonderful night. Why did it suddenly become like this? Why couldn't they wait until he was far away? But he saw such a dazzling scene. The girl was really cute. If she hadn't gotten involved, I'm afraid Pan Jun would really be with that girl. After all, the two of them were so well matched. But she was obviously Pan Jun's wife now. Why was she hiding? Shouldn't it be that girl? Wei Man Man really couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't know who to talk to about her grievances. After thinking about it, she thought only Lu Wanwan could tell, so she made a phone call. Chapter 113, Sudden Enlightenment. No one else knew what the two best friends talked about, but that night Pan Jun received a call from Yuan Bao. Brother Pan Jun, let's go out for a drink. I'll send you the address later. Let's go out for a few drinks, brothers. Pan Jun didn't expect Yuan Bao to ask him out at this time, and even go out for a drink. What was going on? Shouldn't he have a better time with Lu Wanwan? What was going on now? Since he had nothing to do, he might as well agree to it. So Pan Jun drove to the place Yuan Bao mentioned. When he arrived there, he found that Yuan Bao had drunk some wine and was sitting there very depressed, as if something important had happened. Brother Pan Jun, I don't really want to bother you now that you are here, but I really don't know who to tell this to, so I thought of you. You must keep it a secret and not tell my sister and the others about this, otherwise they will definitely give me a good lesson. When Yuan Bao saw Pan Jun coming, he immediately asked him to sit down and took another sip of wine. All right, tell me what's going on. Why did you suddenly ask me out for a drink? I don't believe you're that nice. Pan Jun is now really curious about what happened to his brother all of a sudden. If he can help him solve it, he will have a lot less trouble. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if this kid keeps bothering him. Brother Pan Jun, I don't know what happened. You see, I was fine with her before, but after she went home for one night, she immediately broke up with me. Is it because I'm not good looking? Or is it because of my age? If it's really because of my age, then why didn't she tell me clearly at the beginning? After Yuan Bao finished speaking, he took another sip of wine and stared at Pan Jun. You know what? She broke up with me because we had a good relationship. She was scolding you, saying you were nothing, and she said I was getting along well with you, so I must not be a good person either. But I don't know what happened at all. Brother Pan Jun, how did you offend her? Why did she suddenly say that? After saying this, Yuan Bao felt a little depressed. It was obviously a good thing, but such a big mistake happened. It only took one night for such a thing to happen. In fact, no one could accept it. After hearing this, Pan Jun felt very upset. Why was everything blamed on him? Was it really his fault? So he took a sip of wine and spoke out all his frustrations under the influence of alcohol. This is what happened. But she was your sister at the time, isn't that okay? Besides, I've always treated you two as my brother and sister. Then I wanted to explain to her, but the problem is that she no longer listens to me. We obviously didn't do anything at the time, but she got angry because she saw that scene. Don't I feel wronged? After Pan Jun finished speaking, he really felt extremely innocent. It would be fine if he could control many things, but the problem is that this is not the case. Yuan Bao was also a little stunned after hearing what Pan Jun said. He really didn't expect this situation to happen. Brother Pan Jun, you have been very kind to our family, and you have always treated us as your brothers. It would be fine if you explained it clearly to that sister-in-law, but why did she do this? Yuan Bao's response made Pan Jun feel even more innocent, so he started to complain again. However, before they could finish their words, they heard laughter suddenly coming from next door. Poochie hee hee ha 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 ha, I'm really dying of laughter. Before Pan Jun and Yuan Bao could come to their senses, they heard another sentence from the very pleasant voice beside them. You two are really stupid. It's really strange that you can find a partner. Pan Jun suddenly felt a little unconvinced. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person sitting not far from them was Wei Shui. I didn't do anything wrong. Why do you say that we are stupid? Besides, she was the one who didn't explain this to me, and she didn't listen to my explanation. Am I wrong for doing this? Pan Jun thought about it and was still extremely unconvinced. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong from the beginning to the end. He also said a lot of things that were not as they said, and some of the processes in the middle were omitted by him. What right did this person have to say that about them? It's true that you two can see through everything. Shouldn't you figure out why she reacted so strongly and didn't even give you a chance to explain? Did something happen in between? Besides, that good friend of hers you mentioned has also changed so much. Does this have anything to do with what happened? They are good friends, so they must have known each other. You haven't figured out anything, and you're just drinking alone here. What kind of men are you? Pan Jun was speechless after being taught a lesson by Wei Shui. Although he didn't know much about Wei Man, he had never seen her react so strongly to such a thing. Could there be something else happening in between? Brother Pan Jun, please don't look at me. I don't know either. That was the first time I met her. Why don't you call her and ask what's going on? I don't want to be alone. After listening to what Wei Shui said, Yuan Bao felt that there was some truth in it. It seemed that the two grown men had thought things were too simple. Now they could only ask other people for help. But the problem was that he and Lu Wanwan had only known each other for a short time, and he really had no way to ask her such private questions. He could only ask Pan Jun for help. In that case, I'll call him and see if I can get some information from him. Pan Jun immediately found Lu Wanwan's phone number and called her, but the call was hung up. It seemed that Lu Wanwan was also angry about this matter. What should we do now? She won't answer my calls. Is there really nothing we can do? Yuan Bao couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 114 Reasons. Pan Jun thought about it and decided that since the call couldn't go through, at least he knew one thing, which was that Lu Wanwan had not blocked him, so he could use other means. Lu Wanwan, I know you may have heard what Man said, but there is a misunderstanding between him and me. I hope you can help me resolve this misunderstanding, okay? After Pan Jun sent a message to Lu Wanwan, he found that there was no reply, so he sent another one. I hope you can trust my character. You should know a little bit about this. Am I really not worthy of your trust? Or should I say that I just hope to gain your trust so that you can help me solve this matter? Lu Wanwan looked at the message Pan Jun sent her and recalled how she had seduced Pan Jun intentionally or unintentionally, but he always looked serious. In fact, she had some thoughts in her mind. If this matter could really be resolved, it would be great for him. After all, she also hoped that Wei Man could get over this matter. Okay, since you said so, I'll give you this opportunity. Let's meet and talk. Some things are better discussed face to face. Pan Jun was immediately ecstatic after receiving such news. He exchanged messages with Lu Wanwan for a while and confirmed that they would meet in the same place. This was really gratifying news. Finally, a problem was solved. I'm leaving first. He asked me to meet him at a place. If you need me for anything else, please refuse me. Yuan Bao, go home and comfort your sister. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will do something bad. I'm leaving first. After Pan Jun gave some instructions in ecstasy, he drove away immediately. Now he must seize this opportunity and must not let any accidents happen. So Pan Jun began to follow the instructions given to him by Lu Wanwan and drove away quickly. But this place feels a bit strange. It's neither Wei Man's home nor Lu Wanwan's home. Why go in that direction? Pan Jun really wanted to call Lu Wanwan to ask about this matter, but thinking that they were about to meet, it was not worth wasting time. After following Pan Jun to the location, he found that it was actually in front of a villa. Here, he finally saw Lu Wanwan. Pan Jun immediately got out of the car and came to Lu Wanwan. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask him something, but Lu Wanwan seemed to realize what he wanted to do and spoke directly. Don't talk yet. Shut up. Just watch quietly. If you have any questions, I will explain them to you when the time is up. Now shut up, okay? Where's your car? Let's wait in it for a while. Remember to drive it to a secluded place. Seeing Lu Wanwan acting so as if it was a matter of course, Pan Jun opened his mouth, but finally closed it. Then the two of them went back to the car and found a hidden place. Following Lu Wanwan's instructions, they sat down directly in the car. The two of them sat in the car like this, and Pan Jun became even more confused. He really wanted to know what was going on and why it turned out like this. But when he thought about what Wei Shui had taught him, he decided to shut up and watch quietly. This time, Lu Wanwan did not joke with him, which was very rare. Instead, she felt a little confused. She did not expect that this boy would actually calm down. This was really beyond her expectations. However, it was good this way, as it saved her a lot of trouble. Now she just had to watch. Seeing is believing. Pan Jun should understand. Finally, after more than half an hour, Pan Jun suddenly saw a luxury car slowly driving in front of the villa. The car soon stopped at the door of the villa, and then a middle-aged man and woman got out of the car with a very young and cute child in between them, who seemed to be a boy. Pan Jun didn't know why, but he always felt that this boy looked familiar, including the middle-aged man, and he seemed to have seen them somewhere. At this moment, Lu Wanwan suddenly asked, "Pan Jun, what do you think these people look like?" Pan Jun felt a little confused when he heard such words. These people looked normal and there was nothing wrong with them. They looked like a warm family of three. But he never thought that after he said this, Lu Wanwan couldn't help but sneer. Pan Jun thought he had said something wrong, but it wasn't. These people looked obviously like a family of three. After all, the boy looked more like the middle-aged man. Yes, they really look like a very warm family of three, but do you know? That man is actually Man's father. What? This is impossible. Pan Jun refuted without even thinking, because he remembered that Wei Man said that she was an only child and had no other brothers or sisters. But if this man was really Wei Man's father, then the boy should be her younger brother. What's so strange about this? Don't you understand after reading this? This so-called father has a home with Wei Man as well as another home here. And do you know? This man even plans to divorce Wei Man's mother for the sake of this home, because this woman gave birth to a son for him, but his aunt only has Man as a daughter. After hearing this, Pan Jun didn't say anything about why this happened. After all, from the initial information he could see that Wei Man should have a good relationship with his father. So what was the situation now? You still don't understand, do you? It's because of his father's incident that Man is very sensitive to these things. That's the bottom line she absolutely cannot touch. Do you know why Man is so angry? It's because she clearly spent such a wonderful night with you, and she was even completely sure to give herself to you. You know, this kind of thing, especially when it happened the night before, Man really made a great decision to completely entrust herself to you, but in the end, such a thing happened early the next morning. Chapter 115 Find a Way. After hearing these words, Pan Jun actually understood that his behavior at the time made Wei Man feel that he was very likely to have betrayed their marriage, or that Wei Man's cleanliness obsession did not allow her to touch other women. I let you watch all this because I hope you can understand that sometimes your every move is likely to make her sad. I hope you can remember this next time. If this happens again, I will not be able to help you anymore, and I will always stand by her side. Lu Wanwan looked at the rebels beside her without saying anything. She already had some ideas in her mind. If she could solve this matter perfectly for Wei Man, it would be perfect. Although she sincerely hopes that Wei Man can return to her original state, she also hopes that Pan Jun can clearly understand Wei Man's situation. I know. I have thought it through very clearly now. Don't worry, things like today won't happen again. I will tell her the truth if there is anything in the future. But now, how do you think I can go to her and explain it clearly? Man doesn't answer my calls at all. Even if I want to explain to her, there is no way. Can you think of a way? Pan Jun really has no other choice now and can only ask Lu Wanwan for help, hoping that this person can give him some advice. After all, in this special period he can only seek help from outsiders. He hopes that this little girl will not give any random ideas. To be honest, Lu Wanwan didn't have any particularly good solution. After all, this matter was related to Wei Man's family. She was already extremely sensitive about it. Now something like this happened. Even though she was Wei Man's best friend, she couldn't get involved casually. Besides, this man did it himself. Why should she ask him to help solve it? However, seeing Pan Jun being so humble, Lu Wanwan decided that she could only provide them with a chance to meet. As for the rest, it was not something she could solve. I can't help you with this matter, but the most I can do is to help you get Man out. As for the follow-up matters, they have nothing to do with me. It's all up to you. First of all, you have to make sure to explain one thing to him clearly, and as an apology, shouldn't you prepare a gift? You need these two things. These are all I can remind you of. I really have no other way to deal with the rest. You should pay more attention to yourself. I hope you can get back together. After finishing her meal, Lu Wanwan sighed and turned around to find that the wounded man had slowly walked into the room. Neither of them spoke. After all, they didn't know what to say about this situation. Should they condemn Wei Manman's father? But what was their position? Besides, as the younger generation, it was even more unreasonable for them to blame such an elder. I'm going to go back first. Please contact me later. If everything is ready, I will take Man out. The rest is up to you. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she left, and the only thing left was for Pan Jun to do on his own. Pan Jun drove home silently, thinking about the scene he had just encountered in his mind. No wonder Wei Man seemed to be in a bad mood recently. She probably knew about this matter. Her father, who had always loved her, suddenly gave her a younger brother, and this happened without her knowledge. When Pan Jun thought about how he had hurt Wei Man invisibly, he wanted to slap himself. What was going on? Even when he went home at night, he was still thinking about how to solve the matter. He got up early the next morning. As the saying goes, do things early, so he must explain the matter clearly within the best time period. The longer he dragged on, the more details he would forget. Pan Jun decided to pick out a ring for Wei Man as an apology gift, thinking that he had never given her a ring since they got married. So he drove to a jewelry store to carefully choose a ring. After he walked in, the service staff received him warmly. Hello sir, if there is anything you need to see, I can get it out for you. The service staff immediately came over with a smile on their faces when they saw what Pan Jun was wearing. Pan Jun then began to carefully select rings at the counter. Seeing that Pan Jun actually chose a ring, the single female waitress nearby couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't expect that such a young man would get married so early. After walking around aimlessly, Pan Jun found that those rings were too ordinary and not worthy of Wei Manman's temperament at all. Just when he was about to leave in disappointment, he unexpectedly caught a spot with his eyes. It was a display cabinet at the door, which contained a beautiful sapphire ring. This ring really looked very familiar to Pan Jun. If he remembered correctly, Wei Man seemed to have seen this ring in a magazine before. She even stayed on the page for a long time because of the ring. She even boasted about the ring, saying it was very beautiful. She didn't expect that she would have the chance to see this ring here. How much is the sapphire ring at the door? After hearing what Pan Jun said, the service staff at the side followed his gaze to look at the sapphire ring, immediately smiled and shook his head. This ring is not about the price. I'm sorry, sir. That ring is not for sale. Our boss displays it as a collection. You can take a look at other styles. In fact, we also have other styles of gemstone rings. Although they can't be compared with the ring on display, they are also very good. Let me show you this ring. Look, it's this ring. It's also made of sapphire. The waiter immediately took out another ring from the cabinet and placed it in front of Pan Jun to sell it to him, but Pan Jun was determined to get the sapphire ring in the exhibition hall. Pan Jun looked at the sapphire ring in front of him and still wanted to get it. He thought that if that was the case, could he get the sapphire ring by signing in? Chapter 116 Competition. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at the jewelry store. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gem identification function. Now the reward the system gave him this time was in the area of skills again, and the sapphire ring still did not belong to him. I am willing to buy it with money. Can you discuss it with your boss? If possible, I still hope to prove that the sapphire ring can be purchased with the price. But the waiter just smiled and shook his head. Their boss had already told them that the ring was for display and would never be sold. Just when Pan Jun was at a loss, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder, which scared him. When he turned around, he found that the person who patted his shoulder was actually one of the guys who had been racing last time, and he was also the only boy who had been chasing him. If he hadn't made a sharp turn at that time, he probably wouldn't have given up. I just thought it should be you, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that we are very destined to meet. Handsome man, I plan to invite you to compete again. The boy was really persistent. There was no other way. He had been exposed to this kind of competition since he was a child. Besides, he was old enough now. The many car racing competitions before seemed very ordinary to him. However, the driving skills of the man in front of him suddenly made his eyes light up. His skills were really amazing. Pan Jun looked at the boy and was about to refuse without thinking. After all, he was in a hurry. If he couldn't take off the ring, he felt that any gift of apology would not be enough. So he must stay here today and wait until the waiter agreed to let him meet their boss. You want this ring? The boy saw that Pan Jun's eyes were always on the sapphire ring and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that he had something that could make this person agree to him. Oh, I forgot to tell you that this shop is actually owned by my mother, and you have been looking at this ring, so you must really want it. How about this? As long as you agree to compete with me and beat me, I will decide and give you the ring. How about it? The service staff on the side obviously recognized their young master and was extremely anxious. They suggested that their boss said that it was not allowed to be sold. If he found that the ring on his hand had been given to someone else, he would be committing a serious crime. After hearing what the boy said, Pan Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this true? If so, then he could do it, but after thinking about it, he finally wanted to refuse, because the car he was driving this time was not a supercar, but the Volkswagen Tinghue he had just bought last time. Although this car is expensive, it certainly cannot be compared with a professional sports car in terms of performance, and the boy's supercar must also be very good. If you compare them in this way, he has already lost in terms of the car alone. But Pan Jun looked at the sapphire ring again, and couldn't help recalling Wei Manman's delighted expression when she saw the ring. He gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try for Wei Manman. No matter what, he would not suffer any loss. If he won, the ring would belong to him. If he failed, the worst that could happen was that he would find another way to get the sapphire ring. Okay, since you say so, I will fight you this time, but you have to keep your word. The boy was immediately happy after hearing this. Of course he would keep his word. Besides, he was very happy to be able to compete with Pan Jun. There was nothing he could do about it because he was too bored. He absolutely could not let such a person go and had to force him to compete with him. The boy happily dragged Pan Jun out. When he saw that the familiar car was not outside, he suddenly felt a little strange. Where was the sports car? How come it suddenly disappeared? Where's your car? Didn't you drive it out? Do you want me to go with you? By the way, your car is really great. Do you know where you got it from? I wanted that car too, but the dealer refused to sell it to me, saying that it had to be reserved a long time ago. The boy said angrily, but he found that Pan Jun actually walked directly to the Volkswagen Tinghue next to him. What does this boy mean? Could he be planning to use this car to compete with him? Wait, you're not going to drive this car, are you? Hey kid, you're going too far. I'm competing with you, so you better try your best to be a car. The boy was obviously very angry and felt that Pan Jun was insulting him. He was a very good racing driver after all, but was he so unbearable in Pan Jun's eyes? He actually insulted him with such a car. Isn't this car good? Besides, I think it's pretty good. Although its performance can't be compared with a sports car, but... Although Pan Jun was very aware that his car could not compare with that sports car, as long as his driving skills were good enough, the problems with the car should not be particularly serious. But it would have been better if Pan Jun didn't say anything. His words made the boy even angrier. He really didn't expect that Pan Jun would use such a business sports car for him to compete. This was too much of a disdain for him. Just wait, he would definitely leave him far behind when driving today, letting this man know that he must never be so arrogant again. It was really infuriating that he used such a car to insult him. Even if he won, he would still be unwilling to accept it. Now that you've said that, what else can I say? Let's go, we need to be fair in this competition. I've specially found a very professional to run to that place, and he will definitely give us all the best performance. After that, the boy took Pan Jun to a professional competition venue. This place shocked all the racing drivers because the track was exactly the same as their professional competition track. Pan Jun also saw the competition venue, which had many big turns and many obstacles. Chapter 117 System Upgrade. Well, you're not scared, are you? I can tell you that this track is definitely comparable to a professional one. The boy was obviously very proud. This was what he had always dreamed of. It would be absolutely great if he could have a good competition with this boy. Of course not. I'm just curious about who's around here. Pan Jun found that there seemed to be a lot of people around the stadium who had been watching. Logically speaking, they were competing, so why did these people suddenly get this news? If this matter had nothing to do with the boy, he didn't think so. Oh, you mean them? That's because I just sent a message saying that I'm going to compete with them, so they came to cheer me up. How about cheering me on? This scene is spectacular, isn't it? The boy couldn't help but get up when he thought of this. Today, he would let these people see what his strength is like. He asked them to record their most spectacular moment. Pan Jun was speechless about this. He thought that they were indeed young kids. Such ideas were really too naive. Okay, do you still want to continue the competition with me? If not, I have to go back. I don't have that much time to play around with you like a child. What Pan Jun was more anxious about was that if this matter was delayed any further, he didn't know how much time would be wasted. He had already made an appointment with Lu Wanwan and didn't have the extra time to waste here with this boy. Okay, since that's what you said, don't blame me when the time comes. I will definitely let you know what real drag racing is. Ha, let's go. After saying that, he went straight to the start of the track. Seeing the two cars appear on the racetrack, the girls around them immediately started cheering. Wow! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Young master, come on. Wow! Young master. Looking at the enthusiastic cheers of those girls, Pan Jun could tell that those girls must be the loyal fans of the boy next to him. But think about it, he is also a handsome boy, the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. You can understand why so many people suddenly appear after this boy sends a message. It seems that they are of the same age as him. Although the young master is handsome, I don't know why, I always feel that the uncle is also handsome. Now that you put it like that, it's true. That handsome uncle is so handsome. He's a bit old for his age, but he's a good match for us. Wow, keep it up, handsome uncle. Uncle handsome, you have to work hard and don't let our young master outdo you. What's the use of a handsome uncle? He's so old, he's definitely not as good as our young master. I still agree with the young master, come on, young master. The girls immediately started arguing about this matter, which made Pan Jun laugh and cry. He didn't expect those girls to be so powerful. But even so, he still felt very unhappy. Why did those people call the boy next to them Jia Xiao and call himself handsome uncle? Even though he was a little older than them, he was not at the level of uncle. At most, he was at the level of brother. Oh, uncle, it seems that they didn't expect that they had high expectations for the two of us. Do you think you can win this competition? Don't forget, if you lose the game, you won't be able to get what you want. Besides, with this sports car, do you think it's possible? Uncle, don't blame me for not giving you face. Why don't you go back and buy a new sports car right now? I'll wait for you here. Otherwise, just give up directly. Anyway, I feel that this kind of competition is a bit unfair. The boy was obviously in a very proud state, because he knew that Pan Jun's car could not be compared with his own in terms of cars, so in order to be fair, he allowed Pan Jun to change cars. But it was obvious that Pan Jun had no such plan. If he waited until he went back and came back, too much time would be wasted. That wouldn't be possible. No, I'll choose this car. If my driving skills are really better than yours, then I don't care about the car. You know, racing cars are one thing, but more importantly, it's your own skills. I'm very confident in my skills. Pan Jun shook his head and refused without thinking, which made the boy even more upset. What did the man mean? Did he look down on him? Even if his driving skills were great, the problem with the car was the most important thing, okay? If his car was not a supercar, then it would be obvious after a long race with him that its shortcomings would be reflected. In that case, let's make a deal. Your car is really not good, so in order to prevent others from thinking that I'm bullying you, let's just run 10 laps and see who finishes 10 laps first wins. What do you think? The boy who was called the young master was also full of confidence. He proudly made such a proposal to Pan Jun. Pan Jun thought about it and agreed. Fortunately, there should be enough time. Okay, since you said so, there's nothing I can change. After all, this is your own decision. If it's okay, let's get started right away. I'm in a hurry. Unexpectedly, even after he made such a request, Pan Jun still looked indifferent. The boy was really angry. He just had to wait and see how fast the broken car he was driving could go. Uncle Ha, let me tell you, my driving skills are still very impressive. I will definitely not lose to you this time. If I win, you must lend me your supercar or I will buy it for you and you are not allowed to refuse. I am now looking forward to you putting your supercar in my hands. Ha, uncle, I tell you, you are definitely going to lose this time. After the boy finished speaking, he went straight back to his car. He is waiting here now. He has run on this track before. He knows other issues very well. This person has absolutely no chance of winning against him. At that time, he will not only be able to get the car, but also have new pursuits. Chapter 118 It's dangerous. After listening to what the boy said, Pan Jun felt some pressure in his heart. After all, what the boy said was true. No matter how good his skills were, if the car was not in the right position, there was no good way, unless he changed a car now. But this was obviously impossible because the race was about to begin. But even though he felt such pressure in his heart, Pan Jun knew very well that he absolutely could not give up now, not only for himself, but also for Wei Man Man. Only by defeating the boy could he get the ring, and then he could reconcile with Wei Man Man. Hey, uncle, are you ready? If you are, let's start. The boy waited for a long time and found that Pan Jun seemed to be distracted, so he immediately shouted to Pan Jun. Pan Jun looked at him and the boy nodded. The driving skills of this young boy were definitely not much different from his, and he had such a good car. Never mind, now he could only try his best. If he could succeed, it would be great. If not, he would just find another way anyway. Start. When the game started, other people on the field soon began to cheer enthusiastically, cheering for Pan Jun and the boy. It was really lively for a while. Pan Jun also found that the boy's driving skills were really great. After all, this was a system reward, but the boy's skills were not much different from his. This was enough to show that his strength was still very good. At the beginning, the two of them were still moving forward at the same pace, and even because of those obstacles, Pan Junqing even surpassed the boy by a short distance. This gave Pan Jun some confidence. In this way, as long as he kept leaving him behind, then winning the game would not be difficult at all. But after a few laps, Pan Jun soon found that he had been left behind by the boy by several dozen meters. Ha, handsome uncle, you have to work harder, otherwise you will fail. Come on, come on. Seeing that Pan Jun was actually falling behind, the girls who had supported Pan Jun at the beginning immediately started cheering and cheering for him desperately. The boy was also very proud. You know, although the distance was only a few dozen meters, it was the most crucial one in the competition. Pan Jun obviously realized this problem. He immediately began to concentrate, staring at the direction ahead and constantly turning the steering wheel in his hands. When he was about to catch up with the boy, he never expected that the system suddenly spoke in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his abilities. I hope the host can upgrade the system as soon as possible. When Pan Jun heard this, he didn't understand what it meant at first, but the system kept sending out such information in his mind, which really gave him a headache. What exactly did this mean? Couldn't it be explained clearly? I said, system, can't you just explain everything to me? What does this mean? After a while, the system finally stopped making any sound, but there was another sound that caught Pan Jun off guard. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. At this moment, Pan Jun seemed to understand something all of a sudden. He immediately slowed down and looked carefully at what this meant. It can be confirmed that because Pan Jun was distracted by checking the system, the distance between him and the boy suddenly widened again. And suddenly I fell behind by dozens of meters. That's all time. Am I really going to lose the game? System, if you don't explain it to me quickly, I won't let you go. Tell me what's going on. Pan Jun quickly came back to his senses and was a little confused about whether he should listen carefully to the system's analysis or catch up immediately. However, the distance between them was far beyond his current level. I suggest that the host listen to my analysis. This way you will be able to gain a certain chance and know whether it is good or bad to choose to listen to me. Pan Jun gritted his teeth after hearing this, and finally decided to just listen to what this broken system had to say to him. If it had nothing or it was not good, then don't blame him and be rude to the system. Host, please look, this is all the information I have obtained through scanning. This information may be useless to you, but if you observe carefully, you will find that these are the skills you have acquired, including. After hearing what the system said, Pan Jun began to observe carefully and found that there was a plus sign behind each of his skills. The host has observed very carefully. Yes, that is the skill that can be used for upgrading. If the speed is upgraded, then these skills of yours will be taken a step forward. If you are only at the beginner level now, then you can deepen your skills after the upgrade. I believe that the host has played the game and knows very well what this represents. So you can choose to upgrade the speed now or ignore it directly. But I currently suggest that you upgrade the speed as soon as possible. Judging from the current situation, if the game continues like this, you may lose. By then, you may not be able to do what you want. After listening to the system for a long time, Pan Jun finally understood it. It turned out that acquiring skills now was just like playing a game. If he wanted to get a higher level, he could only keep upgrading. As for the conditions for upgrading, the system did not say. It seemed that he should be qualified for the upgrade now, so he immediately found out about competitive skills. After looking at his level, he felt it was a bit unbearable to look at it. However, if he could upgrade now, he would certainly not give up in vain. He must seize this opportunity firmly, otherwise he would really lose the game completely. Then stop talking nonsense. Can't I just upgrade right now? This plus sign can be added later, right? After getting the system's affirmation, Pan Jun clicked the plus sign without thinking, and sure enough, he saw that his skills had indeed improved. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading his competitive skills. At this moment, the system suddenly reminded Pan Jun that he had successfully upgraded. He then found that the distance between him and the boy was already more than half a circle. Chapter 119, Master. Can the system help me find a way to win this competition? But no matter what Pan Jun said, the system stopped answering, which made Pan Jun very depressed. It felt like he had wasted some of their time, but the system just upgraded itself. He couldn't care less about so many things now. Pan Jun knew that if he couldn't fully enter the competition, then failure would be certain. So he immediately came back to his senses and concentrated on controlling the steering wheel under his car. But the moment he held the steering wheel, he suddenly felt that a lot of skills seemed to appear in his mind. Pan Jun soon realized one thing, that is, his control over the car had reached a new level. If he had only a limited understanding of racing cars before, now he can clearly feel that his Volkswagen Tinghue has suddenly become a supercar in his hands, and he can maximize the performance of this car. Since that was the case, he was no longer polite, so Pan Jun stepped on the accelerator and chased after it. The Volkswagen Tinghue was obviously just an ordinary car, but in his eyes it seemed to have turned into a supercar, which made the audience around him even more excited. Wow, did you see that? Our handsome uncle is indeed a handsome uncle. I didn't expect that ordinary car could perform like this in his hands. It's really amazing. More than that, don't you find that his control over the car is particularly superb? It's so cool. If I were the young master, I would definitely be eager to compete with him. It's such an honor to be able to compete with such a person. I can learn a lot of skills. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, don't lose. Hearing the people on the surrounding field cheering, the boy couldn't help but frown. He was the one who called these people over. What did it mean that they were helping that man instead of helping him? Moreover, the cheers were getting smaller and smaller. This wouldn't do. Thinking of this, the boy accelerated again. Sure enough, the cheers around him began to change immediately, but the boy clearly felt that the driving skills of the man behind him were indeed at a higher level. The reason was very simple. The man was obviously only driving the commercial vehicle, but now he was following closely behind him. At the beginning, he had left Pan Jun's car dozens of meters away, but now, he could see through the rearview mirror that the car was following him. The boy was getting anxious. The distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. With only one lap left, the boy kept accelerating and would never let the guy behind him pass him. After Pan Jun had perfectly integrated his driving skills, he was even happier because he found that when his driving skills improved, there was a very obvious change. He could drive the Volkswagen Tinghue with ease, and the distance between him and the boy was getting closer and closer. Finally, in the last lap, he accelerated and surpassed the boy's supercar. Even Pan Jun was a little bit unbelievable. Did he really succeed just now? He didn't expect that his Volkswagen Tinghue, which was not a sports car, could actually surpass the boy's supercar. This was simply amazing. Wow, did you see that? The handsome uncle actually surpassed the young master. Am I dazzled? Could it be that the young master deliberately let him win? That car is obviously nothing ordinary. The young master's car is a supercar. I didn't expect that he would be overtaken by an ordinary car. It's so spectacular. If I had known earlier, I should have used my phone to record this scene. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to be true. What's going on now? It's too powerful. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I can't accept it. I didn't expect that man to actually win. The people watching the race suddenly became quiet, with only a few people whispering, but all of them were silently looking at the car driven by Pan Jun. When he overtook the boy, they were really shocked. After all, in these kids' hearts, they always thought that supercars were the authentic ones, and those ordinary cars could not compare with sports cars at all. But now, they were slapped hard in the face, letting these kids know that sports cars are not the only ones that can race. Seeing that his sports car was about to be overtaken, the boy became a little anxious and immediately sped up. However, he never expected that because his speed was too fast, it was too late for him to turn and he actually hit an obstacle on the side. This time, he was doomed. The car started to skid and was no longer under the boy's control. The boy was obviously panicking because his tires were slipping. If his car had just slipped, it would have been fine, but now the car was actually heading directly towards a girl. If it really hit the girl, it would really be an accident. The boy was also extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Pan Jun obviously noticed this situation through the rearview mirror. After seeing the target that the sports car was hitting, he became anxious, so he slowly slowed down, gently rubbed towards the boy's car, and quickly controlled the direction of the sports car back. After the vehicle was completely pulled back on track, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that there was no point in watching this race anymore, because it was obvious that Pan Jun won the race. But even so, according to the rules of the competition, the two people drove back to the finish line, and the person who took over the financial judgment and was announced as the winner of the competition was Pan Jun. After Pan Jun and the boy stopped the car, everyone immediately started to crowd around, wanting to know what the boy was like. Pan Jun saw the kids surrounding the boy, so he got out of the car and wanted to come to his side, only to see that the boy actually opened the car door, staggered and almost fell to the ground after getting out, but didn't say a word, which made Pan Jun feel a little strange, so he came to the boy's side. "How is it? Are you okay? I'll tell you, you should stop playing these dangerous things in the future and study hard." Chapter 120 Wei Family. Pan Jun patted the boy's shoulder and comforted him in a gentle voice. This was not an option for a child like him as it was too dangerous. Besides, he looked like an adult not long ago, yet he had such good driving skills. It was obvious that he used to play these games often. But after Pan Jun finished speaking, the boy still had no reaction, which made Pan Jun a little overwhelmed. Could it be that his words of education were a bit too harsh? The boy was in a rebellious period. How could he be willing to listen to others' teachings? Thinking of this, he decided to say another word. "Your driving skills are actually pretty good." "Really? You are so young and yet you have such a good design. To be honest, you are much better than your peers. But I still say that speeding is too dangerous. You are so young and yet you have such good driving skills. Just think about what kind of life you lived before. I don't object to boys loving to play, but you must pay attention to your own safety while playing." Pan Jun couldn't help but say something earnestly, saying that he really didn't want a child like this to go astray. Who knew that after Pan Jun finished speaking, the boy suddenly hugged him and started crying, and he was crying very sadly. So Pan Jun immediately raised his hand to indicate that this matter had nothing to do with him. Besides, those people could testify that he had not touched him from beginning to end. He could not take this matter upon himself. Besides, he would not lay hands on such a child. "I'm sorry. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm so sorry because I called you here out of my own will. If I hadn't sent you a message asking you to come over, you would still be in school. I'm so sorry for wasting so much of your time. I'm so sorry. I'm also very sorry. If I hadn't been so impatient and rushed, the car wouldn't have slipped and I almost hit you. I'm so sorry." After the boy finished speaking, he immediately apologized to those people. After hearing the boy's apology, Pan Jun understood what was going on. Then he turned around and thanked Pan Jun very sincerely. "This handsome uncle, I am also very grateful that you have told me so much. Don't worry, I will not drive fast anymore from now on." Seeing the boy talking to him while crying, Pan Jun couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and began to comfort him. After a long time, the boy's emotions finally calmed down. After all, he did not forget what he had promised Pan Jun. As long as he won the game, he would take Pan Jun to get the sapphire ring. "Let's go, handsome uncle. I'm in a good mood now. Didn't you say you wanted that sapphire ring? Let's go." After the boy finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and quickly came to the crowd and spoke to a girl. "By the way, as compensation, I'll give you my car. You can do whatever you want with it. Anyway, I've given you the car. Here are the car keys. If you don't know how to drive, you can find someone to help you drive to where you want to go." After the boy finished speaking, he put the car keys in the hand of the girl who was almost hit by the car. Without waiting for others to lock their cars and react, he directly dragged Panjun to Panjun's car and sat down. Let's go back now. Panjun didn't say anything to him and just started driving back. Along the way, the boy suddenly started talking, as if he had found an outlet. He immediately started chattering to Panjun. Handsome uncle, do you know why I like racing? It has something to do with my past experiences, right? Well, many things are hard to explain. Aren't you always curious about why my driving skills are so good? That's because I used to like racing, and the reason is that I feel that life is meaningless. There are many things that my parents can help me settle with money, but they spend less time with me. Even when they are busy, I don't know who to talk to. Every time I want to tell them about something good, they look impatient, as if my existence is hindering them. So there was a time when I really felt that life was too meaningless, until I found that racing is really fun and exciting. When I first started playing, many things did happen, otherwise it would be impossible to get such good driving skills. But uncle, do you know? In fact, when you saved me just now, I suddenly understood the preciousness of life. The boy felt a little embarrassed when he said this. The reason why he loved playing before was partly due to his family environment. But when Panjun saved him and the girl, he suddenly realized that maybe he couldn't just give up on himself. Life was very precious, and he had no way and no right to destroy it. Panjun didn't say anything about this, because he knew that the boy just wanted to find someone to talk to, so he might as well be a quiet listener. This is uncle. I want to recognize you as my master, okay? Don't worry, I really don't plan to continue racing, but I want to follow you and learn driving skills, because your driving skills are really great. I think they are really amazing. The boy couldn't help but feel admiration when he thought of this. Panjun's driving skills were really amazing. Panjun looked at the boy in front of him, who was looking at him with admiration. He could truly see that the boy in front of him really loved racing. Panjun thought about his encounter with this boy. Until now, he felt that this boy should not be the kind of arrogant playboy. So even if he really helped this boy learn driving skills, it would not be a big deal. Thinking of this, Panjun nodded and agreed. Okay, if you really want to study with me in the back, I won't say anything. Really? That's great, master. From now on, you will be my master. By the way, my name is Wei Jia. Chapter 121 ready. After hearing the name, Jun was suddenly stunned. The surname is Wei, and it is also called Wei Jia. Could it be that this boy has any connection with Wei Man? After all, there is no way to deal with Wei Man's current family situation for the time being. It is unclear whether this boy is related to him or not. His father was able to set up a family outside, so it doesn't mean that he won't have a second one. Moreover, the boy doesn't look particularly old. In addition, the surname Wei is quite rare, so it is normal for him to be suspicious. You said your last name is Wei. And that jewelry store is owned by your family. After hearing this, Wei Jia nodded very proudly. That's right, that jewelry store was owned by his mother. If it weren't for the fact that he owned that jewelry store, this person probably wouldn't have asked him to wait for his apprentice. Wei Jia felt that such an impression was sometimes quite good. After getting the boy's affirmation, Panjun became even more worried. Could it be that this boy really had some connection with Wei Man? After all, the Wei family was extremely prominent. If a jewelry store is just a small asset for their family, could it be that he really has a conflict with Wei Man's family? If that is the case, then he has to find a way to resolve the matter quickly. He doesn't want Wei Man to be misunderstood because of these things again. What's wrong, master? Is there something wrong with my last name? Or do you not like this last name? If so, I can change it. The boy looked at Panjun and suddenly found that his expression was a little strange. He was a little panicked. Could it be that he knew that this master had a grudge against his surname? If that was the case, he might as well change his surname. He couldn't offend his master because of this surname. Of course not, don't think too much. Panjun quickly shook his head. After all, the child was just psychologically fragile right now, and he didn't want any accidents to happen because of this little thing. It's just that your last name reminded me of a friend of mine. By the way, do you know a girl named Wei Man who is also of the same sex as you? So I'm just curious. Panjun asked cautiously, but when Wei heard the name, she shook her head without even thinking about it. Although their surname was rare, it did not mean that there was no one with this surname. Let me repeat, the name sounded like that of a girl. She did not remember that her parents had given her a sister. I don't recognize this name at all. I've never heard of it. Don't worry, if there is someone in our family with this name, I would definitely know it. After all, I am naughty and my parents often take me to play with other children. So I don't know this person. Okay, Master, we will be there soon. When we get to the movie, don't say anything. Just leave it to me. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the jewelry store, Wei Jia immediately asked Pan Jun to do something. After all, his mother had indeed instructed him not to sell this thing. However, as the young master of the store, he would need to inherit the store in the future, so he would take this sapphire ring as a gift for his apprenticeship. Anyway, he had decided to keep Pan Jun so that he could teach him his driving skills. The service staff couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw that their young master actually came back with the man following behind him. Could it be that their young master really intended to give this thing to that man? This wouldn't work. Although the quality of that gemstone wasn't as good as the top ones, it was still very good at the moment. Otherwise, how could their boss allow this ring to be displayed as a collection? Master, you are not really planning to give this ring to the man behind you, are you? I know you are always playful, but you should at least tell the boss about this matter. Otherwise, if the ring is suddenly lost from my hand, the boss will definitely blame me. The waitress is also very scared now. She doesn't want to lose her job because of these small problems. Besides, no matter what, the young master of their family should report this matter to his mother. After hearing what the salesperson said, Wei Jia realized that he should indeed tell his mother. No matter what, he had to let his mother know. Master, please wait a moment. I'll call my mother and let her know. Otherwise, if I tell her later, she will definitely beat me up. Please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After Wei Jia finished eating, he walked aside and told his mother about this matter. After hearing her son's request, his other mother was very surprised, but she still respected his choice. Since he had already agreed to give the ring to someone else, it was impossible for him as a mother not to support it. So in less than 2 minutes, Pan Jun got the ring. Master, you really have a good eye. This ring is really priceless. If I hadn't lost the bet with you, my mother would never have sold it to an ordinary person. But Master, why do you want this ring? Are you planning to find a master's wife for me? Then can I go and take a look? Wei Jia suddenly became very curious about who his master fell in love with. Could it be the person he mentioned? He had the same surname as him. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind following his master to see his master's wife. Pan Jun was also very happy at this time. He looked at the ring in his hand and decided that he must find a place to formally propose to Wei Man. So he must plan the venue and time now. By that time, he will definitely make Wei Man feel that she is the happiest person in the world. But now looking at the boy next to him, Pan Jun couldn't help but sigh. His own affairs have not been resolved yet, so it is not convenient to take him with him. You can go after I have settled all the issues. Right now, I am not ready for anything. You should just study hard as I tell you to do. Chapter 122 Proposal. The Wei family spoke for a while after this, looking like a smart little kid, which made him couldn't help laughing. He had already started to think about where he should be. At that time, Lu Wanwan would need to bring the people out. In such a romantic scene, he believed that Wei Man would definitely forgive him. Okay kid, I'm leaving now. If you really want me to teach you how to eat chicken, then remember to call me at this number. I'm leaving now. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he left in a hurry. After all, the venue had been chosen, and he had to sort out all the uncertainties before he could go find Wei Man. Sir, if you really do what you think, I'm afraid it will be bad for the rest of us. Think about it, we have already sold the tickets, and it doesn't seem to matter if we suddenly take them back. Do you want to think of other ways? Pan Jun thought for a long time and finally decided to choose a movie theater nearby as the venue. However, when he planned to book the entire theater, he was told that the movie had been booked and the tickets were almost sold out, so it had to be shown. Even if he wanted to book the entire theater, it was too late. Don't worry, I'm not really planning to rent out the entire venue. Besides, it's not worth it. I just want to tell you that I may need to use some of the facilities in your venue. But Pan Jun soon understood what the manager was worried about. He was not going to really book the entire venue. If the two of them really went out to watch a movie and encountered such a situation, it would be very strange. But when the movie was over, he would need to borrow some facilities in the movie. After hearing this, the manager on the side was relieved. That's good, but if he wanted to borrow the facilities, it would be impossible without professional personnel. However, after seeing the money Pan Jun took out, the manager immediately said that everything would be arranged and there would not be this series of problems. Don't worry, Mr. Pan, we will be fully prepared by then. You just need to show up. In that case, we will prepare it for you first. By the way, you must let us know the time in advance so that we can prepare everything for you. Pan Jun nodded, looked at the time of the movie, and finally sent a message to Lu Wanwan asking her to find a way to get Wei Man out to watch a movie in the evening. The tickets had already been bought for them and they just needed to come on time. Lu Wanwan is now also trying to bring them together and will call Wei Man immediately after the time comes. Wei Man didn't want to go to the movies at first. Her story wasn't over yet. Especially after that incident, she still had this knot in her heart. If it was true, why did she become like this? Why couldn't Pan Jun appear in front of her earlier? But unable to resist the repeated requests of her best friend, Wei Man thought about it and finally agreed. She thought of it as a last chance to relax. When she showed up at the entrance of the cinema in the evening, she found that Lu Wanwan had already got the tickets. This movie is really good, it's a love movie. Even though there are only two of us, I still hope you're happy. Things have come to this point, and I can't say anything. I just hope you can follow your heart. Don't forget how you looked at the beginning, and now you've suddenly become like this. Are you happy in your heart? Let's go and watch a good movie. Lu Wanwan looked at Wei Man, who looked like she had lost all hope in life, and her heart couldn't help but writhe in pain. She hoped that this little girl would not do anything stupid, otherwise she would really become a sinner. Let's go, let's go. This movie is really good. I heard it's about a poor boy who falls in love with a rich girl. Actually, if you think about it, this kind of scene is quite suitable for you. Don't think about other things. Since you want to come out with me to watch a movie, then forget everything else. Let's just enjoy a happy time. Isn't that good? Man, although I don't know what happened to you, I have always stood by you in many things. I hope you can live up to your conscience. Wei Man was pulled into the cinema by Lu Wanwan. The movie was really good from beginning to end, especially the director's shooting technique, which made the two people's originally depressed mood suddenly better. Until the end of the movie, everyone was still a little dazed. The movie was over and everyone was getting ready to leave, but unexpectedly the lights weren't turned on. Just when everyone was confused, suddenly the screen, which had been dark, lit up again. Pan Jun's handsome face appeared on the screen. He was wearing a suit, which made his appearance instantly more noble. The girls around him couldn't help but scream. After all, such a beauty impact was really hard to accept. Oh my god, so handsome, who is this? Is he a new famous actor? I want to be his fan. He will be my idol from now on. He's so handsome. Can I know what TV show he's in now? Or a movie? Just for this face of his, I'd watch it 8 or 10 times. He's so handsome. I'd quickly check to see if I can find his information online. I must know where all his information is. Can you tell me which celebrity idol this is? Can you find his Weibo? I want to follow him. Listening to the discussions of the girls around her, Wei Man was also very surprised, but she really didn't expect that Pan Jun would appear here and on the screen. Her already cold heart suddenly became active again. Man. Just when everyone started talking, Pan Jun suddenly turned his face towards the camera and called out Wei Man's name. I know you've been here the whole time, and I also know why you're so angry. Now I know everything. I want to use this moment to explain to you that what happened that day was actually a misunderstanding. That girl is Mai. Chapter 123 It's Impossible. Pan Junbin explained to Wei Man what happened that day in public, and it was actually just a misunderstanding. Man, although I feel a little embarrassed, I still want to say that I like you very much. Even the words I love you deeply are not enough to express how much I like you. I know that we have only known each other for a short time, but I am confident that we can be together for a lifetime. Hearing Pan Jun's affectionate confession, Wei Man couldn't help it. She covered her mouth with her hands and tears flowed out. Lu Wanwan on the side also didn't expect that Pan Jun actually had such a method, and was also defeated by him. Just when the other girls couldn't help but start to sigh, the lights suddenly turned on and the screen was turned off. Just when everyone thought that there was no follow-up to this matter, the door suddenly opened and the man who was originally on the screen appeared in front of them. Wow! This is so romantic. I didn't expect that someone would propose to me in public in a movie theater. If my boyfriend did this, I would be so happy. More than that, don't you find this so touching? And the boy explained himself to him like this, it's really enviable. Now I believe in love again. The girl's words were very clear to Wei Manman's ears. She felt half sweet and half painful. She just stared at Pan Jun until he stood in front of the screen, facing her. Man. Suddenly, Pan Jun knelt on one knee and took out a box. When he opened it, he found the sapphire ring. This made all the girls present even more crazy. They were not mistaken. It was a sapphire ring. Wei Man also recognized the ring. As far as she knew, wasn't this ring always not for sale? How could it be suddenly taken by this person? I love you, and I hope you can marry me. This is the sapphire ring that I found especially for you. I hope that our relationship will be preserved forever just like the sapphire. Seeing such a handsome man blocking his face while proposing to another beautiful woman, everyone couldn't help but get excited. There was no way, such a scene was too rare to see, so all the people who didn't leave started to make a noise. Promise him, promise him. Yes, hurry up and agree to it. Oh my god, such a scene is so rare. I'm about to cry. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Hurry up and take out your phone. Miss, if I were you, I would agree immediately. After all, it's really rare to have a man like this propose to you, and he even found a ring specifically for you. You should agree to it quickly. Now when everyone began to hope that everything would develop as they had imagined, no one turned around and left the other protagonist, Wei Man. This made the people who had been making fun of it suddenly feel very embarrassed, and at the same time they also showed puzzled expressions. Why didn't the scene turn out the way they expected? In fact, they could also see that there was definitely a story between the two people. The girl should have liked the handsome boy, so why did it become like this? Could it be that there was something else that was difficult to explain? But if this was the case, the girl shouldn't just turn around and leave like that. She should at least explain the reason clearly. Pan Jun was also obviously confused by this. What was going on? Why was Wei Man so cold and heartless that she wanted to turn around and leave? He hurriedly chased after her and finally caught up with her at the door. Man, why did you leave? Wasn't what I did good enough? What do you want me to do? Can't I change? I really like you, and the moment I left there, I knew very well that I loved you deeply. Pan Jun thought that after such an affectionate confession, Wei Man should be able to agree to his proposal. However, he never expected that after Wei Man turned her head, she looked at him with a very cold expression. This made Pan Jun suddenly feel as if his heart was placed in an ice cellar. Oh, do you think you can marry me just because of these? I tell you it's impossible. Don't you want to ask me why I left? Since you are so persistent, then I will tell you, because you are not worthy of me at all. Pan Jun didn't expect Wei Man to say such cruel words, and he shook his head desperately. Man, I don't believe this. This is definitely not what you meant. Aren't we two very good friends? And we are already husband and wife, aren't we? Why did you say such things? I know you must be lying, right? You don't want to say this at all. No, not really. Pan Jun, do you think you are worthy of me? You know what my family is like. You think a poor boy like you is not qualified to be worthy of me. By the way, I should tell you something. I am going to get married soon. It is to that young master Li Chang. Only someone from a family like his is worthy of me and can give me the life I want. As for you, what do you think? Ha ha. When Pan Jun heard this, he was just like being struck by lightning. He was stunned. What? Wei Man actually wanted to marry that bitch Li Chang. How could this be possible? That man no longer had that function. If Wei Man really married him, it would be ruined. I don't believe Man. I don't believe you are such a person. Why do you say that? Why do you dare to tell me your difficulties? I said I would find a way to help you. Why do you want to hurt me so coldly? I've said it before, that's because you don't deserve me to talk to you like this. Pan Jun, you do look very rich, and maybe I will have no worries about food and drink if I live with you for the rest of my life, but you look like a local tycoon, which makes me feel very annoyed. After all, my family education is here, I learned the education of a lady in the upper class, and you. Li Chang is from a truly powerful family, and being with him is a perfect match, so being with him is a real match made in heaven. Chapter 124, End of Destiny. Watching Wei Man leave without hesitation, Pan Jun stood there silently. He didn't know what to do next. He seemed to be in a state of confusion. Lu Wanwan finally arrived at this time, and after seeing Pan Jun standing there alone with a look of despair, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that these two people really couldn't go back? Don't worry, Pan Jun. I'll go back and try to persuade him. I believe Man is definitely willing to be with you. There must be a reason why she said that. Wait until I get back to find out what the reason is, and then I'll tell you the news. After hearing this, Pan Jun couldn't help laughing, with a hint of desolation in his laughter. In fact, he didn't blame Wei Man for turning around and leaving him, but he just couldn't accept it. He had clearly promised her that he would accompany her, and if she had any difficulties in her heart, she could just tell him, but now, why? Do you think these are still important now? They are not important at all. Haven't you always wanted to be like this? As you wished, she has already planned to be with that Li Chang. They are a perfect match, and I am just a poor boy. It is not suitable for a rich man. Lu Wanwan didn't expect Wei Man to say such cruel words, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. However, she knew very well in her heart that Wei Man was not such a person. She must have some reasons for saying that. Although she was not sure what the situation was, it was definitely not as simple as she imagined. She must go back and ask clearly. I'm going to go back and see what's going on. You should relax a little bit. I'm leaving now. Please be careful. After Lu Wanwan finished speaking, she drove away in a hurry. At this time, Wei Man was driving on the road, thinking about the scene she had just seen. Pan Jun was really too perfect. In her eyes, Pan Jun was the best person in the world, but now, she was no longer worthy of him. Li Chang, I have rejected him as you said. Now you can delete the video immediately. Li Chang on the other end of the phone was watching the video in his hand with a look of evil taste on his face. He didn't expect that he just used a trick to separate the two of them. Looking at his own body, Li Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. It was all this woman's fault. If she hadn't rejected him, she might have suffered like this. Just wait, when this woman falls into his hands, he will definitely let her taste the humiliation. Hey, Miss Wei, why bother? You're going to be mine anyway, so why did you do it so hard in the beginning? If you hadn't done it for so long at the beginning, why would I have bothered to take the video? After all, it's the evidence of the two of us being together. I can't just delete it for no reason. Besides, you don't even know that Miss Wei in the video is so cute and charming that it's hard to forget once you see her. After hearing what Li Chang said, Wei Man's eyes flashed with pain. She thought about the day when Li Chang suddenly found her. I didn't expect Miss Wei to be so happy this year. I just wonder if she will still be so happy after seeing this video. After all, I am what I am now, all thanks to you too. Wei Man, who was originally in a good mood, felt a little confused after hearing what the man said. Ah, in that case, let me show Miss Wei a video. You must keep it up. I am looking forward to seeing you later, Miss Wei. How do you feel? As he spoke, Li Chang had someone send a tablet computer, which was playing a video, and the date was exactly the night when he was drunk. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa with a charming look on her face. Suddenly, Li Chang appeared. His hands slowly moved out, and when he looked closely again, he found that he had actually unbuttoned Wei Man's shirt. Then there was no follow-up. It turned out that Li Chang had wanted to film a video of Wei Man being insulted by him out of mischief, so he took advantage of the situation and took off Wei Man's jacket. Unfortunately, just when he was about to continue, Pan Jun appeared and stopped him from doing so. But even so, he still managed to capture some of the footage. But Li Chang deliberately put this video in front of Wei Man. After all, although she didn't shoot it later, it didn't prevent others from imagining it. Look, her rosy face has turned pale now? This is the result of his imagination, and it has nothing to do with him. He didn't do anything, just released the previous video. Wei Man's face turned pale after watching this video, because she recalled what happened at that time. She was drunk and unconscious at that time, and many details were not clear at all. But there was one thing she was very clear about, that is, the person in front of her did take off his clothes. He seemed to be struggling at that time, but now she was not sure at all what her situation was like. After all, she was too drunk and she had forgotten the details of that night. Why don't you believe this video, Miss Wei? Do you want to watch the rest of the video? Although I'm very happy to do so, I think Miss Wei probably doesn't want so many people to see it. Li Chang couldn't help but add fuel to the fire at this time. It was all this bitch's fault. If she didn't have such a beautiful face, he would have given this woman to his men long ago. Now it would be a shame not to take this opportunity to give her a good blow. Wei Manman thought carefully about the time when she and Pan Jun had consummated their marriage, but she remembered very clearly that she did not have her period that night. After all, Wei Manman once heard from others that if a girl has sex with someone for the first time, she should have bleeding. But she clearly remembered that day was her first time, but she didn't have it when she was with Pan Jun. This showed one thing, that it was really as the man in front of her said. Could it be that her innocence was really tarnished by this man? If that was the case, how could she still have the face to stay by Pan Jun's side? Chapter 125 Seeking Help. Why look at Miss Wei's expression? Could it be that she just remembered something and couldn't control herself anymore? Sigh. When Li Chang saw Wei Manman's expression, he immediately understood. It seemed that the little girl really believed what he said. No wonder, after all, she was drunk at that time and had no consciousness at all. Couldn't she just say whatever he wanted? Whenever Wei Manman thought about her innocence being defiled by the disgusting man in front of her, she felt sick. She was really dirty now and really no longer worthy of Pan Jun. When she thought of this, no matter how wrong she felt, she suddenly couldn't show it. At least she must not cry in front of this man. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Just tell me. Wei Manman knew very well what this man wanted to do. It was impossible for him to come to her for no reason. He must have some needs. It's true that negotiating terms with a straightforward person is different. My requirements are not many. Since Miss Wei is already mine, I should be able to keep you away from certain men. Li Chang saw that Wei Manman had been silent and he knew very well in his heart that this woman was still waiting for his conditions. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, I will delete this video immediately and make sure no one else sees it. How about that? If Miss Wei agrees, then we can have a happy cooperation. If not, then I can't guarantee who will have this video in their hands. Forced by the fact that Li Chang had the leverage over her, Wei Manman could only say such hurtful words. There was no other way. All this was for Pan Jun's good, to let him know that he was just a woman who loved money. This way, Pan Jun would be able to get away with it without any consequences. Only he deserved a better girl, not a broken woman like herself. Although what she said today was so hurtful, this was really the fastest way to make Pan Jun forget her. What Pan Jun said to her in the cinema today were really the best words she had ever heard in her life. But from then on, Wei Manman was very clear that such tenderness no longer belonged to her and had nothing to do with her anymore. Thinking that she would no longer have anything to do with Pan Jun in the future, Wei Manman felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She had worked so hard for so long and finally got the boy in her heart to marry her, but good times were always short-lived. They were going to be separated again in just a few months. Wei Manman knew very well that she would never fall in love with any man except Pan Jun, but Pan Jun deserved the best. Pan Jun next to him stood alone at the door of the cinema, as if he would stand there until the end of time. Lu Wanwan was really worried and came back again. Sure enough, Pan Jun didn't leave them at this time. Why are they so worried? Don't they know that many things can turn around? If you don't know, you might think something has happened to them. Really? Did you know that halfway through the journey I suddenly felt that something was wrong with your expression? So I came back specially for the two of you. How did you become like this? Why don't you think of a solution quickly? Do you really think that what Man said was sincere? Lu Wanwan was really disappointed at this moment. Couldn't this man think of other ways? She didn't think Wei Man would give up such a relationship so easily. After all, as far as she knew, this man should be someone Wei Man had liked for many years. I'm tired, I'll go back first. You have your own car, so you can go back when the time comes. You don't have to come back again. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. He didn't want to waste time here. The remaining matters were their own problems. If Lu Wanwan really wanted to solve them, she should first go to Wei Man to see what his situation was. At least Pan Jun felt that he had a clear conscience for what he had done. Now it was all Wei Man's problem. He once told Wei Man that they would shoulder any problems together, but she herself was unwilling to do so. Lu Wanwan stamped her feet in anger and had no choice but to drive away. He didn't believe it. Could this problem not be solved? So he stopped caring about Pan Jun's affairs. Pan Jun was on his way home at this time. The more he thought about it, the more confused and sad he felt. Is the relationship between him and Wei Man Man so fragile? He really likes Wei Man Man. How could he not feel that silly girl who only has him in her eyes, mind and heart? At the beginning, he did have some joking mentality, but now he has completely seen his feelings clearly. But Wei Man Man suddenly pulled out of this relationship. Why? Moreover, he understood what Lu Wan Wan said very well. Wei Man Man would not give up so easily. She did have some difficulties. So why didn't she tell him? This was what made him really sad. As a husband, he should be her close person. Why did she always shoulder all the things alone? Did he not trust him so much? After returning home, Pan Jun suddenly knocked on Wei Shue's door for some unknown reason. He knocked several times but no one opened the door for him, which made Pan Jun feel a little strange. Miss Wei, Wei Shue, miss the landlord. Pan Jun shouted a few more times. Wait a minute, I'm busy with something right now. If you're not in a hurry, just wait at the door. I don't have time to open the door for you now. After Pan Jun shouted a few times, there were finally intermittent sounds. Pan Jun listened carefully and realized that Wei Shue was busy and couldn't open the door for him because of other things. In that case, he had nothing to say, so he just stood at the door obediently. After a while, Wei Shue finally opened the door. Pan Jun's face suddenly turned red. He finally understood why Wei Shue didn't open the door for him at first. Why are you in such a hurry? I was just taking a shower. I don't understand why you suddenly called me so anxiously. If it's about the rent, then you should. Pan Jun looked at the woman in front of him who was only wrapped in a bath towel. He didn't know what to do with his eyes and just lowered his head. Wei Shue originally thought that there was someone else standing in front of her door, so she didn't pay much attention at first. When she opened the door, she saw that it was Pan Jun. Chapter 126, Crazy. I didn't expect you to come back. But why didn't you go back to your own home? Instead, why did you knock on my door? Do you have any plans? After seeing Pan Jun, Wei Shue fiddled with her wet hair, but when she saw that Pan Jun had a gloomy expression on his face, she immediately put away her playful expression and looked serious. What's going on? I'm talking to you. Wei Shue saw that Pan Jun's expression was indeed not very good, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that something really happened to this guy? After thinking about it and seeing his absent-minded appearance, she finally dragged him in and pulled him into her room. Okay, now that you're in, tell me what's going on. You look so distracted, are you bankrupt? Wei Shue asked Pan Jun with a smile, but Pan Jun just shook his head and said nothing. Okay, stop looking at me like that and tell me what's going on. Wei Shue was really anxious. Couldn't she just say what she wanted to say? Who was she showing this expression to? But seeing that Pan Jun remained silent no matter how she asked, she also became anxious. Forget it, since you don't want to say it, I won't force it. Wei Shue sighed helplessly. It seemed that she would have no chance of hearing any news from this person. In that case, she would risk her life to keep him company. Thinking of this, she returned to her room and took out a few bottles of wine, but she did not take the wine glass. Pan Jun was a little confused as to why she should drink without a wine glass. But he still sat there without moving, and saw Wei Shue open 2 bottles of wine without any hesitation, picked up one bottle and started drinking from it, and after finishing it, she threw the bottle on the coffee table beside her. Finally, Wei Shue lit a cigarette very skillfully and took a deep puff. Looking at Wei Shue's skilled attitude, Pan Jun couldn't help but frown. How could a girl not take care of her body like this? She didn't expect that she had already done this, but the man in front of her still looked unmoved, which made Wei Shue feel a little depressed. Could it be that she was so unattractive to him? You know, he didn't say a word from the time he entered her house until now, just sitting there by himself. At least let her know what happened. What kind of thing was it for him to sit in her house like this? Seeing Pan Jun's half-dead attitude, Wei Shue couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what, this man had to express his attitude to her today, so she put the cigarette she had taken a puff of directly into Pan Jun's mouth. Ahem. The pungent smell of cigarettes made Pan Jun relax a little. He suddenly realized that it would be very embarrassing if he just stayed here and did nothing. He glanced at the other opened bottle of wine, took it without hesitation and started drinking. After drinking for a long time, Pan Jun finally put down the bottle. It was because of the alcohol that made his body numb. Looking at Wei Shui in front of him, Pan Jun suddenly wanted to tell her something. Do you think everything is irreparable? It was obviously just a misunderstanding, but why is she so cruel and heartless? I have already explained it to her, and I have searched for her for a long time. Finally, I got what she wanted, but she was so dismissive of it. Do you think I am a scumbag? She treated me like that, but I still don't give up and want to be able to reconcile with her. After hearing what Pan Jun said, Wei Zudong understood. It seemed that something had happened to this man. However, what could make him so depressed could not be the thing he had heard before. He did not expect that this man had already gotten married at such a young age, and the woman he married was such a beautiful girl. It really made him unhappy to think about it. You should see clearly what is going on. Many situations are not as easy as you think. Maybe you don't understand or don't care about things, but for girls, they are very important. Do you understand? Many times, it's not whether you feel it or not, but what's most important is to see what she means. Wei Shui didn't know what had happened and could only speak carefully. Hearing Wei Shui's words, Pan Jun immediately told her exactly what had happened today. After saying this, Pan Jun looked even more desolate. He still kept the ring carefully, but could he ever get it back into the hands of the woman who loved him? Could it be that the ring would just stay there forever and never see the light of day again? After hearing Pan Jun's explanation of what happened today, Wei Shui took another sip of wine. She was really envious of the girl he liked. He could actually do such a thing to please the girl. It was much better than her own experience. But at the same time, she didn't understand why the girl would do such a cruel thing. It could be seen that the two of them had feelings for each other, and they were definitely not the kind of people who had no feelings at all. But it was difficult for him to explain now. Looking at Pan Jun's lonely look, Wei Shui took a big sip of wine. What Pan Jun didn't expect was that after Wei Shui finished drinking the wine, she didn't swallow it directly. Instead, she kissed his lips and wanted to pass the wine into his mouth. Pan Jun couldn't help but frowned. He was about to refuse, but the wine had already entered his body. At the same time, Wei Shui finally left him. Looking at Pan Jun's red face, she couldn't help laughing and leaned over to his ear and said to him, I know what you want to say, but there are so many things going on today. Do you really intend to keep restraining your desires like this? Just relax. No matter what happens tonight, we can forget about it tomorrow. Are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I'm already married, and I'm also a very playful woman, so you don't need to have any burden. Seeing that Pan Jun had stopped struggling after hearing what she had said, Wei Shui knew very well that this man was really moved, so she became even more proud. Now you just need to let go of everything completely. Chapter 127 Career. Pan Jun still looked unmoved, which made Wei Shui feel even more amused. Is it any use for this man to still hold back at this time? If that's the case, don't blame him for taking action. After all, this man is too handsome. If she really doesn't play with him, she will be unwilling. Seeing Wei Shui teasing him constantly, Pan Jun finally decided to give up on himself. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to guard his body for that woman anymore. You asked for this. Even if you regret it, it's impossible. After saying that, Pan Jun unceremoniously hugged Wei Shui and walked towards her room, where they spent the whole night in a crazy relationship. Wei Man didn't quite know what had happened to Pan Jun. She just locked herself at home and stayed awake all night. She didn't know what kind of life Pan Jun was living now. She only knew that if she continued like this, everything would be ruined. But she couldn't muster any energy. She didn't want to do anything anymore. There was nothing left to do. Ever since she got the news, she has basically been doing this. She locks herself in the room for the entire day. When she feels sleepy occasionally, she forces herself to sit there. When she is really too sleepy, she takes a nap. But when she lies down, not long after, she finds herself in a dream. The dreams are all about what happened that night. They really make her feel sick, but the psychological problem doesn't allow her to suppress it. She can only punish herself like this. When the next morning came, Pan Jun finally woke up. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar room, he couldn't help rubbing his head. The hangover was too painful. When he turned his gaze to the side, he found that there was no one beside him, so he recalled what he had done last night, and slapped his head in annoyance. Things had become like this and there was nothing more to say. So he got up and went to the living room, and found that Wei Shui had also left, but left a note and some breakfast on the dining table. Pan Jun, I have a lot to say to you, but I don't know what to say. You have to believe in yourself. Since you have such financial resources, why don't you work hard to do something to prove that you are stronger than that person? You are right. They are indeed a powerful family, but there are also many rising stars. If you have your own abilities, then why should you be afraid of a powerful family like his? According to your description, people like him may not be able to support important things in this life, but you are different. You can do it. Work hard. If you have any worries in the future, you can come to me. I will be willing to accompany you. After reading the words on the note, Pan Jun only felt very warm in his heart. He didn't know why he really felt that Wei Shui's words gave him great motivation, because he knew that he had always taken care of those girls in his own way and had never enjoyed such intimate care from a woman. But Wei Shui was different. She had always been taking care of him in her own way. P.S. Finish your breakfast quickly, I'll come back to check. If you don't finish it, you'll be in trouble. Looking at the remarks under the note, Pan Jun couldn't help but laugh. Then he sat at the dining table and finished his breakfast obediently. Fortunately, the portion was not particularly large, but just right, which made Pan Jun feel even warmer. Really, he was basically the one who cooked after he and Wei Manman got together. At the same time, it was because of Wei Shui's note that Pan Jing became more clear about one thing. He must accomplish something to prove that he is better than Li Chang. No matter what aspect, he must let Li Chang know that he is not qualified to compare with him. This brings up a problem. After all, Li Chang's family is a powerful family. In many cases, it is not possible for a newcomer like him to get involved. In this case, can he start from some aspects first? Then the most important thing for him now should be to find out the situation of Li Chang's family clearly. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Lu Wanwan's number. Ms. Lu, I want to ask you something. I hope you can tell me the truth. This is really important to my future. When Lu Wanwan was feeling depressed, she unexpectedly received a call from Pan Jun, and his tone was so important, which made her couldn't help but jump. Could something really have happened? So she quickly adjusted her attitude and asked. Tell me what the problem is. If I know anything, I will tell you. I want to know what aspects of the Li Chang family's industry are involved in and which aspect is more important. It would be best if you could tell me the scope of their assets. After hearing this, Lu Wanwan suddenly understood something. Could this guy be planning to start with the funding? He was really too whimsical. The Li family could be a powerful family. Without the savings of the previous generation, how could they have the current foundation? This alone was something Pan Jun could not compare to. Let me tell you this. The Li family has some designs in every aspect. You have to understand that since they are a powerful family, without the efforts of several generations, do you think they dare to be so arrogant? Although I don't know much about other aspects, there is one thing I can provide you with some information. I remember that Li Chang seemed to have invested a lot of money in the entertainment industry, and he also has a very large company. You know, Li Chang is very proud of this company alone. Lu Wanwan suddenly remembered what she had heard, so she immediately told Pan Jun, but this was just the information they had heard, and the specific situation was not particularly clear. Why would he invest so much money in the entertainment industry? Is there something fishy going on? Although I know that the entertainment industry is indeed very profitable, it is unlikely that a powerful family like his would invest so much money. Pan Jun quickly asked the crux of the problem. No powerful family wants their descendants to be involved in the entertainment industry. After all, in their eyes, these are not very mainstream ways of working. In addition, the entertainment industry is too complicated, and they don't want their children to be treated like clowns. Chapter 128 Buying and Selling. Your question really hits the nail on the head. Let me put it this way. I don't really know what's going on, but I once heard a rumor that he's a lecher. So why did he invest all his money in the entertainment industry? That company was there just to help him find victims. Now you understand, right? Lu Wanwan spoke carefully. After all, she didn't dare let the man surnamed Li hear her words. If she was not careful, there might be some problems with their food. If he is like this, then aren't there any relevant departments to investigate? Even if their family is bold, they can't suppress such a thing. In the end, there must be other reasons. This is also what Pan Jun doesn't understand. If this is true, then over time, even if those artists have been harmed, haven't there been a superstar over the years? If their fans become arrogant, I'm afraid the company will be in trouble. It's not like that actually. The scandal of that company was spread a long time ago, but the news was quickly suppressed. In other words, those who are really talented have been suppressed a long time ago. Those who are famous now are actually those who have been notified by that man, but some are willing and some are not. Besides, what's the use of them becoming superstars? You have to know that the people should not fight against the officials. No matter how powerful they are just ordinary people. If they really want to expose their own scandals, I'm afraid that they don't need those people from the Lee family to do it. The company will definitely not let them go easily. Lu Wanwan also expressed helplessness about this situation. After all, there is always a dark side to things, but ordinary people just don't know it. People like them who are in the upper class know that many things are not as simple as they seem to ordinary people. I see. Do you think if I can do something in the entertainment field, can I make that person so angry? Lu Wanwan was very surprised that Pan Jun had such an idea. He said that if this was true, then Li Chang would be furious. But the problem was that if she started now, how many chances would she have? Besides, what about the funding? I'll take a closer look at this. After all, I don't know anything about the entertainment industry, but I know your thoughts very well. It sounds like it's impossible for me to start over now. I plan to invest directly in an entertainment company. She really told Lu Wanwan her thoughts, but Lu Wanwan was not particularly clear about these things, so even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. All this could only rely on Pan Jun alone, and she could only give Pan Jun some ideas at most. Leave the rest to me. I'll hang up first. Please pay more attention to Man. I feel like she has something on her mind. After Pan Jun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He still hadn't gotten over the matter with Wei Man. It was obviously a simple matter, but it turned out to be so complicated. He didn't know what to say. Since Pan Jun had such a plan, he started to get busier. He said that he wanted to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry, so he would definitely do it. He already had an idea. Just as Lu Wanwan said, he could only invest in an entertainment company now, so that he could expand quickly. But if he built it up bit by himself, it would be too slow. Pan Jun immediately began to investigate. He wanted to invest in an entertainment company that was better than Li Chang's, and then he would have enough capital to suppress Li Chang's. But after he finished the investigation, he was more or less disappointed, because he discovered a problem. Although the domestic entertainment industry was very prosperous, there were some unclean areas under each large company. Ordinary people might think that such things were harmless, but Pan Jun required that he must suppress Li Chang. Therefore, the company must not have any shady dealings, and similarly, it must not have any unclean areas, because those little things would most likely be magnified. In addition, there are so many things that are made up out of nothing now, and he can only invest in a very clean company. In this way, even if they want to make up something and pin it on him, anyone who is interested in investigating will immediately understand that this is actually a frame-up. If the investment problem cannot be solved, then this problem will always exist. After much consideration, Pan Jun decided to establish an entertainment company of his own. Only in this way can he ensure that the company's foundation is completely clean. Although it may waste some time, it is better than being framed by others. In addition, if he really established a company, it would mean that he had defeated Li Chang with his own abilities, and in this way he would have more than enough capital to stand by Wei Man. Pan Jun has become very busy recently, which makes other people who pay attention to him feel a little puzzled. What is this man trying to do with such an obvious truth? Is he going to continue to play deaf and dumb? After going through a series of procedures, Pan Jun finally got everything he needed for the application to start work. Now the next step is the most important one, which is that the company needs to buy a building or a company as a place for its development. So Pan Jun quickly packed himself up and drove his sports car to a sales office. He planned to buy a building as the location of his company. When Pan Jun arrived at the sales office, he saw two people suddenly appear at the gate, a man and a woman. The man seemed to be begging the woman. Although he didn't know what happened, Pan Jun felt a little unhappy when he saw the man begging like that. How could a man be so humiliated? In addition, the woman seemed to be very angry. What happened between the two people? Then I beg you, okay? I'll kneel down for you, okay? Suddenly, the man knelt down and looked at the woman with a pleading look. Chapter 129 Awkward. Pan Jun walked forward slowly again, wanting to listen carefully to what was going on between these two people. I beg you, please don't sell my hard work. If you really want money, I will pay you back later, or can you sell it to me now? The man begged the woman not to sell his hard work. Pan Jun began to understand that the two should be relatives. At least their relationship should be quite close. I'm really begging you, please don't sell the things, okay? If you want the money, I will really try every possible way. Let's go back quickly. I'm already kneeling down to beg you. Seeing such a touching scene, if it were anyone else, they would probably think about going back. After all, the man had begged desperately. But that woman didn't do that. Instead, she kicked the man hard to the ground with a look of disgust. With you, who do you think you are now? Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will never change my mind. You'd better give up that idea. I warn you to stay away from me. Pan Jun couldn't bear to watch it any longer. How could the man be so cowardly? Seeing that the woman looked disapproving, he went up to help the man up. But I never expected that the man still spoke to the woman with a pleading look on his face. How about this? I can give you all the money, but the company must stay. Don't you always want money? Then I will give all the money to your company. Anyway, there is no use for you to keep it, so just leave it to me. Unexpectedly, the woman laughed immediately after hearing these words. If she had such an idea at the beginning, it would be better to ask for money directly, but now she has changed her mind. Because he found that this man's company was worth so much money, why should he go far away now? After all, how much money can this man have, but the company can be sold at such a high price? Ha, do you think I still care about the little money in your hand? Let me tell you this, I am about to sign a contract, and it happens to be with your company, you know? That person actually offered 1 million, this is 1 million, how much is it worth? Do you have this money now? If you do, I will return the company to you immediately. When the man heard this, he suddenly shut up. How could he have so much money now? If he really had it, he wouldn't have begged so hard until now. I'm telling you to let go and stop getting in my way. We're divorced, so all these things belong to me. You have no right to mess around with them. If you want the building, just bring the money and I'll give you the company. If not, get out of here and stop getting in my way. Whenever the woman thought about how so many of her things were delayed by this man, she became so angry that she wanted to kick him again. It was really too much. Then I'll offer 2 million for the building. If you can, sign the contract immediately. After hearing this, Pan Jun understood what was said. Since both the couple wanted the building, he might as well buy it. Besides, it was only 1 million, which he could still afford. As for the 2 million he mentioned, he was not afraid. After all, he should have a lot of assets in his hands that could be used to buy it. Who knew that after hearing this, the woman couldn't help but start to look down on him? There was nothing she could do. This man looked too young and his clothes were very ordinary. It was impossible to tell that he was someone who could come up with so much money. I mean, kid, don't blame me for looking down on you. Look at what you're wearing, and you look so young. I'm not blaming me for discouraging you. Unless you're a second-generation rich kid, you definitely can't come up with that much money. And then you suddenly appear in front of us. Could it be that you're a hired helper hired by that lousy guy? I didn't expect that you used to be so honest, but now you're actually playing tricks and hiring someone like this. The woman believed that Pan Jun was actually the man who had hired her to deceive her, so she couldn't help but curse when she thought of this. You old man, I've been married to you for so long, but you probably didn't give me what I wanted. Instead, you found an outsider to deceive me. What's the matter? If you're not willing to accept this, then go and think of another way. And you young man, if I were you, I should get out of here as far as you can. You shameless thing, you actually want to deceive me. Don't you look at what you look like? Even if you're a little handsome, what's the use? What I want is money. As for how far you can get out and how much money you can get, you're just a gigolo. Get out of here. If you don't get out, don't blame me for scolding you. I tell you, when I start scolding you, I don't care who you are, as long as you make me angry. The woman started cursing, leaving everyone around her speechless. How could the man marry such a woman? It was really shameful. She had no manners at all. I didn't know how the man could endure it. Pan Jun was also very speechless. Why would a man like such a woman? Was she kicked in the head by a donkey? She actually married such a scourge home. But now is not the time to talk about these things. Doesn't this woman not believe it? Why not verify it with your own eyes? If that's the case, then you don't believe me, so why not just go to the bank over there and see if there's that much money? Unexpectedly, Pan Jun said such words with such confidence, which made the woman feel even more ridiculous. What's going on? This is a new trick of deception. If it were an ordinary person, she might really be fooled by him. But she is not an ordinary person. What she wants is money. She will never leave without seeing money. Okay, this guy is not so confident, so why not follow him to see how long he can get in? Okay, kid, since you said so, it would be awkward for us not to go. I will go to the bank with you now to see if you have so much assets. If not, don't blame me for speaking harshly. TSK, you have no money but can still act like a rich man. I really don't know if you have water in your brain. Chapter 130, Get Lost. The man felt a little scared after seeing this. After all, this happened suddenly and unexpectedly. He didn't even know this boy, so how could he suddenly appear and look like he wanted to help him? He also knew very well that his company was not worth 2 million at all. Why did this boy want to help him? Could he have other intentions? Young man, please don't force yourself. You should know that if my ex-wife makes a scene, you will be very embarrassed. She will want the whole world to know about this scandal. You must be careful. A middle-aged man said to Pan Jun cautiously, don't let anything go wrong at this time, otherwise he would not be the only one to be embarrassed. Don't worry, it's okay. Pan Jun is a middle-aged man. Don't worry. After all, he knows very well that he has money in his hands. Although he doesn't know how much he has, it should not be less than 2 million. So the three of them immediately came to the bank. After Pan Jun saw the machine nearby, he took out his bank card and swiped it on the machine. He was very proud and thought that there must be a lot of money. But who knew that after swiping the bank card, the woman's face suddenly changed. Pan Jun was also very embarrassed at this time, because he didn't expect that the balance was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. It was really embarrassing. He originally thought that it would be at least 100,000 or 80,000, but he didn't expect that it was only a few tens of thousands. Thinking about the boast he had just made, it was really hard to accept. Pan Jun was very puzzled as to why there was only so much money in his card. Suddenly he thought that he seemed to have spent most of it before. No wonder the money suddenly became so much less, especially since he had never thought about making money before. The woman's face became even uglier at this time. She started yelling and cursing like a shrew in the bank. Okay, I told you too that you two teamed up to cheat me of my money, but you still refused to admit it. Now you're finally exposed, and you still have the nerve to be here. I'm telling you too, you bitch, I'm going to take the money today, and if you can give it to me, that's the best, but if not, I'm going to sue you for cheating me of my money. You really think you're the boss of your former company, and you don't even think about him. What kind of person are you? You can actually use such means. I've never seen such a person before, especially you, a little bitch. You're so young, why don't you do anything else but come out to cheat? I don't know if your mother gave birth to you. Seeing that woman swearing at him like that, Pan Jun wanted to kick her, but it was obviously impossible because the woman's yelling had attracted the attention of everyone in the bank. Just when it seemed that the news was about to become known to everyone, a very familiar voice suddenly came from inside the bank. It seemed to be Wei Shui. Pan Jun turned around and saw that it was indeed Wei Shui, who was watching the woman questioning him not far away. What's wrong? What happened? You look so miserable. Just tell me how much money you need. Pan Jun was also very embarrassed. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation, but he still told Wei Shui the general situation truthfully. It's not much, just 2 million. I thought I would have that much money in my card, but I forgot. I've almost spent it all, and I didn't bring the other card with me. After understanding the situation, Wei Shui directly wrote a check for 2 million. How do I know if this check is real? If it's fake, won't I be punished? The woman was obviously a little petty, so she made the matter clear to everyone. Wei Shui didn't care about her at all and immediately called the bank staff nearby. Please help me check whether this check can be cashed. If it can be cashed, tell him to shut up. If not, tell him to shut up. As a public bank, you let a woman swear here. How do you do things? If some VIPs hear about this, they will think that your bank is not doing a good job. At that time, your performance will be in trouble. While Wei Shui was saying that the woman had no manners, she also severely criticized the bank staff. When encountering such a thing, the security guards or other personnel did not rush over to understand the situation, but instead just watched the show there. I really don't know what they are thinking. Do they think that the performance of this bank is too good? After hearing this, the bank staff member blushed with shame and came to Wei Shui, confirmed again and again that the check could be cashed, and then put it in Wei Shui's hand. Now that I understand clearly, this check can be cashed. Do you have anything else to say? Wei Shui turned around and told the woman the story again, but she didn't expect that the woman couldn't believe it after hearing what Wei Shui said and started to mock Pan Jun. Ha, I said he was a gigolo, and now he is indeed a gigolo. He even needs a woman to stand up for him. It's really. But Wei Shui never expected that after hearing this, she slapped the woman hard. Pa! The loud sound startled everyone. They didn't expect that this seemingly gentle woman would have such strong fighting power. They were scared to death. Fortunately, she didn't commit suicide. I'm warning you, my man is not someone others can look down upon. Who do you think you are to dare to say that? Wei Shui's harsh words made the people around her immediately feel favorable towards such a woman. There was nothing they could do. Nowadays, there were too few people who could protect their loved ones. But not allowing this to happen would win everyone's favor. As a result, Wei Shui turned her head and started to act coquettishly towards Pan Jun. She looked so delicate and cute that everyone suddenly felt that they were hallucinating. Why was that woman so powerful in fighting, but she could act coquettishly towards that man as if nothing had happened when she turned her head? I'm so sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this, it's all because of them being so annoying.